Xiao Mu, given your current physical condition, is it still possible for you to pass on the family lineage within the ancestral hall of the Xiao family? This authoritative voice elicited a spectrum of gazes, some filled with sympathy, others laced with mockery upon the young man confined to a wheelchair. This young man was once not only the most formidable talent of the Xiao family but also the most gifted martial arts prodigy in Yun City. Unfortunately, 4 years ago, he suffered a devastating injury that left him paralyzed. He can't even move below his neck. How could he possibly produce an heir? Exactly. He's as limp as a worm. There's not a single part of him that could be considered strong. Let's not be too harsh. At least his teeth must still be intact. A chorus of laughter erupted from the younger generation. 4 years prior, they had all lived in Xiao Mu's shadow. When the Xiao family was mentioned, the world only recognized Xiao Mu and remained oblivious to their existence. Thus, when Xiao Mu fell from grace, their immediate reaction was elation. Now, they were even more delighted, for Xiao Mu was about to be stripped of his status as the heir of the Xiao family. Must it be today? The young man in the wheelchair remained remarkably calm despite the derision surrounding him. He had long anticipated this day. However, he had not expected them to choose today to act. Today marked the anniversary of his parents' passing. Before him stood the memorial tablets of his parents. 3 years ago, they had valiantly repelled a formidable enemy at the borders, sacrificing their lives for the nation. It was this extraordinary feat that elevated the Xiao family from a second-tier clan to the pinnacle of Yun City. Ironically, on this very day, not only were they humiliating him, but they also sought to strip away his identity as the heir. Very well, let today be the day when they kneel and pay the price. I intend to clarify some matters before the spirits of your parents today. According to our ancestral teachings, if you cannot have descendants, you have no right to lead the Xiao family. A worthless individual cannot uphold the future of the Xiao clan. The speaker was Xiao Zhenye, the second son of the Xiao family and the current de facto leader. Ambitious by nature, he was unwilling to merely manage the Xiao family. He aspired to become its true master. With the elderly patriarch no longer able to protect Xiao Mu due to his stroke, Zhenye had fully seized control of the Xiao family and had bribed most of the clan elders today. He aimed not only to strip Xiao Mu of his status as heir but also to expel him from the family, erasing his existence entirely. Listening to Xiao Zhenye's words, the stunning woman beside the wheelchair changed her expression. She grasped Xiao Mu's hand and turned to Zhenye. Second uncle, there is no medical evidence stating that Xiao Mu cannot have descendants. Give him some time. Once he marries Jiang they will surely have a healthy child. Marry Jiang Yi. Xiao Ruoshi, are you certain she still wishes to wed your worthless brother? Xiao Zhenye's expression bore a hint of amusement. Confident of victory today, he saw no need for pretense. Bring in the head of the Jiang family and Miss Jiang. Shortly thereafter, several individuals entered. Xiao family head. Jiang family head. After a few pleasantries, the head of the Jiang family turned to Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, you've become a cripple. You are unworthy of my daughter. The engagement between you is hereby annulled. Xiao Ruoshi's expression shifted dramatically. The Jiang family intends to annul the engagement. Before she could voice her thoughts, a wave of murmurs erupted throughout the venue. Goodness, the Jiang family is actually calling off the engagement. Quite understandable. If I were in their position, I would do the same. Who in their right mind would want to marry a wretched head? Marrying him would mean a lifetime devoid of happiness. Is this your sentiment as well? Xiao Mu did not pay heed to the surrounding chatter, instead directing his gaze at Jiang Yi. Indeed. Did you think you were still a martial prodigy? Now, you are but a useless being, plateaued. Jiang Yi's tone dripped with mockery. You plateaued, aspire to court a swan. Dream on. Jiang Yi, even if you wish to break the engagement, there's no need to be so harsh. Who was it that wept and pleaded to marry my brother back then? Xiao Ruoshi's anger flared. That was then, this is now. I cannot marry a useless man and live a life of solitude. Jiang Yi's gaze flickered with jealousy as she beheld Xiao Ruoshi's breathtaking beauty. How could she be so stunning? You. Xiao Ruoshi attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Xiao Zhenye. Enough. Xiao Mu is indeed unworthy of Miss Jiang. I shall take charge. The engagement is hereby annulled. Second uncle, you. Xiao Mu, the engagement is dissolved. Even if you possess the ability to carry on the family line, what does it matter? No woman would willingly marry a cripple. Xiao Zhenye stated coolly. Without a woman, what legacy can one speak of? Xiao Mu fixed his gaze upon Xiao Zhenye, realizing that this uncle had meticulously orchestrated everything today, including prompting the Jiang family to come forth to annul the engagement, systematically cornering him into a dead end. Had it been before yesterday, he might have been unable to escape this trap, but today, or in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are mere farces. Xiao Mu, do not think your uncle's heart is hardened. A prominent family without heirs is a grave concern. In time it will undoubtedly incite unease among the people. Xiao Zhengye bore a victorious smile. This is not merely my decision, it is the consensus of the entire Xiao family. I hereby announce. Hold on, seeing that Xiao Zhengye was about to strip Xiao Mu of his status as heir, Xiao Ruoshi grew anxious. Give Xiao Mu some time, he will surely have descendants. Xiao Ruoshi, was my previous statement not clear enough? Miss Jiang has already called off the engagement, and no woman would wish to marry him or bear his children. Xiao Zhengye frowned. Who says no woman would marry him? Xiao Ruoshi took a deep breath, resolutely making her decision. I am willing to marry him and bear the bloodline of the Xiao family. As Xiao Ruoshi's words fell, the entire assembly was taken aback. Even Xiao Mu raised his head to stare at his elder sister, utterly astonished. After a fleeting moment of shock, an uproar ensued. What? She intends to marry Xiao Mu? To bear his children? An elder sister marrying her younger brother? Has she lost her mind? Xiao Ruoshi, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Xiao Zhengye fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ruoshi, speaking in a grave tone. I am aware, Xiao Ruoshi replied with a nod. Did you not assert that he cannot be the heir without offspring? Very well. Then I shall bear him a child. You are his biological sister, this is incest. Xiao Zhengye bellowed in anger, utterly astonished that Xiao Ruoshi would devise such an absurd solution to the predicament. Even several elders of the clan paused, their canes striking the ground in disbelief. What a disgrace! If this news were to spread, would the Xiao family not become a laughingstock in Yun City? I am not his biological sister. Xiao Ruoshi's words were even more shocking as she lowered her gaze to Xiao Mu. In truth, I am a child adopted by my parents. No, that is impossible. Upon hearing this, not only the others but even Xiao Mu could scarcely believe his ears. The calm demeanor he had maintained until now began to falter. It is true. Xiao Ruoshi replied with a bittersweet smile, tightening her grip on Xiao Mu's hand. No. Xiao Mu could not accept this. How could a sister suddenly be revealed as an adopted child? He had always shared a close bond with his sister, especially since she had cared for him throughout his paralysis. Without her companionship, he had doubted whether he could have endured until now. Ha! If you were truly adopted, how could we possibly be unaware? Xiao Zhengye scoffed. Xiao Ruoshi, have you forsaken your own reputation to assist your brother? Such an elaborate ruse. However, is your reasoning not rather flimsy? When my parents brought me home as an infant, they wished for me to grow up happily. Apart from grandfather, they never disclosed my origins to anyone else, which is why you all believe I am their biological child. Xiao Ruoshi surveyed the room. Even I only learned of the truth by chance. You may inquire with grandfather, he has merely suffered a stroke, not dementia. Goodness! She truly is not Xiao Mu's biological sister. If she were adopted, then she could indeed marry Xiao Mu and bear his children. This scenario was nothing short of a dramatic twist, filled with unexpected revelations. The wasteful young master was rejected from his engagement. And now his elder sister was not his sister at all, yet she intended to marry him. Xiao Mu, rest assured. Regardless of whether I am your biological sister or not, I will not allow anyone to insult you. Xiao Ruoshi gazed at Xiao Mu, her tone gentle. Sister. Xiao Mu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his nose tinged with emotion. Just as I have cared for you in the past, so shall I continue to do so in the future, Xiao Ruoshi continued. I will marry you and bear you a child. As long as you have offspring, no one can strip you of your identity as the heir. Xiao Ruoshi, do you truly believe that your actions will protect him? Xiao Zhengye snorted coldly, now convinced of Xiao Ruoshi's claims. Even if you are willing to marry him, given his physical condition, who knows when he might have children? 3 to 5 years. 7 to 8 years. A worthless individual, incapable of accomplishing anything in daily life, possessing only the title of heir, what value does that hold? As long as he can produce descendants, no one can usurp his position. Xiao Ruoshi fixed her gaze upon Xiao Zhengye, her tone icy. Even if he manages to appease our grandfather, what of public opinion? What of the views from above? Hearing her words, Xiao Zhengye's expression shifted, his tone softening. Xiao Ruoshi, If you are willing to marry him, I can facilitate that, provided he renounces his status as heir. I shall ensure your lives are filled with riches and honor. What say you? What belongs to him is rightfully his, no one can take it away. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head. If he were no longer the heir, he would truly be vulnerable to all manner of insult. Xiao Ruoshi, do not force my hand. We cannot wait indefinitely. Xiao Zhengye frowned. Indeed, who knows if he will ever have descendants? 10 years, 8 years, shall we continue to wait? Many echoed this sentiment, including several clan elders. If a year passes and I am still without child, we shall leave the Xiao family. Xiao Ruoshi understood that she needed to take a firm stance, otherwise, this matter would not be resolved today. If you disagree, I shall make today's events public. Let us not even speak of external opinions or the views from above. My parents' subordinates surely will not remain idle. Are you threatening me? Xiao Zhengye's anger fled. This is not a threat, uncle. You have waited this long, does one more year truly matter? Xiao Ruoshi met his gaze unflinchingly. Xiao Zhengye fell silent. The trap he had laid out should have been foolproof. He had even prepared assassins, waiting for Xiao Mu to leave the Xiao family to eliminate him. Yet, Xiao Ruoshi had disrupted his plans with extraordinary means. He felt a deep-seated unwillingness. Yet, he could not ignore the weight of her words. Very well. I shall grant you 1 year. If, after that, he remains without heirs, you must leave the Xiao family. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhengye made his decision. Before Xiao Ruoshi could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, however, I must make one thing abundantly clear, that the child you bear must be of the Xiao lineage. Not some illegitimate offspring conceived through your schemes to secure his position or covet my family's fortune. I will arrange for a paternity test. If the child is not Xiao Mu's, then that child shall perish, and so shall you. Understood? Xiao Ruoshi nearly bit her lip in frustration. He was publicly humiliating her. Yet, for Xiao Mu's sake, she could not afford to retaliate, so she swallowed her indignation. Or I shall grant you another year. I am curious to see if you can produce a child. Xiao Zhengye sneered. Even if she were truly pregnant within the Xiao family, there would be ample means to ensure she would not carry the child to term. Furthermore, Xiao Mu could not perish within the Xiao family, nor could Xiao Ruoshi. If she were to die, who would bear children for Xiao Mu? Xiao Mu, return and strive diligently, next year on this day. Xiao Zhengye turned his mocking gaze toward Xiao Mu. No need, let us resolve today's matter today, without waiting for next year. Xiao Mu interrupted Xiao Zhengye, taking Xiao Ruoshi's hand in his own. Sister, from this day forth, I shall care for you. Xiao Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly shifting. Was this truly the time for petulance? She had painstakingly fought for a year's grace. Xiao Mu, please don't, sister, leave the rest to me. Xiao Mu smiled gently, patting Xiao Ruoshi's hand. Regardless of her being adopted, in his eyes she was his own sister. No one could belittle her. You can insult me, and I may remain indifferent, but you must not insult my sister. Xiao Mu surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Xiao Zhengye. The tender smile that had graced his face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. Xiao Mu, I'm fine. Xiao Ruoshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And just as she was about to speak, a thought struck her, causing her to widen her eyes. Not only was he holding her hand, but he had also patted it. How could this be? Before she could process her thoughts, she witnessed Xiao Mu slowly rising from his wheelchair. Second uncle. No matter how many schemes you have today, they will all come to naught. As Xiao Mu stood, the previously cacophonous ancestral hall fell into an immediate, stunned silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief. How could he stand? Surprised, are we? Unexpected, perhaps? Xiao Mu observed their reactions, a hint of amusement flickering across his icy visage. As they absorbed his words, the crowd erupted into chaos. You are paralyzed, weren't you? How is this possible? The impact of a paralyzed person suddenly rising was more shocking than Xiao Ruoshi proclaiming her intention to marry her biological brother. Each person present lost their composure. Xiao Mu. Xiao Ruoshi was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. For 3 years, she had borne unimaginable pressure, living in constant fear of unforeseen calamity befalling Xiao Mu. Now that he had risen, the tension that had gripped her heart released, and she felt all her sacrifices were worthwhile. Sister. Thank you for your hard work these past 3 years. Xiao Mu embraced Xiao Ruoshi, gently patting her back. From now on, no one shall ever bully me again. Nor shall anyone dare to bully you. Xiao Mu's presence transformed the atmosphere, leaving Xiao Zhang's expression shifting dramatically. His carefully laid plans had been predicated on Xiao Mu's paralysis. Yet Xiao Mu had stood. Now, he needed do nothing more than stand there to turn his deadly trap into a mere jest. Sister, no more tears, let me first handle the matter at hand. After comforting Xiao Ruoshi, Xiao Mu turned his attention to the pallid-faced Xiao Zhang. Second uncle, it seems you are not too pleased with my standing. How could I be happy? Xiao Zhang silently roared within, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Of course, I am delighted, you are my dear nephew. And your standing brings me joy more than anyone else. Oh, really? Then who was it that just called me a waste? Who sought to strip me of my inheritance? Oh, and even annulled my engagement. Xiao Mu smiled slightly, but his gaze was frigid. Xiao Zhang's smile faltered. Beside him, Jiang Yi clenched her fists. Unable to accept this turn of events. Why had he chosen this moment to rise right after her engagement was called off? It must be deliberate. Uncle. Today you have performed a commendable act by helping me dissolve the engagement. Xiao Mu remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yi. She is indeed unworthy of me. Jiang Yi, infuriated, was about to retort but was halted by her father beside her. He whispered a few words, and Jiang Yi clenched her teeth in agreement. She believed her father was right, for now, it was best to merely observe the unfolding drama. Xiao Mu rose to his feet, while Xiao Zhang felt an overwhelming discomfort. He would not let this matter rest. Xiao Mu, I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions, my actions are born of necessity. Xiao Zhang took a deep breath. Feigning helplessness. Due to ancestral teachings, I am compelled to act in this manner. Now that you have risen, the continuation of our lineage is assured. Today marks the anniversary of your parents' passing, they must be overjoyed to see you restored to health. You are aware that today is the anniversary of my parents' passing. Xiao Mu gazed at the memorial tablet before him. Do you think it is possible that my parents, in their celestial abode, witnessed my tribulations and thus blessed me, allowing me to rise? Ha ha ha, regardless of the circumstances, your recovery is indeed a momentous occasion for the Xiao family, Xiao Zhang replied with a forced smile, clearly disbelieving Xiao Mu's fanciful notions. Xiao Mu, quickly, go light incense for our ancestors and your parents. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu suppressed his urge for violence. It was indeed inappropriate to shed blood on such a solemn day. Just as he prepared to light the incense, the provocative voice rang out, Xiao Mu. I truly did not expect you to stand again. But even if you have risen, what of it? Can you still cultivate martial arts? Without the ability to cultivate, you remain a worthless being. Xiao Hai, do not speak nonsense. Xiao Zhang's expression changed. He had only just managed to pacify Xiao Mu, and now his son had interjected. Father, I speak no falsehood. Our Xiao family is a lineage of martial arts. If he cannot cultivate, how can he command respect? The esteemed position our family holds today is entirely due to your efforts, Xiao Hai proclaimed loudly. Indeed, Brother Hai speaks truth. Even if he is not incapacitated. As an ordinary person, he cannot serve as the heir. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Mu has contributed nothing to the Xiao family. Many young people echoed this sentiment, eager to seize this opportunity to obliterate the once resplendent Xiao Mu. If I had remained incapacitated, you would have assumed the role of family head. And you would be the young master now. Yet here I stand, are you anxious? Xiao Mu disregarded the others, addressing Xiao Hai with a calm demeanor. I harbor no selfish motives, I simply believe that in a martial arts family, status should be determined by strength. In the past, you are the Xiao family's most formidable prodigy, now, I am the strongest. Upon finishing, Xiao Hai's fighting spirit ignited. Xiao Mu, do you dare to engage me in combat? Absurd. Xiao Mu has only just recovered, how can he possibly fight you? If a contest is to occur, it should wait until he has had a few days to rest. Xiao Zhang bellowed, though a thought flickered in his mind, if Xiao Mu truly accepted the challenge, it would present a splendid opportunity. After all, in the realm of combat, injuries and incapacitation are merely part of the game. No need for rest, I accept the challenge. Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Zhanye. Since they seek destruction, he shall oblige them. Let us step outside to fight. Very well, you possess courage, lead the way. Xiao Hai rejoiced, thinking to himself, soon you shall find yourself confined to a wheelchair once more. Wait. Xiao Hai. Xiao Mu has just recovered and is not in optimal condition, it would be wise for him to rest for a few more days. Furthermore, today is an auspicious day. Unsuitable for any conflict. Xiao Zhanye interrupted his son's words, feeling a sense of unease at how readily Xiao Mu acquiesced. This young man clearly lacked any martial aura. From where did he derive such confidence? It would be prudent to exercise caution. Xiao Hai sought to voice his thoughts, but upon meeting his father's stern gaze, he suppressed his fighting spirit. Very well, then, I wish to pay homage to my parents tomorrow morning. Uncle, please take them out. Xiao Mu gazed at the memorial tablets of his parents and nodded. 3 years have passed, the little more time is inconsequential. Coincidentally, he also had matters to attend to. Xiao Zhanye furrowed his brow. Xiao Mu, we also, tomorrow, if I lose, I shall renounce my claim as heir. But today, I am still the heir, in other words. The Xiao family currently has no head, and I am the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Mu's voice deepened. Are my words meaningless? The expression on Xiao Zhanye's face darkened instantly. For years, he had regarded himself as the head of the Xiao family, and the outside world had addressed him as such. Now, with Xiao Mu's mere assertion, his identity as patriarch was being stripped away, and he found himself unable to refute it. Sister, accompany me in paying homage to our parents, the rest of you, please step outside. After speaking, Xiao Mu disregarded everyone and approached the memorial tablets. We shall step outside. Xiao Zhanye suppressed his fury and strode out. In this brief confrontation, he had suffered complete defeat. This ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. He must eliminate this insubordinate brat tomorrow. Soon, only Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoshi remained in the ancestral hall. Xiao Mu, when did you recover? Xiao Ruoshi grasped Xiao Mu's hand, her eyes reddening. Last night, sister, I did not intend to keep it from you, it's just Xiao Mu gazed at Xiao Ruoshi, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. No need for explanations, your recovery is what matters. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head, her gaze fixed on the memorial tablets. Surely. Mom and Dad are watching over you from beyond. Indeed. Xiao Mu glanced at the tablets before shifting his gaze to the ring on his left hand. Recalling what he had seen within the ring last night, he felt a tremor of shock still coursing through him. Xiao Mu, you acted impulsively. You should not have agreed to battle Xiao Hai. Over the years, Uncle has invested vast resources into him, enabling him to reach the early phase of transformation. And now he is in the mid-phase. Xiao Ruoshi expressed her concern. Having just recovered, even if your cultivation level is intact, you are merely at the peak of the early phase of transformation. Yet, since I dare to agree, that I fear him not. Xiao Mu chuckled lightly. And with a wave of his hand, the incense sticks on the altar began to levitate gently. Let alone he being in the mid-phase of transformation. Even if he were in the late phase, killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Xiao Ruoshi stared in astonishment at the floating incense sticks. What kind of technique is this? Sister, I am now a cultivator. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall be able to traverse mountains and seas, plucking stars and chasing the moon, much like the legendary immortals. Xiao Mu shared his secret with his sister. Cultivator. Immortal. Xiao Ruoshi's eyes widened, the hint of incredulity apparent. Fortunately, hailing from a family of ancient martial artists, her understanding of this world far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the eyes of the common folk, how could martial artists not be considered immortal beings? Indeed, the reason I have ascended to the realm of cultivation is not for you to elaborate upon. Xiao Ruoshi interjected, interrupting Xiao Mu's words. Guard your secrets well, do not disclose them to anyone, including me. Sister, you are the individual I trust most in this world. Xiao Mu gently grasped Xiao Ruoshi's hand and spoke softly. I am aware, for you are the one I hold closest to my heart in this world. As Xiao Ruoshi gazed at Xiao Mu, she suddenly recalled her earlier declaration of marrying him and bearing his children, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Had she known he would rise again, she would never have revealed the secrets of her lineage, nor would she have uttered those shameful words in public. However, in that moment, she had found herself with no other recourse and had to resort to such measures to break the impasse. Xiao Mu noticed the bashful expression on Xiao Ruoxi's face, momentarily taken aback, before a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. Sister, you and our parents truly excel at keeping secrets. Haven't you been concealing this from me all these years? It was not an intentional concealment, rather, speaking about it would serve no purpose. Xiao Ruoxi shook her head. In my heart, our parents are my true parents, and you are my dear brother. Alas, our parents are no longer with us. Xiao Ruoxi was suddenly stirred. Hesitating. Sister, what has happened to our parents? Xiao Mu sensed the shift in Xiao Ruoxi's emotions and furrowed his brow. It's nothing. Sister. You are hiding something from me, aren't you? What has truly happened to our parents? Recently, our father's former subordinate, Zhang Wancheng, secretly approached me, stating that the circumstances surrounding our parents' death might be more complex than we realize. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ruoxi divulged this information. More complex. Were our parents not sacrificing themselves for the country, thwarting formidable enemies? Xiao Mu's heart trembled. Indeed, but Zhang Wancheng claims they fell into an ambush. Someone must have leaked information, and he even suggested that it was an elaborate conspiracy against them from the very beginning. Xiao Ruoxi bit her lip, recalling her outrage upon learning this news. Yet, aside from her indignation, there was little she could do. She could not pursue the truth nor seek vengeance. Her only option was to safeguard the paralyzed Xiao Mu. A conspiracy. Are you implying that our parents were murdered? Xiao Mu's body quaked, a terrifying aura of killing intent surging forth. Xiao Mu, do not be agitated. Zhang Wancheng stated this as a possibility, and he is still investigating. Xiao Ruoxi, sensing the chilling killing intent, gasped and hurriedly sought to calm him. Perhaps the truth is not as it seems. Once I conclude matters concerning the Xiao family, I shall personally seek the truth. If our parents sacrificed themselves for the nation, that can be accepted. However, should there be a conspiracy behind their demise, whoever is responsible shall pay a bloody price. Xiao Mu's gaze turned to the ancestral tablet, his killing intent sharpening further. Very well, I shall stand by your side. Xiao Ruoxi nodded, gripping Xiao Mu's hand tightly. Outside the ancestral hall, Xiao Zhenye's expression was grim. The members of the Xiao family cast furtive glances at him, wary of provoking misfortune. Everyone knew that today, Xiao Zhenye had set a deadly trap, intending to eliminate Xiao Mu in one fell swoop. Yet, not only had Xiao Mu risen, but he had also, in the capacity of the family head, expelled them from the ancestral hall. In other words, Xiao Zhenye's identity as the acting family head had been stripped away by a single word from Xiao Mu, initially intending to eliminate Xiao Mu's claim to inheritance. Fate has turned, and now his own status as the family head has been revoked. Indeed, in this round, Xiao Mu has emerged victorious. He shall not relent. The true spectacle is just beginning, particularly tomorrow. When two tigers contend, one must inevitably sustain injury. Do you think we might have an opportunity? Some revel in misfortune, while others harbor ulterior motives, yet the majority still place their trust in Xiao Zhenye. Everyone dispersed. Xiao Zhenye, sensing the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, coldly uttered a remark before striding away. Upon returning to his residence, he retrieved a satellite phone and dialed a number. Is the matter resolved? A man's voice emanated from the receiver. Not yet. Xiao Mu has risen. Xiao Zhenye gritted his teeth and recounted the events that had just transpired. There are already suspicions surrounding the circumstances of Xiao Zhangqing's death. Could this sudden rise of Xiao Mu be related? Are you certain there has been no contact with him recently? The voice on the other end, after a brief moment of astonishment, inquired solemnly. None. He is a paralytic, confined to the Xiao household. If outsiders were to come, I would undoubtedly be aware. Xiao Zhenye expressed his concerns. Will my elder brother's affairs not be exposed? Do not worry, we will handle it. We must find the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Mu. He must perish. The voice instructed. Once he is dead, even if outsiders suspect foul play, they will be powerless. Act swiftly, and I await good news. Understood. After the call ended, Xiao Zhenye summoned Xiao Hai. Father, rest assured. I will incapacitate Xiao Mu tomorrow, ensuring he returns to his wheelchair, Xiao Hai declared coldly. No, Xiao Zhengye shook his head. Father, we cannot afford to show mercy at this juncture. Xiao Hai, seeing his father's disapproval, felt urgency rise within him. But you are the one showing mercy. Xiao Zhengye sneered. A wheelchair. I intend to render him incapable of sitting at all. Tomorrow you shall kill him. What? Kill him? Xiao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed himself to be ruthless, only to discover his father was even more so. Once he is dead, I will be the family head and you the young master. To be safe, consume this before the duel, it will enhance your strength for a brief period. Xiao Zhengye handed over a porcelain vial. Remember, they do not show any leniency. Strike to kill. Yes, father. Xiao Hai suppressed his shock and nodded solemnly. The events occurring within the Xiao family swiftly circulated through the upper echelons of Yun City. Especially upon learning of the impending battle, many prominent figures planned to witness the spectacle. Everyone understood that this was not merely a contest but rather a potential determinant of who would wield authority within the Xiao family in the future. It could even influence the dynamics within certain spheres of Yun City. Furthermore, some individuals with vested interests from the outside, upon receiving this news, also intended to travel to Yun City. In the capital, within a courtyard. Has Brother Mu risen? A celestial beauty exclaimed with delight upon receiving the news. Immediately arrange a private jet, I must fly to Yun City. In Guangdong province, a woman with a stern expression gazed toward the direction of Yun City. To dissolve our engagement. How blind that woman is. If she does not marry him, then I shall. In the northwestern secret realm. With no one to assist me in my aspirations, I tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. If fate does not favor me, I can still ascend Kunlun alone. If I can rise again, like the great rock soaring 90,000 miles. Upon a massive stone, or a woman clad in red beams with a radiant smile. Xiao Mu. You have emerged from seclusion, let us rejoice over a cup of wine. After performing his rites, Xiao Mu went to visit the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhanting. The stroke-afflicted Xiao Zhanting gazed at Xiao Mu, a tear streaming down his aged face. Good, my grandson. Xiao Mu grasped Xiao Zhanting's hand, now, aside from his sister. The old man was the one who treated him the best. Grandfather, you are ill, I cannot leave the Xiao family. Xiao Zhanting mumbled, quickly depart. Grandfather. I will not leave. Xiao Mu understood that the old man wished to protect him. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Alas. Seeing Xiao Mu's determination, Xiao Zhanting sighed heavily. He had resolved that, come what may, he would safeguard this unfortunate grandson's life. I will ensure your recovery. Xiao Mu smiled, for within his ring lay countless legacies. Including that of the medical sage. Once he obtained the medical sage's legacy, what was a mere stroke to him? Xiao Zhanting took Xiao Mu's words as mere consolation, muttering. Be careful, Xiao Mu. All right. After spending some time conversing with the old man, Xiao Mu departed with Xiao Ruoshi, returning to their residence. Due to the need to care for Xiao Mu, Xiao Ruoshi had nearly been living with him. Previously, it was acceptable. As Xiao Mu was paralyzed and unable to care for himself, requiring her close attention. Now that Xiao Mu was recovering, coupled with the awkwardness of his sister being adopted, the situation had become somewhat uncomfortable. I'll go next door, you should rest well. Xiao Ruoshi hastily left after throwing down those words. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Mu recalled the old man's earlier words, you should leave the Xiao family, settle down with Ruoshi, and live a good life. His expression turned peculiar. Shaking his head, he suppressed the tumultuous thoughts pacing about the room. Everything remained unchanged, the only thing that had transformed was himself. He was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. Second uncle, tomorrow I will present you with a grand surprise. Mom and Dad, I will uncover the truth, if you are indeed wronged, I shall avenge you. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Mu caressed the ring on his hand, his consciousness entering within. It was an expansive world, where 9 colossal dragons pulled a massive black coffin suspended amidst the stars. The dark iron chains were taut, with the 9 dragons positioned in 9 directions, the coffin static at the center. The coffin bore mysterious totems, exuding an ancient aura that assailed the senses. Even though Xiao Mu had witnessed it before, the sight still left him profoundly shaken. What lay within the coffin drawn by the 9 dragons? Xiao Mu gazed upward, softly pondering. Last night, he had attempted to approach only to be thwarted by an invisible pressure. His spirit was too weak, he needed to grow stronger to succeed. When the time came, he would surely uncover the truth. After a considerable time, Xiao Mu withdrew his gaze, arriving at a stone platform. Upon this platform lay numerous cultivation methods, among which was the chaotic decision he had practiced last night. He did not discern the merits of the various methods. All he knew was that those present must be formidable. As Xiao Mu perused the legacy of the medical immortal, a stunning woman clad in white materialized above the black coffin. She perched upon it like an empress, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Suddenly, Xiao Mu felt a stirring within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the coffin. Yet, it was utterly empty, devoid of any presence. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem as though someone was observing him? Xiao Mu murmured to himself, then turned his attention to the 9 colossal dragons. Surely, these creatures were lifeless. If they were alive, it would be quite the spectacle. The woman in white curved her lips into a subtle smile. You are far too weak to perceive me. In order to hasten our meeting, allow me to grant you a modicum of fortune. With a graceful gesture, she extracted 9 streams of dragon energy from the dragons, which descended upon Xiao Mu. He trembled as he felt an overwhelming force surge into his being. This energy was incredibly domineering, rampaging through his body, prompting involuntary cries of anguish to escape his lips. Hearing Xiao Mu's cries, the woman in white shook her head in exasperation. Indeed, you are far too feeble to endure even a fragment of dragon energy. Nonetheless, she refrained from offering assistance, for the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. Such pain is trivial in comparison to the arduous journey ahead. Damn it. Xiao Mu swore, then began to circulate the chaotic decision, attempting to refine the overpowering force. Hours passed, and he successfully refined all 9 streams of dragon energy, resulting in a significant elevation of his cultivation level. Is this the foundation I have established? Xiao Mu mused, a look of excitement illuminating his face. He was acutely aware that his ability to establish a foundation was entirely due to that earlier surge of domineering energy. Please, do ravage me once more. I fear no pain, for the more it hurts, the more exhilarating it becomes. He shouted exuberantly. The woman in white raised an eyebrow, bemused by his apparent penchant for suffering. She was slightly taken aback by Xiao Mu's rapid progress in establishing his foundation, surpassing her expectations with his extraordinary talent. However, she had no intention of further intervening, for haste may lead to setbacks, sometimes, progression too swift may not be beneficial. Thank you, venerable one. Though he received no further reply, Xiao Mu rose to his feet, respectfully bowing toward the black coffin. He remained oblivious to the secrets harbored within or the nature of the earlier encounter, yet he understood that without the ring and the fortunes bestowed upon him here, he would still be a powerless wretch lying in bed, subject to the whims of others. The ring and all that this place offered were akin to a rebirth for him. The woman in white gazed upon Xiao Mu, her heart filled with anticipation. The rare and extraordinary chaotic scent body, combined with the chaotic decision, how far could he ascend in the future? Chaos divides into yin and yang, thy embody yin. While you represent yang, she whispered softly before vanishing from the coffin. Later that evening, Xiao Mu declined the invitation from Xiao Zhanye to a celebratory banquet in his honor. What is there to celebrate when the mask has been torn off? He thought bitterly. Oh, you have regained your health, of course, we must celebrate. Just wait. I shall prepare a grand feast for us, Xiao Ruoshi said, gently caressing Xiao Mu's face before heading into the kitchen. As he observed her retreating figure, he recalled his grandfather's words regarding the notion of starting a family with Ruoshi. A flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. If his grandfather spoke thus, did that mean she was a childhood betrothed or a childhood friend? Far superior to Jiang Yi, not just by 100 times, but by 1,000. Xiao Mu could not help but draw a comparison between the two women, shaking his head as he pondered aimlessly. Even if she were not a biological sister, she was akin to one. Regardless of the circumstances, he vowed to protect her for life. After about half an hour, the two sat at the dining table and opened a bottle of red wine. Engaged in casual conversation, Xiao Ruoshi laughed and cried, engulfed in a dreamlike sensation. Fearful of awakening from this bliss, Xiao Mu stepped forward to embrace Xiao Ruoshi, offering gentle reassurances. With a beautiful woman in his arms, the intoxicating effects of the wine compounded by his 4-year abstinence from women and his now robust health, led to an involuntary response. Xiao Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment and guilt. Yet some reactions were simply beyond his control. Before he could rein himself in, Xiao Ruoshi sensed the unusual shift. Initially taken aback, her face flashed crimson as she quickly comprehended the situation. Xiao Mu hurriedly released her, eager to explain but at a loss for words. "It's nothing. Let us just eat," she managed to say, suppressing her shyness. Despite their countless intimate encounters, those moments had always been her tending to him. Now, however, the dynamics had shifted. After finishing their meal, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Contemplating the earlier intimacy, the wave of strange emotions surged within Xiao Ruoshi. Especially when recalling her declaration of wanting to bear his child. Unbidden images filled her mind, causing her body to flash with heat. "No, I cannot think about this." She quickly shed her clothing and hurried into the bathroom, splashing herself with cold water to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu delved into the world of alchemy. Eager to learn. With the inheritance of the medical sage freshly bestowed upon him, he recognized the synergy between alchemy and the healing arts. He discovered a myriad of legacies encompassing martial arts, immortal paths, demonic arts, alchemy, artifact refinement, and even dual cultivation. Curious about dual cultivation, Xiao Mu opened the relevant section. Astonished to find it richly illustrated. The figures within were exquisitely detailed, inciting another involuntary response. He had never anticipated that such intricate practices existed within this realm. This sect, known as the Hahuan sect, seemed solely devoted to the study of the relationships between men and women. Indeed, he resolved to study diligently. This knowledge would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. As the night passed in study, dawn broke. By mid-morning, a multitude of luxury cars lined the entrance of the Xiao residence. Prominent figures arrived one after another. With a smile, Xiao Zhengye engaged in pleasantries with the guests. "Xiao Mu, what is his current strength?" someone inquired. It's hard to say. He was at the pinnacle of the early stage of transformation. But after 4 years of paralysis, he may have grown stronger, Xiao Zhengye replied with a smile. After all, he had once been one of the most gifted prodigies in Yun City. Upon hearing Xiao Zhengye's words, some felt a stirring in their hearts. Was this an attempt to elevate Xiao Mu only to see him fall? The higher he was raised now, the more catastrophic the fall would be if he were to fail. Today promised to be a fierce contest. If Xiao Hai emerged victorious, it would be expected, however. Should Xiao Mu win, the rankings among Yun City's top prodigies would undoubtedly shift. As time passed, the crowd at the Xiao family's training grounds swelled. Further, Xiao Hai, clad in a training outfit, strode over confidently. "I have already taken the medicine." In a brief span, he was capable of unleashing the peak strength of his mid-stage transformation, even rivaling the prowess of the late stage. The surging power instilled him with unwavering confidence. He was certain he could effortlessly vanquish Xiao Mu and proclaim himself as the most exceptional prodigy of the Xiao clan. Moments later, Xiao Mu made his entrance. Xiao Zhengye approached, feigning concern. "Xiao Mu, how did you rest last night? I wonder who leaked the news, so many have come." "It matters not, the more the merrier," Xiao Mu interjected, surveying the crowd and recognizing numerous familiar faces. Among them were several prodigies with whom he had fiercely competed in the past. Their reunion evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he had stepped into a different era. Today, he would declare his triumphant return through this battle. Yun City would once again bear witness to his legend. By the way, how is your condition? Are you fit for the duel today? If you're not at your best, we can postpone, Xiao Zhengye coughed lightly, inquiring. After all, combat is unpredictable, one could easily sustain injuries if not in peak condition. Haha, Xiao Mu regarded Xiao Zhengye with a sudden smile. Dear second uncle, you truly embody the role of a hypocrite while seeking to maintain a FA all day. Combat is unpredictable. Surely, you would revel in my downfall. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Zhengye's expression shifted. Xiao Mu, you have crossed the line. I am your own second uncle. Indeed. A second uncle who refers to me as West and wishes to cast me out of the Xiao family. Xiao Mu's smile grew colder. Allow me to guess, dear second uncle. Do you wish to see me confined to a wheelchair after today's battle? Or perhaps to end my life altogether? You ungrateful wretch. Xiao Zhangye glared furiously. This boy could not be spared any longer. Regrettably, had he attended the banquet last night, he could have poisoned him, ensuring today's victory would be all but certain. Am I truly the ungrateful one, or have I merely spoken the truth? Xiao Mu sneered more pronouncedly. Humph. Xiao Zhangye huffed, turning away in anger. In that moment, his murderous intent reached its zenith. You have openly severed ties with him, he will likely discard his pretense. Exercise caution, Xiao Ruoshi advised, observing Xiao Zhangye's retreating figure. I simply cannot abide his hypocritical demeanor. Perhaps we should stop calling him Xiao Zhangye and instead refer to him as Xiao Buchuan. Xiao Mu nodded, shifting his gaze toward the approaching rotund figure. Brother Mu, sob, you have finally stood up. The plump fellow urchinly cried from a distance, wiping his tears. Could you refrain from weeping? I am standing, not deceased, Xiao Mu chuckled, though a smile danced in his eyes. This rotund companion was a brother from his past, who had isolated himself following Xiao Mu's paralysis. Nevertheless, Qinli had shown remarkable perseverance, visiting the Xiao family monthly, despite being turned away. Such loyalty was rare. As the two conversed, the martial arts arena became increasingly populated. Jiang Yi also arrived, eyeing Xiao Mu with the hope that he might be defeated, otherwise the recent dissolution of their engagement would render her a mere clown, perhaps even a laughingstock. You are Jiang Yi. Suddenly, the cold voice pierced the air. And you are? Jiang Yi blinked in surprise, turning to see a strikingly beautiful young woman. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am here to inform you that you are indeed blind to true worth for having severed your engagement with Xiao Mu. The young woman spoke icily, without a hint of courtesy. You, from beginning to end, are unworthy of even carrying his shoes. What did you say? Jiang Yi's fury ignited as she came to witness the spectacle, only to find herself insulted. Just as she raised her hand, ready to tear into that detestable woman, her father intervened. Xiao Yi, do not act impulsively. Zhang's father restrained his daughter, casting a wary glance at the elder behind the young woman, who exuded formidable strength. Mark my words, it won't be long before you regret this. The young woman did not linger, tossing a parting remark before turning away. When her gaze landed on Xiao Mu, a fleeting softness crossed her icy visage. You are here too. Xiao Mu regarded her with mild surprise. Yes, I arrived last night, she replied. I heard you were called off from your engagement. She won't marry him, but I will. Stop joking. Xiao Mu was both amused and exasperated. I am not jesting. I am honest. Previously, you shunned me, but now you have no reason to, do you? The young woman spoke with sincerity. Before the crowd could fully process her words, another melodious voice chimed in, oh, why is it you who gets to marry Brother Xiao Mu? I wish to marry him too. The crowd turned in astonishment, as yet another beauty emerged. Haha, Xiao Mu, who would have thought you were quite the catch? Then count me in, why not marry me too? A hearty laugh rang out once more. Xiao Mu looked at the three enchanting women before him, utterly speechless. Must they all join in on this commotion? It was one thing to join in, but to declare such intentions publicly. Goodness, did he hear correctly? All three wished to marry Xiao Mu. You heard right, good heavens. Such exceptional beauties. Give me one, and I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. Not only the youngsters, but even some prominent figures harbored thoughts. For such stunning women were rare. Xiao Mu was surrounded by three, including Xiao Ruoshi, that made four. Jiang Yi's expression darkened considerably. The trash she had deemed unworthy had inexplicably transformed into a coveted treasure. It seemed each one surpassed her in beauty. Stripping away the facade, they were all far more stunning than she could comprehend. With so many beauties around, why had Xiao Mu initially chosen her? Listening to such remarks, Jiang Yi was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed, trembling with indignation. Xiao Mu must die. Otherwise, I shall become a laughingstock. Brother Xiao Mu, you avoided me before. Now you cannot hide from me, can you? The celestial beauty clung to Xiao Mu's arm, her demeanor tinged with a playful charm. With no one to support my lofty ambitions, I shall tread the snowy peaks alone. Congratulations, Xiao Mu. The woman in red beamed. Once you triumph, let us celebrate. Very well, Xiao Mu nodded, a smile gracing his face. As they exchanged pleasantries, Xiao Hai approached. Xiao Mu, everyone is not here to chat, step up for a duel. So eager, are we? Fine, I shall oblige you. As the two ascended the stage, the previously raucous crowd fell into silence. All eyes were fixed on the two contenders. Who would emerge victorious? You are all members of the Xiao family, so please, do your best to keep it restrained. Xiao Zhanye stepped forward, delivering his grandiose words. Though no one present believed him. Enough with the formalities, let us begin. Xiao Mu interjected, questioning the purpose of such futile words at this juncture. Let the fuss commence. Xiao Zhanye wore a smile that belied his true intentions, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Boom. Xiao Hai's aura surged forth, brimming with combat fervor. Many furrowed their brows, sensing an anomaly. Was that the peak of the transformation phase's mid-stage? The latter part of the transformation phase? Wasn't he supposed to be at the mid-stage? Had he broken through? Transformation phase's later stage. Xiao Mu was taken aback, simultaneously noting the lethal glint in Xiao Hai's eyes. It appeared that the father and son duo harbored intentions far beyond merely injuring him, they sought his life. In that case, he felt no compulsion to show mercy. Xiao Mu, I shall make you aware that you are nothing but a waste. Xiao Hai shouted, propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards Xiao Mu. He recalled his father's words, he must eliminate Xiao Mu. Only with Xiao Mu's demise could he ascend to the position of the Xiao family's young master. Furthermore, he intended to claim Xiao Ruoshi, for she was no longer a close relative. Such a treasure must not be overlooked. It was inconceivable that he was at the later stage of the transformation phase. Indeed, if Xiao Hai had reached that level, he would have already secured a spot in the top 10 of the celestial talents list. Could it be that he had resorted to drugs? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Hai unleashed a fierce punch, hurtling towards Xiao Mu. With a sinister grin, he believed this strike would surely gravely injure Xiao Mu. He planned to follow up with a kick to claim Xiao Mu's life. Standing his ground, Xiao Mu regarded Xiao Hai with cold indifference. It was only when the punch was about to land on his chest that he finally moved. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the heavy punch collided with Xiao Mu's palm. Xiao Hai was taken aback, he had actually caught it. Was that all? Xiao Mu scoffed disdainfully. I expected you to have made significant progress, but it appears you are merely mediocre. Xiao Hai's expression darkened just as he attempted to retreat and launch a new offensive. He was horrified to find that he could not pull back. His fist was firmly grasped by Xiao Mu. This battle will not only determine superiority but also life and death, correct? Xiao Mu's voice, barely audible to anyone but Xiao Hai, inquired. You and your father wish for my demise. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Hai's gaze narrowed. How did he know? And how could he be so formidable? This was not supposed to be the case. Could it be that his 4 years of paralysis were merely a ruse? As various thoughts flitted through Xiao Hai's mind, a sharp pain radiated from his fist. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing echoed. Just as Xiao Hai let out a cry of anguish, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and then with a resounding thud, he crashed heavily onto the arena floor. The immense force cracked the ground, and it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Xiao Hai's wretched screams reverberated throughout the venue. As the audience absorbed the chilling cries, they finally regained their composure. They gazed at the fallen Xiao Hai, who was coughing up blood, their expressions shifting dramatically. Just moments ago, he had exhibited the aura of the later stage of the transformation phase. They had all presumed that Xiao Mu would suffer a crushing defeat. At the very least, it should have been a fierce contest. Yet, it had ended before it truly began. Impossible. How could Xiao Mu have defeated someone at the later stage of the transformation phase in an instant? What power did he possess? The pinnacle of transformation, undoubtedly, remains unattainable. Even the notion of achieving a grand culmination appears exceedingly improbable. Could it be that he is an innate prodigy? A paralyzed individual lying dormant for 4 years, suddenly rising to become a formidable innate warrior. Such a notion is preposterous. Even fiction would shy away from such absurdity, unless, of course, it belongs to the genre of mindless escapism like I become stronger while lying down. Alas, to my astonishment, Xiao Hai has been defeated. Not merely defeated, but utterly vanquished. The rankings of the Yunhai Tianjiao are bound to change. My curiosity now peaks regarding Xiao Mu's true strength. Why is it that I cannot sense his martial aura? He appears just like an ordinary person. The atmosphere is rife with astonishment. The previously confident genius who had proclaimed that he would challenge Xiao Mu should he emerge victorious has completely abandoned such thoughts. He is merely at the peak of mid-level transformation, his strength inferior even to that of the drug-enhanced Xiao Hai. To face Xiao Mu would be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Yi, fixated on Xiao Mu, who stands proudly upon the stage, clenches her fist so tightly that her nails dig into her flesh. She cannot accept this outcome. He was clearly a waste destined to be ruthlessly defeated by Xiao Hai. Begging for mercy on the ground. How could one so blind as to sever the engagement with Xiao Mu? Suddenly, Jiang Yi recalls the words of that woman, and her heart sinks even further. She scoffs at the notion of competing for someone she deemed worthless, only to witness him defeat Xiao Hai and continue crafting his own legend. What does that make her? A complete farce? No. Xiao Zhenya is the least composed of all. It should have been Xiao Mu lying on the ground, bloodied, not his son Xiao Hai. This reality diverges entirely from his expectations. With a sharp motion, Xiao Mu places his foot upon Xiao Hai's chest. At a mere thought, he could shatter Xiao Hai's heart. Stop. Xiao Zhenya awakens from his stupor upon seeing Xiao Hai's plight. What are you planning? Do you intend to kill Xiao Hai? We agreed to determine the victor and settle our fates, Xiao Mu replies calmly and not rushing to deliver a fatal blow. He wishes to kill me. Why should I refrain from doing the same? He would never kill you, he merely seeks to measure his prowess against yours, Xiao Zhenya hastily interjects, moving forward to rescue his son. Stay right there. If you dare take another step, I will end his life, Xiao Mu's voice turns icy. You Xiao Mu. Have you lost your senses? He is your cousin. Xiao Zhenya halts, his voice rising in anger. Cousin? Ha! This cousin of mine took great pleasure in tormenting me during my paralysis, Xiao Mu scoffs. In this moment, he wishes me dead if I perish. You will be the head of the Xiao family, while he remains but the young master. Xiao Zhenya's expression shifts dramatically. He never anticipated Xiao Mu would so openly voice such sentiments before an audience. While certain truths are tacitly understood, speaking them aloud transforms their nature entirely. Numerous influential figures glance between Xiao Zhenya and Xiao Mu, pondering the implications of this young man's potential resurgence. If the Xiao family descends into chaos, will other opportunities arise for them? Please, do not kill me. Xiao Hai, who had nearly lost consciousness moments ago, weakly pleads. His body trembles. Whether from excruciating pain or sheer terror, remains uncertain. Save my father, save me, I do not wish to die. Xiao Hai struggled to lift his head, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Xiao Zhenya's expression shifted. If he remained obstinate and Xiao Mu really meant to kill, what would he do? After all, he had only one son. Xiao Mu, you have prevailed. Since you have regained your health, the position of the head of the Xiao family should rightfully belong to you. In a moment, Xiao Zhenya made a decision to concede for now and seek an opportunity to eliminate Xiao Mu. What did temporary victories or losses matter? What significance did face hold? As long as Xiao Mu was dead, he would ascend as the head of the Xiao family. And no one would dare to mention today's events again. Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback but, upon reflection, guessed Xiao Zhenya's intentions. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he prepared to kill Xiao Hai. Xiao Mu, do not kill him. Xiao Ruoshi intervened. Her concern was not for Xiao Hai, but rather the potential damage to Xiao Mu's reputation should he publicly slay his cousin. Moreover, if Xiao Hai were truly dead, or would Xiao Zhenya simply let it go? Could he afford to kill Xiao Zhenya today as well? Would that not plunge the Xiao family into chaos? How much sorrow would it bring to grandfather? Sister Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Ruoshi, who subtly shook her head. Listen to me, she urged softly. All right, Xiao Mu contemplated for a moment and nodded. Crack. Before Xiao Zhenya could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Mu crushed Xiao Hai's leg bone and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling from the arena. He had employed hidden strength in that kick. Within half a month, Xiao Hai would surely perish. The onlookers gazed at the bloodied Xiao Hai in Xiao Zhenya's arms. Then back at Xiao Mu on the platform, their hearts racing, an upheaval was underway in the Xiao family. Xiao Mu. Xiao Zhenye glared at him from the arena, his eyes brimming with animosity. What, uncle, are you unwilling to accept this? Do you wish to challenge me? Xiao Mu spoke from his elevated position, his tone nonchalant. Or perhaps you would like to come up and give it a try. Yu Xiao Zhenye gritted his teeth. Had he not been uncertain of Xiao Mu's true capabilities, he would have charged up to avenge his son. After all, he was in the late stages of his transformation, and his son's drug-enhanced strength was comparable. It was likely that he would only be subjected to humiliation. If he were publicly defeated, how could he ever show his face in Yun City again? If you dare not approach, then swiftly take your son to the hospital. If you delay and he dies, do not blame me, Xiao Mu added coolly. Bring the car. We are heading to the hospital. Xiao Zhenye bellowed, clutching his blood-soaked son and hastily exiting. As for Xiao Mu, he would seek revenge once his son was safe. Once Xiao Zhenye departed, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. The spectators looked upon Xiao Mu with a tumultuous mix of emotions. This once fallen West had not only risen again but might ascend to even greater heights. Should he become the head of the Xiao family, he would be among the most powerful individuals in Yun City. Impossible. Jiang Yi's face turned pale, for she had hoped Xiao Hai would vanquish Xiao Mu. Instead, it was Xiao Hai who nearly met his demise. Yet there stood Xiao Mu on the arena, exuding unparalleled grace. The once brilliant figure had returned, even more resplendent than before. In that moment, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of regret. As Xiao Mu descended from the platform, several prominent figures approached him, eager to forge connections. Congratulations, young Xiao. Not only have you regained your health, but your strength has also reached new heights. Indeed, after today, the rankings of the distinguished in Cloud City shall undergo a significant transformation. Haha, Xiao Mu conversed jovially with several prominent figures, showing no signs of restraint. Following their discussions, the illustrious guests gradually took their leave. Under Chen Li's suggestion, Xiao Mu and his companions decided to venture out for a celebratory occasion. They boarded a luxury vehicle and arrived at the Grand Hotel of Cloud City. The manager approached them. Young Master Chen, the Tianzi number 2 private room is ready. I shall have someone escort you upstairs. Tianzi number 2 private room. Haha, the young Master Chen is quite generous today, Xiao Mu chuckled. I recall that the minimum consumption for room number 2 is around 2 to 300,000, isn't it? Brother Mu, you flatter me. It's merely that I lack the qualifications, otherwise, we would certainly have booked the Tianzi number 1 room, Chen Li replied. Lack of qualifications? What do you mean? Yi Simeng inquired curiously. Missy, you may not be aware, but the Grand Hotel of Cloud City is the finest establishment here, and the Tianzi number 1 room, also known as the Imperial Suite, is not open to the public. Even wealth cannot grant entry, Chen Li elucidated. In all of Cloud City, those qualified to enter the number 1 room likely number no more than 20. Oh, I see, Yi Simeng responded, realizing that, coming from a prestigious family in the capital city, she had little understanding of such matters. In fact, even in the capital, there were few places she was deemed unworthy to enter. Just as the manager was about to lead them upstairs, a person rushed in. Manager Wang. Vice President Xiong has just allocated the Tianzi number 2 room to someone else. What? Upon hearing this, the manager frowned. Wasn't it reserved for us? I am unsure. The guests from Vice President Xiang's side are arriving imminently. The manager gritted his teeth, knowing full well that it was Xiang's deliberate sabotage. Yet, he was powerless to act. After all, rank has its privileges, and he could only acquiesce. Young Master Chen, I sincerely apologize, but the Tianzi number 2 room has already been allocated. Would you prefer I arrange for you to dine in room number 3 instead? The manager said, suppressing his anger and attempting to sound apologetic. Manager Wang, do you think you are doing me a favor? Chen Li's expression darkened. Did I not call you an hour ago? Yes, this is indeed my oversight. How about I offer you a 10% discount? The manager said with a forced smile. What, do you think I am concerned about such a trivial amount? Chen Li retorted, visibly displeased. Having just stated they would dine in room number 2, this situation could only reflect poorly on Xiao Mu and the others. No. Of course not, the manager replied with a wry smile, mentally cursing Vice President Zhong's entire lineage. Enough, it matters little where we eat. Let us go with room number 3 then, it's inconsequential, Xiao Mu interjected. Well, if it isn't Xiao Ruoshi. Suddenly, the woman's voice rang out. Xiao Ruoshi turned, frowning slightly. Why is she here? Sister, who is she? Xiao Mu noticed Ruoshi's reaction and inquired. It's nothing, ignore her. Let us go eat, Ruoshi shook her head, unwilling to dampen the joyous day. Why, upon encountering an old classmate, do you not even offer a greeting? The woman approached, exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Hueli. It's been a long time, Xiao Ruoshi nodded, acknowledging her presence. You. The woman's expression darkened, still harboring disdain for the proud demeanor. Hueli. Is this your classmate? The young man beside the woman gazed at Xiao Ruoshi, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Yisiming and her companions. And his eyes gleamed even brighter for exquisite beauties. If all of them were taken to the bed, would it be an ecstatic experience? Or my university classmate. Before Lu Hueli could finish her introduction, Lu Hao extended his hand. Hello, beautiful ladies, I am Lu Hao, hailing from Nanling. Xiao Ruoshi ignored him, while Yisiming and her friends treated him as if he were invisible. Hey, Xiao Ruoshi, don't you see Lu Shao is extending his hand to you? Do you know who he is? He is the top young master of Nanling. Although Lu Hueli felt a twinge of anger at Lu Hao's behavior, she contemplated that if he could indeed win over Xiao Ruoshi, it would be delightful to witness her fall from her pretentious pedestal. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely being impetuous and inconsiderate, Lu Hao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, disregarding Xiao Mu and Chen Li. Are you ladies here for a meal as well? As it happens, I've reserved the Chenzi number 2 private room and invited several top young masters from your city to join us. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Chen Li frowned, realizing that this was the very person who had snatched his reserved room. He was about to express his displeasure when he noticed Xiao Mu subtly shake his head, compelling him to restrain his anger for the moment. Xiao Ruoshi. Why haven't you thanked Lu Shao yet? If you accompany a few top young masters well today, you'll be able to traverse Yun City with ease in the future. This is a rare opportunity, you must seize it. Lu Hueli said with a beaming smile. No. Thank you. Xiao Ruoshi glanced at Lu Hueli and declined. Xiao Ruoshi, don't be ungrateful, Lu Shao is extending an invitation to you as a courtesy. Lu Hueli's expression darkened. I've heard you're currently at home taking care of your paralyzed brother, life must be quite difficult for you, right? If the young masters are pleased, they might generously reward you, and you would have more than enough to spend. Is that how you acquire your money? Xiao Ruoshi replied coolly. Lu Hueli was enraged and immediately clung to Lu Hao's arm. Lu Shao, look at her, she is utterly disrespectful to you. In this world, social interactions are all about face, her lack of respect is quite displeasing. Lu Hao furrowed his brow. Just as your old classmate mentioned. If you make us happy today, I'll give you 100,000. How does that sound? Initially, he intended to be more subtle. But upon hearing about Xiao Ruoshi caring for her paralyzed brother and her financial struggles, he abandoned pretense. A woman in need of money can often be swayed with a lavish offer. Get lost. Xiao Ruoshi's expression turned icy. How dare they regard her as merely a companion? You audacious Xiao Ruoshi, how dare you insult Lu Shao? Lu Hueli felt a surge of joy and continued to fan the flames. Silence. Did you not hear what Sister Ruoshi said? Leave. Chen Li, noticing Xiao Mu's frown, bellowed loudly. What did you say? Lu Hao, already irritated by the rejection, was further incensed by the audacity of this fat man to speak to him in such a manner. The young men surrounding him stepped forward, exuding hostility. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? I said to get lost. Chen Li showed no fear, rolling up his sleeves. What? Do you want to fight? Come on then. Chen Shao's anger flared as Manager Wang, witnessing the escalating conflict, quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. A physical altercation would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. Who do you think you are? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Li, whose attire suggested a person of distinction. What does it matter who I am? If you're not going to fight, then leave at once. Chen Li raised his fist defiantly. Chen Fati, are you bullying my friend? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance as three young men approached. Du Hong? Chen Li frowned. Du Shao, you've arrived. Lu Hao greeted him, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Indeed. The leader of the trio nodded, casting a glance at Xiao Ruoxi and her companions, momentarily taken aback by their beauty. What is going on? Lu Hao looked at Chen Li, perplexed that this chubby fellow seemed to know Du Hong. He hesitated to speculate on their relationship and simply recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, Du Hong's lips curled into a playful smile. Chen Fati. Where did you pick up such a beautiful girl? How about sharing a couple with me? Du Hong, are you seeking death? Chen Li's expression darkened. He had never seen eye to eye with Du Hong, and encountering him here was an unwelcome surprise. We are all part of the same circle, don't be so stingy. Next time, if I have beautiful girls, I'll share a few with you, Du Hong chuckled. Then how about letting me have some fun with your sister and your younger sister? Chen Li retorted coldly. Forget about your mother, she's too old, Du Hong snapped back. What did you just say? Du Hong's fury ignited. He said he wants to have some fun with your sister and younger sister, Xiao Mu. Who had remained silent until now, interjected. As you said, we are all from the same circle, there's no need to be so petty. You little, Du Hong's anger intensified. Who was this insolent brat daring to speak to him in such a manner? Just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly found Xiao Mu somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, a jolt of recognition struck him. He recalled a rumor that had circulated the day before. Why you are Xiao Mu? Du Hong stammered, his confidence wavering. If this young man was indeed Xiao Mu, he was someone he could not afford to provoke. What? Have I been absent from Yun City for 4 years? And now I'm unrecognizable. Xiao Mu approached Du Hong, lifting his hand to gently pat his face. This gesture, while physically harmless, was steeped in high insult. Lu Hao watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. Who was this audacious individual so brazenly confronting Du Hong? Although Du Hong was not quite the elite he had boasted of, he was still a figure of considerable standing in Yun City, belonging to one of the more prominent second-tier families. How could this be Xiao Xiao? Du Hong's face twitched. Even in his anger, he dared not act out. 4 years prior, when he returned from abroad, he had encountered Xiao Mu twice afterward. Xiao Mu had become paralyzed and had not been seen again. Thus, he had momentarily failed to recognize him. He had heard whispers of Xiao Mu's recovery and the battle between Xiao Hai and Xiao Mu, but had not regarded them with much seriousness. The truth was, he was still somewhat distanced from the pinnacle of the martial arts circle. In the presence of those prodigies, he was merely a subordinate. It's good that you recognize me. Xiao Mu offered a faint smile, raising his hand once more, but this time, it descended with a forceful impact. The sharp crack of a slap resonated through the air as Du Hong was sent sprawling. Instantly, half of his face became inflamed and swollen. This single strike was not only physically damaging but also deeply humiliating. Lu Hao and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could this happen? Du Hong clutched his face, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him, yet he dared not retaliate. Xiao Mu was not someone he could provoke. Come here, Xiao Mu beckoned to Du Hong. Xiao Mu, don't go too far. Du Hong trembled, unsure of what Xiao Mu intended. Too far? A mere slap, and you claim to be bullied? Xiao Mu scoffed. Come here. What do you want? Du Hong hesitated but ultimately approached. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to borrow me for a couple of games. How do you wish to play? Xiao Mu inquired. I just meant to have a meal together, to get acquainted, to make a friend, Du Hong stammered, fearful that another slap might follow. Internally, he cursed Lu Hao for provoking Xiao Mu. Now he had not only lost face but had also been assaulted. Strangely, he thought. Wasn't there supposed to be a confrontation between Xiao Mu and Xiao Hai? Was that it? He appeared unscathed. Oh, so that is how it is. Xiao Mu feigned realization. Shall we continue the games? And no more games, young Master Xiao. I was wrong. Du Hong quickly shook his head. Since there will be no games, you may leave, Xiao Mu said, disinterested in further deliberation. Yes, thank you, young Master Xiao. Du Hong felt utterly humiliated. Having been struck yet still required to express gratitude. Go. Understood. Lu Hao and the others nodded vigorously, not daring to linger any longer as they prepared to depart. Lu Hueli, however, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her, both unsettled and resentful. She had anticipated a chance to thoroughly humiliate Xiao Ruoshi. But how had it ended up like this? Who was this young man that he could instill such fear in the top scion of Yun City? Wait. Did I permit you to leave? Xiao Mu's voice rang out. Du Hong halted, glancing at Lu Hao and the others, exchanging a look that silently pleaded for mercy. He was powerless to intervene, and even more, he dared not challenge Xiao Mu. Did you enjoy the company enough to pay 100,000? Xiao Mu approached Lu Hao, inquiring. And no, young Master Xiao, I was wrong. Lu Hao quickly shook his head. If even Du Hong was hesitant to confront Xiao Mu, he, as an outsider, had even less courage. Slap. Xiao Mu delivered a resounding slap that sent Lu Hao tumbling. He had declared that henceforth no one would dare to insult Xiao Ruoshi again. Yet they had the audacity to have Xiao Ruoshi accompany them for drinks, even for the night. Lu Hao screamed as he fell to the ground. Lu Hueli. Is it? Xiao Mu approached her, towering above. Lu Hueli trembled in fear, unable to respond. Do you know who I am? Xiao Mu asked indifferently. Who are you? She stuttered, bewildered that Xiao Ruoshi, that wretched girl, could possibly know someone so formidable. I am the brother you referred to as bedridden and paralyzed, Xiao Mu stated, pointing at Xiao Ruoshi. She is my sister. What? Lu Hueli's eyes widened in astonishment. How could Xiao Ruoshi have such an extraordinary brother? Throughout her 4 years in university, she had never flaunted her connections, nor had she ever mentioned a remarkable family background. Furthermore, wasn't her brother paralyzed? Yet here he was. Perfectly fine. Nearby, Du Hong was equally shocked. Xiao Mu was indeed the brother of the stunning Xiao Ruoshi, though she typically maintained a low profile, leaving few people acquainted with her. It was unexpected to encounter her today. What is the matter? Do you hold a grudge against my sister? Xiao Mu inquired again. No. No, there is no grudge. We are just affectionate old classmates, Lu Hueli stammered, trembling even more, desperately forcing a smile of appeasement. Isn't that right, Ruoshi? Xiao Ruoshi remained expressionless. She had always been discreet and avoided trouble, yet she was not one to shy away from it either. During university, Lu Hueli had consistently opposed her, but she had simply chosen to ignore her. Sister, how should we deal with her? Xiao Mu asked. Let her go. We wouldn't want her to dampen our spirits, Xiao Ruoshi replied, shaking her head. Thank you, Ruoshi, thank you. Lu Hueli sighed in relief, hastily expressing her gratitude. Though her resentment deepened. That insufferable, condescending attitude was truly detestable. Since my sister has chosen to spare you, I won't make things difficult for you. However, based on your earlier remarks, Xiao Mu's voice trailed off as he delivered a slap across Lu Hueli's face. This slap serves as a reminder. Should there be a next time, it won't be so lenient. Now, leave. The crowd felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly departed. Once Du Hong and the others had left, Xiao Mu turned to Manager Wang. Now, may we proceed to box number 2? Yes, of course. Manager Wang quickly regained his composure and replied. Just as he was about to lead them to box number 2, 2 individuals approached. Mr. G. Manager Wang exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the man nodded and walked towards Xiao Mu, extending his right hand. Hello, I am G. Deming. G. Deming. The prominent owner behind the Yun City Grand Hotel. Chen Li's eyes flickered. This man rarely appeared in Yun City, and Chen had never encountered him. It was said that G. Deming had a mysterious background linked to the capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible to run such a grand hotel and have a box no one recognized by the prominent figures of Yun City. Mr. G, it is a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Mu said, shaking G. Deming's hand. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. On your recovery, G. Deming responded after a few pleasantries, producing a black card and handing it to Xiao Mu. This black card is a gift for you. Young Master Xiao, access to box number 1 is merely one of its privileges. Oh. Xiao Mu accepted the card, somewhat taken aback. Beside him, Chen Li displayed a look of excitement. This was no ordinary card but a symbol of status among the elite of Yun City. He had never heard of anyone from the younger generation qualified to enter box number 1. Brother Mu, you must be the first. This black card offers numerous privileges. And here is an introduction for you. If you are interested, young Master Xiao, you may take a look, Ji Deming added, handing Xiao Mu an exquisite envelope. Inside, there is also my business card. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Xiao Mu nodded. Then I shall not disturb you any further, Manager Wang. Please escort Xiao Xiao and his companions to the private room number 1, Ji Deming instructed Manager Wang. Yes, Mr. Ji, Manager Wang replied respectfully, his gaze towards Xiao Mu now markedly transformed. As Manager Wang led Xiao Mu and the others upstairs, the young man beside Ji Deming could not contain his curiosity and asked a third brother, why grant him the black gold card? Haha, during these years of following me, have you gained any understanding of this region, Yuncheng? And of Xiao Mu? Ji Deming smiled. I know of him. He was quite renowned in Yuncheng 4 years ago, but then he became paralyzed and vanished from sight, the young man replied. Last night, news arrived that he has risen again and today, he has defeated Xiao Hai of the Xiao family, Ji Deming remarked. Indeed. Even if he has bested Xiao Hai, and even ascended to the top 10 of the Yuncheng talents list, is that truly sufficient? The young man looked at Ji Deming. Our Longhua Chamber of Commerce's black gold card is not merely a privilege at certain hotels, Ji Deming chuckled. You only know that he defeated Xiao Hai. But do you know how he managed that? Xiao Hai did not last a single move against him, then today. Xiao Hai demonstrated the prowess of the late stage of transformation. What? Late stage of transformation? A single move? The young man's eyes widened. What realm is Xiao Mu in? Is he at the peak of transformation? Surely he cannot be a congenital master. At the very least, he must be at the peak of transformation. He might very well be a 20-something congenital master. Is that not worthy of our investment? His name graces the top of the Yuncheng talents list. Not merely the top 3, but the first. Moreover, he is not just a young talent, he is poised to potentially become the head of the Xiao family. Now, do you believe he is deserving of the black gold card? Ji Deming paused, patting the young man's shoulder. All 7, you are all young, if you have the chance. Engage more with Xiao Mu. I understand, a third brother, the young man replied. Meanwhile, Lu Hao covered his face. Du Xiao, who exactly is that guy? Du Hong also concealed his face and briefly explained, damn, why did you provoke him? How was I to know? Lu Hao shot an accusatory glance at Lu Hueli, attributing the trouble to her. Wait a minute, Du Xiao, since he is the top young master of Yuncheng, how come you do not recognize him? To put it bluntly, their martial arts circles are on a much higher plane, Du Hong replied slowly. In truth, it is not just him. Those on the talents list rarely come out to socialize, they are all focused on their training. I see. Xiao Ruoshi. She is actually the young lady of the Xiao family. Suddenly, Lu Hueli interjected, still struggling to accept the reality. Xiao Ruoshi is even more low-key than Xiao Mu. I doubt many in the circle even recognize her. I advise you to refrain from provoking her further if she is not someone you can afford to cross. Du Hong glanced at Lu Hueli. With a mere finger, she could crush you. Upon hearing Du Hong's words, Lu Hueli's expression darkened severely, feeling as though her dignity had been trampled upon. Nevertheless, she dared not lash out at Du Hong, then her resentment towards Xiao Ruoshi only intensified. That wretched woman. How dare she consider herself a lady of high society? I must find an opportunity to return the humiliation I endured today, and with interest. In box number 1, Chen Li was excessively flattering. Brother Mu, it's truly you. Not only did you take care of Du Hong, but you also acquired the black gold card, granting you access to box number 1. Among the younger generation in Yun City, none can compare. Is it merely a card? What is the big deal? Xiao Mu chuckled, casually tossing the black gold card onto the table. If you want it, you can have it. Do not, I am not worthy. Chen Li waved his hand dismissively. Just bring me along a few more times. This black gold card is registered to a specific individual and cannot be transferred, Yi interjected suddenly. Oh. How do you know that? Xiao Mu inquired curiously, turning to Yi. That Ji Deming, I know he is from the Ji family in the capital. One of the principal families in the Longhua Chamber of Commerce, Yi elaborated. The Longhua Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers in Huaxia, possessing significant power. It is said that those holding a black gold card can borrow at least 1 billion in funds without any collateral. 1 billion? Without any collateral? Indeed. Chenli was astonished. Are there other privileges? I am not certain about the others, but the black gold card is indeed quite valuable and comes in various tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the privileges. There is also the black diamond card, which is held by even fewer individuals, Yi remarked, gazing at Xiao Mu. Brother Mu, you are truly exceptional. Very few in the younger generation of the capital possess a black gold card. All right, enough flattery. Order whatever you desire. Young Master Chen is treating, Xiao Mu chuckled, while pondering why Ji Deming would gift him a black gold card. In just about 10 minutes, the dishes began to arrive. And bottles of red wine worth tens of thousands were uncorked. For the first toast, let us celebrate Brother Mu's recovery and his victory over Xiao Hai, Chen Li proclaimed. And everyone raised their glasses, drinking heartily. For the second toast, let us welcome the 3 lovely ladies to Yun City. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere in the box grew increasingly jubilant, filled with laughter and cheer. Suddenly, Chen Li, holding his phone, cast Brother Mu. Some are saying you won against Xiao Hai today because he was out of sorts, and others claim you might have used some underhanded methods. With your abilities, you should surely top the Tianzhou rankings, right? Why not challenge Luo Hongxun? Defeat him, and let us see who dares to speak ill of you. Not necessary. Xiao Mu shook his head, indifferent to the external speculations. He had far more pressing matters to attend to than challenging the top of the Yun City Tianzhou rankings. All right. Then I shall unleash my wrath upon them. You, cheating. Your entire family must be cheating. Chen Li retorted, typing furiously in the group chat. Xiao Mu chuckled, appreciating the stout defense from this boisterous fellow, and resolved to assist him in breaking free from his limitations and embarking on the path of martial cultivation. 2 hours later, having feasted and drunk to their heart's content, when Chen Li went to settle the bill, Manager Wang informed him that General Ji had graciously offered to cover the meal. What? He is treating. Chen Li exclaimed, astonished, for the meal had nearly cost $1 million. With 3 bottles of red wine alone costing hundreds of thousands. Accompanied by various delicacies from the skies, land, and waters, one might wonder about the generosity of the season. What a gracious gesture from Mr. Ji. Please extend my gratitude to him, and I shall convey my thanks personally over the phone. Xiao Mu, too, felt a tinge of surprise. What exactly was Ji Deming scheming? After departing from the Grand Hotel, the group did not linger elsewhere but returned directly to the Xiao residence. After making simple arrangements for the 3 young ladies, Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoshi proceeded to the elders' quarters. His intent was to restore the elders' health. Not only did he wish to alleviate the elders' suffering, but he also aspired for the elder to regain control of the Xiao family. He had no time to manage the family as long as the elder recovered. Xiao Zhenye would have to take a back seat. At Xiao Zhenting's residence, an elderly man was examining him. After a considerable time, he released Xiao Zhenting's wrist. Shaking his head, the stroke is merely one aspect. The most severe issue lies within the dantian and meridians, which are beyond medical remedy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenye furrowed his brow. Previously, he had certainly not wished for the elder's recovery. However, at this moment, amidst the clash with Xiao Mu, he found himself at a disadvantage. Particularly today, he had publicly declared that the head of the Xiao family should be Xiao Mu, leaving him entirely on the defensive. Thus, he contemplated that if the elder could indeed recover, it would momentarily stave off Xiao Mu's advances, allowing him to devise a new strategy. Dr. Chen, is there truly nothing that can be done? Xiao Zhenye asked, his heart heavy as he observed his father. In light of Mr. Zhao's filial piety, I shall endeavor to alleviate your father's suffering, the elder replied, producing silver needles. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Xiao Zhenting mumbled his gratitude. No need for thanks. You have raised a fine son, the elder chuckled. I just finished treating your grandson at the hospital, and he mentioned that his grandfather had suffered a stroke, prompting me to come and take a look. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Zhenting glanced at Xiao Zhanye, his expression a mix of emotions. Previously, his son had not exhibited such filial devotion. Just as the elder was about to begin treatment for Xiao Zhenting, Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoxi arrived. Xiao Mu, observing Xiao Zhanye and the others, paused in confusion. Xiao Mu, I never anticipated you to be so ruthless at such a young age. Xiao Zhanye's face darkened. Having already torn off the mask of pretense, he felt no need to feign amiability further. Dr. Chen says that Xiao Hai's internal organs have shifted, and the Dantian has sustained damage. Even if he recuperates, his martial prowess will be affected. My ability to spare his life is already the utmost act of mercy. Xiao Mu spoke in a calm tone, contemplating the notion of recuperation. He wouldn't last half a month. Xiao Zhanye seethed with anger, unable to suppress his murderous intent at the thought of his son suffering in bed. Enough. Xiao Zhenting gasped, calling out, Dr. Chen, I apologize for your inconvenience. It is of no concern, Dr. Chen replied, shaking his head. Without needing to inquire, he had witnessed such familial disputes far too often and had grown accustomed to them. Dr. Chen. Xiao Mu turned to him, perplexed about the emergence of this miraculous physician. Realizing something, he glanced at Xiao Zhanye. Did you bring him? Indeed, Doctor. Chen is the one I invited to treat my father. Xiao Zhanye spoke in a deep voice. How could you be so benevolent? Surely you do not intend to harm my grandfather. Xiao Mu frowned. What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Before Xiao Zhanye could explode in anger at Dr. Chen was already incensed. To insinuate harm was to insult his character and question his medical ethics, an affront he could not tolerate. Xiao Mu refrained from such reckless assertions. Dr. Chen is one of the 3 esteemed physicians of the capital, Xiao Zhenting interjected hastily. Dr. Chen, please calm your ire. Grandfather, one must always be wary. Even if it is one of the 3 great physicians of Huaxia brought by my second uncle, caution is still imperative, Xiao Mu replied softly. You insolent child. Dr. Chen, his white beard quivering with rage, abruptly stood up. If that is your stance, then I shall not treat this illness. Xiao Mu, you have gone too far. Xiao Zhanye bellowed, seizing the opportunity to sow discord. What are your true intentions in not wanting Dr. Chen to treat the old master? It is a pity that the old master has always cherished you. I shall treat grandfather's ailment, Xiao Mu declared, striding towards Xiao Zhenting. You intend to treat him? Very well, I shall observe how you propose to do so. Dr. Chen, filled with indignation, laughed bitterly. Xiao Zhenting's condition was quite severe, and even he could merely alleviate the suffering. A mere youth, scarcely out of his teens, he dares to boast of curing an illness. Xiao Mu, do not be foolish, Dr. Chen was exceedingly difficult to procure. Xiao Zhanye stepped forward. I am not being foolish, I have stated I will cure grandfather's illness, Xiao Mu insisted, casting a glance at Xiao Zhenting. Grandfather, do you trust me? Little Mu, Xiao Zhenting looked at him, unable to disregard his grandson's filial piety. Very well. Grandfather trusts you. Father, will you allow him to act so recklessly? Xiao Zhanye's expression shifted, suddenly realizing that inviting Dr. Chen might have been a grave mistake. If the old master recovers, he may not heed his directives. Should the old master side with Xiao Mu, it would spell greater trouble for him. Little Mu would not harm me, Xiao Zhenting spoke slowly. Xiao Zhanye gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, how can you still be alive, you old fool? Humph. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen snorted derisively. This old man was bewildered. To place faith in a mere child, was it not akin to gambling with his own life? Grandfather, I shall now attend to your ailment, Xiao Mu said, sitting beside him and grasping Xiao Zhenting's wrist. As the saying goes, the layman observes the spectacle while the expert discerns the intricacies. The very act of taking the pose drew a look of astonishment from Dr. Chen. Quite professional. Mr. Xiao, is this nephew of yours studying medicine? Dr. Chen inquired softly. Him? What does he know of medicine? He has been paralyzed from the waist down for 4 years. Only stood up yesterday, Xiao Zhanye mocked. Upon hearing this, Dr. Chen was even more astonished. Paralyzed for 4 years and just now standing. Impossible. Recovery from such a condition is exceedingly rare, and even if a miracle were to occur, one could not regain such a state in such a brief period. It defies all logic. In that moment, a profound interest in Xiao Mu began to blossom within him. A few minutes later, Xiao Mu released Xiao Zhenting's wrist and retrieved the silver needles he had prepared in advance. "Sister, please help Grandpa take off his jacket." "All right," Xiao Ruoshi responded, stepping forward to assist. "Grandpa, it might hurt a bit, please bear with it," Xiao Mu said, and in the next moment, the silver needle flashed and landed on Xiao Zhenting's emaciated back. Instantly, the needle seemed to tremble, as if drawn by an invisible force. This sight made Chen, the physician, narrow his eyes, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Suddenly, Xiao Zhenting let out a cry, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at his meridians and dantian. The pain excruciating. Witnessing this, Xiao Mu grasped Xiao Zhenting's wrist, channeling his own vital energy to nourish his meridians and dantian, alleviating the torment. The silver needles quivered even more violently. A few minutes later, Xiao Zhenting spat out a mouthful of dark blood. "Father!" Xiao Zhenye gasped, then felt a surge of delight. If the old man were to perish under Xiao Mu's treatment, it would be a tremendous boon. He could seize the opportunity to strike. As Xiao Zhenting continued to vomit dark blood, Xiao Zhenye's joy intensified, his lips barely able to contain his satisfaction. If the old man truly died at Xiao Mu's hands, the young man's troubles would be monumental. He was already contemplating how to amplify the repercussions, hoping to expel Xiao Mu from the Xiao family entirely. What talk of heirs and prodigies, murdering one's own grandfather? The public outcry alone could suffocate Xiao Mu. "Xiao Mu, what are you doing? How outrageous! In your eagerness to become the head of the family, you would conspire against your own grandfather. Truly heartless." Thoughts raced through Xiao Zhenye's mind as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Mu, his voice rising. Chen, the physician, wore a grave expression and instinctively moved to intervene, but soon sensed something amiss and halted. "Shut your mouth." Xiao Mu snapped at Xiao Zhenye, then raised his hand as 13 silver needles swiftly descended. As these needles fell, they reacted violently with the others, shaking even more vigorously, producing a faint humming sound. Witnessing this, Chen's astonishment deepened. He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, his shock transforming into exhilaration. The 13 needles of no illness. Indeed, this is the 13 needles of no illness. Xiao Mu glanced at Chen, noting that the old fellow possessed some skill, recognizing the 13 needles of no illness. However, he paid Chen no further mind and continued his focused treatment. "What are the 13 needles of no illness?" Xiao Zhenye, seeing Chen so visibly shaken, could not help but inquire. "If I told you about the 13 needles of no illness, you would not comprehend," Chen replied, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Mu's actions and the needles on Xiao Zhenting, fearful of missing a single detail. A heaviness settled in Xiao Zhenye's heart. Anything that could cause Chen Jisha to lose his composure was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that Xiao Mu truly possessed medical prowess? How could that be possible? As the silver needles trembled, Xiao Zhenting ceased to spit blood, and his pallid complexion gradually regained some color. His breathing slowed, becoming more steady and elongated. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Mu swiftly withdrew the silver needles and exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhenting gradually opened his eyes, uttering a feeble voice, "Grandfather. How do you feel?" Xiao Mu inquired. Very well, Xiao Zhenting joyfully discovered that despite his weakness, his speech had become considerably clearer. The fog that had clouded his mind was now remarkably lifted. "You have regained your health, though you remain quite frail and will require several days of rest." Xiao Mu remarked with a smile. Truly commendable was the legacy of the medical immortal. "Excellent." Xiao Zhenting's eyes glistened with gratitude. He never expected his grandson to restore his vitality. "Brother, allow me to take your pulse." Suddenly, Dr. Chen spoke. Upon receiving Xiao Zhenting's consent, he stepped forward to grasp his wrist. Soon, an expression of excitement adorned his face. "Indeed, you are healed. Where did you learn the 13 needles of no illness?" Dr. Chen exclaimed, abruptly lifting his gaze to Xiao Mu. "The medical immortal of no illness taught me," Xiao Mu casually replied, claiming the inheritance of the medical immortal as if it were no great matter. "What?" Dr. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did the medical immortal of no illness truly teach you?" Could it be that the esteemed ancestor still lives? Indeed. It was said that the medical immortal had transcended through medicine and become an immortal. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the next moment, Dr. Chen knelt before Xiao Mu, bowing deeply. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mu exclaimed, instinctively stepping aside. "I, Chen Jisha, the 32nd disciple of the sect of no illness. Pay my respects to the ancestor," Dr. Chen proclaimed, banging his head against the ground twice more. The onlookers were utterly stunned by this spectacle. Even Xiao Mu felt a tremor of disbelief, the disciples of the sect of no illness. It seemed that this sect was indeed founded by the medical immortal Feng Wujie. "Ancestor." Chen Jisha's face radiated with fervor, his eyes glistening with tears. "Wait, hold on a moment." Xiao Mu felt somewhat awkward. He had merely spoken in jest. And now he was being hailed as the ancestor of the sect of no illness. He had never even encountered the medical immortal Feng Wujie. Dr. Chen, please rise." Xiao Mu stepped forward to assist Chen Jisha in standing. He had witnessed the old man's selfless attempt to save his grandfather earlier. Thus he held a favorable impression of him. A man of such medical ethics would not likely conspire with Xiao Zhanye to harm the elder. Curse it. Not far off. Xiao Zhanye's face was ashen and his fists clenched tightly. He had already devised a plan to manipulate public opinion against Xiao Mu. Yet, not only had the old man survived Xiao Mu's treatment, but he had also regained his health, and now Chen Jisha was kneeling before Xiao Mu, calling him ancestor. The unfolding of events was utterly beyond his expectations. "Ancestor." Chen Jisha grasped Xiao Mu's hand, still overwhelmed with excitement. "Dr. Chen, could you refrain from calling me ancestor?" Xiao Mu chuckled in exasperation. It felt exceedingly awkward to be addressed in such a manner by an elder. As a disciple of the medical immortal, you are naturally regarded as the ancestor of the sect of no illness. Thus, it is only fitting that I address you as such. Chen Jisha replied with reverence in his excitement. "Well, I am not a disciple of the medical immortal, I merely possess his legacy." Xiao Mu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his predicament. "Inheritance? Have you not encountered the venerable Wujie ancestor? Did you not just claim that it was the Wujie ancestor who imparted his teachings to you?" Chen Jisha inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Well, I have not met him. But having received his legacy, one could say he has indeed guided me," Xiao Mu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "If that is the case, then as a disciple of the ancestor, it would be appropriate for me to address you as master," Chen Jisha declared, preparing to kneel. No, please do not kneel. Why do you keep resorting to such gestures?" Xiao Mu said, exasperated, as he hastily supported Chen Jisha. "Master, you must surely be the chosen one of the Wujie ancestor, destined to promote and elevate the art of traditional Chinese medicine," Chen Jisha proclaimed loudly. Xiao Mu was bewildered, feeling an inexplicable burden settle upon his shoulders. "Dr. Chen. You may simply call me by my name." "Very well, please take a seat," Xiao Mu said, resigning himself to the situation as he urged Chen Jisha to sit down. After a considerable pause, Chen Jisha finally composed himself and said, "Master, I would prefer you to call me by my name." Xiao Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Since you are a disciple of Wujie, you must be familiar with the 13 needles of Wujie, correct?" "The 13 needles have long been lost to time," Chen Jisha replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Oh. It seems our meeting is indeed fated. I shall pass on the 13 needles to you," Xiao Mu said, a spark igniting in his heart. Having just mastered the 13 needles, re-encountering Chen Jisha felt like destiny at play. "Really?" Chen Jisha exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he dropped to his knees with 3 loud thuds, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings." Xiao Zhanye departed, his steps slightly unsteady, filled with regret for having brought Chen Jisha to treat the elder. Now, not only had he failed to achieve his intended results, but he had also inadvertently facilitated Xiao Mu's ascendance. The elder had always favored Xiao Mu, and now he would undoubtedly stand alongside him against Xiao Zhanye. Just as Xiao Zhanye contemplated making a phone call, an aide rushed in. Upon hearing the aide's report, Xiao Zhanye's expression shifted dramatically. Ji Deming had personally bestowed a black gold card upon Xiao Mu. He understood the significance of such a card and was acutely aware of the formidable influences behind Ji Deming and the Ji family, as well as the Longhua Chamber of Commerce. Ji Deming was staking his claim, seeking to curry favor with Xiao Mu, whom he believed could very well become the head of the Xiao family. Quickly, Xiao Zhenye pieced together the implications, his demeanor shifting as he pondered. You mentioned that the woman is a university classmate of Xiao Ruoshi. Indeed, came the response. Du Hong and the Du family likely lack the audacity to confront Xiao Mu directly, but this woman could be of use. After all, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Xiao Zhenye's gaze turned icy. Should anything befall Xiao Ruoshi, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm upon Xiao Mu. Subsequently, he returned to his chamber and dialed a number. I am already aware of the situation. It is inconvenient for me to act directly without causing significant repercussions. Therefore, I will send 2 powerful individuals your way in the coming days. How you choose to utilize them is up to you. Remember, these 2 strong men must be recruited by you from outside. Do you understand? Understood, Xiao Zhenye replied, elated, recognizing that the other party clearly wished to avoid any responsibility. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, as long as they were strong enough to eliminate Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu must perish. As for how the outside world perceives this or whether they harbor doubts, he is indifferent. The young prodigy has risen, brimming with youthful exuberance, and has clashed with foreign powers for myriad reasons. As long as there is no evidence, he cannot be held accountable. After the call ended, Xiao Zhenye pondered for a moment before seeking out several clan elders. You all supported me before. If Xiao Mu ascends to power with his ruthless nature, do you truly believe he would spare you? Xiao Zhenye observed the elders with a slow, deliberate gaze. The elders were filled with regret. Who could have foreseen that a paralyzed individual would rise again, and with such formidable strength? Let me share another piece of news. The old man may be regaining his health. Once he aids Xiao Mu, our troubles will escalate significantly, Xiao Zhenye continued. Before he recovers, we must take action, otherwise, I am finished, and you will not escape either. The elders exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resignation. Xiao Mu entrusted Xiao Ruoshi with the care of his grandfather before venturing out to impart the 13 needles of Wuj to Chenjisha. Chenjisha learned with utmost seriousness, fearful of missing any detail. First, master the 13 needles of Wuj, and I shall teach you more later, Xiao Mu instructed. The legacy of the Wuj medical immortal is vast. This is merely one aspect. Yes, master. Chenjisha replied, attempting to kneel. Do not kneel. If you do, I shall cease teaching you, Xiao Mu interjected, exasperated. Also, refrain from calling me master ancestor, simply use my name. Then shall I address you as master? Chenjisha contemplated before responding. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Xiao Mu was both amused and exasperated, recognizing that these traditionalists placed immense value on the significance of legacy. Calling him master was preferable to the title of master ancestor, and he decided not to protest further. Subsequently, Chenjisha posed numerous inquiries regarding the 13 needles of Wuj, to which Xiao Mu responded in detail. Through his exchange with Chenjisha, Xiao Mu also gleaned considerable insights. After all, he had not previously engaged with traditional Chinese medicine, and many aspects remained inadequately understood. Half an hour later, after leaving his contact information, Chenjisha departed the Xiao residence in high spirits. Xiao Mu then returned to visit his grandfather, adjusting his health once more. Xiao Zhenling gazed at his grandson, with many questions on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them. He sensed that his grandson harbored great secrets. 4 years of paralysis, and now he stands tall, and not to mention his overwhelming strength. Furthermore, he has mastered the art of healing. This cannot merely be described as a miracle. Were it not for the unwavering familiarity in his grandson's gaze, he might have suspected a powerful entity had usurped his body. Grandfather, please rest well, we shall take our leave, Xiao Mu said. Very well, go ahead, Xiao Zhenling replied with a smile. Xiao Mu, pursue your desires. I shall always be your steadfast support. He understood, Xiao Mu chuckled as he departed with Xiao Ruoshi. You have once again thwarted your second uncle's plans. He will undoubtedly make a move. What do you intend to do next? Xiao Ruoshi inquired, gazing at Xiao Mu. Eliminate him, Xiao Mu replied casually. What? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Ruoshi's expression shifted dramatically. Even if one disregards their own reputation, one must consider grandfather, right? I'm not mad, just jesting. Xiao Mu chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not bear the stigma of an uncle's murder. To wish for someone else's demise, there exist myriad methods why sully one's name. Much like Xiao Hai, who shall perish in a matter of days, who could dare utter a word against him then? Xiao Zhanye will not last much longer either. As long as you are aware, he may die, but it should not be at your hands, do you understand? Xiao Ruoshi spoke earnestly. Oh. Xiao Mu gazed at his sister, somewhat taken aback. Why do you look at me like that? He deserves to perish for what he has done to you. Xiao Ruoshi replied gently. Had you not stood up, we might have already been sliding into the abyss by now, Xiao Mu. Regardless of your actions, I shall support you. Provided you do not place yourself in peril. I understand. A warmth enveloped Xiao Mu's heart as he grasped her hand. Sister, I am truly fortunate to have you. 3 stunning beauties have come for you, and you leave them waiting. Shouldn't you spend some time with them? Xiao Ruoshi shot him a glance, patting his hand. You should comprehend their affections, which one surpasses Jiang Yi. If you possess the capability, then win them all over. Huh? Xiao Mu was momentarily stunned to win them all. What do you mean? Go on, I shall return to rest now. Xiao Ruoshi smiled, though a trace of bitterness flickered in her eyes. After discovering she was adopted, certain emotions had quietly shifted. Especially after Xiao Mu's paralysis and their parents' demise, grandfather had spoken to her on several occasions, cautioning that Jiang Yi was not suitable, hoping she would care for him throughout his life. Such words had caused her countless sleepless nights. Now, that resplendent youth had returned, shining brighter than ever, exhibiting unparalleled charm. Yet she remained shackled by her identity. Yesterday's actions in the ancestral hall were indeed a matter of helplessness. Some feelings must, after all, be deeply buried within her heart. As long as she could accompany him, that sufficed. Xiao Ruoshi departed, leaving Xiao Mu in a quandary. Should he accompany the 3 ladies? While spending time with them was no issue, the dilemma lay in choosing whom to accompany. Yizmeng, Xie Chushue, and Sun Nuo. If he chose one, wouldn't the other 2 be displeased? Such a thankless endeavor was better left undone. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Mu entered the world within the ring. Arriving before the legacy of the medical immortal, Senior Fong, I have passed down the 13 needles of no illness to the no illness sect you established. It still endures. Clink. Whether by coincidence or the hand of fate, a small token fell before Xiao Mu. Is this the no illness token? Xiao Mu picked it up, examining the inscription. Could it be the token of the no illness sect? He wondered what purpose it served and decided to inquire with Chenjisha to see if he knew. Subsequently, Xiao Mu discovered various items within other legacies, tokens, rings, and even military insignias. Are these not some form of tokens? Never mind, let us first focus on learning alchemy. Xiao Mu shook his head, choosing not to claim this realm as his own. To him, it was inconsequential whether it remained here or was stored away. The paramount concern was that he had yet to ascertain what lay within the black coffin. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. Having obtained the inheritance was already a monumental stroke of fortune. To harbor further greed would be unwise. In the Medicine God Valley, the legacy of the Medicine God awaited. Xiao Mu perused the alchemical methods, soon becoming engrossed in the knowledge. The figure of the woman in white re-emerged above the coffin. She sat gracefully on the coffin lid, her legs dangling, quietly observing Xiao Mu as he practiced alchemy. Given his innate talent, it would not be long before he mastered the transformation of yin and yang. To seek another life, harmony between the 2 was essential. The woman in white pondered, a smile playing on her lips. Would it startle him if she asked him to marry her? As Xiao Mu immersed himself in his studies, he felt a strange sensation and glanced towards the black coffin. An unsettling notion lingered, as if something were watching him. Was it merely an illusion? Once could be mistaken, but twice. Predecessor. Is anyone there? Is there a dragon present? Xiao Mu hesitated, calling out several times. He chuckled softly. The woman in white, her smile radiant, found his perceptiveness rather remarkable. With a mortal form, he could sense her presence. Whatever it was, at the very least, it bore no ill will towards him, so there was nothing to fear. Xiao Mu felt a twinge of unease but steadied his mind, returning to his studies. An hour later, Xiao Mu emerged from the world within the ring, pleasantly surprised to discover that he had brought out the token of the Wujiman. If he could extract items from within, could he also deposit objects from the outside? Excitement surged through him as he picked up his phone. With a mere thought, it vanished into thin air. Astonishing. This ring could indeed serve as a storage artifact. After experimenting with various items, he finally recalled his primary task and called Chenjisha. Old Chen, there is something I wish to inquire about. Xiao Mu described the token and, in a moment of clarity, sent a photograph of it. Chenjisha's excitement was palpable. This is the legendary token of the sect leader. The Wujiman Order. The possessor of this token can command the Wujiman. Oh. Xiao Mu was taken aback, suddenly daring to speculate that perhaps all the treasures within the inheritance were tokens of the sect leaders. If that were the case, he would indeed be extraordinarily fortunate. Old Chen, how many people are currently in the Wujiman? What is its influence? Xiao Mu's heart raced at the thought. Well, the lineage of the Wujiman has been severed. I am the only one left. I have 2 disciples, making a total of 3. Chenjisha admitted, slightly embarrassed. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. He had imagined the Wujiman to be a sect of 3,000 disciples, only to discover it comprised a mere trio. What use was this token then? Master, counting you. That makes 4 of us, Chenjisha quickly added. With your presence, the Wujiman will surely flourish. Very well, I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Xiao Mu replied, ending the call. He resolved to present the Wujiman token to Chenjisha at their next meeting, entrusting him with the leadership of the Wujiman. The Wujiman has fallen into decline. One must ponder whether the other sects that carry on its legacy still endure in the world. Xiao Mu toyed with the Wujiling, contemplating a time to gather information and investigate. Should a formidable force indeed exist, he would instantly elevate his status. After some reflection, Xiao Mu exited his chamber and called upon Xiao Ruoshi to seek out Yisimeng and the others. Come, let us venture out for a stroll and enjoy dinner, he proposed. Absolutely. Where shall we go, and what shall we eat? Yisimeng exclaimed enthusiastically. Are there any unique snacks? I find the midday offerings rather dull. Is it possible for a young lady of your stature to have an affinity for snacks? Xiao Mu inquired, astonished as he turned his gaze to Xiao Ruoshi. Sister, is that bustling eatery we used to frequent still in operation? I'm not certain, I haven't visited in years. Perhaps you could inquire with Chenli, Xiao Ruoshi replied, shaking her head. Hearing this, her pang of discomfort gripped Xiao Mu. Throughout these years, she had remained steadfastly by his side. In this realm, he could afford to wrong anyone, but he could never betray her trust. After placing a call to Chenli, the group departed from the Xiao residence. Upon meeting, the 6 of them wandered aimlessly before heading to the bustling eatery. Delicious, Yisimeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up after her first bite of the dish. Haha. If it's good, indulge a little more, Xiao Mu chuckled, then turned his attention to Chenli. Is there still activity in the antique street at night? Yes, Brother Mu. Are you planning to purchase antiques? Chenli queried, slightly taken aback. Not antiques, I'm looking to acquire a peel furnace or an alchemical cauldron, Xiao Mu clarified. A peel furnace? When did you start practicing alchemy? Su Nuo asked, surprised. Haha, I just began learning, but I thought I might buy a furnace to experiment with. Xiao Mu replied. By the way, Su Nuo, given your exposure to ancient martial factions, are you familiar with Yaoshan Valley? Of course. It's one of the 3 mountains and 1 valley, referring specifically to Yaoshan Valley, Su Nuo answered. Yaoshan Valley holds a significant position in the ancient martial world and possesses considerable strength. Oh. Xiao Mu's eyes brightened. Does the Yaoshan Valley possess a small purple gold god? Could it be the emblem of the valley, akin to the Wujiling, capable of commanding Yaoshan Valley? Why do you inquire about Yaoshan Valley? You're not contemplating learning alchemy from them, are you? I advise you to abandon that thought, it's improbable, Su Nuo laughed. No. I wish for them to learn alchemy from me, Xiao Mu countered with a grin. Upon meeting the valley's master, I expect to be addressed as a revered ancestor. Su Nuo assumed Xiao Mu was jesting and dismissed the comment. Haha, it's fine to jest among us, but please refrain from such talk outside. Should it reach the ears of Yaoshan Valley, it could lead to considerable trouble. Indeed. Xiao Mu recognized Sun Wu's concern and nodded. He pondered the necessity of swiftly deciphering the purpose of the purple gold god. If it truly served as the valley's emblem, it could be exceedingly advantageous. However, upon further reflection, even if it were the valley's emblem, he could not recklessly display it. After all, Peocean Valley was not the Wujiman. The latter had fallen while the former thrived as a major power in the ancient martial realm. He was acutely aware that the innocent may suffer for possessing something of value. Brother Xiao Mu, there is an alchemist in the capital. Would you like me to introduce you? Yi Siming inquired. No need, I shall dabble in it myself, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head as he lifted his beer. Now, let us change the subject and toast. Cheers. The group raised their glasses and drained them in unison. After dining, they ventured to an antique street. On the surface, the street was filled with vendors selling antiquities, yet it also served as a hub for trading magical artifacts. However, the prices for these artifacts were exorbitantly high, rendering them unaffordable for the average person. It's still quite lively here, Xiao Mu remarked, casting a smile at the brightly lit antique street. Brother Mu, should we head straight to those artifact shops at the end of the street, or just meander about? Chen Li asked. Let us wander for a bit. One might stumble upon something remarkable, Xiao Mu suggested as he glanced around, aware that magical artifacts occasionally appeared among the stores, though the likelihood was minimal. Indeed, I relish the thrill of finding hidden treasures, Yi Siming chimed in. Chuckling, the group could not suppress their laughter. After all, how many hidden gems could there truly be? Half an hour later, Yi Siming pouted, how come I haven't found a single treasure? Were it not for Chushue stopping you, not only would you have missed out on treasures, but you would have faced some setbacks as well, Xiao Mu teased. How dull, Yi Siming sighed, conceding her search for hidden gems. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's gaze fell upon a nearby stall where a rather unassuming Dan furnace caught his attention. It appeared drab and inconspicuous. He approached, crouching before the stall to examine it casually, while covertly observing the furnace. Ordinary Dan furnaces could refine elixirs, yet they could not withstand potent medicinal forces, risking an explosion. Therefore, furnaces inscribed with array patterns were the most suitable. Good sir, what piques your interest? The stall owner asked with a welcoming smile upon seeing a customer. Just browsing, Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly, picking up a small item. What is the price for this? That one is 12,000. And this? 8,000. After inquiring about several prices, Xiao Mu finally rested his hand on the Dan furnace. As he leaned in for a closer inspection, he was taken aback upon making contact. Is this spiritual energy? Xiao Mu gasped, realizing that this furnace was indeed a magical artifact. The fundamental distinction of a magical artifact lay in its possession of spiritual energy. This energy could either stem from the material of the artifact itself or be formed by gathering the essence of heaven and earth through array patterns. Typically, martial practitioners could not perceive the existence of spiritual energy, they could only authenticate magical artifacts through specialized means. Yet, he could sense the spiritual energy emanating from the object. Is this due to my status as a cultivator? I can distinctly sense the essence of heaven and earth as well as the spiritual energy, Xiao Mu pondered rapidly, maintaining a composed expression. Good sir, this Dan furnace is a remarkable item, once belonging to the court and used by Emperor Jing, the stall owner beamed. Do you truly believe that? Xiao Mu replied, somewhat exasperated by the audacity of the claim. Of course, who doesn't know that Emperor Jing had a penchant for alchemy? The stall owner grinned even wider. 100,000 when you can possess the Dan furnace of Emperor Jing. Very well, 100,000 it is, I will take it. Xiao Mu said, not bothering to haggle, as even a casual magical artifact would typically cost millions. 100,000, what a remarkable bargain. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Mu to purchase it so readily. For a moment, he hesitated, pondering whether this alchemical furnace truly belonged to Emperor Jing. What, are you reluctant to sell it? If so, keep it. Xiao Mu feigned an intention to leave. Wait. The stall owner, sensing the urgency, hurriedly presented the payment code. Just as Xiao Mu was about to scan it, her voice interrupted, hold on. I have my eye on that alchemical furnace as well, I offer 200,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu and the others turned to look. You're offering 200,000? The stall owner beamed, swiftly withdrawing the payment code. Duansha? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the speaker. Xiao Mu. I never imagined you could still stand. The young man, identified as Duansha, mocked. Duansha, this is clearly something Brother Mu had his sights set on first. How could you? Chen Li exclaimed angrily. Step aside, your opinion is irrelevant here. Duansha coldly interrupted Chen Li. Chen Li's face trembled with fury. Had this man not been a martial artist, he would have slapped him long ago. What do you intend to defend Xiao Hai? Xiao Mu halted Chen Li with a calm demeanor. What defense are you speaking of? You haven't made the payment yet, have you? Until then. It doesn't belong to you, it goes to the highest bidder. Duansha wore a smug expression. Very well, I'll offer 300,000. Xiao Mu smiled slightly. 400,000. Duansha immediately raised the bid. The stall owner, witnessing the rivalry, grew increasingly excited, urging them to raise the stakes. Until it reached 1,500,000. Xiao Mu remained unfazed. 1 million. Seeing that Xiao Mu was determined to win, Duansha promptly doubled the bid. Xiao Mu. If you offer 10 million, I shall withdraw. At this proclamation, the stall owner was so exhilarated he began to tremble, eagerly anticipating Xiao Mu's response. Come on. Raise it to 10 million. Chen Li, on the first of each month, the Cloud City Talents ranking challenges are still permissible, correct? Xiao Mu inquired of Chen Li. Yes, indeed. Chen Li was taken aback, unsure why Xiao Mu suddenly asked this. Is it still the usual protocol? Xiao Mu inquired again. Yes. Those ranked lower may challenge the higher-ranked talents, Chen Li nodded. Excellent, if memory serves me right, Duansha is indeed on the talents ranking. Though not within the top 10. My current ranking should be below his. Xiao Mu smiled. Duansha, weren't you intending to defend Xiao Hai? Then let us do so in the manner of martial artists. I, Xiao Mu of the Xiao family, challenge you. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's declaration, Duansha's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his bravado in bidding against Xiao Mu, it was due to the presence of enforcers, as martial artists could not engage in casual combat. However, those ranked lower could challenge those ranked higher without restriction, and the higher ranked must not refuse. In other words, once Xiao Mu issued a challenge, Duansha had no choice but to accept. If Xiao Hai could not surpass Xiao Mu, how could he hope to? This is a disaster. On the 1st of next month, I shall challenge you. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Mu, observing Duansha's pallor, said with a smile, just having risen. Eager for progress, let your challenge on the talents ranking commence with you. Having triumphed over Xiao Hai, is there truly a need for you to challenge me? Duansha's voice quivered slightly. Earlier that day, he had visited Xiao Hai and was struck by the devastation wrought upon him. How could one be so merciless to his own cousin? To challenge him would surely lead to his demise. Fair is fair, I have defeated Xiao Hai. And my ranking on the Celestial Talents list remains unchanged. Hence, my challenge to you is entirely within the rules, Xiao Mu retorted with an even broader smile. By the way, you mentioned that if I offered 10 million, you would refuse, correct? And no, I didn't say that. I shall forgo it and leave it to you. Duansha stammered. You've raised the stakes to 1 million and now you wish to withdraw. Are you mocking me? Xiao Mu's smile faded. Duansha. Do you truly believe I am so easily trifled with? And no, I will purchase it and gift it to you instead. What do you think? The once arrogant Duansha now appeared utterly subdued. Gift it to me? Given our lack of kinship, that would be rather inappropriate, as Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your recovery. Duansha declared, then without waiting for Xiao Mu to respond, he swiftly scanned the payment and transferred 100,000. Why only 100,000? Wasn't it 1 million? The vendor, already bewildered by the sudden turn of events, frowned upon seeing only 100,000 credited. 1 million? Nonsense. We were merely jesting. It is but 100,000. Do we have a deal? If not, I shall smash your stall. Duansha glared fiercely. Very well, the vendor, recognizing Duansha's formidable demeanor, could only agree begrudgingly. And just like that, 1 million vanished into thin air. Xiao Mu, this alchemy furnace is now yours. Duansha declared, lifting the furnace and presenting it to Xiao Mu. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept, Xiao Mu replied, indifferent to the sum Duansha had paid. The vendor undoubtedly made a profit. Thank you, Duansha muttered, feeling utterly humiliated, spending money and bestowing gifts, yet he had to express gratitude. As for the matter of challenging Xiao Mu, he decided to let it slide. Challenge? What challenge? Did I mention a challenge? Xiao Mu feigned surprise. No, haha. None at all. Duansha sighed in relief while inwardly cursing Xiao Mu's lineage for his audacity. Enough, you may return to your business now, Xiao Mu said, taking the alchemy furnace and departing. Scoundrel. Duansha seethed as he watched Xiao Mu's retreating figure. He regretted approaching him and inviting trouble. The vendor beside him felt equally despondent, lamenting his earlier joy. For a mere 100,000, he had earned only 80,000. Had he sold it for $1 million, he would have pocketed a staggering 98,000. Brother Mu is extraordinary, he spent not a single cent and had Duansha smilingly deliver it to him. Chen Li remarked, giving a thumbs up. Within the circles of Yun City, the young masters of martial arts were undeniably more formidable. Thus, he felt dwarfed in Duansha's presence. Seeing Duansha suffer at Xiao Mu's hands brought him immense satisfaction. He walked right into it, who can he blame? Xiao Mu chuckled, gazing at the alchemy furnace in his hands with a sense of anticipation. Once he procured some herbs, he could attempt alchemy that very night. Young man, my young master has taken a liking to your alchemy furnace. What price do you propose? As they continued their stroll, a man approached. Not for sale. Xiao Mu replied without hesitation. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Our young master has taken a liking to your alchemy furnace. Consider it a stroke of fortune. The man's expression darkened. I've seen arrogance, but never one as brazen as yours. If we are indeed ungrateful, what will you do about it? Chen Li's anger flared at the man's insolence, while Xiao Mu and the others frowned, perplexed by his audacity. The man stepped forward, ready to reprimand Chen Li, when a youth arrived. Young master. The youth nodded. I'm Xiao Mu. For this alchemy furnace, I offer 1 million. What do you say? Not for sale, even for 10 million, Xiao Mu replied, somewhat astonished. Had he encountered someone with discernment? A member of the Medicine God Valley. Suddenly, Su Nuo interjected, you possess some knowledge. The youth glanced at Su Nuo and then at the three exquisite women beside her, though he showed no interest in their beauty, dismissing it as mere bone and marrow. Indeed, I am from the Medicine God Valley. Relinquish the alchemy furnace to me, and I will offer 1 million plus a vial of third-grade spirit-gathering pills. The youth produced a porcelain vial. I have stated that it is not for sale. Xiao Mu felt a surge of unrest, having just acquired the Medicine God legacy. He now stood face to face with its representatives. What a coincidence. However, how could a person from the Medicine God Valley behave in such a manner? Rarely did anyone refuse him. The youth's expression grew colder. He believed his offer was generous enough, yet this individual showed him no respect. What, are you planning to buy it by force? Can members of the Medicine God Valley be so overbearing? Xiao Mu suppressed his thoughts and replied indifferently. Or do you intend to resort to murder for the sake of treasure? Do not forget, this is the mundane world. The youth stared at Xiao Mu for a long moment before averting his gaze. Very well, since you refuse to sell, let it be. Xiao Mu sneered and departed with his companions. As for the purple gold god, he was too disinterested to inquire further. If they were willing to resort to coercion for an alchemy furnace, what might they do for a token of the sect's leader? Young master. Are you just going to let them live? The man stepped forward. What else should I do? Do not forget that this is the mundane world, where law enforcers exist. The youth replied slowly. Investigate the origins of the other party. I find that alchemy furnace intriguing. Understood. The man responded and turned to leave. Sister Su Nuo. How did you know he was from the Medicine God Valley? On the other side, the Simeng inquired. He had a purple gold god embroidered on his collar. It is likely a symbol of the Medicine God Valley disciples, Xiao Mu explained. Indeed, and not just any disciple, only co-disciples have the privilege, Su Nuo nodded. her gaze fixed on the alchemy furnace. This item must be quite remarkable to pique the interest of someone from the Medicine God Valley. Indeed, it seems so. Xiao Mu chuckled, finding a secluded spot to store the alchemy furnace within his ring. Upon witnessing the furnace vanish into thin air, Xiao Ruoshi and the others were momentarily stunned. You possess a storage treasure. Xia Chushui was the first to react, astonished. Yes, Xiao Mu nodded. It was an unexpected acquisition. How large is the space? Is it 5 square meters? Sun Wo asked curiously. Such items were exceedingly rare in the realm of ancient martial arts. It can undoubtedly be deemed an exquisite artifact. It exceeds 50,000 square units. Xiao Mu gazed at the ring on his hand, within which lay a vast expanse of starry sky akin to a miniature world. 50,000 square units are hardly significant. It should be described as boundless. Having already procured the alchemical furnace, Xiao Mu had no intention of lingering any longer. They purchased some medicinal herbs and returned to the Xiao family estate. Brother Xiao Mu, may I come to play with you later? Before parting ways, Yi Simeng inquired softly. Huh? Xiao Mu was taken aback. What on earth? In the dead of night, a solitary man and a woman. What do you wish to play for? Pretty please? Yi Simeng tugged at Xiao Mu's hand, adopting a charming demeanor. Cough, I shall be refining alchemical pills tonight. Xiao Mu coughed discreetly, declining politely. He could not forget that right next door lay Xiao Ruoshi's room. Inviting Yi Simeng over would be tantamount to courting disaster. Refining pills is no match for my company. I flew all the way here for you. You once refused me when you were incapacitated, and now that you have recovered, you still refuse me? As she spoke, Yi Simeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Enough of this, Xiao Mu, noticing Xiao Ruoshi and the others glancing over, felt overwhelmed. This girl, seemingly harmless, was indeed a little sorceress. Brother Xiao Mu, do you no longer like me? Tears rolled down Yi Simeng's cheeks. Could you please tone down the theatrics? Rein in your emotions, Xiao Mu replied helplessly, gently ruffling Yi Simeng's hair. Go get some rest. He. In an instant, Yi Simeng's tears transformed into a radiant smile. Good night then. A few minutes later, Xiao Mu returned to his room and entered the realm within the ring. He approached the alchemical furnace, examining it thoroughly, yet he could not glean its secrets. Never mind, I shall treat it as an ordinary furnace for now, he resolved. And begin by refining the Peiyuan pill. With the Peiyuan pill, my sister and the others can commence their cultivation. Xiao Mu gathered the herbs and, following the teachings of the alchemy god, began the refining process. Boom. As his true energy descended upon the furnace, the once dull alchemical furnace burst forth with resplendent 7-colored radiance, becoming extraordinarily dazzling. This furnace was indeed extraordinary. After a flurry of actions, the first batch failed. However, he remained undeterred. If it were that simple, there would be alchemists aplenty across the world. The challenge was precisely what rendered them rare and esteemed. Time elapsed, second by second, until the third attempt bore fruit. At the moment of opening the furnace, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. 3 Peiyuan pills lay within the furnace, signifying that Xiao Mu had officially become an alchemist. What he did not realize was that seasoned alchemists typically commenced with the simplest concoctions, often enduring months or even years of countless failures before achieving success. Yet, he had succeeded on his third attempt, producing 3 highly esteemed Peiyuan pills, a feat that had long since faded from legacy, leaving no one capable of such mastery in the present day. Even if there were, they were remnants from an age long past, exceedingly rare and precious. Prodigy, murmured the woman in white, is seated upon the black coffin. Such talent, in ancient times, would have been considered the pinnacle of excellence. Only 3. The alchemy god remarked, the perfect batch consists of 9 pills per furnace. After the initial excitement, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow once more. The woman in white was left speechless. Even the alchemy god in his prime could not have succeeded on his third attempt, crafting 3 Peiyuan pills. And yet, he remained unsatisfied. The flavor was quite pleasant, neither bitter nor overwhelming, with a hint of refreshing fragrance. Xiao Mu tossed one into his mouth, savoring the taste before resuming his alchemical pursuits. As dawn broke, He gazed at the 7 essence-nourishing pills and 9 longevity pills before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This would suffice for his needs. He exited the world within his ring, took a brief respite, and then left his chamber. His first stop was to visit his grandfather, who, despite his advanced age and reduced sleep, was already up. After consuming a longevity pill, Xiao Zhenting appeared noticeably more vibrant. "Grandfather, will you be attending the clan meeting today?" Xiao Mu inquired. "Do you require my presence? If so, this old body of mine shall make an appearance to bolster your position," Xiao Zhenting replied with a knowing expression. "A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a family cannot be without a leader for a day. I am growing old. It is time for the Xiao family to be entrusted to your hands. Please, grandfather, your health has improved. You could still serve as the head of the family for another decade or so. I have many things to accomplish and do not wish to be confined solely to the Xiao family," Xiao Mu respectfully declined. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Zhenting's expression turned somewhat complex. The waters of the Xiao family were too shallow for a true dragon to thrive. Unfortunately, his second son was blind to this reality, fixated on seizing power. "Grandfather, please rest well. I can manage today's clan meeting on my own," Xiao Mu said as he stood to leave. "When you are ready, the Xiao family will still be under your command," he added. The Xiao family convened a clan meeting once a month, attended by the clan elders and direct descendants. Previously, Xiao Zhenting presided over these meetings, but following his stroke, the responsibility had fallen to Xiao Zhenyi. Xiao Zhenting sat in the prominent chair at the head of the room, surrounded by 7 or 8 clan elders on either side, while the other direct descendants occupied the seats further back. The spacious hall buzzed with conversation, the topic naturally revolving around who would lead the Xiao family in the future. In recent years, due to Zhenting's poor health, the family's advancement could be attributed to Zhenye's efforts. Indeed, Zhenyi, in the past, you held sway over the Xiao family. And it is only fitting that you continue to do so. We all support you." The elders chimed, eliciting a smile from Xiao Zhenyi. He had conspired with them the previous night, intending to challenge Xiao Mu during today's meeting. Though Xiao Mu bore the title of heir, Zhenyi had long been in control, wielding considerable influence and numerous trump cards. Not to mention, even his father, Xiao Zhenting, could be challenged. "Our esteemed uncles, your words humble me. The progress of the Xiao family is a collective effort, not solely my achievement," Xiao Zhenyi waved dismissively, his smile fading. "While I appreciate your recognition of my capabilities, I am indeed willing to lead the Xiao family toward a brighter future. However, Xiao Mu, with his recovery, seeks to seize power. Second brother, we respect your role as the head of the family, but what merit does that young lad possess? Furthermore, what contributions has he made to the Xiao family? He has been incapacitated for 4 years and has not accomplished a single task." One of the supporters interjected. "Exactly. Even in ancient times, the crown prince could be replaced. Why should he, with merely a nominal title, be entitled to control the Xiao family? I refuse to accept it. Even if he has regained his strength, managing a prominent family requires more than mere power," another voice echoed. As the supporters of the direct lineage began to voice their dissent, "My dear brother, let me be succinct, as long as he is the head of the family, I shall resign and strike. Indeed, I too shall join in the strike." As Xiao Zhenye sipped his tea, his smile broadened. The gathering today at the clan meeting far surpassed the meager attendance at the ancestral hall 2 days prior. Most notably, many present today were heads of various enterprises. Should they collectively choose to strike, the ramifications would be significant. Just as Xiao Zhenye basked in his own satisfaction, feeling that a momentous occasion was at hand, Xiao Mu entered alone, hands tucked into his pockets. Their eyes met, and Xiao Zhenye's smile vanished, his demeanor turning frosty. He intended to leverage today's clan meeting to exert pressure on Xiao Mu, ideally making it clear that the Xiao family must adhere to his authority. Once the skilled individuals arrived, he would eliminate Xiao Mu. Meanwhile, the previously raucous hall had become so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Those who had clamored for a strike were now mute. What happened to the lively chatter just moments ago? As Xiao Mu spoke, he ascended to the head of the table and sat down. Xiao Zhenye's composure faltered. That seat belonged to the elder, the family head. It was a position he had long coveted, yet he had restrained himself from sitting there to avoid any gossip and to prevent the elder from overthinking. But this young man had the audacity to claim it. Xiao Mu, that is your grandfather's seat, you have no right to occupy it. An elder rebuked. Then who should sit there? Would you prefer to take the seat? Xiao Mu regarded the elder coolly, inquiring. If I do not sit, then what is the point of this discussion? I assumed you would occupy it. Xiao Mu interrupted, his tone mocking. Are you too timid to claim your rightful place? The elder trembled with rage, nearly choking on his indignation. Xiao Mu, how dare you speak to your seventh uncle in such a manner? Xiao Zhengye interjected. For this elder was a staunch supporter of his. This is the position of the family head, only the head of the Xiao family can sit there. Second uncle. If I recall correctly, you publicly declared yesterday that I should assume the role of the head of the Xiao family, did you not? Xiao Mu fixed his gaze upon Xiao Zhengye. What now? Have you forgotten your own words, or are you denying them? That is because Xiao Hai is in your hands. Xiao Zhengye retorted angrily. Moreover, the decision of who becomes the head of the Xiao family is not solely mine to make. Even the elder must heed the opinions of the clan elders. Oh, and what are the opinions of the elders? Xiao Mu nodded, looking towards several elders. Before my arrival, you must have been discussing this matter, correct? Speak freely, if anyone has thoughts to share, do not hesitate. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Zhengye smirked inwardly, after all. The young man was still naive, easily ensnared by a few questions. Since Xiao Mu inquired, let us all express our views. Xiao Zhengye surveyed the room. My father is unwell and cannot manage the Xiao family, who shall take the reins henceforth? Zhengye, what is there to discuss? An elder who had previously praised Xiao Zhengye for his contributions was the first to speak, his voice firm. Xiao Mu, as the heir, was not only appointed by Jingting but also recognized from above, since he has regained his health, it is indeed his rightful place to assume the role of family head. In the midst of his triumphant thoughts, Xiao Zhengye abruptly turned to the elder who had spoken, perplexed by his audacity. Did this old man truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Indeed, Xiao Mu's ascendance to power within the Xiao clan was both rightful and just. Another elder proclaimed loudly. From a young age, I have witnessed Xiao Mu endure 4 years of paralysis, which tempered his resolve. Now, having risen once more, he displays extraordinary prowess. What did that poem say? The great rock soars with the wind, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. He will undoubtedly lead the Xiao family toward a brighter future. Indeed, the golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond, it transforms into a dragon upon encountering the storm. After countless trials, it remains steadfast. Undeterred by the winds from any direction. Xiao Mu's youth symbolizes boundless potential, he is in the prime of his life, brimming with vigor and ambition. Ready to seize the moment. Fifth brother, if you speak thus, then I must contribute a few lines as well. A nation's strength lies in its youth. Independence among the young ensures the country's autonomy. The rising sun radiates brilliance, rivers surge forth with unstoppable force, while hidden dragons ascend from the depths, their scales shimmering. And the roaring tiger shakes the valleys, causing all beasts to tremble. One elder after another spoke up, eager not to be left behind. Fearing their words would be overshadowed by others. Xiao Zhengye was rendered speechless, what on earth were these old fools doing? It was one thing to praise Xiao Mu, but to resort to poetry. This was a clan meeting, not a poetry recital. Many direct descendants were expressions of confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. Just moments ago, their statements had been entirely different. Even Xiao Mu couldn't help but smirk, were these elders truly going too far? Had they completely abandoned their dignity for a mere longevity pill? Indeed, after departing from the old patriarch that morning, he had sought out several clan elders. Convincing them to switch allegiances had been remarkably simple, he assured them there would be no reckoning for past grievances and offered them longevity pills, promising at least 3 more years of life. For those of advanced age, what temptation holds the greatest allure? It is neither wealth, nor power, nor women, but rather the gift of life itself. Thus, the elders promptly declared their support for him to assume the role of clan leader at today's assembly. Enough. As he listened to the elders continue their excessive praises of Xiao Mu, Xiao Zhengye suddenly stood, his voice a thunderous roar. Do you even realize what you are doing? Yes, what on earth is going on? The seventh elder, who shared a close bond with Xiao Zhanye, was equally bewildered. They had all agreed to stand united. Yet here they were, abandoning ship. No, it was more than mere abandonment. It felt as though they had unceremoniously cast him overboard. The elders looked at Xiao Zhanye, guilt stirring within them. Do not blame us. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Xiao Mu, whose offerings were simply too enticing. Ahem, Zhanye. Cease your struggles. This position rightfully belongs to Xiao Mu. You have merely been acting as a steward of the Xiao family. Just because you have held this role for some time does not grant you the right to assume the mantle of leadership, the third elder admonished with earnestness. Indeed, to put it bluntly, you are merely a caretaker. No matter how long you serve, a caretaker remains just that and cannot become the master. You ought to relinquish any ambitions that are unwarranted. The fourth elder added. You, Xiao Zhanye, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at the two elders, felt his heart seize, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Their words had utterly shattered his composure. Acting as a steward of the Xiao family. A caretaker. Not worthy of becoming the master. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a servant. Look at him in terms of mental fortitude. He pales in comparison to Xiao Mu. The elders of the 6 clans took their shots. A few words and you can't handle it. To the point of spitting blood. With such weakness, you can hardly shoulder great responsibilities. Bang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhanye could no longer maintain his balance and fell heavily into his chair. In that moment, he was engulfed by despair. He could not fathom how it had come to this. He had been so assured of victory, and yet now faced utter defeat. Second Master, something is amiss. We've received news from the hospital that young Master Hai has coughed up blood and has been rushed into the emergency room. A confidant rushed in, visibly distressed. What? Xiao Zhanye sprang to his feet, seizing the confidant by the collar and demanding, quickly, what did the doctor say? The doctor said young Master Hai is unlikely to survive the day and advised you to prepare yourself mentally. The confidant mustered the courage to respond. What? No. That is impossible. Xiao Zhanye felt the world spinning around him, the darkness enveloping his vision, and he collapsed onto the ground. Second Master, Second Master. The confidant cried out, rushing to support Xiao Zhanye. The latter felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, sitting limply on the floor, his mind a blank slate. Young Master Hai was on the brink of death. The onlookers were taken aback, casting glances at Xiao Mu, astonished by his ruthlessness. Xiao Mu was also somewhat surprised. Why was young Master Hai dying so soon? Logically, he should have been able to last at least another 10 days. However, he was indifferent. If death was to be his fate, so be it. Had it not been for Xiao Ruoxie's intervention, he would have already slain Xiao Hai in the arena. As for how others perceived him, he was utterly unconcerned. 4 years of paralysis had granted him clarity regarding many matters, such as the importance of living without regard for others' opinions. Second Master, young Master Hai is still in the hospital waiting for you. The confidant urged, supporting Xiao Zhanye. At these words, Xiao Zhanye slowly regained his senses. Yes, he could not falter, his son was still in the hospital. And the perpetrator who harmed his son had yet to pay for his crimes. He would kill Xiao Mu to avenge his son. Xiao Mu. Xiao Zhanye felt an unexpected surge of strength, abruptly standing and charging towards Xiao Mu. Humph. Xiao Mu regarded the advancing Xiao Zhanye with a cold sneer, launching a punch in response. Bang. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Xiao Mu staggered slightly, while Xiao Zhanye was forced to retreat several steps before steadying himself. This scene caused the onlookers to gasp. What was Xiao Mu's current strength? His victory over Xiao Hai might have had other factors, such as Xiao Hai's forced elevation of his realm leading to instability. Yet Xiao Zhanye was a genuine master of the later stages of transformation. In this clash, he had inexplicably found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Mu, you have killed my son, and I shall make you pay with your life. Xiao Zhanye, driven by madness, charged forward once more. Xiao Mu's expression turned cold. If he sought death, then let them both embark on the path to the underworld together. He would bear the infamy of slaying his uncle. Quick, block Zhanye. A few clan elders reacted swiftly, calling out to intercept Xiao Zhanye. You old dogs. Get out of my way. Xiao Zhanye roared, his fury from the recent betrayal surging through him like a tempest. He yearned to slay Xiao Mu and all those treacherous old hounds who had turned against him. Let them all perish. He was provoked to madness, his sanity fraying, and needed to be subdued. The clan elders exchanged glances and collectively restrained Xiao Zhanye. Though they were aged and feeble, each was a martial practitioner. It took little effort to overpower him. Release me. Let me go. Xiao Zhanye struggled and screamed as he was pinned down. Zhanye, your son is not dead yet. At this moment, what you ought to do is rush to the hospital and not lose your wits here. One elder admonished. They had betrayed Xiao Zhanye for the sake of the longevity pill, yet witnessing his state evoked a hint of sympathy among them. If they did not intervene, he might very well meet his demise at the hands of Xiao Mu today. Xiao Hai's commanding shout brought some semblance of calm to Xiao Zhanye. Release me. I must go to the hospital. Seeing his composure returning, the elders let him go. Xiao Mu, if anything befalls my son, I will not let you escape unscathed. Xiao Zhanye glared at Xiao Mu, his teeth clenched in rage. Xiao Mu coldly chuckled, disinterested in responding to Xiao Zhanye. And you lot? Xiao Zhanye shot a venomous glance at the elders before striding away. Sighing, the elders watched his retreating figure. You cannot compete with that young man, why persist? Must you meet a tragic end as well? Once Xiao Zhanye vanished from sight, they turned to Xiao Mu, forcing smiles. Xiao Mu. He is merely a father concerned for his child, do not take his words to heart. I can overlook his words. But did you all not hear what he just said? Xiao Mu seated himself and sipped his tea. In a contest of strength, fists are blind. I feel quite troubled after injuring my cousin. The assembly of elders exchanged glances, incredulous. You troubled. You would have relished the chance to eliminate him on the spot. They had never realized how shameless he could be. Indeed, fists are blind, injuries are inevitable, one elder nodded in agreement. Setting aside their father-son feud, Xiao Mu. You are now the clan leader, and we, the elder statesmen, fully support you. Yes, echoed the other elders. Even the seventh elder who had sided with Xiao Zhanye now switched allegiance. Circumstances dictated that loyalty shift, those who understood the times were wise. And there was no shame in it. Xiao Mu smiled, then turned his gaze toward the other direct descendants. When arrived, I seem to have heard someone claim they would go on strike if I became the clan leader. Who among you intends to strike? Stand and show yourselves. Not a single soul who had been clamoring for a strike dared to rise. With the elders having betrayed Xiao Zhanye, his defeat was sealed. Any who stood now would simply be foolish. The Xiao family, still thriving in numbers, would find many willing hands. If you refuse to work, there are others who will. Xiao Mu's smile faded, his tone turning icy. Is the Xiao family finished with you? If you cannot sever ties with Xiao Zhanye, how could you dare to think you could sever ties with us? Xiao Jianbin, did you not just say that you would no longer be involved? The company you manage shall henceforth be entrusted to Xiao Jianlin. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, the man known as Xiao Jianbin turned pale. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Mu continued, Xiao Jianlin, can you manage? Of course, of course. The onlookers displayed expressions of delight, nodding vigorously. No, Xiao Mu, I did not say that. I am willing to take on the task, and I will certainly excel. Xiao Jianbin exclaimed in a fluster. As the head of the family, I am more than willing. No need. I am rather curious to see how the Xiao family fares without you, Xiao Mu replied coldly, his gaze sweeping over the direct descendants. The crowd averted their eyes, none daring to meet Xiao Mu's gaze, fearful of losing their power and being expelled from the inner circle. His dominance was evident. A few clan elders exchanged glances, their emotions complex. Who could have anticipated that a once crippled individual, long subjected to scorn, would rise to such heights in a single moment? My grandfather's health is gradually improving, the future of the Xiao family will still rest in his hands. Suddenly, Xiao Mu declared loudly. However, I must issue a warning, should anyone harbor inappropriate thoughts, do not blame me for turning hostile. What? Your grandfather? You won't take the position of head? The crowd was astonished. Xiao Zhanye, who had long coveted power, had it within his grasp and yet chose to relinquish it. Indeed, I have no interest in the position of head of the family, Xiao Mu affirmed, for he had numerous matters to attend to, such as uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise. His path lay among the stars and the vast ocean, not confined to the trivialities of the Xiao family. Just as an elder was about to speak, a phone rang. Upon answering, Xiao Mu's expression changed. Xiao Hai is dead. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. Many stole glances at Xiao Mu, eager to observe his reaction. They were acutely aware that a storm was brewing within the Xiao family. Xiao Zhenye had only this one son, on whom he had pinned his hopes. He would not let this go lightly. The position of head could be overlooked, but vengeance could not be forgotten. Xiao Hai is dead, one elder remarked, noticing Xiao Mu's lack of response. Alas, fate is blind. His death is truly not what I wished for, Xiao Mu sighed. Tell me, does my cousin suffer from some affliction? Otherwise, how could he have died so suddenly? The crowd was dumbfounded. How shameless could he be to utter such words? The previous statement at least acknowledged a familial connection, yet the latter distanced himself completely. Had he truly died of natural causes? Clearly, it was a result of your own actions. To lose a son before his time. I hope my second uncle can find peace. Xiao Mu shook his head. Enough, let us conclude today's clan meeting here. Elders, please remember to offer your condolences to my second uncle and encourage him to accept this with equanimity. The elders exchanged glances, none wishing to seek discomfort at Xiao Zhengye's side. That man had just insulted them. Approaching him now would surely lead to conflict. How could he have died? Xiao Mu pondered after leaving. When he ascended the arena, his strength was far beyond the ordinary. He must have resorted to extraordinary means. Perhaps it was precisely this that led to his untimely demise, unable to endure even 10 days or half a month. Suddenly, he revealed a cold smile. If that were truly the case, it would be a case of self-inflicted consequences. Employing nefarious means to seek his demise, only to bring ruin upon oneself. Has the clan meeting concluded? Upon seeing Xiao Mu return, Xiao Ruoshi inquired with concern. How did it go? Did my second uncle and the clan elders make things difficult for you? No, they unanimously supported my ascension to the position of clan leader, which I declined. Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. As you know, I have no interest in being the clan leader. Now that grandfather's health has improved, he should take on that role. Supported you as clan leader. This statement was hard for Xiao Ruoshi to believe, and even Yi Simeng and the others shared her skepticism. Indeed, the clan elders praised me in various ways, to the point where I felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Mu chuckled, nodding. And what of your second uncle? Xiao Ruoshi poured a cup of water for Xiao Mu and asked. Xiao Hai has passed away. I wonder if my second uncle had the chance to see him one last time, Xiao Mu said casually as he drank. What? Xiao Hai is dead? Xiao Ruoshi's expression changed dramatically. Sis, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, Xiao Mu smiled. He died in the hospital, not by my hand. Xiao Ruoshi was left speechless. If you hadn't beaten him to near death, would he have died? Little brother Xiao Mu. Do you need me to find someone to stuff your second uncle in a bag and toss him into the sea? Yi Simeng licked her lollipop, her face adorned with an innocent smile. No need. If I wanted to throw him, I could do it myself, Xiao Mu retorted, bemused. She was a blatant little devil. So many had been deceived by her charming facade, completely unaware of their demise. Your second uncle's survival poses a danger to you, Xie Chuxue said coldly. At this juncture, do not exhibit any feminine mercy. This matter is not one for you to handle alone. Since we have come, we might as well assist you in resolving this predicament. Sunuo also spoke up. I truly appreciate your help. Xiao Mu chuckled in disbelief. At this point, no matter who kills him, the outside world will assume it was me. Please do not worry, I will handle it myself. Seeing Xiao Mu's resolute stance, the three women ceased their discussion. Just then, Xiao Mu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? This is Jiang Yi. A woman's voice resonated from the receiver. Jiang Yi? Xiao Mu frowned. What could she want by calling him? The four women looked on, equally perplexed. Xiao Mu, let us meet. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiang Yi stated earnestly. Whatever you have to say can be conveyed over the phone. There is no need for a meeting, Xiao Mu replied with indifference. No. It is of utmost importance. We must meet in person. Are you afraid to see me? Time and place. Now, at the Zhuan Grand Hotel, room 1801. I will await your arrival. We shall not part without a meeting. Jiang Yi concluded, hanging up before Xiao Mu could refuse. Xiao Mu frowned, contemplating why he needed to meet her at the hotel. Sister, I will go meet her. What purpose could there be in meeting such a woman? Xia Chushue remarked coldly. Exactly, little brother Xiao Mu, I have seen your fiancée Yi. Not only is she less attractive than I, but she is also less endowed and lacks my leg length. Yi Simeng added. Why did you choose her in the first place? Was it due to her skills being superior to mine? Xiao Mu was speechless. What a ridiculous accusation. Moreover, I have no idea whether you are good or bad. The three women, Xiao Ruoshi, glanced at Yi Simeng and then back at Xiao Mu. Had something transpired between them? Don't spout nonsense, our relationship is utterly innocent. Noticing the curious glances from the three women, Xiao Mu sighed in resignation. Sister. Take them out for a stroll. I need to meet Jiang Yi and will find you later. All right, be careful, Xiao Ruoshi nodded. Xiao Mu responded and hurriedly departed. With three women now involved, it was perhaps better for them to keep their distance. Yi Simeng. What have you done with Xiao Mu? After Xiao Mu left, Xia Chushue coldly inquired. He is a man and I am a woman. What do you think we could do? I'm not like you, always so frosty, Yi Simeng replied, playfully licking her lollipop. Well, I certainly am not as flirtatious as you are, Xia Chushue retorted, turning away. Hey, sister, Sunuo, did you hear that? She insulted me. Yi Simeng pouted in displeasure. No, she complimented you, Sunuo replied with a grin. Your sister, they both ganged up on me. Yi Simeng exclaimed. Her small face turning pale as she shook Xiao Ruoshi's arm. All right, Xiao Ruoshi chuckled, trying to console Yi Simeng. Yet, a nagging doubt lingered in her mind. Could it be that this girl had truly had an encounter with Xiao Mu? Surely not. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu drove towards the Zhuan Grand Hotel. The roar of the engine echoed. The car sped through the streets. Since his recovery, this was his first time driving. He caressed the steering wheel, feeling a surge of excitement, akin to galloping with the wind, as if he were destined for greatness. Reflecting on his past days of confinement, Xiao Mu felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life. Since he had been given this opportunity, he intended to live it to the fullest. One day, he would ascend to the highest palace and behold the world beneath him. After a brief drive, Xiao Mu arrived at the Zhuan Grand Hotel. Hey, I am quite curious to see what you truly intend to do. Xiao Mu sneered, locating room 1801 and pressing the doorbell. Click. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Yi. Her face meticulously adorned. It must be said, Jiang Yi was indeed quite beautiful, although she could not compare to the four women. She still scored above 90. Otherwise, she would not have caught Xiao Mu's eye. You've arrived, Jiang Yi smiled. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Come in. After sensing the room for any danger and confirming it was safe, Xiao Mu stepped inside. Better to be cautious. Especially now that Xiao Hai is dead and Xiao Zhenyi is in a frenzied state. What if she and Jiang Yi conspired against me? The room was filled with a faint fragrance that wafted through the air. Xiao Mu remained indifferent, casting a cold gaze at Jiang Yi. If you have something important to discuss, please proceed. Not in a hurry to speak, please have a seat. Jiang Yi gestured towards the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps some red wine. Nope, I cannot drink with you, Xiao Mu replied, sitting down without pretense. You wouldn't have treated me this way before. Jiang Yi's expression shifted, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. In the past, there was a time. In the present, there exists a moment. Speak your mind quickly, for I have matters to attend to, Xiao Mu uttered coldly. Xiao Mu, could you please refrain from treating me this way? Reflect upon our past, filled with joy, Jiang Yi implored, sitting beside him and attempting to entwine her arm with his. Is your intention for me to come here merely to display your provocations? Xiao Mu retorted, evading her touch with a mocking tone. If you wish to be provocative, then do so with sincerity. How about shedding your garments entirely? Are you insulting me? Or do you long for my body? 4 years have passed. Are you perhaps yearning for a woman? Very well, I shall indulge you today. Jiang bit her crimson lip, her hand gliding over her shoulder, revealing a delicate shoulder and ample fair skin. If only you could forgive me, I would be willing to do anything you desire. Do you truly believe I could forgive you? I was wrong, Xiao Mu. I now understand my mistakes. Let us pretend nothing ever occurred, shall we? I am still your fiancé. Let us return to how we once were. Jiang continued, inching closer to him. I am your woman. And I shall forever remain so. Do you remember? 4 years ago, our last encounter was in this very room. Hearing her words, Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. 4 years ago? Indeed, had it not been for Jiang's mention, he might have forgotten. Their last encounter had indeed taken place here. And it seemed they had played a game of sorts. Xiao Mu, I beseech you to forgive me. By the way, the last time we were here, I wore a maid's outfit, and I have prepared something similar for today. Jiang, noticing that Xiao Mu did not recoil, felt a surge of joy and embraced him. Not only do I have a maid's outfit, but also a nurse's costume, among others. Whatever you wish to play, I shall fulfill. Xiao Mu, coming to his senses, was astonished by her thorough preparations. Unexpectedly, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Jiang was not entirely mistaken. It had indeed been 4 long years since he had engaged with a woman. Now, with the beauty in his embrace, it was impossible to claim he felt no response or desire. Xiao Mu, may I go change now? What would you like me to wear? Jiang, sensing his reaction, grew even more self-assured, thinking that men were easily swayed. Once she showcased her talents, he would surely succumb, just as he had 4 years prior. Aside from being provocative, do you possess any other skills? Just as Jiang pondered which of her alluring talents to employ, the mocking voice echoed in her ear. What? Jiang froze, turning her head to meet Xiao Mu's enigmatic smile. Even if I were to crave a woman, then I would not seek you, Xiao Mu said mockingly, gripping Jiang's chin. Is Xia Chuxue beautiful? The girl I spoke with yesterday. Or Yi Simeng and Su Nuo? Which of them does not surpass you in beauty? On what grounds do you presume that by being provocative and shedding your clothes, I would forgive you? Or you? Jiang cried out in pain, her eyes brimming with tears. I thought you summoned me for something of great importance, yet it turns out you merely seek to be provocative, hoping to win me back. Xiao Mu tightened his grip further, ignoring her struggles. When I was at my lowest, you publicly severed our engagement, transforming into a blade in the hands of Xiao Zhanye, forcing me into a corner. What did you say back then? That I was worthless, that toad unworthy of you, correct? Let go of me. This has nothing to do with me. It was your uncle and my father who compelled me to act in this manner. Jiang cried out in pain, struggling relentlessly. I was also forced into this, I implore you to forgive me, for I love you. Slap. Xiao Muyang struck Jiang across the face with a resounding blow. The image of her haughty and disdainful countenance lingered in his mind. How dare she claim she was coerced? Jiang yelped again, her delicate face instantly swelling with redness. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she grasped Xiao Mu's hand tightly. I was wrong, as long as you can forgive me. Do what you will to me, beat me, strike me fiercely. Xiao Mu paused momentarily, questioning whether she was being submissive or if there was a hidden agenda at play. He glanced at the door, wondering if someone might burst in to accuse him regarding Jiang. Police? Journalists? Surely, she wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Xiao Mu. Strike me again, hit me hard. I regret my actions, I don't wish to break off our engagement, I want to marry you. Jiang struck her own face with Xiao Mu's hand. In fact, I have prepared a whip, shall I fetch it for you to strike me? Xiao Mu stared at Jiang, incredulous. How had he never noticed her proclivity for submission before? Xiao Mu, do you not desire a child? I am willing to bear one for you. As she spoke, she attempted to push Xiao Mu onto the sofa. Get away from me. I have told you that you are unworthy. Xiao Mu forcefully pushed Jiang aside and rose from the sofa. I heard from Chenli that you have not been idle these past years. You have entangled yourself with numerous men, even frequenting establishments of ill repute. No, I haven't. Jiang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. How could that insufferable man reveal everything? Xiao Mu, do not listen to his nonsense. You are the only man for me. Enough. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for such words? Xiao Mu scoffed. You summoned me here with such calculated intent. You even prepared aphrodisiacs. Believing that if we were to be intimate again, I would overlook the past. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Jiang Yi's countenance changed again. How could he know about the aphrodisiacs? Jiang Yi, even if you stripped bare and stood before me, I would remain utterly disinterested. Xiao Mu stated coldly. You believe you are worthy of marrying me and bearing my child. You are mistaken. With a slam, the door closed as Xiao Mu departed. Xiao Mu. Jiang Yi, disheveled, collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a furious scream. Her expression twisted with rage, her eyes filled with hatred. He was disinterested even if she stood before him in her entirety. Unworthy to marry him, unworthy to bear his child. Xiao Mu, you shall pay for this. Jiang Yi gritted her teeth, feeling as though her dignity had been trampled beneath Xiao Mu's feet. Was it merely a public engagement annulment? Had she not already been attempting to atone, begging for his forgiveness? What more did he desire? Besides, could she truly be blamed for the annulment? After all, he had been a mere waste of space. A spineless wretch was not deserving of her. It must be that vixen Xiao Ruoxi, who had wormed her way into Xiao Mu's bed. Otherwise, how could he refuse her? As the thought struck her, she began to harbor resentment toward Xiao Ruoxi. Moreover, those three shameless women all deserved to perish. In addition to being humiliated by Xiao Mu, she was engulfed by a sense of frustration. Despite her meticulous preparations, with whips and candles at the ready, she faced failure. Unwilling to accept this defeat, she felt a burning hatred within her. She yearned for revenge. Xiao Mu, I shall make you aware that crossing a woman leads to dire consequences, and I will ensure you regret treating me this way today. Jiang Yi seized a nearby glass of red wine and hurled it violently to the ground. One day, I will have you kneeling before me, pleading for my forgiveness. As Jiang Yi seethed with anger, the sudden ringing interrupted her thoughts. Hello, Dad? I have just received the news, Xiao Hai has died. What? Xiao Hai is dead? Jiang Yi's expression changed drastically, a chill rising from her feet. Was it Xiao Mu who killed him? Yes, the injuries worsened, and he succumbed. Xiao Zhenya will not let him off lightly. Jiang Yi felt a surge of relief. She was fortunate not to have engaged with Xiao Mu earlier, for fear of being implicated. It would be best if Xiao Zhenya eliminated him. That damned bastard. Indeed, we have already offended Xiao Mu. His death is for the best. Just wanted to inform you. Goodbye. Jiang Yi hung up the phone, her fingers brushing against her flushed face, feeling a twinge of fear. Thank goodness she hadn't further provoked Xiao Mu, otherwise she might have faced dire consequences. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Mu called Xiao Ruoxi, inquiring about her location before driving over. Along the way, he received a call from Chenli. Brother Mu, Xiao Hai is dead. Then let him die. What is there to be excited about? Chenli was taken aback by his calm demeanor. You called just to tell me he is dead? Xiao Mu scoffed. It's just Xiao Hai, why the fuss? Well, it's not entirely bad news, there is good news as well, Chenli replied. Is Xiao Hai's death bad news? Xiao Mu paused, realizing it was indeed good news. Then let us hear the good news. The Qingjiao ranking has been updated, and Brother Mu, you've risen to third place. Now that is bad news, Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Ah. True, Brother Mu, you should be first. It's outrageous to place you third. Chenli exclaimed. No, I have no desire to be in the top 10, I prefer to remain low-key. Xiao Mu stated seriously. Chenli was at a loss for words. You used to be quite the show-off, don't pretend you don't know that. Let us not dwell on that. Are you free tonight? Come over for dinner, I have something for you. Sure, Brother Mu, what is it? Something good. You'll find out when you arrive. I'll hang up now. Xiao Mu chuckled as he ended the call, already imagining the excitement on the little chubby guy's face upon learning he could cultivate. Minutes later, he met up with Xiao Ruoshi and the others. The 4 women were engrossed in shopping, indulging in retail therapy. Little brother Mu. Upon seeing him, Yi immediately wrapped her arms around his, her voice sweet and tight. Why don't you learn from this girl? There is another arm, go ahead and embrace him. Sunuo tilted her head, suggesting to Xia Chushu. I promise not to compete with you. Go ahead, Xia Chushu replied coolly, her gaze drifting to Yi leaning against Xiao Mu. A flicker of envy passing through her eyes. Yet, with her disposition, she could never act as Yi did. Little brother Mu, you smell of perfume. Suddenly, Yi sniffled and leaned closer to Xiao Mu's clothing. What were you doing with that wicked woman? Could it be that old feelings have reignited? Upon hearing this, the 3 women turned their gazes toward Xiao Mu, filled with curiosity. Impossible, she is unworthy, Xiao Mu declared with righteous conviction. Though images of Johnny's fair skin and intoxicating fragrance danced in his mind, nearly overwhelming his resolve. Really? Alright, I believe you, she truly does not deserve you. Yi chuckled gleefully, and had it not been in the presence of so many others, she would have rewarded Xiao Mu with a kiss. Xiao Ruoshi intended to inquire further but restrained herself in front of the 3 women, planning to ask him later. Enough about her, let us enjoy a delightful outing together. By the way, when are you leaving? Xiao Mu inquired. Little Mu, are you trying to rush us off? Yi frowned. You still haven't accompanied me for a drink. We cannot leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated, Sunuo added. I came here specifically to indulge in a grand revelry with you. I shall not depart until I am drunk. I'm not rushing you, I was merely asking, Xiao Mu replied with a wry smile. It's just drinking, right? I'll accompany you tonight. Upon hearing this, Yi and Sunuo beamed, and even Xia Chushue's lips curled slightly before the smile vanished. A handsome man surrounded by 4 beautiful women attracted considerable attention in the shopping mall, particularly from many men whose eyes widened in awe. If I could have just one of those 4 women, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. I would be willing to sacrifice 11 years. Wow. You two are really getting into this? A strikingly attractive man gazed at Xiao Mu, licking his lips. Nearby, several men shivered, a wave of discomfort washing over them. Little Mu, let us buy you a few outfits, you haven't shopped for clothes in years, Xiao Ruoshi suddenly suggested. Head lying in bed all day, I hardly need clothes. Xiao Mu chuckled, reflecting on those days of despair. Yet, now, he felt as though he had traversed countless mountains. You will need them in the future. Come. Let us get you some clothes, Xiao Ruoshi said, her eyes shining as she looked at Xiao Mu. Her proposal received support from the other 3 women, who eagerly dragged Xiao Mu into a high-end men's clothing store. Both Xiao Mu and the 4 women exuded an air of sophistication. Preventing any condescending attitudes from the sales staff, the entire experience was marked by warmth and enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Xiao Zhanye gazed upon his son's lifeless body, his face etched with sorrow. Suddenly, his expression shifted from grief to vengeance as he retrieved a satellite phone. When will the strong man you arranged arrive? Tomorrow. I want Xiao Mu dead. The news of Xiao Hai's demise spread throughout the elite circles of Yun City. Prominent figures turned their attention to the Xiao family, as the unfolding drama became increasingly captivating and thrilling. Though Xiao Zhanye's reign as the family head was at an end, the desire for revenge for his son's death could not go unfulfilled. If Xiao Mu could withstand this onslaught, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of Yun City's elite, no longer regarded merely as a prodigy. Conversely, this newly risen genius risked plunging back into despair. While all speculated on the unfolding events, Xiao Mu found himself caught in a tumultuous blend of pain and pleasure. The 4 women initially accompanied him on a shopping spree, purchasing numerous garments, filling bags of various sizes. Fortunately, he possessed a ring, which he discreetly stashed away in a secluded spot. Subsequently, he accompanied the 4 women once more and experienced the formidable nature of women's shopping. Were it not for his status as a cultivator with a solid foundation, his legs might have struggled to endure the ordeal. Although Isimeng and the other 2 were martial cultivators, it was astonishing how much stamina Xiao Ruoshi, an ordinary person, exhibited. Xiao Ruoshi was in high spirits, having devoted years to caring for Xiao Mu. She had scarcely indulged in shopping. Now that Xiao Mu had recovered, her worries had dissipated, and she naturally reveled in the experience. In the evening, Chen Li arrived. The little chubby fellow clearly lacked endurance, as he was already drenched in sweat and breathless after just half an hour. "Brother Mu, have you been shopping all day?" Chen Li queried, wiping his brow. "What else would we be doing? Are you feeling a bit weak?" Xiao Mu observed Chen Li with a hint of disdain. "I'm utterly exhausted. I can't keep up." Chen Li waved his hand dismissively. Lack of exercise, Xiao Mu noted, thanked Chen Li's corpulent physique with sudden curiosity. If this guy were to train in martial arts, would he transform into someone slender? Surprisingly, he found himself rather looking forward to it. After half an hour of leisure, the group concluded their wandering and settled at a private dining establishment. As they awaited their dishes, Xiao Mu produced a peiyuandan and offered one each to Xiao Ruoxi and Chen Li. "What is this?" Xiao Ruoxi inquired curiously as she accepted the item. "He. This is the peiyuandan I concocted last night, one for you and one for the chubby one," Xiao Mu chuckled. "Consume it and you'll be able to cultivate." "What? We can cultivate just by eating this?" Chen Li abruptly stood, his hand trembling as he clutched the porcelain vial. "Indeed. It depends on whether you dare to consume it," Xiao Mu affirmed. After all, he had only just begun alchemy, and any mishap could lead to trouble. Chen Li's face quivered with conflict. Of course, he yearned to consume the peiyuandan he dreamed of cultivating. Yet, Xiao Mu had only practiced alchemy for one night, and it was implausible that he could produce a viable elixir so quickly. Although Chen Li was not a cultivator himself, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the martial arts community. Becoming an alchemist required not only exceptional talent but also a plethora of stringent conditions, making such individuals exceedingly rare and highly esteemed. When Xiao Mu mentioned his intention to practice alchemy yesterday, they had not taken it seriously, assuming he was merely indulging in a whimsical endeavor. Yet, after one night, he presented them with an actual elixir. Not only was Chen Li unsettled, but Yi Siming and the others were equally perturbed. Are you willing to gamble?" Xiao Mu said with a cheerful smile. "If you win, you'll be able to cultivate from now on." "I'll gamble." Chen Li glanced at the porcelain vial in his hand, then at Xiao Mu, and resolutely made up his mind. Setting aside the question of whether the elixir within the vial was indeed concocted by Xiao Mu, he at least felt assured that Xiao Mu would not harm him. The fragrance emanating from the vial was quite enticing. Xiao Ruoxi, however, was not overly surprised. She understood that as a cultivator, Xiao Mu should possess boundless capabilities. She harbored a certain obsession regarding cultivation, especially during the times when Xiao Mu was incapacitated, regretting her inability to train in martial arts, as it would have enabled her to protect him. Without waiting for Xiao Mu to say anything further, Xiao Ruoxi promptly placed the peiyuandan in her mouth. She was indifferent to whether it was crafted by Xiao Mu or the presence of poison. After all, it was given to her by him, and even if it were poison, she would consume it without hesitation. "Sister, you're eating rather quickly, aren't you?" "I was hoping to let Fatih have some and see if he exhibits any adverse reactions," Xiao Mu observed as he looked at Xiao Ruoxi, feigning helplessness. Chen Li shot a glare at Xiao Mu, exclaiming, "You needn't voice such thoughts in my presence. It matters not who consumes it." Xiao Ruoxi replied with a smile, feeling a warm current unfurling from her belly, coursing through her limbs and ultimately converging at her dantian. A realization dawned upon her. This was the first time she had distinctly sensed the location of her dantian. For ordinary individuals to embark on the path of martial cultivation, the foremost step is to perceive the dantian, which allows them to break free from their shackles and step onto the path of martial arts. "I can sense my dantian," Xiao Ruoxi exclaimed in astonishment. "So soon?" Chen Li, hearing this, immediately popped a peiyuan pill into his mouth and swallowed it. "As far as I know, the recipe for peiyuan pill has been lost to time. No one in the world can refine it anymore," Xie Chuxue remarked, her surprise deepening. "Indeed?" Su Nuo nodded and turned to Xiao Mu. "So, where did you acquire this peiyuan pill?" "Oh, I remember now. At a recent auction in the capital. One sold for 1 billion. Yi Siming's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, is the peiyuan pill truly so valuable?" Xiao Mu, though not well versed in such matters, contemplated the logic. If it were too inexpensive, many from prominent families would have procured them for martial cultivation long ago. Just like Chen Li. His family would surely be willing to invest in his transformation into a warrior. $1 billion. It was evident that some big shot had made the purchase, leveraging their influence to prevent others from bidding higher, otherwise it could have easily reached several billion, considering this item could enable ordinary individuals to cultivate martial arts. And each consumed pill would reduce the available stock. Yi fixed her gaze on Xiao Mu. Brother Mu, quickly, confess honestly, where did you obtain this? Didn't I just say? I refined it last night, Xiao Mu chuckled lightly. I swear, I am not deceiving you. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, the three women found it difficult to maintain their composure. Could it truly be that he not only learned alchemy in a single night but also refined the long-lost Peiyuan pill? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the ancient martial world. I think I'm beginning to feel something too, Chen Li suddenly shouted with excitement. Whoop, I can finally cultivate. Brother Mu, no, my adoptive father, please accept my gratitude. Xiao Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. One Peiyuan pill had elevated him to the status of an adoptive father. Would adoptive father, let me bow to you, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to express my feelings. Chen Li said, tears streaming down his face. No need for that, no need. Xiao Mu waved his hand, fearing that Chen Li might genuinely kneel before him. Adoptive father. You've been so good to me. If I were a girl, I would definitely offer myself to you, Chen Li continued. Xiao Mu glanced at his hefty frame, his complexion paling slightly. A girl? Offering yourself? Goodness, this is not gratitude, but rather a betrayal of kindness. He thought in despair. Wait. How much did you say the Peiyuan pill is worth? Chen Li wiped his tears, suddenly recalling something, and looked towards Yi. Just moments ago, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the art of martial cultivation, rendering him oblivious to the conversation at hand. At least 100 million. The market value could reach several hundred million. In the eyes of those in need, this item could be worth even more, the treasure that is exceedingly difficult to acquire. Even for the affluent. Yi elucidated. 100 million? Several hundred million. Oh dear, Mugu, you are far too kind to me, Chen Li lamented, her cries growing louder. Why don't you wait for me to make a trip to Siam? I will definitely. Enough. Xiao Mu exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. Utter another word, and I shall make you regurgitate the Peiyuan pill. Do you dare test me? I shall say no more, Chen Li quickly gestured, burying her gratitude deep within her heart. Xiao Mu, you must keep the fact that you can refine the Peiyuan pill a secret. Suddenly, Xiao Mu spoke in a grave tone. Yi and Sun Nuo exchanged startled glances, quickly comprehending her implication and nodded in agreement. Huh? Are you worried about me becoming a target? Xiao Mu chuckled. Indeed, the Peiyuan pill is of great significance. It will not only send ripples through the ancient martial world but could potentially shake the very foundations of our nation, perhaps even attracting the attention of the higher echelons. Xiao Mu fixed her gaze on Xiao Mu. With the Peiyuan pill, it becomes possible to produce martial artists in bulk. You must understand the weight of this. I comprehend. Xiao Mu nodded. In simpler terms, it meant that his current strength was insufficient. If he were powerful enough, it would be inconsequential. A common man is innocent, yet possesses a precious stone. Its significance lies in whose hands it rests. Do not worry, Mugu, I swear I shall not disclose this matter, not even to my parents. If I do, may lightning strike me. Chen Li, understanding the gravity of the situation, raised her hand earnestly. All right, since I am willing to share. It is evident that I trust you, Xiao Mu interrupted Chen Li. Although the Peiyuan pill is rare, some stock does exist in the world. A small quantity can be shared without issue, as long as it does not attract unwanted attention. Sister Fati, allow me to provide you with cultivation techniques later. Mugu. Your gift of the Peiyuan pill has already filled me with gratitude. As for the cultivation techniques, I have my own, Chen Li replied hastily. Your family's techniques likely lack in rank, allow me to bestow upon you another, Xiao Mu smiled. We are brothers, let us not stand on ceremony. And do not mention the notion of exchanging favors again. Indeed, if it came to that, would you even stand a chance? Little Mugu, do consider me. Yi winked playfully. Xiao Mu, bemused, thought to himself how this girl could always find an opening. Just then, the food and drinks arrived. The group dined and conversed. The atmosphere remarkably jovial. Here, I have prepared Peiyuan pills for you as well. Xiao Mu produced 3 porcelain vials and handed them to the 3 women. Even if you do not require them, you can sell them for pocket money or give them to family. Wow, little Mugu, you are truly wonderful. I am utterly tempted to offer myself in exchange. Yi exclaimed dramatically as she accepted the vial. This is far too precious, I cannot, Xia Chushue countered. Shaking her head. Chushue, in my eyes, our bond is priceless, Xiao Mu interjected earnestly. These past few years, you have visited me multiple times while I have kept myself isolated from you. Xia Chushue regarded Xiao Mu thoughtfully, then nodded in acceptance. Very well. Then I shall sell it to procure some funds for wine. Xunuo was not an overly sentimental individual. With Xiao Mu having already expressed his thoughts, it would be inappropriate to refuse any further. Haha, for the moment, I have concocted only 2 types of elixirs, with more to follow, which I shall share with you all in due time. Xiao Mu smiled, demonstrating his usual generosity towards those close to him. What is the other type of elixir? Yi inquired with curiosity. The longevity pill, which can extend one's lifespan, though I have already given several to a few clan elders, Xiao Mu replied. Upon hearing this, the others were enlightened. It was no wonder the clan elders had shifted their allegiance to support him as the clan leader. He had effectively won them over. Xiao Zhengye's defeat was not unjust. Who would have imagined that you had truly mastered the art of alchemy? Xunuo regarded Xiao Mu, realizing that mere genius was an inadequate description of his talents. Haha, I was merely dabbling in it for fun, and to my surprise, it has truly come to fruition. Xiao Mu humbly chuckled. As they gazed at Xiao Mu, they suddenly recalled his words from the previous day. He had mentioned wanting Yoshengu to learn alchemy from him, and that even the leader of Yoshengu would address him as the revered ancestor. At that moment, they had thought he was jesting, but considering his current talents, it was conceivable that one day it could indeed become a reality. Come, let us drink, Xunuo. Did you not ask me to accompany you for a revelry? Cheers. Xiao Mu raised his cup. All right, let us indulge. Xunuo clinked her cup with Xiao Mu's and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Over an hour later, having feasted and quenched their thirst, the group departed from the private dining establishment. Just as they were nearing the Xiao residence, Xiao Ruoxi's phone rang. Zhang Wancheng. Xiao Ruoxi was somewhat taken aback as she answered the call. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Ruoxi, are you with Xiao Mu? Is it convenient for us to meet? A man's voice resonated from the receiver. Certainly, Xiao Ruoxi responded, not surprised that Zhang Wancheng was aware of Xiao Mu's recovery. You name the place, and we shall come. Simeng, you all return to the Xiao residence first, my sister and I will step out for a moment, Xiao Mu stated, sitting up straight. Zhang Wancheng would not summon them without reason. It was likely related to the circumstances surrounding their parents' demise. Understood. The 3 women nodded in agreement, not pressing for further details. A few minutes later, the 3 women exited the vehicle while Xiao Mu and his sister drove away. Sister, did he mention anything specific? In the darkness, Xiao Mu's gaze was fixed ahead, his eyes resembling cold stars. Nothing, Xiao Ruoxi shook her head, glancing at Xiao Mu. Promise me, regardless of what he says. You must remain composed. All right, Xiao Mu nodded in acknowledgement. After about 10 minutes, the car entered an alley and came to a halt. A tall man was already waiting there. Xiao Mu recognized him immediately as Zhang Wancheng, a trusted subordinate of his father. Uncle Zhang. Xiao Mu exited the vehicle and greeted him warmly. Xiao Mu, good to see you, Zhang Wancheng said, stepping forward to grasp Xiao Mu's hand firmly. His expression filled with excitement. It is a blessing to see you restored. Truly, the heavens have favored us. It is my parents' spirits watching over me, Xiao Mu replied softly. They would wish for me to uncover the truth behind their deaths and seek justice on their behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wancheng paused, looking toward Xiao Ruoxi. Uncle Zhang. I have already informed Xiao Mu, Xiao Ruoxi explained. Very well, let us proceed inside and discuss further. Zhang Wancheng nodded and led the 2 individuals into a nearby building. Uncle Zhang, have you uncovered anything during your visit? As soon as they settled down, Xiao Ruoxi eagerly inquired. Not many new leads. Zhang Wancheng replied with a helpless shake of his head. The only certainty is that there are indeed issues surrounding the death of your parents. The lack of findings only reinforces that notion. Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoxi exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of disappointment. Yet they understood the implication of Zhang Wancheng's final statement. Of course, it's not entirely fruitless. There appear to be internal complications within the Xiao family, Zhang Wancheng added. Noticing their dejection. Internal complications. Upon hearing his words, their expressions shifted. Indeed, there seems to be an insider collaborating with someone, though I cannot ascertain who that might be. Zhang Wancheng continued slowly. After all, delving into matters within the Xiao family is delicate. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. I understand. Leave the Xiao family matters to me, Xiao Mu said solemnly. My purpose in coming here is twofold, to assess your recovery and to discuss a rather unrefined plan. Zhang Wancheng regarded Xiao Mu thoughtfully. Of course, as the implementation of this plan will depend on your consent. You may proceed, Xiao Mu replied. This plan could entail significant peril. Zhang Wancheng warned. Absolutely not. Before he could finish, Xiao Ruoxi interjected, unwilling to let him take any risks after his arduous recovery. Sister, please allow Uncle Zhang to finish. Xiao Mu gently grasped Xiao Ruoxi's hand and urged her. Given my current strength, I can manage many dangers, he reassured her. I only proposed this plan because I heard of your recovery, otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested it, Zhang Wancheng said softly. In essence, the plan is to lure the snake from its den, using you as bait to draw out the mastermind, either to erase some traces or to eliminate the threat entirely. Listening to Zhang Wancheng, Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed with understanding. I find this plan viable. Xiao Mu, you must weigh this carefully. Once this plan is set in motion, you may encounter significant danger, Zhang Wancheng cautioned seriously. Even if I do not proceed with this plan, I fear my own power will not be diminished. Xiao Mu replied slowly. This revelation left Zhang Wancheng and Xiao Ruoxi momentarily stunned before they comprehended his meaning. If a true culprit lurked behind the scenes, would they spare Xiao Mu? A paralyzed waste could be overlooked, but a rising prodigy would not be so easily disregarded. They would surely seek to eliminate him while he was still vulnerable. From now on, I will act conspicuously to draw the attention of the true culprit. Xiao Mu contemplated further. Alternatively, I could initiate an investigation into my parents' demise to instill a sense of urgency in them. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. The more ostentatious your actions, the more unsettled they will become, Zhang Wancheng nodded in agreement. However, this will undoubtedly heighten your danger, so you must exercise utmost caution. I understand, Uncle Zhang. What truly transpired back then? It's a long story, Zhang Wancheng replied, his expression complex, tinged with reminiscence. Half an hour later, Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoxi departed by car. Xiao Mu, have you made your decision? Once you proceed, you will be irrevocably drawn into the storm. Xiao Ruoxi gazed at him with concern. Sister, we must avenge our parents, Xiao Mu declared solemnly. Some matters must be undertaken, even when the perils are evident. Let me investigate, Xiao Ruoxi suggested after a moment's contemplation. Since I have recovered, I cannot allow you to take risks on my behalf. Xiao Mu gazed at her, moved by her words. Rest assured, do not forget that I am a formidable cultivator. Xiao Ruoxi fell silent, understanding Xiao Mu well. His decisions were resolute and unalterable. Even when their parents were alive, they could not dictate his actions. Within the Xiao family, a thought struck Xiao Mu, causing him to narrow his eyes. Zhang Wancheng mentioned issues within the Xiao family. Who do you believe could be behind it? Xiao Ruoxi furrowed her brow. With our parents gone, those who stand to gain are the most suspicious. A fierce glint ignited in Xiao Mu's eyes. Are you suggesting our second uncle? Xiao Ruoxi's gaze sharpened in shock. I will investigate thoroughly. If he is indeed responsible, I shall ensure he cannot escape nor find peace. Xiao Mu's intent was resolute. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Ruoxi took the top-tier cultivation method Xiao Mu had given her and began her training. She yearned to grow stronger swiftly, so she could assist Xiao Mu rather than hinder him. Strange, why can't my sister cultivate? Xiao Mu pondered as he returned to his room. He had intended to teach the chaotic decision to Xiao Ruoxi, but upon her attempt, she found herself unable to practice. Is cultivation distinct from martial arts, requiring different talents and conditions? He found the matter perplexing and chose to set it aside. He retrieved his phone and called Chen Li. Brother Mu. What brings you to call? Tomorrow, I will teach you martial arts, and additionally, spread the word that I'm challenging the genius rankings. This notion had struck him on his way back. Nothing could create a star as swiftly as a challenge to the genius rankings. Initially, he harbored no interest in the top position, now, however, he did. Brother Mu. You intend to challenge the genius rankings? Chen Li exclaimed with excitement. Whom will you challenge? Luo Hongxin. Brother Mu, that's incredible. Defeat Luo Hongxin and become the number one in Yun City. Anyone who disputes my position on the genius rankings is welcome to challenge me. The fists have no eyes. And life and death are in their own hands. Understood? Tonight, break through your Dantian's constraints, and tomorrow I will teach you martial arts. Goodbye. As Xiao Mu ended the call and prepared to enter the world within his ring, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Meng. What brings you here? Xiao Mu opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the visitor. You haven't rested yet. Why come to see me at this hour? Brother Xiao Mu. I have something important to discuss. Will you really leave me standing at the door without inviting me in? Isimeng replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Or come in then. Xiao Mu glanced at the adjacent door before stepping aside. As soon as she entered, Xiao Mu felt two soft forms pressing against his arm. Stirring his senses. Brother Xiao Mu, I must return to the capital tomorrow, Isimeng said, wrapping her arm around his. Why the sudden departure? Xiao Mu asked. Surprised. My father called and insisted I return tomorrow. If I do not comply, he will come to Yun City to fetch me himself. A trace of bitterness flickered in Isimeng's eyes. Brother Xiao Mu, will you miss me after I leave? Well, it's not like we won't see each other again. You can come anytime, then I can visit the capital as well. Xiao Mu found himself both amused and bewildered, wondering why this felt akin to a farewell, as if they were parting for eternity. This girl truly had a flair for the dramatics. You've already called off the engagement. Can you still marry me? Isimeng suddenly inquired, gazing intently at Xiao Mu. Huh? Xiao Mu was taken aback. Was she serious? Just teasing you. Look how startled you are. Isimeng laughed, tightening her embrace. I know that Xie Chuxue and Sun Wu are still thinking about you. But the brave savor the world first. I am sufficiently courageous. Tonight, I belong to you. What? Xiao Mu's eyes widened. The brave savor the world first. You are my entire world. As she spoke, Isimeng wrapped her arms around Xiao Mu's waist, resting her head against his chest. Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu intended to say something more. Say nothing, just kiss me. Isimeng lifted her head, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her crimson lips against his. Xiao Mu's breath quickened when he felt a stirring within him. To hold such beauty in his arms and claim to have no desires would be an impossible feat. He had recovered and was no longer the incapacitated man he once was. Brother Xiao Mu, I have been brave enough. Are you brave too? As long as you are bold, you can enjoy me tonight. Isimeng gazed at him, her eyes brimming with allure. Xiao Meng. Xiao Mu fought to suppress his impulses, clinging to the last vestiges of his reason. Having been seduced by Jiang Yi earlier in the day, and now faced with Isimeng's advances, he could hardly withstand the temptation any longer. Brother Xiao Mu, please satisfy a simple girl who desires you. Isimeng stood on her tiptoes, whispering sweetly in his ear, even playfully nibbling on his earlobe. I have come to you. If you refuse me now, it will be the greatest insult to a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a surge of unknown energy coursed through him, overwhelming his senses. The last remnants of his reason crumbled in an instant. In his mind, two inner voices were battling, one warned against touching her, while the other argued that she was offering herself, then to refuse would be a grave sin. With the surge of energy, the voice of restraint promptly silenced itself. Xiao Mu gasped, lifted Isimeng into his arms, then strode toward the bed. He would be a brave man tonight. Isimeng clung to his neck, her lovely face adorned with a smile. Are you ready? Xiao Mu leaned down, gazing at Isimeng, resembling a wolf starved for days. Tonight, I am yours. Isimeng nodded, her fair hand trailing downward. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's body quivered as if electrified, a current surging through him. Under this electric stimulus, the final thread of his rationality vanished, and he swiftly pressed his Simang onto the ground bed. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, but she responded with fervor. This was the boy she had loved for 5 years. This profound love was enough to embolden her, suppressing her shyness. She cannot control her marriage. But for the first time, she must surrender herself to the boy she deeply loves. The rustling sound of clothes being shed, coupled with the expanse of pale skin, profoundly stirred Xiao Mu. Meng's movements were somewhat awkward. After all, knowledge acquired from books pales in comparison to real experience. No matter how many films one watches, it remains merely theoretical. The reality of practice is invariably different. However, it was precisely this clumsy fervor that further captivated Xiao Mu. Everything became indescribable. With a sudden cry of pain from Meng, the room fell into an abrupt silence. Your first time. Xiao Mu lowered his gaze, astonished at the sight of Meng beneath him. What do you mean? Do you think I? Pain compounded with a sense of grievance caused Meng's eyes to redden. No, that's not what I meant. Just as Xiao Mu attempted to explain, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, provoking an involuntary cry. Love me. Meng released her grip on Xiao Mu, her lips tinged with blood. A hint of reproach in her expression. All right. Ignoring the bite on his shoulder, Xiao Mu leaned down to kiss her. Everything became even more indescribable. A sleepless night passed. As dawn broke, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Meng nestled in Xiao Mu's embrace, her heart brimming with satisfaction and delight. Xiao Mu, however, gazed at the bloodstain on the sheets, unable to suppress a sigh. What is wrong? Meng noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. You are unhappy with your first time? No. Xiao Mu smiled wryly, genuinely surprised that this was Meng's first experience. So, do you perceive me as someone promiscuous? Meng tilted her head, a playful glint in her eye. Do you believe I would bite you again? Don't. Are you a dog? Xiao Mu chuckled helplessly, wrapping his arms around Meng's waist. Is it because you regard this as your first time that you feel guilt and a sense of responsibility? Do you wish to take responsibility for me? Meng inquired, gazing at Xiao Mu. Well, somewhat, he nodded. That wicked woman ensnared you just like this? Meng's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Mu was speechless. How did the conversation divert to Jiang Yi? All right, I won't ask anymore. But don't think you can simply sleep with me and then marry me. It doesn't work that way. One night is insufficient. You want a lifetime. Meng teased. Just consider last night a game of courage. I don't need you to be responsible, nor should you expect me to be. Huh? Xiao Mu looked at Meng, bemused by her open-mindedness yet puzzled by her reluctance regarding her first experience. What do you mean? It's settled then. Meng said, playfully lifting Xiao Mu's chin. When I feel like it that I might grace you again, you performed well last night, and I was quite satisfied. Enough said, I'll rest now. I need to fly to the capital this morning. As Meng rose, her sudden movement caused her to wince in pain. Take it easy. Xiao Mu steadied her. Can't you rest for a day before heading back? Now you are showing concern. Earlier, you were so rough. Whether you leave early or late, you must go. Meng bore the discomfort and slowly descended from the bed. Wait a moment, let me alleviate your pain. Xiao Mu said, grasping Meng's wrist as he channeled his vital energy into her body to ease her discomfort. Really? This is effective. What kind of technique is this? Meng exclaimed, astonished. You can't possibly have reached the innate realm. That's beyond the capabilities of the transformation stage. Heck, just a little trick. Xiao Mu replied with a smile, releasing her wrist. Is it better now? Yes, much better, she answered, taking a few steps as the pain became nearly imperceptible. Brother Xiao Mu, I think I'll head back to rest now. You should take a break too. Of course, Xiao Mu said, watching her retreating figure. Does she have something on her mind? Why the sudden urge to leave? After pondering for a moment, he decided against resting and instead entered his ring world to refine pills. Approximately half an hour later, he placed 6 pills into a porcelain bottle. A smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Exiting the ring world, he approached the window where daylight had fully emerged. From today onward, I shall act boldly. It's time to indulge, he mused lightly, though his gaze was cold and steely. After breakfast, he seemed prepared to depart. Upon learning of her departure, Xiao Ruoxi and the others expressed surprise and insisted on accompanying her to the airport. Here, Xiao Mu said, presenting the porcelain bottle to Yiximeng. "What is this?" She inquired, curiosity evident in her voice as she accepted it. "An elixir that enhances talent, especially concocted for you," Xiao Mu explained. "Wow, that's so touching." Yiximeng exclaimed dramatically, wrapping her arms around Xiao Mu's neck and whispering in his ear, "This isn't a form of compensation for me, is it?" Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. He indeed had that thought in mind. "Make sure to keep that sheet safe, it holds my essence," Yiximeng whispered again before releasing him. "Thank you, brother Xiao Mu. I will cherish this pill." Xiao Ruoxi and the others were accustomed to Yiximeng's affectionate gestures and did not ponder them further. Once Chenli arrived, the group departed from the Xiao residence. "Second Master Xiao Mu has left, he must be taking Yiximeng to the airport," a confidant reported to Xiao Zhengye. "Very well, let him perish," Xiao Zhengye snarled, gritting his teeth as he dialed a number. "You may proceed with your plan. Remember, I want a video before he dies, I need to witness his demise." "Understood," came the response from the other end. After issuing a few more instructions, he hung up, his expression twisted with malice. "Xiao Mu, if you killed my son, not only will I ensure your death, but everyone around you shall perish as well." As Xiao Mu exited the Xiao residence, he sensed something amiss. "Am I being followed?" "It's merely my protectors," Yiximeng replied. Oh, Xiao Mu realized, understanding that it was only natural for someone of her stature to have protection. He dismissed the thought and turned his attention back. Upon arriving at the airport, the vehicle approached, and two elderly men alighted. "Miss, let us go," one of them said. Yiximeng regarded them with a hint of reluctance. She did not wish to leave, but if she resisted, they would forcibly take her away. "Brother Xiao Mu, remember to think of me and call me," she said, suppressing her reluctance as she addressed him. "Of course," he replied. Xiao Mu nodded, his peripheral vision assessing the two elderly men whose strength was not to be underestimated. They were undoubtedly innate powerhouses. "Sister Ruoxi, I am leaving now. You two must be delighted, right? With my departure, there will be no one to contend with you," Yiximeng remarked as she glanced at the three women. "Do visit Yun City when you have the time." Xiao Ruoxi grasped Yiximeng's hand, feeling a tinge of reluctance. "All right." After bidding farewell, Yiximeng made her way towards the airport, the two elderly men nodding as they trailed behind her. "I sense that Yiximeng appears somewhat disheartened," Xiao Ruoxi suddenly commented, observing Yiximeng's retreating figure. "She is reluctant to leave, isn't she?" Xiao Mu replied. "No, it's not that," Xiao Ruoxi said, glancing at Xie Chu Shui and Sun Nuo. "Did you both sense it?" The two women nodded, understanding each other as women often do. "Since she has expressed it, we can't do much. I suppose I'll call again later," Xiao Mu contemplated aloud. "They've departed, we should leave as well." Subsequently, the group drove away from the airport. "Wait," Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the rearview mirror. "We are being followed. Brother Mu, should I shake them off?" Chenli asked, his tone growing serious. Without waiting for Xiao Mu to respond, the off-road vehicle behind suddenly accelerated, charging toward the business car. "Be careful." Xiao Mu's expression changed. This was more than mere surveillance. "Damn it," Chenli cursed, slamming the accelerator and sharply turning the steering wheel. Nevertheless, they were still rammed by the off-road vehicle. Bang! The violent impact jolted the business car, slamming it against the nearby stones. Chenli's head struck the steering wheel forcefully. Unfortunately, the airbag deployed in time to prevent a serious injury. "They must be targeting me," Xiao Mu realized, observing the two elderly men exiting the off-road vehicle. "Chu Shui, Sun Nuo, protect my sister and Chenli, I will confront them." "Be careful," Sun Nuo nodded, while Xie Chu Shui took out her phone, beginning to call for assistance. Xiao Mu exited the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the approaching elderly men. They donned floral shirts that appeared somewhat incongruous. Yet he dared not underestimate them. The aura exuded by these two elders was formidable, at least at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Did Xiao Zhenyi send you? No need for further inquiries. When you meet the King of Hell, he will enlighten you, the elder on the left replied coldly. Swiftly. The elder on the right wasted no time, propelling himself forward like an arrow shot from above, charging at Xiao Mu with murderous intent. Xiao Mu's eyes flickered. He activated the chaos decision, unleashing a surge of energy. He evaded the elder's attack with a swift movement, and his right palm slashed forward like a blade. The elder was taken aback. Was this young man truly so ruthless? He quickly recoiled to avoid the lethal strike. What is wrong, Volman? Planning to be a turtle hiding in its shell? Xiao Mu sneered, his right leg executing a lightning-fast kick. Bang! Their legs collided, causing the elder to stagger back a few steps, feeling a searing pain in his leg. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Just as he was about to capitalize on this momentum and pursue, the other elder's attack arrived. Bang bang bang. After a series of assaults, Xiao Mu retreated 3 steps. His expression growing grave. Xiao Zhenyi truly holds me in high regard, dispatching a congenital expert. The elder's heart was also unsettled. How could such a young congenital warrior exist? In the next moment, his murderous intent intensified. Since the conflict had begun, he must eliminate the threat, or it would become a significant problem. In the vehicle, Xie Chuxue and Su Nuo's faces changed as well. What? Xiao Ruoshi gasped, making a move to exit the car. Ruoshi, what are you doing? Su Nuo grasped Xiao Ruoshi's arm. You cannot assist Xiao Mu, you would only distract him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoshi regained her composure. Then what should we do? Su Nuo, you protect them, I will go help him. Xie Chushue's countenance turned icy as a dagger fell effortlessly into her palm. I am stronger than you. I will go. Su Nuo shook her head. You must protect them. Wait, Velda sisters, do not argue. It seems Brother Mu does not require assistance. Suddenly, Chen Li shouted. The 3 women turned to see Xiao Mu facing off against 2 opponents, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. In fact, he seemed to grow more adept, gradually overpowering the 2 elders. How is this possible? The 2 elders, increasingly alarmed, found themselves unable to contend with a mere youth. One was a first-level congenital, while the other had attained the pinnacle of transformation. Surely, together, they could handle a second-level congenital warrior. Yet, they were now the ones on the back foot. 2 old dogs, when you meet the King of Hell, it will not be me, but you. Xiao Mu sneered, feeling a surge of confidence. It turned out that after establishing his foundation, he was indeed formidable, treating battles against congenital experts as child's play. Bang! Amidst the fierce clash, the 2 elders were sent flying with a thunderous sound. The confrontation between the cultivators and martial artists was a complete dimensional separation. Xiao Mu felt exhilarated, finally gaining a clearer understanding of the combat prowess of cultivators. Although he had fought Xiao Hai before, the latter was far too weak, ending the bout almost immediately. The 2 elders steadied themselves, their faces etched with astonishment. A young man had become so powerful. They felt a wave of retreat. But recalling the order to kill Xiao Mu, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Heavenly Horse Battle Formation. The first congenital elder shouted, leading the charge. The other elder responded in kind, coordinating with him. Boom. Their battle intent surged, even more potent than before. This was their trump card. They had previously used the Heavenly Horse Battle Formation to slay a second-level congenital warrior. Xiao Mu sidestepped, evading their attack, and appeared between the 2 at an odd angle. Not good. The first congenital elder's expression shifted, the Heavenly Horse Battle Formation was about to collapse. Before he could act further, Xiao Mu unleashed his true energy, transforming it into an intangible fist that struck the other elder's chest. Crack! The immense force shattered the elder's ribs. The elder let out a wretched cry, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Pfft. As a mouthful of blood spurted forth, the elder's face turned ghastly pale, he could rise no more. Second elder. The first congenital elder exclaimed in alarm, attempting to move forward, only to be blocked by Xiao Mu. Do not rush, the next will be your turn. Xiao Mu's voice was icy. Upon encountering the King of Hell, do convey to him that it was I who dispatched your kind. Such arrogance. The venerable elder, a master of innate power, roared in fury, executing a sweeping tail strike akin to that of a divine dragon towards Xiao Mu. Bang! Xiao Mu remained steadfast, unyielding, while the elder was sent hurtling backward. Speak. Who summoned you here? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swift end. Xiao Mu advanced slowly, his murderous intent enveloping the air. Swish. The elder, silenced, brandished a dagger and charged once more. Seeking death, are we? Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy, his essence transforming into a blade that slashed forth. Impossible. As the dagger clashed with the intangible energy, the elder's face blanched in horror. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of the innate realm. At least, it was unattainable for anyone below the 5th level of innate power. He retreated swiftly, darting towards his companions in a desperate bid to escape. At this juncture, still yearning for flight, Xiao Mu's voice dripped with cold disdain as he vanished like a wraith, appearing instantly behind the elder. Swish. Without a moment's contemplation, the elder hurled his dagger, attempting to thwart Xiao Mu's pursuit. Xiao Mu did not evade, instead, he drew the dagger to him with his essence, seizing it in his grasp. In the vehicle, Chen Li exclaimed in excitement, Brother Mu is astonishing. When shall I ever attain such prowess? The three women, witnessing Xiao Mu catch the blade, finally released the tension that had gripped their hearts. Even though Xiao Ruoshi was aware of Xiao Mu's status as a cultivator, she had little comprehension of his true power. Now, witnessing his formidable strength, her confidence in their forthcoming plans significantly bolstered. If you choose silence, then embrace death. The dagger in Xiao Mu's hand emitted a piercing whistle, darting like lightning towards the vulnerable point at the elder's back. Sensing the lethal intent, the elder spun around abruptly, intent on blocking the blow. Upon seeing his own dagger in Xiao Mu's possession, he was momentarily stunned. How could this be? In the next heartbeat, the dagger sliced through his throat. Splat. Blood gushed forth. No. The elder instinctively clutched at his wound, his eyes wide with pain and despair. Would he perish here today? Splat. Another wave of agony surged as the dagger plunged into his heart. The elder's mouth opened to utter something, yet no sound emerged. He swayed and fell backward, life extinguished. Xiao Mu cast not a glance at the lifeless elder, bloodied dagger in hand, and strode towards another severely injured elder. Do not approach. The elder's face was a mask of terror as he scrambled backward on hands and knees. Speak. Who sent you? Xiao Mu loomed above, raising the dagger. It was Xiao Zhangye. The elder replied, trembling. Please, do not slay me. I merely took money to resolve troubles for others. Indeed, it was he. Xiao Mu was not particularly surprised, as the only ones wishing for his demise, apart from his uncle Xiao Zhangye, were those behind the tragic fate of his parents. The latter would likely not arrive so swiftly. I have already stated it, let me go. The elder's voice quavered. What I meant was, once you divulge the truth, I shall grant you a swift end. Upon finishing his words, the dagger descended. With a scream, the elder collapsed into a pool of blood. Clang. Xiao Mu discarded the dagger, surveying the two corpses before making his way back to the vehicle. Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoshi emerged from the vehicle. Brother Mu. Leave this to me, you all may depart fast, Chen Li said in a grave tone. If the enforcers are alerted, bring them to me, Xiao Mu nodded. Since Xiao Zhangye had dispatched individuals to take his life, he was compelled to retaliate. Allow me to handle this, Xie Chuxue declared, dialing a number. In approximately 2 minutes, an elderly man clad in grey arrived at the scene, his expression one of astonishment. Kong Bo, handle the situation, Xie Chuxue instructed. Understood, Kong Bo replied. Let us go. Xie Chuxue turned to Xiao Mu. Very well, Xiao Mu responded, and without further ado, the group entered the vehicle and departed. At the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhangye awaited news. By this time, they should have captured Xiao Mu, he thought. He drained a glass of wine, gazing at the large screen prepared for this moment. Eager to witness Xiao Mu kneel and plead for mercy, followed by his demise. As time ticked by, Xiao Zhangye's brow furrowed in irritation. Why the delay? Is something amiss? Just as he contemplated making a call for an update, his phone rang. They have failed. What? Failed? Xiao Mu is still alive. Xiao Zhenye's expression shifted dramatically. With one innate master and one perfected practitioner, how could they not eliminate him? Indeed, Xiao Mu is stronger than we anticipated, a deep voice replied. He turned the tables on them. Impossible. Xiao Zhenye could scarcely believe it. His nephew, paralyzed for 4 years, had somehow grown so formidable. Xiao Zhenye, you would do well to lay low for a few days. He is likely aware that you dispatched those to kill him, the voice continued. And what of it? Does he dare come after me? Xiao Zhenye's countenance twisted in rage. He even killed your son. What makes you think he would hesitate to kill you? The voice retorted coldly. Mr. Long, Xiao Mu must perish. He is already this powerful, and given time, he will only grow stronger. Should he discover that his parents' deaths are connected to you, he will not spare you. Xiao Zhenye gritted his teeth. You speak the truth, he must die. After a brief silence, the voice continued, very well, you should go into hiding at once. I will send stronger reinforcements. Once the call ended, Xiao Zhenye shattered everything within reach, including the screen he had intended to use to witness Xiao Mu's final moments. Damn it, damn it. He raged, infuriated that the little scoundrel had grown so powerful. After venting his frustrations, he made a concerted effort to regain his composure and strode purposefully outside. It was time to hide. That little rascal was ruthless and would surely not spare him now that he knew of his involvement. A few minutes later, 3 vehicles departed from the Xiao residence. As long as Xiao Mu remained alive, the Xiao family would never be safe again. Inside one of the cars, Xiao Zhenye glared at the gates of the Xiao residence, his resentment intensifying. Just days prior, he had envisioned himself as the head of the family, basking in glory. And now, he was fleeing like a hunted animal. Boom. As the 3 vehicles entered a rather secluded area, the rugged SUV sped towards them. Not good, the driver exclaimed, instinctively jerking the steering wheel. Xiao Zhenye's expression shifted dramatically. Had that little bastard come for him? Bang. The SUV collided forcefully with the vehicle in the middle, its front crumpling instantly. The driver and the bodyguard in the passenger seat perished on the spot. Xiao Zhenye's head slammed against a nearby glass, blood gushing forth. Damn it. Clutching his head, he kicked open the car door. Protect the second master. Bodyguards from the other 2 vehicles rushed out, sprinting towards him. The SUV's door swung open, and 2 elderly men with white hair slowly emerged. Who are you? Xiao Zhenye's face paled further. It was not Xiao Mu. There was no need to inquire about our identities, simply know that we have come to take your life, and that should suffice. The elder on the left spoke coldly, limping toward Xiao Zhenye. Kill him. Xiao Zhenye's expression shifted as he rode. The bodyguards beside him drew their guns and fired. Bang. 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 3 bullets whirled through the air, aimed at the head of the limping elder. The elder sneered, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. All 3 bullets missed their mark. A congenital master. Xiao Zhenye's gaze narrowed. Only one who had reached the innate realm could so effortlessly evade gunfire. Who are you really? I've already told you. We are the ones who have come to take your life. The limping elder's words echoed as he materialized before Xiao Zhenye. Before the remaining bodyguards could fire again, they were swiftly dispatched, their necks broken and their bodies collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Zhenye turned to flee. Block them. The remaining bodyguards gritted their teeth, drawing their knives and charging forward. I will pursue Xiao Zhenye, you deal with them and leave no survivors. The other elder commanded before hastening after Xiao Zhenye. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, totally deluded. The limping elder nodded, seizing a knife and unleashing a one-sided slaughter. In mere moments, the remaining bodyguards lay lifeless in pools of blood. Not far away, Xiao Zhenye was overtaken. Who are you? You aren't sent by Xiao Mu. Are you? Xiao Zhenye staggered back, fear etched on his face. Why ask so many questions? The elder shook his head, advancing slowly towards Xiao Zhenye. Was it Mr. Long who sent you? A sudden realization struck Xiao Zhenye, and then he exclaimed in horror. He wants to silence me. The elder offered no reply. Yet his pace quickened significantly. It truly is him. Xiao Zhenye's heart sank as he grasped the truth. Mr. Long had cast him aside, fearing that he might reveal secrets to Xiao Mu, thus necessitating his demise. Whoosh! The elder struck, the force of his palm aimed mercilessly at Xiao Zhenye's chest. No. Xiao Zhenye bellowed, even if he were no match, he refused to submit to death. Bang! In the next instant, Xiao Zhenye was hurled away, blood spewing from his mouth. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he scrambled to flee once more. You cannot escape, whoever Mr. Long wishes dead must perish. The elder's chilling voice resonated in Xiao Zhenye's ears. Xiao Zhenye turned, despair etched in his eyes. Before he could react, the elder's palm struck his back, delivering a crushing blow. Blood spilled from Xiao Zhenye as he soared like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Please, don't kill me. Xiao Zhenye pleaded, his gaze fixed on the approaching elder, desperation in his eyes. I wish to contact Mr. Long. Mr. Long detests being threatened, he will first eliminate you, and then deal with Xiao Mu. The elder spoke as he placed a foot on Xiao Zhenye's chest. No, crack. Before Xiao Zhenye could plead for mercy again, the elder exerted force, shattering his sternum and crushing his heart. Xiao Zhenye let out a wretched scream, gradually succumbing to silence. The elder bent down, picked up Xiao Zhenye's bloodied hand, and carelessly inscribed the character Xiao on the ground. Is it truly so troublesome to kill that young man? The limping elder approached and inquired. Mr. Long has stated that since the two of them have failed, it is unwise to eliminate him openly. There are myriad ways to ensure his demise. The elder replied. Let us depart, the remaining matters are no longer our concern. Shortly after their departure, 2 police cars arrived. Secure the scene. A tall female officer commanded coldly. Yes. A dozen officers responded, cordoning off the area and capturing photographs. Captain, he is Xiao Zhenye of the Xiao family. Someone recognized him and introduced him to the female officer. The Xiao family. The female officer raised an eyebrow, donned white gloves, and began her examination. The sternum is fractured. The heart obliterated, the murderer possesses formidable strength. It is said he is at the late stage of the transformation of strength. The individual from earlier remarked. Only someone at the pinnacle of mastery or even an innate expert could dispatch him so swiftly. The female officer's gaze fell upon the bloodied character nearby, her brow furrowing. What does this character Xiao signify? Is it an expression of Xiao Zhenye's identity or that of the assailant? It must be the latter. Xiao Zhenye was contesting power with his nephew, correct? Suddenly, the female officer inquired. Indeed. Someone nearby affirmed. His nephew is remarkable after being paralyzed for 4 years. He rose to prominence, securing the 3rd position on the talented rankings, reputed to possess innate strength. The surname Xiao, innate, and competing for power, this suspicion is indeed substantial. Captain. To my knowledge, Xiao Zhenye's son died yesterday as well, and it is related to Xiao Mu. The Xiao family is a clan of ancient martial arts. And since they are hosting a competition, his death does not require our intervention. Someone else added. Investigate Xiao Mu's whereabouts. The female officer instructed. Yes. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Mu immediately sought out Xiao Zhenye. Has he just departed? Xiao Mu scoffed, this fellow, fearing the failure of the assassins, has fled. Ha! Is hiding of any use? I am eager to see where you can possibly escape. Just as Xiao Mu was gathering the clan elders to search for Xiao Zhenye, someone entered to announce that the police had arrived. They seek me. Xiao Mu frowned, wondering if it was due to his confrontation with the 2 elders. Let them in. In the reception room, Xiao Mu encountered the 3 arriving officers. Xiao Mu scrutinized the leading female officer, somewhat astonished to discover she was a martial artist. I am Jiang Yue, the captain of the Yuncheng criminal investigation team. The female officer, aware of Xiao Mu's gaze, stated matter-of-factly. Captain Jiang, it is a pleasure. Xiao Mu nodded and gestured for her to sit. Do you know why we have come to seek you? Jiang Yue remained standing, getting straight to the point. I do not. Xiao Mu shook his head. Did you come here specifically to commend me for helping the elderly woman cross the street yesterday? Jiang Yue's expression darkened. Do you dare to speak more nonsense? At that moment, the two police officers couldn't contain their laughter and chuckle. However, upon noticing their captain's grim demeanor, they quickly stifled their smiles and shot a glare at Xiao Mu. Yet, considering Xiao Mu's status, they quickly averted their gaze. This young man was no ordinary troublemaker. Xiao Hai is dead, Jian Yue said coldly. I am aware, but his death is not my concern, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Even if it were, it aligns with the ancient martial arts rules. It is of no matter to you, is it? What about the death of Xiao Zhanye? Is that related to you? Jian Yue's piercing gaze fixed on Xiao Mu. What? Xiao Zhanye is dead? Xiao Mu's expression changed. When did this happen? Just now, he was murdered. Jian Yue narrowed her eyes, noting that his reaction seemed genuine. If it were an act, his performance was impressively convincing. Do you suspect that I killed him? Xiao Mu suppressed his astonishment and asked calmly. Isn't it obvious? As far as I know, you are embroiled in a power struggle. And having murdered his son to preempt any retaliation, you took the initiative to eliminate him. Jian Yue's tone was grave. Clapping his hands together, Xiao Mu leaned back in his chair. What a splendid deduction. Indeed, it is flawless. Even I must admit that I have a compelling motive and stand as the prime suspect. Jian Yue remained silent. This young man possessed a psychological resilience that exceeded her expectations, making him all the more formidable. Many suspects would panic upon encountering her. Yet he not only remained composed but applauded her reasoning. However, the deduction is merely that, the theory, not a fact. Xiao Mu shook his head. You claim I killed Xiao Zhanye, but do you possess any evidence? Present it if you have it. Without evidence, your conjectures are futile. Take a look at this. Jian Yue produced a photograph and handed it to Xiao Mu. It's written by Xiao Zhanye before his death. Xiao. What does this signify? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. He shares the surname Xiao. Is it not common for one to write their name to avoid becoming an unidentified corpse? Or could it be that he aimed to frame me? To implicate you with his own life? Jian Yue frowned, incredulous at his audacity. Perhaps he believed that by entering the fray, he could overcome fate itself. Jian Yue shook her head. This individual was astonishingly reckless. By the way, where is my uncle's body? Regardless of the circumstances, he is still my blood relative, and I cannot allow him to remain unburied. Xiao Mu displayed an expression of sorrow. Death is significant. One deserves a proper resting place. I suspect you are intent on destroying evidence. Jian Yue retorted coldly. Hearing this, Xiao Mu's gaze fell upon her chest. He smirked and then shook his head. What do you mean by that? Jian Yue furrowed her brow. They say that women with ample bosoms often lack brains. And it appears to ring true. Xiao Mu replied helplessly. What did you just say? Jian Yue ceded with anger. The two police officers also changed their expressions. This young man was audacious enough to flirt with their superior. Enough. I can unequivocally state that Xiao Zhanye's death is not connected to me. Xiao Mu declared as he stood up. Moreover, as practitioners of ancient martial arts, even if I were to indeed take his life, it would not fall under the jurisdiction of your police, would it? Do you believe I am powerless against you? Allow me to assume a different identity to converse with you. As Jian Yue spoke, she placed an identification document upon the table. I am still the leader of the 3rd Enforcement Team of Yuncheng. Now, I hold some authority, do I not? The 3rd Enforcement Team of Yuncheng. Xiao Mu was both astonished and enlightened, realizing why she was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. How could you, as an enforcer, ascend to the position of captain? What? Is that not permissible? This is my affair, and it requires no input from you. Just as Xiao Mu was about to retort, Jian Yue's phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted. All right, I understand. After she ended the call, her gaze towards Xiao Mu transformed once more. Xiao Zhanye dispatched someone to kill you, and upon failing, you eliminated him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu comprehended that the two old men he had slain had alerted the enforcers. Witnesses claim it was you who killed those two elders, Jian Yue declared. Based solely on this, I could take you back for questioning. As for Xiao Zhanye's demise, I am unafraid of your denial. I have been with my sister and the others the entire time. even if there are witnesses. It does not preclude the possibility that you sent someone to kill Xiao Zhenye. Xiao Mu, accompany us for a time if it truly was not your doing. I shall restore your name. I shall neither wrong an innocent nor let a villain escape justice. Very well. Xiao Mu pondered for a moment and nodded. If Zheng Yue were merely a captain, he could choose to disregard her. However, as she was still the leader of the enforcement team, he could not afford to ignore her. The enforcers embody the will of the nation, overseeing the realm of ancient martial arts, and should not be trifled with lightly. Please hold on a moment while I relay a message. Xiao Mu said, dialing Xiao Ruoxi's number. Soon, Xiao Ruoxi arrived in haste. What? Second uncle is dead? She was taken aback upon hearing the news of Xiao Zhenye's demise. Yes, they suspect that his death is related to me and have requested my cooperation in the investigation. Sister, please inform grandfather, and let the clan elders handle the rest. Xiao Mu instructed Xiao Ruoxi. Understood. Xiao Ruoxi nodded, glancing at Zheng Yue. He has been with us. Second uncle's death is unrelated to him. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation. Zheng Yue's attitude towards Xiao Ruoxi was relatively positive. Subsequently, the three departed with Xiao Mu, while Xiao Ruoxi hurried off to find Xiao Zhenting. When Xiao Zhenting learned of his second son's murder, he was momentarily stunned. A flicker of sorrow crossing his somewhat clouded eyes. Grandfather, it was not Xiao Mu who did this. I know. Xiao Zhenting nodded, then shook his head. Even if it were indeed his doing, I would not hold it against him. It was Zheng who was excessively unreasonable. Grandfather, your health has only just recovered. Do not let this grief overwhelm you. It is vital to take care of yourself. Xiao Ruoxi expressed her concern. This old frame still has some strength left. Xiao Zhenting remarked, rising to leave. Gather the clan elders. We must devise a means to extricate Xiao Mu as swiftly as possible. Certainly. Xiao Ruoxi replied. Captain Jiang. I am quite curious, as an enforcer, how did you manage to also integrate into the police force and ascend to the rank of captain? In the vehicle. Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity. It's none of your business, Zheng Yue replied coldly. Don't be like that, I am merely under suspicion, not a criminal. Xiao Mu shrugged. Moreover, even if I did send someone to kill Xiao Zhenye, it would merely be a power struggle within the Xiao family. What could you law enforcers do about it? I have harmed no ordinary citizens and disrupted no stability in Yun City. The purpose of law enforcers is to prevent ancient martial artists from exploiting their strength to threaten societal stability. Setting aside the death of Xiao Zhenye. You killed those two elders, and there are more than one witness to that. The repercussions are already quite severe. Zheng Yue glanced at Xiao Mu. You have been paralyzed for 4 years. Upon regaining your mobility, you stirred up such a commotion. If someone comes to kill me, am I to simply await my demise? Is it wrong for me to retaliate? I could at most be considered to have acted in self-defense. Xiao Mu's tone remained composed. I do not wish to create turmoil. But in the realm of martial arts, one is not always in control of their fate. I never anticipated that Xiao Zhenye would die. In fact, I am more eager than you to uncover who was responsible for his demise. Xiao Mu recalled Zhong Wancheng's words, hinting at internal issues within the Xiao family. He had previously suspected Xiao Zhenye and intended to investigate thoroughly. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Zhenye was dead. Thus, was his death linked to some hidden mastermind? This was one of the reasons he was willing to cooperate fully with Zheng Yue, hoping to unravel new clues through the threads of Xiao Zhenye's death. If it truly was TU, then why would the real culprit wish to kill Xiao Zhenye? And how does the character Xiao fit into this? Zheng Yue spoke solemnly. Who knows? Perhaps they aim to frame me, she replied. According to your earlier assertion, we cannot take action against you. What significance would it hold for the true culprit to frame you? Indeed, what significance does it hold? Xiao Mu squinted, pondering this perplexing matter. A moment of silence enveloped the vehicle. Zheng Yue observed the profile of Xiao Mu, and an unexpected thought struck her. This man was indeed handsome. Reflecting on the information she had reviewed about him, her interest deepened. Being paralyzed for 4 years, most would have crumbled. Yet he not only endured the torment of illness but also faced the threat of being cast out by his own uncle. Furthermore, how did he become so formidable? Those two elders' identities remain unverified, yet they were dispatched by Xiao Zhanye to kill him, suggesting considerable strength. Yet, he managed to overpower them. What of his connection with Xia Chuxue from the Xia family of Yu province? After Jiang Yi called off their engagement, the three women publicly declared their intent to marry him. Truly, a woman blind to discernment, Jiang Yue thought scornfully, a smirk forming in her heart. Surely she must be filled with regret now. Are you thinking that I am quite handsome? Xiao Mu suddenly asked. Huh? Jiang Yue was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure, her face flashing with indignation. Ridiculous. Who is looking at you? I was merely lost in thought. And what thoughts occupied your mind? Xiao Mu inquired with a smile. I was contemplating whether the character Xiao was inscribed by Xiao Zhanye before his death. If someone is framing you, that blooded character may also have been deliberate, Jiang Yue articulated slowly. Oh. Suddenly becoming quite astute, are we? Xiao Mu, casting a glance at Jiang Yue's ample bosom, amused whether her sudden wit would lead to a reduction in size. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yue retorted furiously, her fleeting feelings of goodwill and sympathy evaporating in an instant. If you keep staring. Do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out? Captain Jiang, how old are you? He provocatively inquired. Are you seeking death? Jiang Yue's indignation intensified. How dare he not only gaze but also question her age? What are you thinking? I meant to ask your age, he replied, observing her like an enraged mother leopard. Stifling a chuckle at her spirited demeanor. Although her temper was fierce, her unwavering sense of justice was amusing. Age is a sensitive topic. Jiang Yue glared at him, retracting her hand that was poised to draw her weapon. You appear to be of a similar age, yet you excel. Achieving the rank of captain at such a young age. Xiao Mu smiled. Stop battering me up, she retorted, though her frown softened considerably. You must be at the pinnacle of the initial stage of transformation. Given your age and level of accomplishment, your talent is remarkable, he continued. And what stage are you at? Jiang Yue inquired, intrigued. Merely at the 5th level of the innate stage, Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly. What? Jiang Yue gasped. Her astonishment mirrored by her subordinate, whose hand trembled on the steering wheel, nearly causing them to collide with the guardrail. The rumors of his innate level had been met with skepticism, yet he claimed to be at the 5th level. It is known that the innate stage comprises 9 levels, with each ascent being increasingly arduous. What is the matter? Xiao Mu feigned surprise. Is 5 levels exceptionally strong? Not particularly, Jiang Yue huffed, her breath quickening. Was he boasting about his talent to cast a shadow over his own prowess? I sent Luo Hongxin at the top of the talent rankings. Merely at the 2nd level of the innate stage. Does that not mean you surpass him? A subordinate in the passenger seat exclaimed. In recent days, I've given him a beating to urge him to shift his position, Xiao Mu smiled faintly. A mere 2nd level dares to claim the top spot. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? The vehicle fell into silence once more. Sighed, Xiao Mu suddenly lamented. What troubles you? Jiang Yue paused, momentarily caught off guard by his unexpected despondency. Had I not been paralyzed for 4 years, I would have certainly attained the 9th level of the innate stage by now. Xiao Mu spoke slowly. Damn. Jiang Yue cast inwardly, wishing she could slap herself for her careless inquiry. Xiao Mu chuckled, realizing the ancient wisdom held true. The facade of superiority indeed brings joy, particularly in the presence of a beautiful woman. If I were you, I wouldn't have the luxury of feigning superiority or amusement. Jiang Yue snapped. You killed Xiao Zhanye, you will undoubtedly face some trouble. If you did not, then you will face even greater peril. I am aware. Xiao Mu replied casually. Regardless of who seeks to frame or sabotage me, I will continue to counter their moves. When soldiers come, we shall engage them. And when water rises, we shall bury it. What is there to fear? Captain Jiang, you should have already formed a judgment in your heart, I assure you. Xiao Zhanye's death bears no relation to me. To be frank, after the attack, my immediate return to the Xiao family was solely to eliminate him. As a result, others fled before I could locate him, and you all went to the Xiao family. In the face of power, does familial affection wane so easily? He is your own second uncle. Jiang Yue fixed her gaze upon Xiao Mu. Indeed, I am his biological nephew, why then does he seek my life? It is truly perplexing. Xiao Mu shook his head with a melancholic expression. A dozen minutes later, a police car entered a courtyard. After disembarking, Xiao Mu surveyed his surroundings. Is this the enforcement division in Yun City? Precisely, you will need to remain here until we clarify the entire matter. Jiang Yue nodded. If it takes you a year to resolve this, will I be unable to live for a year? Xiao Mu frowned. It won't take that long. You must trust in our efficiency as enforcers. As Jiang Yue spoke, she stepped forward. Very well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Xiao Mu approached her. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, do you receive double pay? Yes. I envy you. In this day and age, earning money is so difficult. You receive 2 salaries and yet, who wouldn't envy that? Xiao Mu chuckled. Enough chit-chat, follow me. Jiang Yue replied curtly, leading Xiao Mu to a room. From this moment on, you shall remain here. Eliminating witnesses. Has the mastermind taken action? Once Jiang Yue exited, Xiao Mu's smile vanished. He sat in a chair, swiftly reviewing the events of the day. If Xiao Zhanye is indeed the traitor Zhong Wancheng spoke of, what has he done? And how much does he know? If he had known little, Xiao Zhanye would not have been silenced. If the deaths of my parents are truly connected to you, I swear to turn your bones to dust. Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy. Furthermore, what will the mastermind's next move be? As Xiao Mu pondered, the door swung open, and 3 individuals entered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Wu, the leader of the 7th Enforcement Group in Yun City. From this moment forth, your case is under my jurisdiction, the foremost man stated coldly. You are in charge? What about Jiang Yue? Xiao Mu frowned. She has other matters to attend to. Lu Wu said, taking slow steps closer. Xiao Mu, let us discuss your public instance of murder and the slaying of your own second uncle. Public murder. Xiao Mu's gaze flickered. Is this a direct accusation? Indeed, you brazenly took the lives of 2 rogue cultivators without cause. Xiao Mu, you are far too reckless. Lu Wu slammed the table. Even if you hail from the Xiao family, such wantonness cannot be tolerated. Who sent you here? Xiao Mu looked at Lu Wu, suddenly smiling. Is this the mastermind's new strategy? Bringing him to the enforcement division to deal with him? I do not comprehend your meaning. I merely wish to inform you that once here, even dragons must coil. Lu Wu towered over him. Refusal to cooperate will only lead to self-inflicted misery. Just the 3 of you? Xiao Mu slowly rose. Since Lu Wu might pose a threat, it is better to act decisively. Xiao Mu, I understand you are formidable. But no matter how strong one may be, here we hold the reins. Lu Wu remarked with a playful smile. If you do not believe me, try circulating your energy and see how your dantian reacts. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind those words. As he activated the chaos decision, a sudden sharp pain shot through his dantian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What now? Ha, you are currently shackled in your cultivation. Reduced to nothing more than an ordinary person. Lu Wu exclaimed with triumphant laughter. You too, entertain him, but do not kill him. We still require his confession. Understood. The 2 subordinates charged at Xiao Mu, throwing a punch. Xiao Mu's demeanor turned icy. With such force, if his cultivation were indeed suppressed, he would surely suffer broken bones. Bang! The fists collided. With a resounding thud, the 2 subordinates cried out in agony as they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Where your cultivation has been suppressed? Lu Wu, who had just lit a cigarette and intended to enjoy the spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. How can this be possible? I wish to see how you intend to manipulate me. Xiao Mu smiled faintly as he approached Lu Wu. Do not come any closer. Lu Wu retreated a step. Xiao Mu, I warn you, this is the enforcement division. If you dare to oppose the enforcers, even the Xiao family cannot protect you. And so? Xiao Mu's smile turned frigid. Are you frightened? Just a moment ago, you were so boastful. Call for help. Lu Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom how Xiao Mu's cultivation had remained intact. This technique had never failed, and even those with multiple innate stages would yield. No one could save you. Xiao Mu stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before Lu Wu. In response, Lu Wu, while retreating, executed a kick. How dare you act recklessly before me? A mere peak martial artist of the transformation stage. As Xiao Mu spoke, his right hand transformed into a claw, seizing Lu Wu's leg as he kicked. This is bad. Lu Wu gasped, instinctively attempting to retract his leg, but it was futile. Before he could react further, his body felt weightless, and he was propelled into the air. Bang! Lu Wu crashed heavily to the ground, his face paling from the pain. Suddenly, the door burst open, and 7 or 8 enforcers rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. What is happening here? Quickly, apprehend Xiao Mu, he intends to kill us. Lu Wu shouted. Now aware of their arrival. What? The enforcer's expressions shifted once more upon hearing this declaration. He intends to kill enforcers. This cannot be, his cultivation hasn't been suppressed. Has it? Normally, ancient martial artists brought here have their powers sealed. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued long ago. What do you mean? Xiao Mu kicked Lu Wu in the abdomen, sending him flying. Crash. Lu Wu smashed through a table, crying out in agony as he curled up against the wall. Clutching his stomach. Stop. Subdue him. The enforcers, regaining their composure, charged towards Xiao Mu. I harbor no intention of opposing you, Xiao Mu stated coldly, recognizing that the enforcers represented the will of the state. However, how could the enforcers heed his words? To have Lu Wu struck down on their territory was to trample upon the dignity of the enforcers. If they failed to subdue Xiao Mu, how could they maintain their standing? Boom. As the enforcers rushed in, Xiao Mu unleashed his formidable fighting spirit. Since confrontation was unavoidable, he embraced the battle. Bang. 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 In no time, all 7 or 8 enforcers lay defeated upon the ground. The mightiest among them was merely at the initial stage of transformation, inferior even to Lu Wu. None could withstand a single blow from Xiao Mu. However, the commotion had drawn the attention of many others. Quick, he intends to kill us. Lu Wu, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted at Xiao Mu. Startled by this proclamation, the law enforcers instinctively prepared to act. Hold your ground. Jiang Yue intervened, her expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the scene within the room. Xiao Mu, what has transpired here? What has transpired? I ought to inquire the same of you, Captain Jiang. Xiao Mu retorted icily. Inquire me? Jiang Yue was taken aback, turning her gaze towards Lu Wu. Lu Wu, what is the meaning of this? He seeks to kill us. Why are you still hesitating? Subdue him at once. Lu Wu's countenance twisted with rage, daring to act here would seal his fate. Upon hearing Lu Wu's command, the law enforcers again moved to take action. Do not lay a hand on him. Jiang Yue stood firm before them. First, we must ascertain the truth. Jiang Yue. You, Lu Wu's temper flared, spewing curses. What are you talking about? Xiao Mu stepped forward, seizing Lu Wu and delivering a series of resounding slaps. Lu Wu howled, his face rapidly swelling, resembling that of a pig. If you continue to prattle, I swear I will end you. Xiao Mu realized that Lu Wu's aggression was directed solely at him, with Jiang Yue uninvolved. In that case, his ire towards Jiang Yue dissipated. Xiao Mu, release Lu Wu at once. Jiang Yue, secretly pleased to see Lu Wu receive his comeuppance, had long harbored disdain for him. Captain Jiang, he arrived just as you departed, subjecting me to severe interrogation, demanding I pen a confession. When I refused, he ordered them to strike me and, to add insult to injury, restrained my cultivation. Xiao Mu pondered, perplexed by their means of suppressing his abilities. Had he not been a cultivator, he would have indeed met his end today. Jiang Yue's expression shifted upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, release him, and I shall provide you with an explanation. Kid, you are as good as dead. Lu Wu, bloodied and incoherent, continued to threaten. Even at this juncture, he dared to issue threats. Enraged, Xiao Mu struck him again. Lu Wu spat blood, along with several teeth. Release Lu Wu. The law enforcer's expressions twisted in shock. This was no mere assault on Lu Wu, it was a public humiliation of all law enforcers. Stay back. Approach. And I shall snap his neck. Xiao Mu's voice turned icy as he gripped Lu Wu's throat. Xiao Mu, do not act impulsively. Jiang Yue gasped. And the law enforcers hesitated to advance. Do you dare to kill me? Lu Wu, though frightened, mustered a defiant shout. I am a law enforcer. If you take my life, not only will you perish, but the Xiao family will face ruin. Is that so? Perhaps we should put it to the test. If I kill you and they retaliate, would that not serve your purpose? Xiao Mu sneered. Another gambit, sacrificing oneself to gain the upper hand. You would wager your life for mine? Jiang Yue felt a stirring within her heart. What did his words imply? Save me. Lu Wu, sensing Xiao Mu's murderous intent, trembled with fear that surely he wouldn't dare to kill him. Xiao Mu, you must release Lu Wu. This situation cannot conclude in such a manner. Rest assured. I shall provide you with an explanation. Jiang Yue, fearing the escalation of events, recognized Lu Wu's position as an enforcer. Who sent you to confront me? Xiao Mu disregarded Jiang Yue, focusing his gaze on Lu Wu. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Lu Wu struggled in vain. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu applied pressure, breaking Lu Wu's arm. Speak, or next time, it shall be your neck. Lu Wu screamed, trembling in agony. It was Minister Zhao who commanded me to take your life. The revelation stunned everyone present. Minister Zhao. Who is this Minister Zhao? Xiao Mu's murderous intent intensified. Indeed, this man had a powerful backer. Thus, his arrival at the hands of the enforcers was merely a pawn in the game orchestrated by the true mastermind. It was Xiao Deli, the deputy minister of the Law Enforcement Division in Yuncheng, who instructed me to act against you. Lu Wu, fearing for his life, divulged the truth. Convinced that Xiao Mu was a madman capable of murder. Nonsense. When have I ever instructed you to do such a thing? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from outside. The enforcers parted as a rotund man strode in. Minister Zhao, save me. Lu Wu cried out upon seeing the newcomer. Humph. The man scoffed. How dare you seek salvation after betraying me? You are Xiao Deli. Xiao Mu scrutinized the man, appearing to be in his 50s, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Mu. You possess an audacity beyond measure. This is the Law Enforcement Division, not your Xiao family's domain. Xiao Deli retorted coldly. Do you intend to defy the enforcers? To oppose the state? Upon hearing Xiao Deli's words, Jiang Yue's expression shifted, elevating the situation to such a level posed grave consequences. Spare me your rhetoric. I have no desire to oppose the enforcers, nor the state. Xiao Deli, I bear you no animosity, so I command Lu Wu to assassinate me. Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on Xiao Deli. Could it be that he is the true puppet master? No, his position is still insufficient. You assert that we harbor no grievances, why then would I instruct Lu Wu to kill you? Such claims are mere fabrications. Xiao Deli said, turning his attention to Lu Wu. Lu Wu, what do you have to say? Lu Wu, meeting Xiao Deli's gaze, felt a jolt of fear. Yes. It was my folly. It has nothing to do with Minister Zhao. Crack. Xiao Mu lowered his foot, viciously breaking Lu Wu's shin. Lu Wu shrieked, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Minister Zhao, save me. Xiao Mu, you are overstepping your bounds. Xiao Deli fumed, infuriated that Xiao Mu dared to further harm someone in his presence. Seize him. Anyone who dares approach, I shall kill. Xiao Mu bellowed, a tempest of murderous intent radiating from him. The enforcers, poised to act, found themselves frozen in place. Almost everyone shared a singular thought: this young man is not to be trifled with, he is truly capable of murder. Jiang Yue glanced between the enraged Xiao Deli and the menacing Xiao Mu, realizing that today's affair would not conclude amicably. After a moment of contemplation, she produced her phone and sent a message. Regardless of the outcome, Xiao Mu was under her protection, she must ensure his safety. How audacious you are to boast of killing this and that in front of the enforcers division. Xiao Deli exclaimed, pointing a finger at Xiao Mu. Today, I shall witness whom you can actually slay. The authority of the enforcers brooked no disrespect. Shui Lao, eliminate him on the spot. Very well. A gaunt elder beside him nodded, preparing to act. Wait. Jiang Yue's expression shifted as she saw the elder ready to strike. This Shuela was a revered figure in the Yun City branch, a formidable third-tier innate master. Although Xiao Mu claimed to be at the 5th tier, who could ascertain whether he spoke the truth or was merely boasting? Minister Zhao, I have already informed Minister Li, he will arrive shortly, Jiang Yue said to Xiao Deli. And so what if he is from the Xiao family? Does that give the Xiao family the right to trample upon the dignity of the enforcers? If this news spreads, will the ancient martial families and practitioners in Yun City still regard our authority with respect? How shall we operate in Yun City henceforth? Xiao Deli declared with righteous indignation. He must resolve the matter before Li Cheng's arrival. Shuelao, proceed. No, let us wait for Minister Li to arrive. Jiang Yue interjected, positioning herself before Shuelao. He is on his way. Jiang Yue, what are you doing? Xiao Deli's anger intensified. Someone restrained Jiang Yue. An enforcer stepped forward and pulled Jiang Yue aside. Release me. Jiang Yue struggled, her gaze toward Xiao Mu filled with a hint of regret. It was she who had urged him to accompany her, assuring him she would investigate thoroughly. Only to lead him to this dire predicament. Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Yue's actions. It seemed he had indeed misjudged her intentions. Captain Jiang, allow me to handle this matter myself. Youth, surrender, and I may spare your life. Shuelao advanced slowly, a powerful aura enveloping him. Once Shuelao made his move, Xiao Mu would undoubtedly be finished. I heard he ranks third on the talented individuals list. What a pity. Even if he were first, he would still be no match for Shuelao. The enforcers whispered among themselves, some expressing sympathy, others smirking. I have no intention of opposing the enforcers. But since you press me so aggressively, I can only resist, Xiao Mu replied, his gaze fixed on Shuelao. This was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had faced since rising. I have offered you a chance, yet you squander it. Do not blame me for what follows. As Shuelao's words fell, his grey robe billowed without wind, swelling ominously. In the next moment, he vanished, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's expression grew serious. He could not afford to be careless and threw a punch. The sound of air being shattered echoed as the grey shadow abruptly halted. Bang! Their fists collided, and Xiao Mu felt a jolt in his arm, stumbling back a few steps. Shuelao was also forced to retreat. Astonishment etched on his aged face. How is this possible? I am a third-tier innate master. That strike had yielded him no advantage whatsoever. You are nothing extraordinary. Xiao Mu replied coolly. With this exchange, he felt a surge of confidence. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Shuelao's expression darkened. Nothing extraordinary, you say? Old Shui. What are you doing? Kill him. Xiao Deli shouted, still under the illusion that Old Shui was showing mercy. If he remains alive, the dignity of the enforcers will be trampled upon. Humph. Old Shui snorted coldly and struck again. Bang bang bang. This time he exerted 10 parts of his strength. His movements as swift as lightning and powerful as thunder. To the eyes of the enforcers, his trajectory was nearly indistinguishable, leaving only a series of grey afterimages. The fierce battle between the two destroyed all the surrounding tables and chairs. Lu Wu, who was nearby, was caught in the residual force, spitting blood and rolling on the ground several times before barely escaping the fray. He gasped for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly evaded death. Bang! After several seconds of intense combat, the two fighters separated. Xiao Mu's complexion had paled somewhat, and his clothing was considerably disheveled. It was evident that he was not a match for Old Shui. Indeed, managing to withstand Old Shui's assault without sustaining severe injuries was already quite impressive. After the enforcer spoke, he turned to look at Old Shui, stunned into silence. Old Shui had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face swollen and bruised. And his grey robe was tattered in several places, appearing utterly disheveled. Kid Liu, Old Shui was both shocked and furious. Just opening his mouth when he felt a sharp pain across his face. Just now, he had received more than one slap. Still fighting. Xiao Mu patted his somewhat numb hand, surprised at how resilient the old man's face was. Old Shui, seeing Xiao Mu's actions, nearly fainted from rage. This kid was utterly outrageous. Old Shui had lost. How could that be? After a brief silence, the scene erupted in uproar. This outcome was entirely unexpected. Even John Yue was taken aback. She glanced at the disheveled old Shui and then at Xiao Mu, realizing he wasn't just boasting. He truly was at the 5th level of innate strength. Otherwise, how could he have reduced old Shui to such a state? Go, summon old Sun and old Chen. Xiao Deli also began to panic. How could this kid be so strong? Enough. What are you all doing? A cold voice came from outside. Immediately after, a Baliman strode in. Minister. The enforcers greeted the newcomer. Xiao Mu looked over and deduced his identity, Li Chengza, the minister of the Yun City branch. Old Shui. What is this? Upon entering, Li Chengza was taken aback by Old Shui's disheveled appearance. Old Shui gritted his teeth. Being humiliated by a young man in public was quite a blow to his pride. Minister. John Yue stepped forward and quietly recounted the events. As she spoke, a flicker of intrigue passed through Li Chengza's eyes as he turned his gaze to Xiao Mu. Kid, you have quite the audacity to injure someone here. Before Xiao Mu could respond, Li Chengza looked at Lu Wu. Will you explain what happened? Lu Wu glanced at Li Chengza and then at Xiao Deli, not daring to speak out of turn. Minister, at this moment, we should apprehend Xiao Mu and make him pay the price, otherwise. Where will the dignity of the enforcers stand? Xiao Deli interjected, silently cursing Old Shui for being useless, now that Li Chengza had arrived. It would not be so easy to eliminate Xiao Mu. Deputy Minister Zhao Lu Wu mentioned that it was you who commanded him. Li Chengza inquired in a grave tone. Do you harbor some personal grudge against Xiao Mu? This is the first time I have met him. How could I possibly have a personal vendetta? Xiao Deli's expression shifted, realizing that this Lu was intent on protecting Xiao Mu. Furthermore, I have never instructed Lu Wu to act. He took matters into his own hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu, fearing further inquiries, feigned severe injury and rolled his eyes, pretending to faint. I believe you would not target a young man. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Li Chengza nodded. Ultimately, we can only clarify the situation once Lu Wu regains consciousness. Minister, regardless of the reason. Xiao Deli was about to voice something further. Old Zhao, he is not an ordinary rogue practitioner, but rather a prodigy of the Xiao family. Li Chengza interrupted Xiao Deli. If anything were to happen to him here, the Xiao family would not let it go, especially given the actions of Lu Wu, which have already placed us in a precarious position. Hearing this, Xiao Deli became increasingly convinced that Li Chengza sought to protect Xiao Mu. As for the deaths of Xiao Zhanye and the others, we must investigate thoroughly. We are enforcers of the law, possessing the authority to supervise. But we do not have the power to unjustly take innocent lives. Li Chengza continued. Old Zhao, what do you think? Xiao Deli's face darkened. Yet he found no grounds to refute. Enough, everyone disperse, return to your duties. Li Chengza surveyed the room with an imposing demeanor. Furthermore, what was witnessed here must not be spread. This is not a matter of honor. Yes. The enforcers responded in unison and gradually made their exit. Once the enforcers departed, the room, which had nearly turned to ruins, was left with only a few involved parties. Even Lu Wu and his companions had been carried away. Shui Lao, do you not need to tend to your injuries? Li Chengza asked, gazing at Shui Lao. Shui Lao had intended to observe how Xiao Mu would be dealt with. But upon hearing this, he felt embarrassed and left in a huff. Old Zhao, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will not allow Lu Wu to wrongfully accuse you. Li Chengza then turned to the silent Xiao Deli and patted him on the shoulder. I will handle this. You may return to your responsibilities. Xiao Deli glared at Xiao Mu, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. With the situation escalating to this extent, if this young man were to leave the law enforcement division unscathed, how could he maintain his own dignity? Most importantly, there were those who wished for this boy's demise. If this affair went awry, he would have no way to explain himself. Xiao Mu met Xiao Deli's gaze with a hint of provocation. Simultaneously, he was quite taken aback by Li Chengza's attitude. He did not know him, so why was he inclined to protect him? Initially, he had prepared to deal with Shui Lao and then confront Xiao Deli, employing forceful means to extract the identity of the individual who had set him up. However, he knew that if he proceeded in such a manner, the repercussions would be dire. After all, the other party was the deputy minister of the Yun City division. holding significant power. Even if he could ultimately extricate himself, it would come at a tremendous cost. With Lichenzar now shielding him, he decided against pursuing a path that could lead to mutual destruction and instead sought other opportunities. After all, even enforcers must eventually finish their shifts, mustn't they? At that moment, striking a sudden blow and ensnaring him in a sack carries far less risk than confronting Xiao Deli head-on. I harbor no personal grievances against him. And I sincerely hope, Minister, that you approach this matter without any ulterior motives. Ultimately, Xiao Deli decided to take a step back for the time being. With Lichenzar present, he is utterly unable to take any action against Xiao Mu. Continuing to stalemate serves little purpose. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with impartiality. Lichenzar nodded, watching Xiao Deli depart. With Xiao Deli gone, Jiang Yue let out a sigh of relief. However, when she noticed that Xiao Mu's expression remained unchanged, an odd feeling arose within her. Is he not the least bit afraid? You nearly brought upon yourself a significant disaster. Lichenzar withdrew his gaze and addressed Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu of the Xiao family, I pay my respects to Minister Li. Xiao Mu cupped his hands in salute. Regardless of the circumstances, Lichenzar had aided him. Let us proceed to my office for a discussion. After Lichenzar finished speaking, he walked outside. Yue, you should come too. Captain Jiang, what is the situation? Xiao Mu approached Jiang Yue and asked softly. Why did he choose to assist me? I have no idea. Jiang Yue shook her head, feeling somewhat perplexed herself. She had summoned Lichenzar merely to prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control, at least to ensure Xiao Mu received a fair treatment. Who could have anticipated that Lichenzar would arrive and blatantly lean towards one side? Is it not because of you that he is helping me? Xiao Mu furrowed his brow, unable to conceive of any other possibility aside from Jiang Yue. Do I possess such significant influence? Moreover, why would he assist me because of you? Are we particularly close? Jiang Yue replied with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, your influence is not substantial, otherwise you would not be so lovely. Xiao Mu scrutinized Jiang Yue's beautiful face with a serious demeanor and nodded. As for our acquaintance, I believe we can consider ourselves friends. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yue was at a loss for words, but recalling that it was her who brought Xiao Mu here and nearly caused a major issue, she nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the minister's office. Remember, speak only what is necessary and refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Understood. Are you suggesting that the reason the minister is helping me is due to my handsome appearance? Xiao Mu remarked casually. Ha! Jiang Yue rolled her eyes at this moment. He was indeed quite different from the decisive individual he had been earlier. Upon arriving at Lichenzar's office, they took their seats. Here, have a cup of tea. Lichenzar personally poured 2 cups of tea, placing them before the two of them. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Yue expressed her gratitude. There are no outsiders present. Why still address me as Minister? Lichenzar feigned anger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's curiosity ignited. What is the nature of their private relationship? If not Minister, what should one call him? Surely not darling. That would be quite explosive. Thank you, Uncle Lit. Jiang Yue, unaware of Xiao Mu's sudden thoughts, altered her address. Uncle. Very well, I suppose I am the one with a corrupt mind. Xiao Mu mumbled to himself, thinking that if this fierce woman were to learn of his earlier musings, she might very well splash the hot tea into his face. Now, Xiao Mu, you should also partake in the tea. Lichenzar smiled contentedly, turning his gaze toward Xiao Mu. Thank you, Minister Li. Xiao Mu expressed his gratitude. No, you two must address me as Jiang Yue does. Lichenzar shook his head. Xiao Mu was bewildered. Why was she addressing him as Uncle Li, just like Jiang Yue? What was going on? Did she mistakenly believe they were a couple? Jiang Yue also seemed taken aback and quickly clarified, no, Uncle Li, he and I are merely friends. Friends? Lichenzar blinked. And then it dawned on him that these two were under a misconception. However, he couldn't deny that they appeared quite compatible. Mere friends can always evolve into close friends. And from close friends, it is not impossible to become romantic partners. Lichenzar remarked with a smile. Both Xiao Mu and Jiang Yue were at a loss. What was happening? Clearing his throat, Li Chengza continued, "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you both. The reason I asked you to call me uncle is not because of you, but rather due to your father, Xiao Zhengqi." "My father? You know my father?" Xiao Mu was taken aback. "Of course. Your father and I are comrades," Li Chengza nodded. "When I was newly assigned to Yuncheng last year, I visited the Xiao family. But I was informed that you were not seeing anyone. I respected your feelings and did not wish to intrude. I never anticipated that you would not only stand up now but also excel so remarkably." Listening to Li Chengza's words, Xiao Mu felt a tumult of emotions. He never expected that Li Chengza would be a comrade of his father's. This also clarified why Li Chengza had extended his assistance to him. "By the way, I met your sister once and left her my number, advising her to call me if she encountered any issues. However, I did not disclose my identity to her." Li Chengza added, "Your father is not only my comrade but also someone who has saved my life." Zhang Yue, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise. The connection between Li Chengza and Xiao Mu was indeed unexpected. "Thank goodness Yue sent me a message today, otherwise it could have turned troublesome," Li Chengza stated. "Rest assured. With me here, Zhao Deli will not be able to harm you." "What if I were to harm him?" Xiao Mu hesitated and posed the question. At his words, both Li Chengza and Zhang Yue were momentarily stunned. "Ahem, I was merely joking," Xiao Mu coughed, refraining from revealing his intentions to confront Zhao Deli. "Xiao Mu, you don't have any grievances with Zhao Deli, do you?" Li Chengza inquired without taking Xiao Mu's comment too seriously. "I have been paralyzed for 4 years. Confined to my home, how could I possibly have a grudge against him?" Xiao Mu shook his head. "Until today, I didn't even know who he was." "Then why did he instruct Lu Wu to target you?" Li Chengza frowned, perplexed. Xiao Mu glanced at Li Chengza but chose not to elaborate on the hidden puppet master behind the scenes. He was not entirely convinced of Li Chengza's intentions. And given the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. "Uncle Li, there seems to be more to the death of Xiao Zhengye." Zhang Yue meticulously recounted the events from beginning to end. "Someone is framing you." Li Chengza's gaze flickered as he sensed a potentially larger conspiracy at play. "I will establish a special investigation team to look into Xiao Zhengye's death. We must uncover who is behind this framing." Xiao Mu did not refuse. If they could indeed uncover something, it would be a positive development. After a casual conversation, the three individuals became increasingly familiar with one another. "What a remarkable state of affairs it is now. Even Xue Lao is no match for you." Li Chengza scrutinized Xiao Mu, unable to fathom the depths of his prowess. "Approximately 5 levels of innate ability, perhaps," Xiao Mu casually remarked. Even Li Chengza appeared somewhat unsettled. "With your strength, it would be an understatement to say that you deserve a place on the Young Talents list of Yuncheng. You should undoubtedly have a position on the National Young Talents list as well." "The National Young Talents list?" Xiao Mu's gaze flickered. Zhang Wancheng had urged him to be as ostentatious as possible. Should he then aim to conquer the National Young Talents list as well? At that point, the unseen puppeteer would undoubtedly become anxious, eager to eliminate him at any moment. "Your parents, watching from the heavens, must be immensely proud of your achievements," Li Chengza said slowly. "Should you encounter any matters in Yuncheng in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." "Certainly, Uncle Li," Xiao Mu replied. "Is there anything else you require from the Xiao family?" Li Chengza pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Is there any resistance to your ascension as the head of the Xiao family?" "I do not intend to take on that role. My grandfather is recovering well. He should continue to assume that position." Xiao Mu shook his head. Li Chengza was quite taken aback by Xiao Mu's declaration. He truly does not wish to be the family head. Furthermore, he became increasingly convinced that the death of Xiao Zhengye had nothing to do with Xiao Mu. If it were indeed a struggle for power, how could one relinquish a position so readily attained? "The world is vast, I yearn to explore it," Xiao Mu added. "Indeed. A true man should aspire to venture far and wide." Li Chengza chuckled, his face alight with admiration. Zhang Yue also regarded Xiao Mu with intensified curiosity. Surely he harbored lofty ambitions. With his talent, such aspirations were only fitting. Just as Li Chengza was about to speak again, the phone on the table rang. "All right. I understand." Please let them in, Li Chengza said, hanging up the phone and turning to Xiao Mu. Your grandfather has arrived. My grandfather. Xiao Mu exclaimed. A wave of emotion washing over him, this visit was undoubtedly for his sake. Soon, Xiao Zhenling entered, accompanied by Xiao Ruoxi. Grandfather, Xiao Mu stood up. Sister. Are you all right? Xiao Ruoxi asked, scrutinizing Xiao Mu and only relaxing when she confirmed he was unharmed. Ministerly, Xiao Zhenling greeted Li Chengza with a handshake. Haha. Uncle Xiao, Li Chengza replied, adopting a humble demeanor as he assisted Xiao Zhenling in taking a seat. I am aware of your esteemed status and should not have sought you out, yet with Xiao Mu's arrival, this old bone of mine had no choice but to come. Xiao Zhenling said, gazing at Li Chengza with a measured tone. Uncle Xiao, you exaggerate. Since my arrival in Yunqiang, you have consistently maintained a distance. Never engaging with me privately, Li Chengza responded while preparing 2 cups of tea. Uncle Xiao, Ruoxi, please enjoy some tea. Xiao Ruoxi was also somewhat unsettled, he was. After all, the head of the enforcement division in Yunqiang. Had it not been for her grandfather as mentioned today, she would have remained oblivious. Her grandfather knew Li Chengza. It made sense, as the Xiao family was a prominent force in Yunqiang, and it would be quite strange if they were unfamiliar with the head of the enforcement division. Ministerly, the death of Zhanye has little to do with Xiao Mu, Xiao Zhenling stated directly after taking a sip of tea. Alas, it is rather embarrassing to admit. But Zhanye became so obsessed that he ended up in this unfortunate predicament. Uncle Xiao, shortly, Xiao Mu will be free. As for the death of Xiao Zhanye, our enforcers will continue the investigation, Li Chengza remarked. The mastermind not only murdered Xiao Zhanye but also attempted to frame Xiao Mu, both publicly and privately. This must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then I shall rely on you, ministerly. Upon hearing that Xiao Mu could live, Xiao Zhenting felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Chengza had intended to discuss Xiao Mu's earlier ordeal, but upon witnessing his shake of the head, he opted for silence. He assumed Xiao Mu wished to spare the elder any undue worry. Ministerly, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Should we require assistance from the Xiao family in the future, we shall not hesitate to ask. After finishing his tea, Xiao Zhenting rose to his feet. Very well. I shall see you out, Li Chengza replied. Li Chengza personally escorted Xiao Zhenting and his party out of the enforcers division. The news swiftly reached Zhao Deli. What? They've released him. Zhao Deli seethed with anger if he was aware that Li Chengza was protective of Xiao Mu. But surely they could not simply let him go like that. At the very least, he should be held for a few days. After taking a few deep breaths, he pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. I could have dealt with Xiao Mu, but Li Chengza interfered, and not only that. He also released Xiao Mu. Zhao Deli recognized that the person on the other end of the line wielded considerable power. And he sought to leverage this opportunity to deal with Li Chengza. Li Chengza. I understand. The voice on the line was devoid of any emotion, making it impossible to discern anger or joy. Remember, it is your own desire to deal with Xiao Mu stemming from your close relationship with Xiao Zhanye. Seeking vengeance for him. I can elevate you to the position of deputy minister in the Yun City division, but be cautious with your words. Speak what should be said and refrain from what should not. Understood? Zhao Deli felt a chill run down his spine and quickly acquiesced. Do your job well. And it won't be long before you become the minister of the Yun City division. The call ended abruptly. Li Chengza, oh Li Chengza. You insist on opposing me at every turn, your downfall is imminent, haha. Zhao Deli was elated, it seemed that Li Chengza's actions had angered the other party. Why must they eliminate Xiao Mu? Never mind the reasons, if I can devise a way to assist them in getting rid of that brat. It would be a significant accomplishment. At that point, what is a minister of the Yun City division compared to the greater ambitions I could pursue? Grandfather. I did not kill my second uncle. On the way back, Xiao Mu looked earnestly at Xiao Zhenting. I know, let Li Chengza handle this matter. Xiao Zhenting nodded. It is a relief to know you are unharmed. Hearing this, Xiao Mu felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, grandfather. What do I need your thanks for? You have endured much hardship over the years. Xiao Zhenting patted Xiao Mu's hand and gazed out of the car window. The loss of his eldest son in service to the country, and now the murder of his second son, left an indelible pain in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Mu was exceptionally capable. Even in his absence, the Xiao family would endure. Upon returning to the Xiao family home, Xiao assured Su, I promise. And Chen Li gathered around. Rest assured, I am fine. Xiao Mu chuckled lightly, engaging in conversation for a while before calling Chen Li aside. Fatty, I have a proposition. Are you daring enough to take it on? Brother Mu, I would face any peril without flinching, Chen Li declared with fervor. Could you lower your voice? I summoned you here to keep this from their ears, Xiao Mu retorted with annoyance. Please look into Zhao Deli's background. The Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Division in Yun City. I need to know his daily habits, his whereabouts, and so forth. And then what? Chen Li inquired. We shall seize an opportunity to blindfold him and bring him back, Xiao Mu replied. What? Chen Li gasped, his plump face contorting in shock. Isn't that a bit too audacious? The law enforcement has a significant standing, particularly among US practitioners of ancient martial arts. They are like our fathers. What, are you afraid? No, but how has he wronged you? He seeks my life. Then we must take action. Chen Li's resolve solidified upon hearing this. Let it be known. Even if he is a deputy minister, I would strike him down. Haha, first, let us gather information. When the time comes, we shall confront him together. No need to worry, his cultivation level is not formidable, merely at the mid-stage of the hidden strength. How can a deputy minister be so weak? Chen Li expressed his astonishment. For in the realm of ancient martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Law enforcers typically possess significant power to contend with martial artists. If they were weak, they would fail to instill fear in practitioners. Not all law enforcers are masters, some are merely ordinary individuals in high positions. Expedite the investigation, Xiao Mu instructed. Tossing a manual to Chen Li. Do not hesitate to seek my guidance should you have any questions. Thank you, foster father. Chen Li exclaimed, brimming with excitement. By the way, has there been any news from Lu Hongxun? Xiao Mu pondered aloud. Although it was suspected that Zhao Deli had a hidden hand behind him, nothing was certain yet. Therefore, maintaining a high profile was essential. The more exceptional he appeared, the more anxious the hidden hand would become, eager to eliminate him. Not yet. Chen Li shook his head. He probably lacks confidence, hence his silence. Very well, by the latest, at the beginning of the month. He will have no choice but to respond, Xiao Mu mused, unperturbed. He intended to utilize these days to refine his skills further. When the moment arrived, he would surely defeat Lu Hongxun, leaving everyone astounded. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Brother Mu, you wish to be ostentatious, do you not? Chen Li suddenly queried. To flaunt, to show off, to be impressive, yes. Not exactly, Xiao Mu responded, glancing at Chen Li. What are your thoughts? There is an auction tonight, would you care to attend? Many from our circle will be present, Chen Li suggested, casting a glance into the room and lowering his voice. There will also be numerous starlets. I shall go, Xiao Mu nodded. However, my interest does not lie with the starlets. Understood. Chen Li grinned widely. What about calling out to Sister Washi and the others? What do you think? Xiao Mu replied, raising an eyebrow at Chen Li, as if it were an obvious question. Chen Li winked, conveying an understanding look. Xiao Mu, uninterested in further banter, left Chen Li to his studies and returned to the company of the three women. Meanwhile, Chen Li delved into the manual, diligently absorbing its teachings. As evening approached, after dining, Xiao Mu and Chen Li concocted an excuse and set off in their vehicle. How is your cultivation of the Botillon Ju progressing? Xiao Mu inquired during the ride. Having recently embarked on this journey, I find myself brimming with confidence. Capable of delivering a single blow that could fell a bull. Chen Li grasped the steering wheel with such force that it felt as though he might tear it from its place. Hey, drive carefully, Xiao Mu cautioned. Feeling a jolt of anxiety, what if you really did tear it off? We might end up in an accident. Brother Mu, here, take this. Suddenly, Chen Li produced a card and handed it to Xiao Mu. What is this for? Xiao Mu inquired, puzzled. It contains 200 million, 100 million for the Peiyuan pill and 100 million for the Bashianduan, Chen Li explained honestly. I know 200 million is hardly sufficient. Both the Peiyuan pill and the Bashianduan are treasures that cannot be easily acquired. Where did you obtain such a sum? Xiao Mu expressed his astonishment. I asked my grandfather for it. I didn't claim that the Peiyuan pill was crafted by you, I merely stated that it was something you stumbled upon, Chen Li clarified. Listen, we are brothers. Xiao Mu shook his head, unwilling to accept the card. Brother Mu, precisely because we are brothers, I cannot accept your elixirs and techniques without due consideration. Chen Li's demeanor grew more serious. My grandfather also said that one must not take the kindness of others for granted. With 200 million, I've already received a considerable favor. Very well, this shall be the first and last time. In the future, do not offer me money again. If you continue to treat me with such formality, you may as well find somewhere else to stay, Xiao Mu reflected, ultimately tucking the bank card away. After all, there will be ample opportunities in the future to reward this generous friend with good fortune. A true brother is not merely a title, but a sentiment held deep within the heart. Agreed, Brother Mu, Chen Li beamed. Approximately half an hour later, the two arrived at the auction house. What items are up for bid tonight? Xiao Mu stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings and noting the abundance of luxury cars. It appears the stakes are quite high, he remarked. Tonight's auction is divided into two segments, the first half is manageable. But the latter half is where the real excitement lies, Chen Li elaborated. I've heard that quite a few prominent figures will be attending during the second half. Oh. Are there truly remarkable items? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there will be magical artifacts and even divine weapons. Chen Li nodded. However, I suspect these treasures will be claimed by the high rollers, will merely be onlookers during the first half, perhaps hoping to snag a bargain. Let us not kid ourselves, are you and I truly of the same caliber? Xiao Mu jested. Chen Li paused and then realized, wow, you are right. Brother Mu. You've become quite the big shot in Yuncheng, you are looking out for me. Yes, as long as you stick with me, you shall not be shortchanged, Xiao Mu assured. Patting Chen Li on the shoulder as they made their way toward the auction house. However, upon arrival, Xiao Mu was halted at the entrance by the staff. Invitation, please. Xiao Mu was taken aback, glancing at Chen Li. Do you have one? Of course, Chen Li replied, suppressing a chuckle at Xiao Mu's bewildered expression. Big shot. Didn't you say you'd follow my lead? And yet you can't get in? Quit joking, if you have it, show it. Xiao Mu retorted, exasperated. He. You might want to stay close to me, Chen Li grinned as he produced an invitation, handing it to the staff. After a thorough examination, the staff gestured for them to enter with a courteous motion. As Xiao Mu followed Chen Li inside, he was once again stopped. Sir, without an invitation, entry is prohibited. Did he not possess an invitation? Xiao Mu gestured towards Chen Li, frowning. Sir, a standard invitation only permits entry for the bearer and no guests are allowed. The staff member elucidated. What? No guests? Chen Li was taken aback. Xiao Mu's expression darkened, it was infuriating to reach the entrance only to be denied entry. Come on. My brother here is none other than the renowned Xiao, the third on the talents list. Surely you could make an exception, Chen Li implored the staff. I'm afraid. Sir, we must adhere to our regulations. Without an invitation, entry is not permitted, the staff member shook his head, clearly skeptical of Chen Li's claims. Third on the talents list. Nonsense. How could one of such stature lack an invitation? Not only must he possess one, but it must also be a prestigious one. Brother Mu, did you genuinely not receive an invitation? Chen Li, feeling helpless, returned to Xiao Mu. I haven't received anything of the sort. I haven't been out in years, who would bother to send me such a thing? Xiao Mu was somewhat irritated, realizing that he could no longer remain low-key, otherwise he would remain inconspicuous in Yun City. Don't fret, I'll make a call and see if anyone has a spare invitation, Chen Li said. Just as a group of individuals approached. Oh, what a coincidence, one of them, upon seeing Xiao Mu, instinctively recoiled but then straightened up, mocking him. Duansha? Chen Li's gaze narrowed at the speaker. What, are you here to bestow gifts upon Brother Mu again? How ridiculous. Duansha's face flashed with humiliation at Chen Li's remark. During their previous encounter on Antique Street, he had provoked Xiao Mu, only to end up purchasing a pill furnace for a hefty sum of 100,000, all while wearing a forced smile to escape unscathed. However, today was different. The talents list had been updated, placing Xiao Mu in third position. With Duansha ranked below him, he could no longer challenge Xiao Mu. Should Xiao Mu decide to act against him without provocation, he could easily seek justice from the enforcers. Thus, he felt emboldened today, ready to flaunt his newfound confidence. Duansha, do you truly think I would hesitate to act against you? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, having already bested Lu Wu and others at the enforcers division. Dealing with Duansha was hardly a concern. Don't forget, my rank is below yours. Duansha puffed out his chest defiantly. Umph. Xiao Mu couldn't help but chuckle. So, despite your lack of strength and a low rank, you still carry yourself with pride. Duansha's face darkened as he mentally cursed Xiao Mu's ancestors. Old Duan, let it go, someone interjected, glancing at Xiao Mu and attempting to defuse the situation. This fellow is formidable, it's best not to provoke him. Indeed, let us proceed inside, another chimed in, producing an invitation. Chen Li disregarded Duansha and made a call, inquiring if there were any spare invitations available. Oh, so it turns out you lack an invitation. Duansha seized the opportunity. Without an invitation, they certainly won't allow entry. The Dragon Chamber of Commerce's auction is not an event for just anyone to attend, he taunted. Duansha. What did you say? Xiao Mu's gaze fixed on him. I merely stated that not everyone can enter, the Duansha stammered. Despite his bravado, he still felt intimidated by Xiao Mu. The Dragon Chamber of Commerce's auction. Xiao Mu chuckled. Indeed. It is the auction hosted by one of the three major business associations of Huaxia, the Longhua Chamber of Commerce. Duansha nodded and handed the invitation letter to the staff. You must keep your eyes peeled and ensure that no bodyguards or the like are allowed entry. Rest assured. We will certainly perform our duties well, replied the staff member. Damn it, Duansha, who are you calling a bodyguard? Chen Li exclaimed in anger. Who did I name specifically? I merely reminded the staff, without an invitation, no one should be allowed inside, Duansha chuckled. We shall enter now. You can ponder your options here. I hope to see you inside tonight. Furious, Chen Li rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Even if he could not defeat Duansha, he could not allow such an affront to his brother Mu. Xiao Mu intervened, glancing at Duansha and inquired. Can you guess how Xiao Hai met his demise? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Duansha was taken aback, his expression shifting. It was a threat than intimidation. Moreover, you will undoubtedly see us inside tonight, Xiao Mu continued, casually retrieving a card from his pocket and presenting it to the staff. No invitation, but does this suffice? As the staff accepted the card, their countenance changed upon seeing it. The black gold card of the Longhua Chamber of Commerce, which they had been trained to recognize during their induction. Duansha and his companions also looked at the black gold card. But due to the distance and lack of consideration, they did not recognize it. Haha, Xiao Mu, what is this? Are you attempting to bribe them? Duansha mocked with a sneer. Sir, please come in. The staff member bowed deeply, their respect palpable. Duansha's laughter abruptly ceased as he witnessed the staff's reverence. How could this be? Realizing something, he quickly turned to look at the staff returning the black gold card. Not only him, but the other young masters also stood frozen in disbelief. As long as it works, Xiao Mu nodded, accepting the black gold card. This is the black gold card. No, it cannot be. This time, Duansha recognized it and gasped in astonishment. What? The black gold card of the Longhua Chamber of Commerce. The other young masters gawked, their eyes wide, but not even their fathers had the privilege to possess one. Ha. Chen Li reveled in their shock, feeling immensely satisfied. So, you recognize the black gold card? I thought you were oblivious. How do you possess a black gold card? Duansha glared at Xiao Mu, still in disbelief. This card must be a forgery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu remained unfazed, while several staff members regarded Duansha with incredulity. Who would dare forge the black gold card of the Longhua Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, years ago, someone attempted to counterfeit it, and that individual's entire family mysteriously vanished. It was a true case of disappearance. Subsequently, the Longhua Chamber of Commerce declared that anyone who dared to forge it would be deemed an enemy of the chamber with a relentless vendetta. Since then, there had been no reports of counterfeit black gold cards. A forgery. Duansha, do you possess such a lack of discernment that you fail to recognize the true value of the card? Chen Li mocked. Just a few days ago, Brother Mu proudly wielded the black gold card and treated me to a meal in the private room number 1 at Yun City Grand Hotel. Duansha's expression shifted as he contemplated the authenticity of the black gold card. Never mind, there is no point in conversing with someone like you, who cannot even dine in the first-class suite. Chen Li chuckled, his face quivering with mirth. Haha, Brother Mu, let us proceed inside. Indeed. Xiao Mu nodded, not casting another glance at Duansha, and made his way inside. The staff slightly bowed, only straightening up after Xiao Mu had walked a considerable distance away. Was that card his? Duansha mused, directing his inquiry at the staff. I'm not certain, but as long as he can present the black gold card, he is permitted entry. The staff shook their head. So, it implies that one can use another's card as well? Damn, it must belong to someone else. Duansha felt a slight relief within. After all, it was his, what was there to flaunt? Old Duan, why are you competing with Xiao Mu? I understand your relationship with Xiao Hai was amicable, but Xiao Hai is no longer among us, the bystander advised. Even if the black gold card does not belong to Xiao Mu, we cannot afford to provoke him. Not to mention, can you obtain a black gold card yourself? Duansha fell silent. Indeed, he could not procure one. His own father lacked the credentials to possess it, where would he find a way to borrow it? As for his rivalry with Xiao Mu, it was no longer about Xiao Hai but rather a matter of personal pride. The memory of the last time he had grinned while presenting the alchemy furnace ignited his ire. You may fear him, but I do not. Duansha scoffed, striding toward the interior. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu and Chen Li had entered the auction hall, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. Brother Mu, it is indeed your presence that commands attention. The moment the black gold card was revealed, the staff nearly bowed in reverence to usher you in. Chen Li expressed with envy. What constitutes status? This is status. Enough, it's merely a card. Xiao Mu waved his hand dismissively. Status is not bestowed by others. It is earned through one's own endeavors. Remain humble. Brother Mu, did you come here not to make a grand entrance? Chen Li reminded. Well, that is a valid point. Xiao Mu surveyed his surroundings. You possess an invitation and a seat. I lack an invitation, or must I stand? That cannot be. Even if I were to stand, I cannot allow you to do so. Chen Li immediately responded. There is no need to stand. You've reminded me to be more ostentatious. Xiao Mu remarked, retrieving the black gold card once more. Let them arrange a prominent position for us. Precisely, why not take advantage of the card? That would be rather foolish. Chen Li grinned. Brother Mu, might I borrow the black gold card for a moment? I wish to impress a bit. Haha. Does pretending to be someone you're not bring joy? Xiao Mu chuckled, handing the black gold card to Chen Li. With him present, even card verification poses no issue. Naturally. The moment Chen Li grasped the black gold card, he felt an overwhelming sense of empowerment surge through him, straightening his posture instantly. He held his head high, surveying the surroundings, and beckoned a nearby staff member, bellowing, "Hey, come over here." His voice resonated so loudly that it startled Xiao Mu, standing nearby. Why are you shouting so? He is not deaf, Xiao Mu retorted, exasperated. He is not deaf, yet I fear others might be. Chen Li smirked. Indeed. With Chen Li's loud voice, the people nearby turned their attention towards him. What are you shouting about, Chen? Someone inquired. Chen Li waved his hand dismissively, ignoring his friend, and presented a black gold card to the staff, his voice resonating with authority. Please arrange a table for us. Upon recognizing the black gold card, the staff promptly bowed. Certainly, sir. The onlookers were taken aback by the staff's reaction. When they beheld the black gold card, their eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Chen. Is that really a black gold card? A friend approached, his face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, Chen replied nonchalantly. Is it truly? His friend was now thoroughly unsettled. Where did you get it? The Longhua Chamber of Commerce gifted it to me, Chen replied with a smile, reveling in his ostentation. Stop boasting. How could the Longhua Chamber of Commerce give you that? His friend was incredulous. You didn't find it, did you? This belongs to Mugu. Chen. Noticing the staff's skeptical expression, decided to tone down his bravado, realizing that if they believed he had found it, the situation could become awkward. His friend turned to greet Xiao Mu, who was standing nearby. Xiao, you are here too? Yes, just here to enjoy the excitement, Xiao Mu replied. Recognizing the familiarity of the other but unable to recall their name, he nodded casually. Sir, please follow me. The staff returned the black gold card and led Xiao Mu and Chen forward. Is that Xiao Mu from the Xiao family? It seems so, it's been years. And he has lost quite a bit of weight. After lying low for years, how could he not? Who would have thought? He not only stood up again but also defeated Xiao Hai. Don't exaggerate, he merely fought Xiao Hai in a match and Xiao Hai died in the hospital. How did Xiao Hai end up in the hospital? Wasn't it due to severe injuries? Ultimately, his death rests on Xiao Mu's hands. Following Chen Li's bold declaration, Xiao Mu quickly became the center of attention, sparking fervent discussions among the crowd. Most of them, even 4 years prior, would not have had the privilege to share a meal with Xiao Mu. Although they were all prominent figures in Yuncheng, the martial cultivators held a higher status. In fact, across all circles, martial cultivators were esteemed above ordinary people. If it weren't for the enforcers representing the nation's will, many martial cultivators would regard ordinary individuals as mere ants. Do you think Xiao Hai's death will provoke Xiao Zhanye into seeking revenge? Isn't that obvious? Of course. The power struggle within the Xiao family was becoming increasingly riveting. Xiao Mu is quite audacious, daring to roam about. Is he not afraid of Xiao Zhanye sending someone after him? There is no power struggle, everything has already concluded. Suddenly, someone lowered their voice. You haven't heard the news, have you? Xiao Zhanye is dead. What? Upon hearing this, several young masters' faces paled drastically. Xiao Zhanye is dead? How did he die? Someone instinctively inquired. What do you think? It's not like he choked on food or drowned. The one who had mentioned Xiao Zhanye's death shook his head. Xiao Mu. The young masters gasped in shock, all glancing towards Xiao Mu's silhouette. Goodness. Has he really killed his own second uncle? How ruthless. Hush, let us not speak carelessly, the death of Xiao Zhanye is still not widely known. If Xiao Mu finds out, it could lead to trouble. The man remarked earlier. Understood. The young masters nodded in agreement. One must not provoke this formidable figure. Sir. Is this area acceptable? The staff respectfully guided Xiao Mu and Chen Li to the front row. What about up there? We cannot go. Chen Li turned, pointing at the private box on the second level. That is the most prestigious location in the entire auction house. Those seated there are all prominent figures from Yun City. Previously, he would never have dared to covet such a place, but now, with the black gold card in hand, he yearned to indulge. Sir. Access to that area will only be granted during the second half, the staff responded. If you wish to go up then, we will make arrangements. Very well. It seems the big shots only arrive for the latter part, Chen Li nodded. We shall discuss it further then. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform the staff present, the staff concluded before departing. Brother Mu, here is your card back. Chen Li returned the black gold card to Xiao Mu. Shall we sit up there for the second half? What is so special about it? It merely offers a sense of superiority. It's far better to see clearly from here and enjoy the experience more fully. Xiao Mu shook his head. Indeed. Let us remain here then. Sitting among a crowd of big shots would make one feel rather anxious. Chen Li nodded, dismissing the thought of experiencing it up there. Just as Xiao Mu glanced in a certain direction, his gaze flickered. Look over there. I sent that the fellow interested in buying Yodan furnace. From the Medicine God Valley, right? Chen Li recognized him as well. Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter him here, Xiao Mu replied. Retrieving the purple gold god from his ring, toying with it briefly before putting it away again. Given his current strength, it was unwise to reveal such an item. He was not concerned about the potential theft but wary of the medicine god Valley, a formidable force in the realm of ancient martial arts. Far beyond his current capacity to contend with. Simultaneously, the other party also noticed Xiao Mu and paused in surprise. The next moment, he rose and approached. "We meet again," he said. "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Xiao Mu replied coolly. "What of the Dan furnace? Are you willing to sell it to me?" the young man inquired. Observing Xiao Mu intently. "I have been using the Dan furnace, and it works quite well, so I want to be selling it." Xiao Mu shook his head. "You've used it. Are you a Dan master?" The young man expressed surprise, subtly sniffing but detecting no trace of medicinal aroma. "No, you are not a Dan master. They typically reek of herbs from constant practice. Just learning, dabbling for fun," Xiao Mu said. His gaze falling on the purple gold god embroidered on the young man's collar. Beside him, Chen Li smirked, thinking that Brother Mu was being genuinely modest. Claiming he was merely playing around when he was, in fact, quite impressive. If that young man knew that Brother Mu could refine the Peiyuan Dan, his eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. Alchemy is no trivial pursuit. One misstep could lead to grave consequences, the young man huffed disdainfully. The alchemical furnace in your hands is nothing but a waste. It is my possession, and I shall squander it as I please. What concern is it of yours? Even if I were to use it for pickling vegetables instead of refining elixirs, it would still be of no consequence to you. The youth's demeanor began to irk Xiao Mu. Indeed, it is not your property, we may utilize it as we wish. Chen Li chimed in, asserting. I will certainly obtain that furnace. The young man coldly declared this before turning to leave. Brother Mu, if he can't acquire it, he won't resort to thievery, will he? Chen Li expressed his concerns at observing the young man's retreating figure. He hails from the apothecary god Valley, it is prudent to be cautious. Still, where would he even steal it from? Xiao Mu scoffed. The furnace is within the realm of the ring, even deities could not seize it. Let us not forget. This is Yun City, our territory. True, Chen Li nodded, scanning the surroundings. What are you looking for? Xiao Mu inquired. I'm searching for female celebrities. I heard many would be attending tonight. By the way, I heard Yan Qingxuan is also coming. Chen Li's eyes sparkled at the mention of Yan Qingxuan. Yan Qingxuan? Who is she? Xiao Mu questioned, puzzled. Brother Mu, you don't know Yan Qingxuan? Chen Li was taken aback. Why should I know her? Xiao Mu replied, bewildered. Well, haven't you been watching television or browsing the internet these past few years? She has risen to fame recently, excelling in both acting and singing. Her latest drama has skyrocketed her popularity, Chen Li explained. Moreover, she is exceptionally beautiful. Oh. Brother Mu, your reaction is rather subdued, isn't it? She is incredibly beautiful. What sort of reaction do you expect from me? True, you are surrounded by stunning women. Chen Li shrugged, recalling the 4 beautiful ladies accompanying Xiao Mu. Tonight's auction is divided into 2 segments. The first part is a charity auction where celebrities will offer personal items for bidding. Essentially, it's a chance to garner fame while expanding one's network. A splendid opportunity to court female celebrities. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Brother Mu, do not be so blunt. Besides, it does not have to be female celebrities, male stars are also a possibility, Chen Li grinned mischievously. The younger male idols are quite popular too. Wait. Are you implying men would court young male idols? Fatty, your grin suggests you've had some experience. Xiao Mu retorted, stepping back. Absolutely not. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Chen Li insisted, flustered. However, within this industry, some individuals are quite liberated. The entertainment circle is indeed chaotic. As the two bantered, the number of attendees at the auction continued to swell. A few of the top 10 prodigies had also arrived, occupying the front rows. Xiao Mu, I didn't expect you to be here. One prodigy approached to greet him. I've been lounging at home for years and grew weary, so I decided to join the festivities. Xiao Mu replied with a smile. I had you ranked 7th on the prodigy list. Impressive. The prodigy looked somewhat exasperated. You ranked 3rd and are praising my 7th place. I suspect you are merely trying to show off. I was actually considering challenging you, but that is no longer feasible. By the way, do you know if Luo Hongxun will be attending tonight? Xiao Mu inquired further. I am not familiar with him, nor am I well acquainted with you. The prodigy stated before turning away. He was afraid that Xiao Mu would suggest that since we have some free time, why don't we engage in a friendly spar? After all, he had witnessed firsthand how this fellow had mercilessly defeated his cousin at the Xiao family residence. This guy hadn't mentioned anything about a challenge before. Chen Li couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, who could have anticipated the sudden update of the hero ranking? Otherwise, I would have dealt with them one by one and easily conquered the ranking of heroes. Perhaps I should aim to surpass the heroes of Huaxia instead. Xiao Mu sighed and replied nonchalantly, What? Brother Mu, are you planning to challenge the Huaxia ranking? Chen Li was taken aback. Yes, once I finish with Luo Hongxun. I'll find them for some fun. Xiao Mu nodded. What significance does the ranking hold? My goal is to conquer the dragon ranking this year. The news of Xiao Zhanyu's demise was known only to a select few. Consequently, those acquainted with Xiao Mu refrained from excessive pleasantries, maintaining a respectful distance. Everyone was aware that Xiao Zhanyu would not let this matter rest and would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his son. Thus, getting too close to Xiao Mu at this moment was ill-advised. Moreover, Xiao Mu had often been away training, and when he remained in Yun City, he primarily focused on his cultivation. This was also why he had so few friends in the circle. Not only him, but most of the exceptional talents on the hero ranking shared the same pursuit of martial arts, setting them apart from ordinary young masters. Brother Mu, I recall that you previously got along quite well with Zhou Hao and the others, Chen Li remarked, gazing in a particular direction. Haha, during your peak, many will surround you, but when you hit rock bottom, most will scatter, Xiao Mu chuckled, a hint of resignation in his voice. All right then. Chen Li understood Xiao Mu's sentiment. Regardless, I will always be here for you. Xiao Mu patted Chen Li's shoulder. And it was precisely because of this contrast that his unwavering loyalty was all the more commendable. The absence of others was quite refreshing. Just as he finished speaking, a man in his 30s approached with two companions. Xiao Mu, do you believe you deserve to be third on the hero ranking? The hero ranking was not established by me, you should direct that question to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Xiao Mu replied, his tone calm as he regarded the man. Wang Sheng, formerly the third on the hero ranking, had now been relegated to fourth due to this very circumstance. It was understandable. After holding the third position for 2 years without the opportunity to ascend, he had been unceremoniously bumped down to fourth while remaining at home. How could he not harbor some resentment? I believe you are unworthy. Wang Sheng retorted coldly. I heard that Xiao Hai had issues of his own. Which is why you managed to defeat him. Is that so? Why don't you ask Xiao Hai yourself? Xiao Mu remained seated, not even bothering to rise. Wang Sheng's expression darkened at the mention of Xiao Hai. How can I ask Xiao Hai? He is dead. Pfft. Chen Li, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. He thought Brother Mu was simply hilarious, though he imagined if he were in Wang Sheng's shoes, he would be furious. What are you laughing at? Wang Sheng turned his gaze toward Chen Li, an overwhelming aura of rage enveloping him. His perfected energy could inflict tangible harm on an ordinary person. In an instant, Chen Li felt a suffocating sensation, as if he were being crushed, his face paling dramatically. Just as his body began to tremble uncontrollably, Xiao Mu rose to his feet. In the next moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent descended upon Wang Sheng. Startled, he felt an icy sensation surge from his feet, coursing up his spine to his very crown. At that instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Instinctively, Wang Sheng withdrew the energy he had directed towards Chen Li, attempting to counter this terrifying malice. Yet, in an instant, his aura was torn apart by the fierce intent. With a crash, Wang Sheng's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered backward, colliding with a nearby chair. I have few friends now, anyone who harms them becomes my enemy. Xiao Mu dispelled his murderous intent, his voice icy. Furthermore, do you believe I am worthy now? Wang Sheng gasped for breath, his heart pounding with dread. How could he be so formidable, even stronger than the rumor suggested? The death of Xiao Hai was undoubtedly not in vain. Third on the talent rankings, he could easily claim the top spot. If you are unconvinced, you are welcome to challenge me at any time. If you prefer not to attend tonight's auction, we may engage in a sparring match now. Xiao Mu continued. My apologies for the interruption. Wang Sheng steadied his emotions, casting a deeply contemplative glance at Xiao Mu before turning to leave. He understood the implication of Xiao Mu's last words: if he were to spar, he might not only be defeated but severely injured, rendering him unable to participate in tonight's auction. Breathing heavily, Chen Li observed Wang Sheng's retreating figure, filled with a sense of renewed life. Train diligently, this matter you must resolve on your own, Xiao Mu advised Chen Li before resuming his seat. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Chen Li was momentarily taken aback. Am I capable of this? A man must never declare himself incapable. Xiao Mu smiled gently. After all, he is ranked third on the talent rankings, or fourth. Chen Li felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had only just begun his training, and the gap between them was vast. You have cultivated the Dominator's art. Once I supply you with some elixirs, surpassing him will be a breeze, Xiao Mu proclaimed. At that point, I shall personally ensure he is brought low. Very well. Chen Li's excitement surged. Then I will make him kneel before me and sing my praises. Are you certain your inclinations are conventional? Xiao Mu regarded him with a bemused expression. The image of the plump fellow standing there while Wang Sheng knelt before him was too outrageous to contemplate. Brother Mu, where are your thoughts wandering? Chen Li shivered. I am quite serious. However, I must caution you, on the path of cultivation, there are few shortcuts. While elixirs provide external assistance, it is your own efforts that will ultimately bear fruit. Xiao Mu's expression turned earnest. To progress swiftly, some sacrifices must be made. The indulgent lifestyle of the past must be tempered. I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently, Chen Li responded solemnly. As the two conversed, a cacophony of voices echoed from a distance. Who approaches with such commotion? Xiao Mu inquired, looking towards the source. It cannot be Luo Hongxin, can it? Yan Qingxian is here, Brother Mu, look quickly, Chen Li exclaimed, his excitement palpable. A celebrity, and this stirs you so? Haven't you entertained your fair share of starlets? Xiao Mu remarked, somewhat surprised by Chen Li's reaction. He turned to see a young woman gracefully making her way forward, surrounded by admirers as if she were the sun and they, mere stars orbiting her radiant presence. Do not speak, she is indeed stunning, and with her celebrity status, she easily scores a 98. She is unique, often referred to as the Jade Girl, unlike other actresses. Chen Li shook his head. Since her debut, she has been devoid of scandal. Do you truly believe that? When did you become so naive? Xiao Mu was somewhat speechless. The entertainment industry is a chaotic arena of fame and fortune. How could there be a Jade Girl? Even if there were, it would merely be a contrived persona. Brother Mu, you do not understand Yan Qingxian. Once you get to know her, you will realize she is different from those seductive vixens, Chen Li insisted, chuckling. Xiao Mu found amusement in this. What a loyal fan this plump fellow was. At that moment, he developed a modicum of interest in Yan Qingxian, curious as to what distinguished her so that she could enchant Chen Li in such a manner. In the distance, Yan Qingxian slowed her pace, smiling and nodding to those around her. Wow, Brother Mu, I just received news that tonight's charity auction includes a dinner with Yan Qingxian, Chen Li exclaimed suddenly. I must secure that dinner with her. Xiao Mu was rendered speechless. He initially thought Chen Li was talking about pursuing Yan Qingxian herself, but it turned out he was only after a dinner. Could he not aspire to greater heights? Brother Mu, I wish to achieve greatness as well. But look at her popularity. What can my modest aspirations do? Even Wang Sheng has gone to greet her. Chen Li sighed helplessly. Quite intriguing, Xiao Mu's gaze flickered. Wang Sheng was usually diligent in his training, steering clear of indulgences like wine and women, yet here he was, mingling with Yan Qingxian. What enchantment did she possess? He scrutinized Yan Qingxian, momentarily furrowing his brow as she seemed familiar. Familiar? That is to be expected. All of China finds her familiar, Chen Li chuckled. No. I believe I have seen her before. Xiao Mu shook his head. Is that true? Are you certain it was on television or online? Chen Li inquired, astonished. No. I can't quite place it, Xiao Mu mused, finding Yan Qinxian increasingly recognizable. Brother Mu, why not pursue her? Chen Li suggested suddenly. Huh? I sent Tishi your goddess. A gentleman does not take what belongs to another. Xiao Mu retreated his gaze, deciding not to dwell on it further. She is indeed my goddess. I merely admire her talent, nothing more. Chen Li insisted earnestly. Huh? I believe you not, Xiao Mu scoffed. 9.5 out of 10 men's admiration for women is primarily for their physical form. Soon, Yan Qinxian took her seat, surrounded predominantly by fellow stars. The celebrities were smiles, frequently nodding to others, exhibiting none of the arrogance typically displayed before ordinary fans. In the eyes of many tonight, they were not exalted stars, but mere playthings. After several minutes, the host ascended the auction stage. The previously noisy venue gradually fell silent. Indeed, the big shots have not arrived, Chen Li remarked, glancing at the private boxes on the second floor. They will come for the second half. What do we care? As long as we do not leave empty-handed. Xiao Mu reclined in his chair, his peripheral gaze fixed upon the young man from Yashan Valley, contemplating how to extract the origins of the purple gold god from his lips. It was imperative to ascertain the god's purpose. What if it was not the emblem of the sect leader? On stage, the host delivered a brief address and the auction commenced. A female auctioneer ascended, introduced herself, and presented the first item for bidding. It was an exquisite piece of ancient jade from Lontion, meticulously crafted. As the auctioneer provided her commentary, the large screen displayed the jade along with various detailed images. The starting bid was set at 300,000 with increments no less than 20,000. 320,000 became the first bid. Once the auctioneer concluded her introduction, participants began to place their bids. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 500,000. Brother Mu, are you interested? Chen Li inquired. The initial item usually has a low starting price. Many wish to acquire it as a good omen. Aren't you keen on making a grand statement? Just offer a high bid and ensure you're the most dazzling presence in the room. A high price. The most dazzling presence. If I were to bid 10 million, I would merely be the most foolish person here, Xiao Mu retorted with a smirk. That is not how one makes a grand statement. 1,100,000. As this bid was announced, the room fell into a hush. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the ancient jade, the female auctioneer smiled at Duansha. He nodded in response, feeling a sense of relief after having faced a slight setback with Xiao Mu earlier. Whether the jade was overpriced was of little concern to him. What mattered was the attention he garnered. Look at this guy reveling in his victory, Chen Li muttered under his breath. It's merely a minor auction item, remain composed. Xiao Mu smiled, for the small piece of Lontion jade did not capture his interest. Now, we present the second item for bidding, a gilded Buddha statue. As the female auctioneer concluded, a gilded statue, measuring over 20 centimeters, was brought to the auction stage. As soon as the gilded Buddha appeared, Xiao Mu straightened in his seat. What's this, Brother Mu? Are you intrigued? Chen Li noticed Xiao Mu's reaction and asked. Weren't you an atheist? Atheism. Upon hearing Chen Li's remark, Xiao Mu instinctively glanced at the ring on his left hand. If deities did not exist, how could one explain the black coffin within the ring's world? And how could the 9 colossal dragons be accounted for? Dragons, much like deities and Buddhas, were mythical beings. Yet now, they materialized before his very eyes. He held no particular interest in the statue itself but was captivated by the energy it emanated. Was it the power of faith? Xiao Mu conjectured, intending to bid on it for further exploration. The starting bid for the first item was 1,100,000. Thus, let this gilded Buddha statue commence at the same price, with increments no less than 50,000, the female auctioneer announced with a smile. Interested parties may place their bids. 1,150,000. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. Xiao Mu raised his hand to place his bid. 1,550,000. In the next moment, a voice rang out. Xiao Mu frowned and turned to look. From a distance, Duansha wore a somewhat provocative expression. Having faced a setback earlier, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. At present, this is not a street of antiques. He is unafraid of Xiao Mu's intentions, thus he cannot show any sign of weakness. Damn. This scoundrel is causing trouble again. Chen Li seethed with anger. 1,600,000. Xiao Mu remained expressionless, raising the bid once more. It is indeed Xiao Mu. Clearly, he harbors a keen interest in this Buddha statue. It seems Duansha is eager to compete with him. Many whispered among themselves, opting not to place further bids. Ready to observe the spectacle. Not far away, Yan Qingxian also spotted Xiao Mu, her gaze sharpening with a hint of excitement. Qingxian, what is the matter with you? Her agent inquired softly, noticing her reaction. Nothing at all. Yan Qingxian suppressed her excitement, focusing intently on Xiao Mu. Sister Zhou, who is he? I don't know. He is seated in the front row, so his identity must be extraordinary, her agent replied, scrutinizing Xiao Mu and shaking her head. Sister Zhou. Could you help me find out? Yan Qingxian asked again. Find out? Sure. The agent was puzzled, having never seen Yan Qingxian so animated before. 1,800,000. Duansha declared loudly, directly increasing the bid by 200,000. 1,850,000. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this fellow intended to compete with him to the bitter end. 2 million. Duansha declared triumphantly. As it appeared, Xiao Mu was truly fond of this Buddha statue. Just as he contemplated raising the stakes again, a message pinged on his phone. Old Duan. Why are you provoking Xiao Mu? He is the one who killed his own second uncle, Xiao Zhanye. A well-connected young master sent a message. After reading it, the smug smile on Duansha's face froze instantly. What? Xiao Zhanye was killed by Xiao Mu? Holy crap. Duansha's hand trembled uncontrollably while holding the phone. Fear surged within him, extinguishing any trace of his earlier bravado. Initially, he thought Xiao Mu, ranked third on the celestial prodigy list, was no longer a challenge. Even if provoked, it wouldn't be a grave matter. Moreover, Xiao Zhanye would surely seek vengeance for his son, and Xiao Mu might not survive for long. But now, it turned out that Xiao Mu was alive and Xiao Zhanye was dead. The most terrifying part was that Xiao Mu had killed Xiao Zhanye and still attended the auction without any repercussions. Could it be that Xiao Mu has some significant connections with the enforcers? If that were the case, then even if he were to retaliate, the enforcers would not dare to act against Xiao Mu. It's over. Duansha felt immense regret, berating himself for incurring a loss previously and now provoking Xiao Mu again. Old Duan, why are you dazed? Xiao Mu has bid 2,100,000. Are you going to raise your bid? Someone beside him nudged Duansha, pulling him from his stupor. Huh? 2,100,000. Duansha snapped back to attention. His mind racing, what should he do? Withdraw from the bidding? He had already raised the price and offended Xiao Mu. Was it still possible to hold the bidding at this point? Would anyone else raise their bid? If no one else did, then the female auctioneer glanced at Duansha and declared loudly, 2,500,000. Gritting his teeth, Duansha shouted, damn it. Was he truly losing his mind? 2,500,000. It seemed he was determined to contest with Xiao Mu to the very end. This gilded Buddha statue must indeed be something extraordinary, otherwise. Why would Duansha bid so exorbitantly? Duansha and Xiao Hai shared a commendable camaraderie, that this fellow truly valued loyalty. As Duansha raised his bid, a cacophony of discussions erupted in the room. Xiao Mu glanced at Duansha, his expression impassive. Duansha, hesitant to meet Xiao Mu's gaze, felt a stir of doubt within. If he continued to escalate the bidding, he too would follow suit, no matter the cost. He was determined to secure this gilded Buddha statue. 2,500,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 2,500,000. First call. The female auctioneer looked toward Xiao Mu, raising her gavel. Brother Mu, are you out? Chen Li inquired. We have ample funds, let us contest him to the end. No. Let him have it, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. His interest lay solely in the energy emanating from the statue, and the inflated price was unwarranted. He believed that not only this gilded Buddha possessed spiritual power, but many other statues within temples did as well. Previously, he had merely been unable to perceive that divine energy. 2,500,000 third call sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The female auctioneer's gavel fell. And she smiled at Duansha. Duansha forced a strained smile and stood up. May I say a few words? Of course, the auctioneer replied, a bit taken aback. Nodding her head. Damn, this guy I sent, he just going to take the statue, he is going to flaunt it in front of us. Chen Li seethed. If that is the case, we'll have to deal with him tonight. Many shared Chen Li's sentiment, believing that Duansha was intent on a psychological attack. Actually, the reason I bid on this gilded Buddha statue is to give it to someone, Duansha proclaimed, taking the microphone, his voice resonating throughout the auction hall. The crowd fell into a perplexed silence, bewildered by this unexpected turn. Gift it to someone? Who? It can't be for a woman, can it? Is he truly contesting Xiao Mu not for Xiao Hai, but for a woman? Even Xiao Mu felt a tinge of confusion. What was going on? In my youthful recklessness and ignorance, I wish to present this gilded Buddha statue as a token of my apology. Duansha turned his gaze toward Xiao Mu. Young Master Xiao, I spent 2,500,000 and I'm merely a fool. Please, don't hold my folly against me. He discarded all notions of pride and dignity, hoping that by offering this statue, Xiao Mu would show him mercy. He did not wish to follow the unfortunate paths of Xiao Hai and Xiao Zhenye. As Duansha spoke, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The crowd widened their eyes, shocked that he had bid so high for a statue to give to Xiao Mu. Was he out of his mind? He was contesting against Xiao Mu, and now he was doing this. What was his motive? Goodness. Xiao Mu stared at Duansha, his mind racing. Duansha's audacious maneuver truly left him flabbergasted. What was he trying to accomplish? Beside him, Chen Li's face quivered with disbelief, stuttering, young Master Xiao. Can you forgive me? Duansha looked at Xiao Mu, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. He was terrified. If Xiao Mu did not publicly forgive him, he would be unable to sleep a wink that night. With Duansha's declaration, the atmosphere shifted to one of uncanny tension. Was this fellow truly sane? What was the nature of his relationship with Xiao Mu? Oh dear, your words have left me feeling quite unsettled. Could it be that there exists an undisclosed connection between them? Is it a case of love turned to hatred? Surely not. Such explosive revelations. The murmurs around me suddenly intensified. Goodness. Listening to the gossip surrounding him, Xiao Mu's expression darkened considerably. It is worth noting that on the day he sat in a wheelchair, he endured scorn and insults from the younger generation of the Xiao family without ever feeling this vulnerable. Brother Mu, what is your relationship with him? Chen Li inquired. His demeanor peculiar, torn between amusement and trepidation. Get lost. Xiao Mu retorted, his gaze directed at Duansha, brimming with lethal intent. Duansha, feeling the weight of Xiao Mu's murderous glare, momentarily froze. Was his sincerity not sufficient? Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. Duansha's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Clarify your words. What exactly did you do wrong? Xiao Mu glared at Duansha, knowing that unless this matter was addressed publicly tonight, he would have no face to remain in Yun City. Tomorrow, who knows how the rumors would spread. I should not have provoked you. I apologize. I will never trouble you again. Duansha finally sensed the peculiar atmosphere and hastily declared. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to contend with you over a statue. Upon hearing this, the crowd came to a realization. Albeit tinged with disappointment, they had misinterpreted the situation. It struck them as though that just moments ago, Duansha had appeared ready to confront Xiao Mu to the bitter end, yet his attitude had inexplicably shifted. I acquired this statue to atone for my transgressions. Just as I did on Antique Street, hoping that you might grant me clemency once more, Duansha continued. Once is enough, I hope this is the last time. Xiao Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing his reputation was preserved. Yes, I assure you this is the final occurrence, Duansha nodded fervently. In the future, I will certainly avoid you, Xiao Mu replied, somewhat irked. Did he not feel embarrassed? Indeed, thank you, young Master Xiao. Duansha expressed his gratitude with a bow before finally settling down. Tonight, he could finally enjoy a restful sleep. Better to suffer embarrassment than to lose one's life. The auction proceeded, and while the small fuss seemed to have passed, many in attendance harbored lingering doubts. Although Duansha did not rank among the top 10 on the Tianjiao list, his standing in the community was considerable, bolstered by the formidable Duan family. What could possibly compel him to set aside his pride and publicly seek forgiveness from Xiao Mu? Brother Mu, what is his situation? Chen Li inquired. Unable to comprehend the situation. How should I know? Perhaps he really was kicked in the head by a donkey, Xiao Mu replied with irritation. Cursing Duansha for nearly tarnishing his pristine reputation. That seems plausible, Chen Li nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, after taking a seat, Duansha let out a long sigh of relief. Old Duan, what is going on with you? Someone nearby furrowed their brow and asked. Is it really necessary to be this fearful? See for yourself, Duansha replied, handing over his phone. Soon, the person beside him gasped in shock. Did Xiao Mu actually kill Xiao Zhengye? Just tell me, should I not be afraid? Duansha wiped the sweat from his forehead, having firmly resolved that he would never provoke Xiao Mu again. Indeed, I would be cautious as well, came the response. The individual beside him nodded and gave a thumbs up. Lao Duan, adaptable and resilient, a true gentleman. A chuckle escaped his lips. Duansha smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of superiority. He was aware that many were mocking him at this moment, but so what? He was merely discerning the times. A bunch of foolish individuals, what do they even comprehend? Qingxian, this is Xiao Mu, hailing from the Xiao family of Yun City, the agent whispered to Yan Qingxian. Do you know him? Xiao Mu, Yan Qingxian repeated, gazing at Xiao Mu, yet she offered no reply to the agent's inquiry. The agent, puzzled by her reaction, wondered what the situation truly was. 3,500,000 for the blue and white porcelain vase. Is there any further bidding? The female auctioneer surveyed the crowd before bringing down the hammer. The fourth item for auction is a letter from Wang Zhengming, starting at 2 million. With increments no less than 100,000. 2,100,000, Chen Li declared loudly. When did you develop an interest in calligraphy and paintings? Xiao Mu inquired, slightly bewildered. I have no interest, my father does. I'm merely trying to please him, Chen Li replied, shaking his head. After all, Wang Zhengming is one of the 4 talents, it's certainly something that would catch his eye. A smile graced Xiao Mu's lips as his gaze fell upon the letter. Eyebrows raised in curiosity. Is there a spirit to it? Can calligraphy and paintings truly possess a spirit? Since Chen Li had already placed a bid, he decided to wait and see if he could acquire it for further examination. After several rounds of bidding, the price soared past 4 million. 5 million. Chen Li added a significant sum, determined to secure the letter. The attendees glanced at Chen Li and then at Xiao Mu, and no one dared to raise their bid. Congratulations, sir, the female auctioneer declared as she brought down the hammer. John, you are quite impressive, Xiao Mu jested. Head riding on your coattails, I suppose. Many chose not to bid, likely out of respect for you, Brother Mu, Chen Li grinned. Let us showcase our prowess in the first half, and in the second half. We'll just enjoy the spectacle. Once you acquire that letter, do share it with me. Oh. Do you fancy it, Brother Mu? Then it shall be yours. No. Merely a glance will suffice. As time passed, several items were auctioned off. Neither Xiao Mu nor Chen Li placed further bids, while the prices of the items continued to escalate, with 2 pieces exceeding 10 million. They then transitioned into the charity auction segment. The female auctioneer smiled as she turned to the celebrity section. This evening, we are graced by numerous well-known stars who have brought personal items for charity auction, with all proceeds going to children in the mountainous regions, regardless of the amount. It is a gesture of goodwill. The first item up for bid was a ring belonging to Wu Fan, which he had worn for many years but now offered for the sake of the children. As the female auctioneer concluded her statement, a youngster stood up to make a gesture before sitting back down. Many women in the audience lit up with excitement, eager to participate. This young man has been in the limelight for 2 years, captivating countless young ladies, Chen Li introduced to Xiao Mu. I hear his private life is rather chaotic, with numerous fans. It's only a matter of time before he faces downfall. Xiao Mu nodded, expressing no interest in the young star. The starting bid is 100,000 with each increment no less than 20,000. 150,000. 200,000. All the participants in the auction, without exception, were women. The wealthy lady must be around 50, right? At such an age, is she still chasing after stars? Xiao Mu was somewhat taken aback by one woman who was bidding fiercely. She isn't chasing a star, she's lusting after Wu Fan's physique. Chen Li remarked with a smirk. It seems that Wu Fan, who once led a different life, was nurtured and packaged by a wealthy woman, gradually making his way into the entertainment industry. Well, it serves him right for becoming famous. One can only imagine the lengths he has gone to please affluent women behind the scenes. Chen Li chuckled mischievously. Ultimately, Wu Fan's ring was auctioned off to a woman in her 50s for a staggering price of 1.2 million. Subsequently, several personal items belonging to other celebrities were also sold for considerable sums. What comes next is not merely an item, but the female auctioneer smiled mysteriously. Since her debut, the goddess Yen has been particularly attentive to children in mountainous regions. Aware that this auction was for the benefit of children, she decided to offer a dinner with her to the highest bidder. Previously, there was a lunch with the stock god, and now a dinner with the goddess. All for charity. It would surely become a tale to tell. Friends, this is an opportunity not to be missed, with a starting bid of 100,000 and increments of no less than 50,000. As the auctioneer's words faded, Yan Qingxian rose, smiling and gesturing. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Mu's face for a few seconds before shifting away. Brother Mu, she is looking at me. Chen Li exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that she knows I intend to win her dinner? Then you should put in the effort, Xiao Mu replied, speechless. Was this plump fellow truly infatuated? Meanwhile, he found it strange that she was looking at him. Had they actually met before? 500,000. Someone placed a bid, directly multiplying the starting price by 5. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. After several rounds, the bidding soared past 1 million. This time, the bidders were all men, young masters and wealthy individuals eager to secure this dinner. It was no longer just a meal, it was a matter of prestige. Furthermore, they all harbored ulterior motives, wondering if a dinner would lead to deeper interactions. Would the pure maiden transform into a tempting woman? Just the thought sent pulses racing with anticipation. 1,500,000. Chen Li made his move, his gaze resolute. As a man, he understood their sordid intentions all too well. He was determined to protect his goddess. 2 million. Before Chen Li could straighten his posture, the bidding escalated to 2 million. Damn it, 250, no, 260,000. Chen Li was furious. 3 million. Soon enough, the price reached 3 million. Fatty. Why have you stopped bidding? Xiao Mu inquired curiously upon noticing Chen Li's silence. Aren't you determined to protect your goddess and win her dinner? Out of money? I have some, bid as you please. No, I'm waiting for them to raise the bids a bit more before making my final move. Chen Li shook his head. I'm going all in, spending all my pocket money for this year. Is it worth it? Xiao Mu was astonished. Brother Mu, if you don't understand. Just let me be reckless this once, Chen Li declared emphatically. Wait and see how I deal with them. Very well, a young master Chen is indeed formidable. Xiao Mu did not offer much persuasion. Everyone has their own aspirations, and outsiders need not interfere. 5 million. The bidding price kept escalating. Even Yan Qingxian was somewhat taken aback. Were they still increasing the bid? This banquet was proposed by the company. She initially intended to decline, but the company insisted it was all for the children, so she acquiesced. 5,500,000. 6 million. The crowd was clearly becoming a bit ecstatic. The celebrities present expressed their envy. Indeed, she was the most popular goddess of late, then such a high price for a mere dinner was no surprise. After surpassing 7 million, the number of bidders significantly dwindled. 7,500,000. A portly man in his 50s raised his paddle. His gaze toward Yan Qingxian was rife with desire. 7,600,000. An elderly gentleman with thinning hair and a slender frame raised the bid again. How shameless. That old man could easily be Yan Qingxian's grandfather. How dare he bid? Chen Fati was incensed. Perhaps he merely wishes to do a good deed, Xiao Mu chuckled. Nonsense, that old man is from Lin City and is rumored to have a penchant for young beauties, Chen Li retorted, slamming the table. I bid 10 million. Suddenly, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward Chen Li. Yan Qingxian glanced over, observing Chen Li and then Xiao Mu. Could it be that he intends to win the bid? The thought excited her. She would gladly contribute that 10 million herself. Brother Mu, did you see? The goddess smiled at me again, and she seemed quite exhilarated. Chen Li was also thrilled. Well, keep it up, deal with them. Xiao Mu said, though he had his doubts about her true intentions. He strained to recall her face. She seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her before, but the specifics eluded him. What a foolish lad. Is she truly worth it? She is senti even adorned with diamonds. The rotund man cast under his breath, opting not to bid further. 10,100,000. The elderly gentleman regarded Chen Li and raised his paddle. A few young masters from Yun City held an interest in Yan Qingxian as well. But upon seeing Xiao Mu beside Chen Li, they suppressed their urge to bid. The earlier scene of Duansha begging for mercy left them quite wary. It was not worth incurring Xiao Mu's ire over a woman. 10,100,000. Chen Li frowned slightly. Did that old man dare to raise the bid again? The elder pondered for a moment but refrained from further bidding. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, then the goddess's banquet shall be finalized. The auctioneer surveyed the room and, upon seeing no further paddles raised, brought her gavel down. Congratulations to this gentleman. Brother Mu. I have secured the goddess's banquet. Chen Li exclaimed with excitement. Look, the goddess smiled at me once more. Yes, Xiao Mu nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Perhaps he should accompany Chen Li during the meal. Or wait, that doesn't seem right. Brother Mu, she is smiling at you, isn't she? Suddenly, Chen Li's brow furrowed. Ahem, is that so? Xiao Mu cleared his throat. Had this chubby fellow finally noticed? Indeed. Chen Li glanced at Yan Qingxian and then at Xiao Mu, increasingly convinced that he had not misjudged the situation. Brother Mu, do you truly not know each other? I've already said that I don't know her, she merely seems somewhat familiar, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. Could it be that you two have shared a passionate night together, as depicted in those web novels? Chen Li's imagination ran wild. After one night, each went their separate ways, neither recognizing the other. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words, pondering the plump man's vivid imagination. Do you think that after that night, she might have borne a child unbeknownst to the world? Chen Li grew more animated with his musings. Otherwise, why would she have been so excited to see you just now? You should consider writing web novels, Xiao Mu retorted, exasperated. Now you're even conjuring up children, impressive. I want to write, those things hardly bring in any money, Chen Li decisively shook his head. Brother Mu, regardless, the goddess banquet is already secured. You should dine with her. Huh? You're not going? Xiao Mu was taken aback. With you two rekindling old flames, why wouldn't you want to be a third wheel? Truly. You are the man I admire most for winning over the woman I respect most, Chen Li praised, giving a thumbs up. What nonsense, Xiao Mu rolled his eyes. Now convinced that Chen Li harbored no ulterior motives towards Yan Qingxian. Subsequently, several celebrities' personal items were auctioned, yet none fetched prices exceeding 10 million. Most settling in the low millions. In fact, 2 items from different celebrities even failed to sell, leaving the celebrities' faces flushed with embarrassment. Had they anticipated such a turn of events, they would have arranged for a couple of shills to ensure a sale, thus avoiding such humiliation. The charity auction served as a brief interlude to enliven the atmosphere, and the subsequent auction resumed, with bids escalating higher and higher. 17 million have sold. 21 million have sold. 30 million have sold. The auction prices continued to shatter records. Xiao Mu remained seated, leaning back in his chair, refraining from placing any bids. These items held no allure for him. He awaited the latter half of the auction, anticipating the magical artifacts and divine weapons. An hour later, the first half concluded. Transitioning into a brief intermission. Those who had successfully bid could proceed to make their payments and collect their items. Brother Mu, I'll go settle the payment. Then we can find Goddess Yan for a brief chat, Chen Li announced. Very well, go ahead, Xiao Mu nodded, eager to inquire of Yan Qingxian where they had previously met. As soon as Chen Li departed, Duansha approached with an exquisite box in hand. Young Master Xiao, the Buddha statue has arrived for you. Have you realized your mistake? Xiao Mu asked nonchalantly, crossing his legs. I have, Duansha nodded vigorously, genuinely wary of provoking Xiao Mu. All right, leave the statue, you've already gone to great lengths, Xiao Mu remarked, not wishing to dwell on the matter. You are too kind. I'm genuinely pleased to assist you, young Master Xiao. Duansha began to say more, but noticed Yan Qingxian approaching. He paused, then quickly excused himself. I won't disturb you any longer, young Master Xiao. As Duansha departed, Yan Qingxian stood before Xiao Mu, striving to suppress her inner excitement. However, one's eyes cannot lie, Xiao Mu could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of emotion within her gaze. This only added to his perplexity. Upon further reflection, he was quite certain that he had never shared a passionate night with her, let alone fathered a child. Such notions were utterly absurd. Hello, I am Yan Qingxian, she said, extending her fair hand with a smile. Greetings, Xiao Mu, he nodded, shaking hands with Yan Qingxian. By the way, Miss Yan, have we met before? He inquired. Indeed. Just once, she replied softly, nodding gently. It was precisely because of that encounter that she had strived to become more radiant and captivating, not for any other reason but the hope of seeing him again. Otherwise, in such a vast sea of humanity, where could she possibly seek him? Only by becoming more accomplished and dazzling, like a brilliant star, could she hope to catch his eye amidst the throng. Yet, it appeared that he had already forgotten her. Reflecting on this, her sense of grievance welled up within her, causing her eyes to glisten. Hey, what is wrong? Xiao Mu asked, bemused. A mere question had elicited tears. No, it's just that seeing you makes me quite happy. Yan Qingxian shook her head. Miss Yan, where did we meet previously? Xiao Mu inquired with curiosity. I shall tell you during dinner, she replied softly after a moment's thought. Before Xiao Mu could respond, Chen Li returned, exclaiming, Brother Mu, oh, the goddess Yan is here. Chen Li, visibly excited, extended his hand. Hello, goddess Yan. I am Chen Li. Hello, Chen Xiao. Yan Qingxian suppressed her complex emotions and shook his hand. Noticing the slight redness around her eyes, Chen Li's heart stirred with concern. Could it be that what he had just said was true? Why else would she be on the verge of tears? Chen Xiao, when do you plan to hold the banquet you recorded? Asked their manager, Sister Zhou, who had just arrived. We need to arrange a time in advance. Let us do it tomorrow, Chen Li suggested, glancing at Xiao Mu and Yan Qingxian. Brother Mu, what do you think? That works, Xiao Mu nodded in agreement. Sister Zhou looked at Xiao Mu, intrigued by their circumstances. She planned to inquire about Yan Qingxian later that evening. Soon, Yan Qingxian departed with Sister Zhou, prompting Chen Li to eagerly ask, Brother Mu, how did you make the goddess Yan cry? Stop talking nonsense, she wasn't crying, Xiao Mu replied. I noticed her eyes were slightly red. Before Chen Li could further pry, a young man approached. Xiao, it's good to see you again, he said, beaming. Hello. Xiao Mu recognized him as the young man who had appeared alongside Ji Deming. Haha, I am Ji Wenben. Ji Deming is my third brother, he introduced himself. My brother is responsible for tonight's auction, but he had to step out briefly, so he asked me to greet you, Xiao. You are too kind, Mr. Ji. We received word when Xiao presented his black gold card. However, as the auction is about to commence, we did not come over, Xiao Mu replied. Ji Wenbin pointed to the second floor. My brother mentioned that during the second half, Xiao is invited to the private box on the second floor. Hearing Ji Wenbin's words, Chen Li became quite excited. Wow, mingling with Brother Mu is truly exhilarating. Anyone who gets to go to the second floor box must be someone significant. Participating in the auction from up there would be a tale worth telling for half a year. No, I am quite content sitting here, Xiao Mu replied. Xiao Mu shook his head, still contemplating the energy emanating from the artifacts and divine weapons. The distance to the second floor rendered any perception futile. Fatty. Do you wish to go? If so, you may ascend. Well, if you're not going, what is the point for me? Chen Li suppressed his excitement. Xiao. This is a selection of items for the second half, exclusively available for the private boxes upstairs. You may wish to take a look. Ji Wenbin presented a small booklet containing brief descriptions advising early preparation for any desired items. Thank you, Ji Xiao. Xiao Mu took the booklet and perused it casually. There is a pill. Peiyuan Dan. Indeed, there is one Peiyuan Dan this time, likely to incite considerable competition, Ji Wenbin nodded. The starting bid is 60 million. Good grief. Chen Li gasped. With the starting bid so high, the final price would surely be 2 to 3 times that, if not more. The thought of spending 100 million, or even 200 or 300 million, he felt extravagantly excessive. His gratitude towards Xiao Mu deepened. Without him, he might never have the opportunity to acquire a Peiyuan Dan. The Chen family could muster several hundred million, yet securing a Peiyuan Dan was not solely contingent on wealth. An auction is not merely a contest of wealth. It is a clash of status and power, steeped in human intricacies. Quite intriguing, Xiao Mu mused, smiling at the description of the Peiyuan Dan. Are you interested in this Peiyuan Dan, Xiao Xiao? If so, I recommend you head to the private box on the second floor. Placing your bid from there often proves more effective, Ji Wenbin suggested. Ji Xiao, can you add items to the auction at the last moment? Xiao Mu inquired. Shaking his head. Of course, there is a provision for that during the auction, Ji Wenbin replied, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Xiao, do you have something you wish to auction? Yes, the Peiyuan Dan, Xiao Mu affirmed with a nod. You possess a Peiyuan Dan? Ji Wenbin was astonished. One Peiyuan Dan and one Yen Dan, which extends lifespan by at least 3 years. Xiao Mu produced 2 porcelain vials. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Ji Wenbin gasped. He truly had them. The Peiyuan Dan required no further elaboration, and the Yen Dan was also well known. Like the Peiyuan Dan, it was no longer possible to refine such an item. In fact, for those in their twilight years, the value of the Yen Dan surpassed that of the Peiyuan Dan. Such a rarity was virtually unseen in the market. He could already envision the fierce competition that would ensue upon its emergence. Forget about human complexities, there would be a frenzy. Xiao Xiao. Are you truly going to auction it? Yes, it serves little purpose for me to keep it. Xiao Mu nodded, handing the porcelain vials to Ji Wenbin. I need to have the authenticity of the pills verified. It is a necessary procedure. If the pills are legitimate, they will be featured in tonight's auction. Ji Wenbin was equally exhilarated. His third brother was right, maintaining contact with Xiao Mu was essential. This visit had brought him an unexpected surprise. Understood. Proceed with the verification as needed. Xiao Mu smiled and nodded. By the way, it will be submitted anonymously. Understood. Ji Wenbin took the 2 porcelain vials and hurriedly departed. Xiao Mu settled into his seat, feeling a sense of anticipation. How much could these 2 elixirs fetch? 300 million? 500 million? Surely. It couldn't be more than that. Gradually, the lights in the second floor private rooms illuminated. Brother Mu, look. That fellow from the Medicine God Valley has gone to the second floor. It was expected that the Medicine God Valley was a formidable force in the ancient martial arts world. And he was a co-disciple holding an exceptional status. Luo Hongxin had also arrived. Xiao Mu turned to see a man in his 30s making his entrance. The moment he appeared, he was surrounded like a star among planets. As the number 1 on the Cloud City talents list, his standing in the circle needed no elaboration. Furthermore, he was from the prominent Luo family. Soon, after exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, Luo Hongxin glanced over at Xiao Mu and ascended to the second floor. Damn. What does that glance mean? He seems rather condescending, Chen Li remarked, furrowing his brow. What is he so proud of? He won't hold that top spot for long. Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly, confident that once he stepped onto the stage, he would make Luo Hongxin kneel and sing his praises. Xiao Mu. Brother Luo is calling for you to come up and have a word. The sycophant approached Xiao Mu. If he wants to talk, let him come down to me. Xiao Mu responded coolly. Brother Luo is calling you up as a courtesy. The sycophant frowned. Get lost. If you don't, I'll make you regret it. Do you believe me? Xiao Mu's voice turned icy. The sycophant, feeling the chill in Xiao Mu's gaze, trembled and didn't dare utter another word. Departing in disgrace. Damn, Luo Hongxin is too arrogant. He thinks he can summon you like that. Chen Li exclaimed angrily. Indeed, Brother Luo, Xiao Mu is far too presumptuous. Not only does he refuse to meet you, but he dares to say that if he wants to talk, you should come down to him. The sycophant informed Luo Hongxin in the private room. Damn, Brother Luo, just say the word, and we'll go down and teach him a lesson, another chimed in. Killing Xiao Hai. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance? Luo Hongxin's expression darkened as he raised his hand, silencing the room instantly. He truly expects me to seek him out? Yes, Brother Luo, the sycophant nodded. How audacious. Luo Hongxin scoffed, thinking that just because he had climbed to third on the talents list, he was invincible. He had held the top position for 3 years, unshaken by any talent. Even Wang Zhong, ranked second, had challenged him countless times and failed. And he dares to ask me to find him. Does he think he is worthy? Brother Luo, you must teach him a lesson. Just as the others echoed their agreement, Luo Hongxin's phone rang. Hello, father. You've arrived at the auction house. I have news for you. Xiao Zhengye is dead, reportedly killed by Xiao Mu. A commanding voice resonated from the receiver. Moreover, the two powerful individuals Xiao Zhengye sent to kill Xiao Mu are both slain by him. One was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and the other at the first level of the innate stage. What? Luo Hongxin's expression shifted dramatically. He killed them both? Yes, he emerged unscathed. A weight settled in Luo Hongxin's heart. Even he could not have faced through such powerful adversaries and come away unscathed. Moreover, he was taken to the law enforcement division today, only to reappear at the auction venue tonight. There must be something amiss. Father, do you imply that he has connections within the enforcement agency? I have yet to ascertain the specifics, but in any case, do not engage him in conflict. Such a confrontation would merely determine a victor and a vanquished rather than a matter of life and death. Luo Hongxin's expression shifted. Did his father believe he was no match for Xiao Mu? Otherwise, why make such a statement? Well then, I shall end the call. Remember to capture any valuable items. If you are uncertain, do not hesitate to call me. The others observed Luo Hongxin, who appeared lost in thought after the call, puzzled by the situation. Brother Luo. Someone cautiously called out. Huh? Luo Hongxin snapped back to reality and glanced at the people before him. What were we discussing? We were saying that Xiao Mu is too arrogant, and Brother Luo, you must teach him a lesson. No, farther back. Luo Hongxin shook his head, pointing at the sycophant. What did Xiao Mu say to you earlier? He said for you to go down and see him. Very well, I shall go down to meet him. Luo Hongxin nodded. Huh? The others were bewildered. Was he truly going down to see Xiao Mu? After all, youthful arrogance is quite normal, is it not? When I was his age, I was equally audacious. Luo Hongxin spoke slowly. If you were at his age and ranked third on the talented youth list, would you not be arrogant? That is indeed true. I need not be his age. If I could rank third on the talented youth list now, I would be 10 times more arrogant than he. One person remarked instinctively. Precisely, come, let us go down and meet him. Luo Hongxin was pleased with the response and patted the young man's shoulder as they walked outside. The remaining few exchanged glances, though confused, they chose to follow. Meanwhile, Ji Wenbin approached Xiao Mu. Young Master Xiao, the elixirs are fine. Shall we proceed to sign the contract? Very well. Xiao Mu nodded with a smile, with the expertise of the professionals at the Longhua Chamber of Commerce verifying the elixirs. He felt reassured. His alchemical skills had indeed reached a commendable level. Young Master Xiao, please. Please. Just as Xiao Mu and Ji Wenbin departed, Luo Hongxin arrived. Upon seeing Luo Hongxin, Chen Li's heart skipped a beat. He truly came. Surely, he was not here to cause trouble for Brother Mu. Fatty, where has Xiao Mu gone? Our brother Luo has come to see him. The sycophant remarked to Chen Li. He hasn't been frightened away, has he? Ha! Brother Mu merely had some matters to attend to. He will return shortly. Chen Li scoffed, though he felt a twinge of unease at the sight of Luo Hongxin. He maintained his composure, unwilling to embarrass Brother Mu. Was that Ji Wenbin earlier? Although others may not recognize Ji Wenbin, Luo Hongxin certainly did. He found it curious that Xiao Mu knew Ji Wenbin. Yes, he requested Brother Mu to discuss certain matters. Chen Li nodded, implying that Ji Wenbin was quite formidable himself, having come personally to make the request. What are you so proud of? In the past, he would never have dared to speak so indirectly in front of Luo Hongxin. But now, aligned with Xiao Mu, he represented Xiao Mu's prestige and could not show fear. Fatty, you are quite arrogant. The sycophant fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike. Enough. Luo Hongxin restrained his subordinate, reminding him that one must consider the master before striking a dog. He should return soon. I shall wait for him here. Chen Li glanced at Luo Hongxin but refrained from saying anything further. The surrounding crowd was curious about Luo Hongxin's intention in seeking out Xiao Mu. Previously, Xiao Mu had boldly proclaimed his intention to challenge Luo Hongxin. Yet the latter had remained unresponsive. Was he there to confront him in person? A fierce rivalry between these two prodigies was about to unfold. In an instant, the attention of not only those on the first floor but also the prominent figures on the second floor was drawn to this unfolding drama. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Mu returned. Upon seeing Luo Hongxin, he raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had indeed come down. What was his purpose? To start trouble. If that were the case, there would be no need to wait until the beginning of the month, he could settle it that very night. Xiao Mu, congratulations on your recovery, Luo Hongxin said with a smile, extending his right hand. Xiao Mu paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. This was not how he had envisioned it. Nevertheless, one should not strike a smiling face. Thank you, he replied, shaking hands with Luo Hongxin. The onlookers, especially those aligned with Luo Hongxin, were astonished by his demeanor. Was he not there to confront Xiao Mu? Why were they shaking hands? What happened to the anticipated fierce contest? Xiao Hai did not merit the position of a prodigy representing the Xiao family. His demise was well deserved, Luo Hongxin stated calmly. Now that Xiao Zhangye has also perished, you will likely ascend to the position of family head, correct? Many in the crowd were taken aback by Luo Hongxin's words. Xiao Zhangye was dead? They quickly turned their gazes to Xiao Mu, wondering if he was the one responsible for such a powerful act. Remarkable, ruthless. I have no interest in the position of family head, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. I am far more intrigued by the top position on the prodigy list. Luo Xiao, kindly make some room for me. Luo Hongxin's smile faltered. He had hoped to establish a rapport and discuss matters privately with Xiao Mu. Unexpectedly, this young man had publicly declared his intentions. If he did not respond directly, it would be difficult to justify. Of course, I am inclined to offer opportunities to the youth. It is well known that one cannot ascend the prodigy list after the age of 35, and I am 34 this year. In just a year, I shall depart from the list, Luo Hongxin said. I understand now, you wish to engage in one last spectacular battle before your departure. Do you not? Xiao Mu nodded, internally scoffing at the notion of being granted an opportunity. Did he expect to bestow the top position upon him? If he was intimidated, why still cling to his pride? Luo Hongxin's smile grew strained. Is that truly what I meant? What I intended to convey was that you grant me a favor and refrain from challenging me. Once I am off the list next year, you may assume the top position at your leisure. Rest assured, Luo Xiao, I shall fulfill your wish, Xiao Mu replied earnestly. Whenever and wherever you wish. Simply let me know. Very well, once I ascertain the time and place, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Luo Hongxin took a deep breath, pondering if this young man was feigning ignorance. Luo Xiao, do not keep me waiting too long, Xiao Mu said, nodding. It won't be long. The auction is about to commence. Would you care to join me in the private box on the second floor? Luo Hongxin inquired, hoping to discuss matters privately once they ascended. No, I prefer to remain here, Xiao Mu declined. Very well, then I shall proceed upstairs. After Luo Hongxin departed, his smile vanished upon returning to the private room. Brother Luo, isn't he excessively arrogant? You grant him an opportunity, yet he fails to appreciate it. Break his legs and let him sit in a wheelchair, shouted a sycophant. Silence. Luo Hongxin shot a glare at the sycophant. If I had any confidence, would I need your input? He was also somewhat vexed. From his perspective, he had extended ample courtesy to Xiao Mu, yet this young man refused to reciprocate. Truly outrageous. Downstairs, Xiao Mu disregarded the gazes of those around him, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. Brother Mu, once Luo Hongxin speaks, everyone will know that Xiao Zhanye has passed away, Chen Li whispered. So what? Even if he doesn't say anything, the news will spread by tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Mu replied indifferently. This matter cannot be concealed, nor is there any need for concealment. Besides, once it circulates, it will alleviate many troubles. Do you see the fear in their eyes when they look at me? I suspect Duansha suddenly became timid because he learned of Xiao Zhanye's demise. Indeed. I doubt anyone would dare provoke you now, Chen Li remarked with a grin. Yet Luo Hongxin, just moments ago so arrogant and lofty. How has his demeanor changed so swiftly? He must have just learned of Xiao Zhanye's death. Xiao Mu was too apathetic to dwell on it. Unless Luo Hongxin publicly conceded defeat, he would not relent in this battle. Not only would he not show mercy, but he also aimed to secure a decisive victory, otherwise the powers behind the scenes would not perceive him as a threat. Young Master Xiao, a prominent figure, approached, engaging in light conversation with Xiao Mu. Haha. Xiao Mu stood up, exchanging pleasantries with ease. The onlookers were unsettled. This influential figure could cause a stir in Yun City with a mere stomp of his foot. However, they soon realized that with Xiao Zhanye's death, Xiao Mu was likely to ascend as the head of the Xiao family. Once he assumed this role, he would no longer be merely a prodigy, he would become one of Yun City's paramount figures. In terms of status, Luo Hongxin could not compare. Now you understand why I became timid. Duansha declared, brimming with pride. Duansha is indeed wise. Several bystanders praised, acknowledging Xiao Mu's retreat as anything but shameful. Gradually, more prominent figures arrived, first engaging with Xiao Mu before proceeding to the second floor. In no time, Xiao Mu had become the focal point of the gathering. Numerous starlets gazed at Xiao Mu with sparkling eyes. To align themselves with such a powerful figure would eliminate the need for them to seek connections openly. Qing Xian, what is your relationship with young Master Xiao? Sister Jie inquired softly. We have only met once, Yan Qing Xian replied, shaking her head. That single encounter had saved her life. Sister Jie assessed Yan Qing Xian, recalling how she had been unaware of Xiao Mu's name until she had sought her assistance to inquire about him. Nonetheless, this was an opportunity that must be seized. A few minutes later, the second half of the auction commenced. The first item was an appetizer. A blue and white porcelain vase with a starting bid of 12 million. This appetizer ultimately sold for 37 million. The true auction had commenced. After the auctioneer dropped the hammer, she remarked, now, let us begin. The second item up for auction is an artifact known as the soul-calming bell, which serves to soothe the mind and aid sleep, and also offers some assistance in cultivation. The starting bid is set at 30 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Upon hearing the introduction, the crowd's spirits lifted. They were finally presented with an artifact. Numerous gazes fell upon the soul-calming bell resting on the tray, crafted from brass and appearing rather exquisite. 31 million. 40 million. The auction price continued to escalate. Why aren't you bidding 30? Xiao Mu turned to inquire. Ahem, I simply do not possess such wealth. The big shots on the second floor have already made their moves. I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle, Chen Li replied with a cough. 45 million. Is there any further bidding? Congratulations to the guest in box 7, the female auctioneer declared, bringing down the gavel. It's Luo Hongxin, Chen Li remarked, glancing towards box 7. Brother Mu, he wouldn't be like Duansha and purchase it just to gift it to you, or would he? Haha. If he were to gift it to me, I would let him have 3 moves, Xiao Mu chuckled. Brother Mu is impressive. Chen Li exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, marveling at the audacity of such a statement. One by one, several more items were sold for tens of millions. Xiao Mu began to comprehend the meaning behind the auctioneer's words that the real auction was only just beginning. The next item is related to medicinal pills. The female auctioneer announced as someone brought a tray onto the stage. This Xianyu bottle is crafted from Northern Sea Xianyu and is designed to hold medicinal pills, preserving their efficacy for a millennium without deterioration, and can even nurture the pills, enhancing their grade. The starting bid is 30 million. 31 million. 32 million. 40 million. Xiao Mu, who had refrained from bidding until now, raised his hand. He had previously noticed this Xian Yu bottle while perusing the auction catalog provided by Ji Wenbin and had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Now that he had become an alchemist, this item was perfectly suited for storing high-grade pills. Ordinary porcelain vials, over time, inevitably lead to some loss of medicinal properties. While this may not matter for ordinary pills, even a slight reduction in efficacy for high-grade pills could diminish their effectiveness. As for nurturing pills and enhancing their grade, he found that a bit exaggerated. As long as the medicinal properties were preserved, this item could be deemed a treasure. With Xiao Mu's bid, the once lively first floor fell into a notable silence. Those who had initially considered bidding hesitated and withdrew. It was well known that Xiao Mu was no ordinary figure, and competing with him for items was not a wise choice. Naturally, there were those from outside Yun City who were unafraid of offending him. Just as someone was about to raise their paddle, a voice from the second floor box rang out, 42 million. Brother Mu, it's that brat from the Medicine God Valley. Chen Li remarked, glancing upwards. 43 million, Xiao Mu responded nonchalantly. He was not so domineering as to forbid others from bidding simply because he had made a raise. 45 million. A figure appeared at the railing, looking down at Xiao Mu. It was Chu Dongqing, a core disciple from the Medicine God Valley. Xiao Mu raised his gaze and perceived both provocation and malice in Chu Dongqing's eyes. 46 million. 50 million. As Chu Dongqing raised his bid once more, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Several individuals who had intended to bid promptly relinquished their intentions, recognizing that these two young men were locked in a fierce contest. It was prudent to refrain from intervening in such a scenario. 51 million. Xiao Mu's tone was nonchalant, having just sold both the Peiyuan Dan and the Yanyandan. He was assuredly not lacking in funds. 55 million. Chu Dongqing furrowed his brow, perceiving that this individual was deliberately contesting him. In his view, Xiao Mu could hardly be considered an alchemist, unaware of the true worth of the Xian Yu bottle. He conveniently overlooked the fact that it was Xiao Mu who had initiated the bidding. 56 million. Xiao Mu did not even glance at Chu Dongqing. He was resolute in acquiring the Xian Yu bottle. 60 million, Xiao Mu, is it? I want both the Xian Yu bottle and that Dan furnace. Chu Dongqing added to his bid and stated coldly. The attendees were somewhat perplexed. What did he mean by Dan furnace? Was there also a Dan furnace up for auction today? Only Xiao Mu and Chen Li understood that he referenced the previous Dan furnace. 61 million. Xiao Mu remained unfazed, his demeanor still placid. Chu Dongqing's expression darkened further. How dare he ignore him and persist in this rivalry? 65 million. 66 million. Xiao Mu did not increase his bid significantly, merely adding 1 million. Xiao Mu, are you certain you wish to contest me to the end? Chu Dongqing fixed his gaze on Xiao Mu, his tone icy. What? I sent the auction meant to reward the highest bidder. Or do you intend to threaten me into ceasing my bidding? Auctioneer, I sent this conduct against the rules. Xiao Mu finally turned his attention to Chu Dongqing, delivering a decisive retort. Sir, I must insist you adhere to the auction regulations, otherwise, we will have no choice but to revoke your bidding privileges. The female auctioneer addressed Chu Dongqing. 80 million. Chu Dongqing gritted his teeth, feeling an acute sense of frustration. 81 million. Xiao Mu smiled faintly. Crack. Chu Dongqing's hand, pressed against the railing, exerted tremendous force, shattering it. He yearned to descend and eliminate Xiao Mu. The incessant 1 million increments were undeniably a deliberate affront. In box number 7, Luo Hongxin observed Chu Dongqing, narrowing his eyes. Who is he? He seems quite powerful. Most importantly, he appears to harbor a grudge against Xiao Mu. Perhaps this could be exploited. 81 million, does anyone wish to raise the bid? The female auctioneer inquired, glancing at Chu Dongqing. If Xiao Mu is absent, I shall have the Xian Yu bottle kept for me, I will retrieve it later. Chu Dongqing coldly tossed this remark before retreating to his box, ceasing further bids. He had resolved to seize the treasure by any means necessary. Not only the Xian Yu bottle but also that Dan furnace belonged to him. As for Xiao Mu's identity, he deemed it irrelevant. No matter how formidable Yun City may be, it could never compare to the divine Medicine Valley. 81 million, sold. Congratulations, sir. The female auctioneer announced to Xiao Mu. He chuckled softly, entirely unfazed by Chu Dongqing's threats. If he truly dared to seize the treasure, he should be prepared to pay with his life in Yun City. The Xianyu bottle had just housed medicinal pills. And the next item to be auctioned was the top-tier Peiyuan. After the female auctioneer elaborated on the Peiyuan's effects, the starting bid was set at 50 million. Additionally, I must inform everyone that this Peiyuan, although not concocted by the Apothecary Valley itself, undoubtedly guarantees quality. Xiao Mu's heart stirred. Could it be that this Peiyuan was sent for auction by Chu Dongqing? While he pondered this, the price soared past 60 million. As the prominent figures on the second floor placed their bids, the number of bidders on the first floor dwindled significantly. Brother Mu, shall we bid on his first? Your price won't be affected, will it? Chen Li inquired softly. You are mistaken, the price of the second one will be even higher, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Just watch. Ultimately, the Peiyuan was secured for an impressive 110 million by the second box on the second floor. I have delightful news to share. Just before the auction commenced, another Peiyuan was submitted. The female auctioneer announced with a smile. Thus, for those who missed out earlier, another opportunity arises. Another one? Incredible. It's no wonder this is the auction of the Longhua Chamber of Commerce, the crowd gasped, engaging in animated discussions. Chu Dongqing appeared once more at the railing, frowning. Another one? Who sent this for auction? The starting bid was also 50 million, and bids began to flow in immediately. Before long, the auction price surpassed 110 million and continued to rise. Chu Dongqing's expression soured. Why was this Peiyuan priced higher than his own? After all, he had the prestigious Apothecary Valley's name backing him. As the price reached 150 million, the atmosphere in the venue quieted significantly. Chu Dongqing's expression softened somewhat. A 40 million increment was something he could begrudgingly accept. 160 million. Suddenly, a voice from the second floor box called out with an increment. Before Chu Dongqing could react, the price surged past 200 million with consecutive bids. Damn it. Chu Dongqing felt his defenses crumble. Was this price nearly double that of his Peiyuan? 220 million. Box number 4 directly added 20 million. The crowd glanced at box 4. And no one dared to bid further. Damn it. Chu Dongqing nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Was it mere coincidence that the price was precisely double? Ha, Brother Mu. Look at that guy's expression. Chen Li pointed at Chu Dongqing, reveling in his misfortune. One price equals 2 of his. Indeed, Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. Anyone in his position would feel disheartened. Brother Mu, how did you know the second would be pricier than the first? Chen Li, struck by curiosity, asked. The first one may allow for personal connections, but the second is less susceptible to such influences. This is why I decided to have it auctioned later. After discussing with Ji Wenbin, Xiao Mu explained succinctly. For those who just missed the Peiyuan, do not despair, we have more top-tier elixirs coming up. The female auctioneer feigned mystery at the podium. Could there possibly be a third one? When did Peiyuan become as common as cabbage? The crowd gazed at the porcelain vial on the tray, their composure visibly shaken. Fear not, while it is not Peiyuan in terms of value. It is certainly on par, the female auctioneer chuckled. I wonder if anyone has heard of the Yan Dan, renowned for its abilities to prolong life. Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the audience erupted in excitement. Particularly among the older tycoons, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Although they held little interest in the Peiyuan pill, given their age and the inability to cultivate, it was of no use to them. However, the elixir of longevity was entirely different. It could be directly applied to their lives, offering tangible benefits that could extend their existence by 3 years. The esteemed individuals in the private box on the second floor, for the first time, stepped out to the railing, fixated on the porcelain vial upon the auction stage. Even if they had no immediate need for it, securing it for future use was prudent. Who would ever begrudge a longer life? The starting bid was 80 million, with increments no less than 5 million. 85 million. 90 million. 100 million. After 3 rounds of bidding, the price soared to 100 million. Damn it, Xiao Mu suddenly cursed. What is wrong, Brother Mu? Chen-Li inquired, puzzled. As this should have been a moment of joy for him. Had he known it would fetch such a price, wouldn't he have resorted to acquiring it to win over the clan elders? Xiao Mu felt a pang of regret. Well, this item is indeed costly. Chen-Li empathized with Xiao Mu's sentiment. Never mind, after all, the materials for crafting the elixir of longevity are not particularly expensive. We can refine a few batches when we have the time. With this thought, Xiao Mu felt more at ease. As they conversed, the price for the elixir of longevity surged past 200 million, continuing to climb. Brother Mu, if you are about to strike it rich, Chen-Li exclaimed, his excitement causing his cheeks to quiver, though he knew he must restrain himself. Xiao Mu smiled, envisioning the considerable fortune at hand. Feeling emboldened to bid for any divine artifact. 300 million. The frenzy in the second floor box escalated, the value of life outweighed all social niceties. Even Luo Hongxin made a call to his father, who simply instructed him to secure it for no more than 500 million. As the prices soared, Chu Dongqing's expression fluctuated. He resolved to find a way to acquire an elixir of longevity for himself. It was far more valuable than the Peiyuan pill. The medicine god Valley also possessed the elixir, though it was even rarer. Third brother, where do you suppose Xiao Mu's pill originates? In a discreet corner, Ji Wenbin quietly inquired of Ji Deming. Seventh brother, as long as the pill is genuine, we should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern us, understand? Ji Deming glanced at Ji Wenbin. Everyone harbors secrets, then he surely had significant secrets he wished to share, thus. It was best not to seek out the mysteries surrounding him. Understood, Ji Wenbin replied. 500 million. After several rounds of bidding, the price for the elixir of longevity surpassed 500 million. The number of participants dwindled significantly. This price took Xiao Mu by surprise, exceeding his expectations. Luo Hongxin called his father again, who remained silent for a few moments before conceding. 600 million. The highest bid emerged from box 1, placed by Chu Yongnian, the head of the Chu family. The family's ancestor, aged around 130 or 40, was in reasonable health but was simply aging. It was rumored he was nearing his end. Chen-Li remarked, for the Chu family's ancestor, the elixir of longevity translates to 3 additional years of life. Hearing Chen-Li's words, Xiao Mu felt a stirring in his heart and committed this information to memory. The Chu family was the most powerful clan in Yun City. Although the Xiao family has risen to prominence, their ascent has been rather recent, leaving them somewhat lacking in comparison to other esteemed families. Perhaps this situation might serve as an opportunity for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Chu family. Congratulations to the head of the Chu family. The female auctioneer smiled as she brought down the gavel, while Chu Yongnian nodded and retreated to his private box. 800 million, indeed a wise choice for the evening. Xiao Mu felt quite satisfied with his acquisitions for the night. The next item for auction, shrouded in mystery, prompted the auctioneer to refrain from excessive commentary as she presented a peculiar bone. It belonged to an unknown creature and was exceptionally sturdy, rumored to potentially be a dragon bone. Upon hearing the term dragon bone, the interest of the attendees piqued, all eyes turning towards the large screen. Seated in the front row, Xiao Mu sensed an unusual energy emanating from the bone. Its purpose remained uncertain, however, the mere possibility that it could be a dragon bone, coupled with its indestructibility, warranted its presence at the auction. The auctioneer raised her hand. The starting bid was set at 30 million. The attendees scrutinized the bone, intrigued yet hesitant to place a bid. While 30 million seemed reasonable for something of value, the uncertainty surrounding the bone rendered that sum somewhat daunting. Where did this bone come from? Someone inquired. Unknown, the auctioneer replied, shaking her head. The crowd fell silent, if they couldn't even ascertain its origin. How could they proceed with the bidding? A few 100,000 might be justifiable for research, but 30 million seemed excessive. Dragon bone. Such a legendary item. And they dare to make such claims. I wonder which fool will buy it, Chen-Li muttered. Xiao Mu glanced at Chen-Li, while others doubted the existence of dragons. He held a firm belief. In the realm of the ring, there were indeed 9 dragons. As for whether this particular bone was one, that remained uncertain. Just as he pondered whether to bid for it to conduct further research, his ring suddenly vibrated, followed by a woman's voice whispering in his ear, acquire that bone. Startled, Xiao Mu's expression shifted dramatically and nearly causing him to leap from his seat. What was that sound? A ghost? Brother Mu, what's wrong? Chen Li asked, his concern evident. Did you hear anything just now? Xiao Mu inquired, scrutinizing Chen Li. No, Chen Li replied, puzzled. Didn't he hear anything? Xiao Mu steadied his mind, directing his focus to the ring on his left hand. The voice emanated from the ring. Realizing this, he concentrated and gazed at the black coffin suspended in the air. Senior. Yes, acquire that bone, the woman's voice echoed once more. Ah. Oh, all right, Xiao Mu stammered, astonished that a presence from within the coffin was communicating with him. There was indeed someone inside the coffin, and it was a woman. After waiting a while longer and hearing no further sound from the coffin, he withdrew from the realm of the ring. Does anyone wish to bid on this for research purposes? The auctioneer surveyed the crowd, sensing the bone might go unsold. 31 million. Just as she was about to have the bone removed, the voice rang out. All eyes turned to the source. Who is it? Brother Mu? Chen Li exclaimed. Bewildered, he hadn't anticipated that Xiao Mu would be the one to make such a bid. Xiao Mu took note of the gazes directed towards him, and a cold smile crept into his heart. What could this group of mere mortals possibly understand about the significance of a reaction from within the coffin? This bone must be extraordinary. Perhaps it was not merely a dragon bone, but something even more formidable. After all, the dragon merely served to carry this entity's coffin. A single dragon bone should hold little value for her. The female auctioneer, upon seeing Xiao Mu's bid, let out a sigh of relief. Although the price was modest, it was certainly better than the item remaining unsold. Just as she prepared to drop the hammer, a voice interrupted, wait, I bid 40 million. The crowd was astonished. No one had shown interest moments ago, and now they were scrambling. When they beheld the individual making the bid, their expressions turned peculiar. This was clearly not a contest for the bone, it was an intentional provocation. Damn, it's him again. Chen Li glared at Chu Dongqing on the second floor, cursing under his breath. 41 million. Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy, this fellow was truly courting disaster. Under different circumstances, he would have refrained from raising the bid, letting Chu Dongqing take it. After all, he could reclaim it later when Chu Dongqing inevitably sought the treasure. Yet, this bone was desired by the one within the coffin. And regardless of the cost, he needed it in his possession immediately. 50 million. Chu Dongqing felt a tinge of satisfaction. Wasn't he just competing with him for the sheer new bottle? Now, let us see this guy pay a price. 51 million. Xiao Mu raised his hand again. 60 million. Xiao Mu fell silent. The smug expression on Chu Dongqing's face faltered slightly. Could it be that this fellow was considering withdrawal? Why would he pay 60 million for a mere bone? The female auctioneer glanced between Xiao Mu and Chu Dongqing, raising her hammer. Congratulations. Damn it. Chu Dongqing thought. Cursing under his breath, he had botched this. 61 million. Xiao Mu turned to Chu Dongqing, speaking slowly, if you raise your bid again, this bone shall belong to you. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's increased bid, Chu Dongqing felt a mixture of relief and unease. He longed to raise the bid a few more rounds, forcing Xiao Mu to spend more, yet what if this fellow truly chose to cease bidding? After contemplating, he ultimately decided against taking the risk and withdrew. Congratulations, sir. The female auctioneer announced, bringing down her hammer to finalize the sale. He. Xiao Mu nodded with a smile, glancing back at Chu Dongqing, delivering a little psychological blow. I concede. Chu Dongqing, noticing Xiao Mu's reaction, felt a surge of irritation. Had he deliberately spoken that way? Even if he continued to raise the bid, would Xiao Mu not persist as well? Cursed be this cunning wretch. The auction proceeded, and Xiao Mu's mind once again ventured into the realm of his ring. Elder. I have acquired that bone, it will soon be in my possession. Good, came the reply from within the black coffin. Thank you, Xiao Mu expressed sincerely, feeling a tumult of emotions as he prepared to bow in gratitude. Everything he possessed was bestowed upon him by the black coffin. Had he not encountered this fortuitous opportunity, he would still be a mere worm languishing in bed. Before Xiao Mu could bow, a gentle force caught him. How do you wish to thank me? The white-clad woman sat cross-legged atop the coffin, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she regarded Xiao Mu. However, he could not see her countenance. "My life belongs to you," Xiao Mu declared earnestly. "What use have I for your life?" The woman's smile deepened. "How about you offer yourself to me?" The white-clad woman proposed. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Offer himself? Did she desire his body rather than his life? "What, are you unwilling?" she inquired. No, Xiao Mu hesitated, contemplating her age. Surely she was not an elderly woman, after all. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune. What could a woman several hundred or thousand years old possibly offer? Gold mines, perhaps. He was an ambitious young man, not inclined to live off another. Yet, considering that she had saved his life, how could he refuse? "Are you put off by my age?" The white-clad woman observed his reaction, her voice cooling slightly. "No, how could that be?" Xiao Mu shook his head, realizing he might have misinterpreted her intentions. With her formidable strength, even if she were hundreds or thousands of years old, she could not possibly be an old crone. Not to mention, her voice was melodious, far from that of an elderly lady. "I merely feel that you are a senior and have graciously saved my life." "That's more like it," she replied with a smile. "Then it's settled. On the day we meet, we shall swear brotherhood and wed." "What?" Xiao Mu was astonished. She was serious. Not only did she propose to offer herself, but she also intended to marry him. "Senior, can't we meet now?" "Why? Are you so eager to marry me?" Xiao Mu was speechless. Was that truly his intention? "In fact, I am sitting in a coffin." "You are simply too weak to see me," the white-clad woman continued. "Your rapid progress these past few days has made communication possible," she added. Were you watching me these past 2 days?" Xiao Mu inquired, glancing at the coffin. "Indeed, I noticed your weakness and decided to lend a hand," she said with a slight smile. "Otherwise, who knows when you would have been able to establish a foundation." "Thank you, senior." Xiao Mu bowed respectfully. "Save your bows for the wedding," she said, stepping down from the black coffin and standing before him, closely inspecting his handsome face. She gently blew a breath toward him. Xiao Mu felt a jolt. Was she teasing him? Goodness, was this senior a flirt? Considering her overwhelming strength, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Did she intend to draw from his essence? Would he be drained dry? Beyond that, he could not fathom why she would wish to marry him. What was her motivation? His lack of power? His looks? Well, that could be a possibility. "Brother Mu? Brother Mu?" Chen Li called out repeatedly, noticing Xiao Mu's sudden silence. What do you want?" Xiao Mu returned to the moment, his expression perplexed. He could hardly believe that a woman resided within the black coffin, let alone that she would marry him. It must be more than just his body she desired, otherwise she could simply take him to bed without the need for marriage. He mused. "What body?" Chen Li asked, having not quite caught his words. "Nothing." "Why did you call me?" Xiao Mu shook his head. "I thought something was wrong since you fell silent," Chen Li said, glancing toward the auction stage. Several magical artifacts were just sold, at the most expensive fetching 200 million. "Oh," Xiao Mu responded. Xiao Mu paid no mind to the ring's remarkable abilities. The highlight of the evening's auction was about to unfold, a legendary weapon known as the Cold Light Sword, as rumored to be crafted by the renowned Chen Li. Did Ji Wenbin mention what it was? No, he did not. Upon hearing it was a divine weapon, Xiao Mu felt a flicker of interest. Soon, a sword emanating a chilling light was presented on the auction stage. This Cold Light Sword was the weapon of the Cold Light Swordsman who, a century ago, had few rivals, the female auctioneer elaborated. The Cold Light Sword is indeed a divine weapon, starting at a price of 100 million. With each subsequent bid not less than 10 million. Brother Mu, are you interested? It's decent, I could have some fun with it, Xiao Mu pondered, scrutinizing the sword that radiated a potent aura of lethality. Regardless of its divine status, it was undoubtedly a sword that had claimed many lives. 100 million, 10 million. 200 million. In the blink of an eye, the price soared beyond 200 million. 200 million, 10 million. Xiao Mu placed his bid. 200 million, 20 million. 200 million, 30 million. Before long, the price broke the 300 million mark. 300 million, 10 million. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. He was in need of a suitable weapon. Why would you desire this worthless piece? Suddenly, the woman's voice echoed in his ear. Xiao Mu stiffened. Worthless. You can communicate with me through your thoughts, as she continued. Oh, esteemed one, is this cold light sword truly worthless? Xiao Mu inquired mentally. Is it not a divine weapon? It barely qualifies as one. Only legendary swords such as the Shenyuan sword or the Longyuan sword can be deemed divine. This is merely a trinket, she replied. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. The Shenyuan sword? The Longyuan sword? Goodness, those are legendary swords. Indeed. While the cold light sword may be considered divine in their eyes, to her, it was no better than scrap. After all, the coffin she rested in was pulled by 9 dragons. Do you not possess any weapons? Allow me to provide you with a few that far surpass this piece of junk, the woman stated. Esteemed one, your kindness overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Xiao Mu suddenly felt that perhaps relying on another wasn't such a bad thing after all. What do you mean by repaying? A token of gratitude in the form of your body would suffice. Come find me once you acquire the bone, she said. And then fell silent. Brother Mu, it's reached 400 million, will you raise your bid? Shenli noticed Xiao Mu lost in thought and inquired. 400 million? I wouldn't even take this scrap for 400. Xiao Mu shook his head. Shenli glanced at Xiao Mu. Scrap. Not worth 400. Who was it that just bid 300 million, 10 million? Ultimately, the cold light sword was sold for 470 million. The auction came to a close. Let us go settle the payment. Xiao Mu rose, eager to proceed. Young Master Xiao. This time, Ji Deming personally attended to Xiao Mu. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. Not only did you acquire something you desired, but 2 elixirs were also sold for a high price. Haha, it's all thanks to young Master Ji, otherwise I wouldn't have made such a profit. Xiao Mu smiled at Ji Wenbin, standing beside him. In the future, you should have all 7 spend more time in Yun City. You are of a similar age and should interact more, Ji Deming suggested. All 7. Please retrieve young Master Xiao's belongings. As for the payment, simply transfer it to the account. Young Master Xiao, this marks our inaugural collaboration. We shall waive the auction fee this time. Do remember us in the future should you come across any exceptional items. Haha, Mr. Ji, you are exceedingly gracious. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xiao Mu's mind. This individual was remarkably adept at handling affairs. Rest assured, Mr. Ji. I will certainly contact you or young Master Ji regarding any items for auction in the future. Haha, I am taking the liberty to call you Brother Xiao. How about you address me as Brother Ji? Ji Deming seized the opportunity to forge a closer bond. Very well, I shall heed Brother Ji's words. Xiao Mu was pleased with this arrangement, as Ji Deming's affiliation with the Longhua Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly foster future interactions. Soon, Ji Wenbin returned with 2 exquisite boxes, one containing a mysterious jade vial and the other holding a peculiar bone. Thank you, I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, please feel free to contact me, Xiao Mu remarked while holding the boxes. Indeed, let us arrange another meeting in due time, Ji Deming nodded, watching as Xiao Mu departed. A few minutes later, Chu Yongnian arrived. Old Ji, who submitted the Yongnian Dan for auction. After a few pleasantries, Chu Yongnian inquired. Old Chu, you are aware of our protocols, Ji Deming replied with a wry smile. Submissions are anonymous, we cannot disclose identities. Very well, I shall not press you. Please provide my contact information to him. Should the other party possess more Yongnian Dan and wish to sell, they may reach out to me, Chu Yongnian proposed. I can offer no less than tonight's price. Not a problem, Ji Deming acquiesced. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu exchanged contact information with Yan Qingxian. Am I somewhat out of place here? Perhaps I should take my leave? Chen Li stood by, feeling quite helpless. Miss Yan, let us meet tomorrow evening and determine a location then, Xiao Mu said, shaking hands with Yan Qingxian before preparing to depart. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the black coffin. Yan Qingxian replied. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mu and Chen Li exited the venue. Notably, before their departure, they encountered Chu Dongqing. I will seek you out again, Chu Dongqing stated coldly. Life is singular. Consider your decisions carefully before returning. Xiao Mu tossed a parting remark, disinterested in further discourse, and made his way out. Chu Dongqing watched Xiao Mu's retreating figure. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Friend, I am Luo Hongxin, the foremost prodigy of Yuncheng. Care for a chat? Luo Hongxin approached. What shall we discuss? Chu Dongqing, in a foul mood, glanced at Luo Hongxin, his tone frosty. Let us converse about Xiao Mu. Luo Hongxin wasted no time, getting straight to the point. This place is crowded, shall we relocate? Very well, Chu Dongqing considered and agreed. After a brief interval, the two settled in a tea house. You wish to deal with Xiao Mu, correct? Luo Hongxin cut to the chase. Indeed, Chu Dongqing nodded. My possessions are in his hands. Haha, understood, Luo Hongxin smiled. Then we may collaborate on this matter. Brother Mu, you must exercise caution regarding that son of a gun from Yao Shengu, Chen Li advised during their return journey. I suspect he won't let this matter rest easily. If he dares to come, let him be prepared to pay for it with his life. Xiao Mu spoke softly as he retrieved the gilded Buddha statue from the box, attuning himself to the power of faith emanating from it. Subsequently, he took out the handwritten notes captured by Chen Li and, after a careful examination, confirmed their spiritual essence, albeit faint. The Buddha statue exuded faith due to its veneration, while the notes possessed a touch of spiritual energy as a result of Wen Zhanming's mastery in calligraphy, which could endow ordinary objects with a semblance of the ethereal. Contemplating this, Xiao Mu pondered that all things could embody the Tao. Every endeavor is a form of cultivation, and through reaching the pinnacle of one's craft, one could attain the sanctified realm. Titles such as Sage of Calligraphy and Sage of Painting are not merely accolades, but also signify a certain state of enlightenment. Traversing the path of the Tao through the written word and the brush, ultimately ascending to the status of a saint. What are you up to, Brother Mu? Chen Li inquired with curiosity upon noticing him. I am contemplating the Tao, Xiao Mu replied. Contemplating the Tao? Head embracing a princess while reciting scriptures. Neither failing the Tathagata nor the lady? Chen Li teased. Even the path of foot massages is a path, and techniques are also methods. The Tao follows nature, right? Enough of this nonsense, just take me home, Xiao Mu replied, exasperated. He set aside the notes, stowed the bones into his ring, and directed his consciousness within. Noticing Xiao Mu closing his eyes, Chen Li was somewhat taken aback. No way, he is really contemplating the Tao. He refrained from further conversation and focused on driving. Within the world of the ring, Xiao Mu held the bones and approached the black coffin. Elder, I have brought the bones. A woman in white appeared above the coffin, gently beckoning as the bones floated towards her. What is the origin of these bones? The seller mentioned they might be dragon bones. These are not ordinary dragon bones, they are the bones of the ancestral dragon, she replied, grasping the bones. Dragons are numerous in the world, yet the ancestral dragon is singular. The ancestral dragon? Xiao Mu exclaimed, glancing at the 9 colossal dragons before him and then at the bones, realizing he had indeed procured a treasure. This ancestral dragon bone contains supreme energy that could assist me. Then I shall offer it to you, Elder, Xiao Mu declared without hesitation. Oh, how generous of you, the woman in white remarked, looking at him intently. You have bestowed upon me immense kindness, to say nothing of a piece of ancestral dragon bone. Even my life would be given without hesitation, Xiao Mu affirmed earnestly. I've stated that your life would be of no use to me, refrain from calling me elder. Just address me as Julie, the woman in white smiled. Julie? Xiao Mu was taken aback. The legendary Julie tribe? Chiyu. Hey. I have no relation to Chiyu, it is merely a name. Some also refer to me as the Immortal Emperor of Julie, she explained. Xiao Mu's heart trembled, this individual's background was indeed extraordinary, a true immortal empress. He gazed at the black coffin, hesitating before asking, Sister Julie. How did you come to be here? Sister Julie? Hey, I quite like this title, the woman in white beamed. You wish to inquire why I am in this coffin, correct? Yes. I have already passed away. Ah. This ring is called the Chen Quan ring. And the black coffin is known as the God burial coffin. bound by the Chen Quan ring. Entering the God Burial Coffin not only preserves my physical form but allows me to continue my cultivation and relive another life. The Chen Quan ring, the God Burial Coffin. Relive another life. Though Xiao Mu could not fully comprehend the situation, he remained profoundly astonished. These matters are far beyond your grasp. In due time, you shall come to understand, the woman in white remarked, as she detached a thread of divine power from the ancestral dragon bone and let it descend upon Xiao Mu. By refining this divine power, you will elevate your cultivation to new heights. Thank you, Sister Julie, Xiao Mu said, his body trembling as he distinctly sensed a surge of power enveloping him. Almost immediately, the excruciating pain reminiscent of his previous experience struck him again. This ancestral dragon bone was brought back by you. Why do you thank me? Focus on your cultivation first, the woman in white said, retreating to the black coffin with the ancestral dragon bone in hand. Understood, Xiao Mu replied as he sat cross-legged, enduring the agony as he began to refine the divine power. Outside, Chen Li glanced at the Xiao family ahead, then at the silent, meditative Xiao Mu, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately refraining. Is this enlightenment not yet concluded? Surely it cannot last until tomorrow morning. He dared not disrupt Xiao Mu's meditation. Well then, I shall cultivate as well. Brother Mu is so strong and yet works so diligently, that I must also strive to improve. Chen Li murmured, beginning his own practice. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. After several hours, Xiao Mu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he felt the surging power within him. His face lighting up with joy. I have managed to break through 2 minor realms consecutively. Remarkable. At this rate of cultivation, it won't be long before we meet again. Julie reappeared, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Sister Julie, when you spoke of marrying me, were you serious? Xiao Mu inquired, gazing at the black coffin, unable to restrain his curiosity. Of course, what, have you changed your mind? No. When we meet, I shall present our union to the heavens above and the underworld below, allowing all of existence to witness our marriage, Julie replied softly. Should you betray me, you shall meet your end, and your name will be erased from the 3 realms. Xiao Mu longed to ask what would occur if she were to betray him, but the words caught in his throat. What do you wish to say? Julie blinked at him. How does one betray you? Xiao Mu pondered before finally asking. It was essential to clarify this, otherwise, he might face an untimely demise without understanding why. Betrayal is simply turning against me. As for your beloved companions, I am indifferent. You shall have only me as your lawful wife, they may serve as concubines at best. Can you perceive events in the outside world? Xiao Mu's expression turned peculiar. How else would she know about his close companions? Did that mean she had witnessed his interactions with Yi Siming in real time? The thought sent a thrill through him. Naturally. But rest assured, I am not so idle, and for the vast majority of the time, I remain in slumber, Julie chuckled. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by the ancestral dragon's aura, I would not have awakened. Understood, Xiao Mu nodded, relieved that she was not constantly observing him, which would have felt somewhat awkward. By the way, I mentioned earlier that I would provide you with weapons, Julie recalled, raising her hand. With a flash of brilliance, several divine weapons appeared before Xiao Mu. From left to right, we have the Tai sword, the Minghong knife, the Chao God spear, and the Shining Sun divine bow. Which one do you prefer? Julie introduced. The Minghong knife. Xiao Mu was instantly captivated by the second blade, which exuded a deep crimson hue, radiating a formidable aura of lethality. He extended his hand and slowly grasped the Minghong blade. As Julie observed Xiao Mu's choice, a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. This blade was forged by the Yellow Emperor himself. Legend has it that the remnants of material left over from the crafting of the Shenhuan sword spontaneously flowed to the furnace's base and cooled into the shape of a blade, fierce and blood red. The Yellow Emperor, perceiving the blade's malevolent essence and fearing divine retribution, beseeched the fire god Zhu Rong to seal it with heavenly flames. However, when war erupted, he reactivated the blade, unleashing its deadly prowess upon his foes. Listening to Julie's account, Xiao Mu felt a stirring within, growing increasingly fond of the blade. Suddenly, the Minghong blade trembled violently, attempting to escape his grasp. Possessing sentience, it was unruly and reluctant to fall into mortal hands. At that moment, its murderous intent surged. Seemingly intent on severing the hand that held it. Impudent. A soft reprimand echoed from the black coffin. The once tempestuous Minghong blade instantly subdued. Xiao Mu glanced toward the black coffin, astonished that a single utterance could quell the blade's fury. Would it not turn against him in the future? It is an honor that it has chosen you, do you comprehend? Jioli's voice was frigid as she regarded the Minghong blade. The blade emitted a low hum. No longer daring to display any hint of hostility. Xiao Mu was taken aback by its profound intelligence. He could distinctly sense the blade quivering. Behave yourself, or you shall remain in eternal silence like the others here. Jioli's tone softened as she turned her gaze back to Xiao Mu. This blade now belongs to you. Thank you, Sister Jioli, Xiao Mu replied, tightening his grip on the Minghong blade, growing increasingly enamored. Is there no scabbard? Divine weapons possess spirit and abhor confinement. Simply place it within the Chen Quan ring when not in use. Understood. There are numerous sword techniques over there, you may study them. Sister Jioli, you are truly kind to me. Ha! If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Jioli chuckled. Xiao Mu glanced at the black coffin. Realizing he had effectively aligned himself with a wealthy patron, or rather, the female Immortal Emperor. This could save him decades of struggle. Next, I shall absorb energy from the ancestral dragon bone and enter a period of slumber. I hope that upon my awakening, we shall meet again, Jioli continued. Very well. I shall strive to do my best, Xiao Mu nodded, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Jioli's voice was melodious, and she must be exceedingly beautiful. As an Immortal Emperor, she could hardly be anything less. She would never age unless one had peculiar tastes that led them to become old and unattractive. There is a saying online, age is merely a number, and with it comes greater charm. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Mu exited the Chen Quan ring. Compared to before, he felt emboldened now that he had the support of a female Immortal Emperor. With such backing, he felt untouchable. I've done well for myself. Enjoying the comforts of life, he jested to himself. Not wishing to disturb Chen Li, who was practicing in the backseat, he got out and returned home. After taking a shower, he retrieved his phone and discovered that Yan Qinxian had sent him 2 messages. Noticing the time, he chose not to reply and instead picked up a top-tier sword technique book, immersing himself in its study. Though he had aligned himself with the Immortal Emperor, which could potentially save him decades of toil, he understood that personal strength was paramount. Striving to become stronger was the true path. As dawn broke, Xiao Mu, after freshening up, summoned the clan elders to discuss the matters concerning the late Xiao Zhenya and Xiao Hai. Upon their arrival, the elders cautiously took their seats. Glancing at Xiao Mu in silence, none daring to utter a word. Why do you all stare at me so? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. My uncle's death has nothing to do with me. Indeed, the elders nodded in unison. Although Xiao Mu had been released by the enforcers, the circumstances surrounding the incident remained ambiguous. Even if he were not the one to have committed the act, why would the true culprit not frame someone else? The truth is often more intricate than it appears. By the way, I attended the Longhua Chamber of Commerce auction last night, Xiao Mu suddenly recalled. A longevity pill appeared at the auction. Can you guess how much it sold for? Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, wondering if it fetched an astronomical price. Several tens of millions. One elder hesitantly suggested. Is your life worth merely several tens of millions? Xiao Mu retorted, unimpressed. Could it have exceeded 100 million? Another elder ventured. Exceed 100 million. Ha! The longevity pill was sold to Chu Yongnian for 600 million, Xiao Mu scoffed. What? 600 million? The elders were astounded. Even though they anticipated a high price, they had not imagined it would be that exorbitant. The thought of having consumed a longevity pill worth 600 million left them speechless. I mentioned this not to boast about the value of the longevity pill. For you are all my elders. I would gladly part with 10 billion, Xiao Mu said, offering flattering words. Rather, I wish to keep my possession of the longevity pill a secret from the outside world, so I kindly ask you to maintain confidentiality. Understood, the elders responded. Grasping Xiao Mu's concerns. Do you still have quite a few longevity pills? One elder inquired. How could that be? I only have one left. Xiao Mu shook his head, refraining from disclosing that he had crafted the pill himself. As for whether the elders would truly keep the secret, he was indifferent. As long as the outside world remained unaware of his involvement in its creation. His mention of the pill served a dual purpose. He wanted them to comprehend the significant cost he had incurred to gain their loyalty, hoping they would value it accordingly. Now, let us discuss the serious matter at hand. How shall we proceed with my uncle and Xiao Hai's funeral? Xiao Mu leaned back in his chair, sipping his tea. You propose. And we shall follow suit. The elders, now fully aware of the 600 million they had received from Xiao Mu, adopted a more agreeable stance. They would not object even if they were to bury the father and son in a mere straw mat. Not only would they not oppose, but they would ensure that the other members of the Xiao family also remained agreeable. Otherwise, they would be burdened by the weight of guilt regarding the 600 million. I envision a grand burial. The specifics can be arranged by you, Xiao Mu suggested gently. Regardless of past grievances, a death holds precedence. And we must ensure they are laid to rest in peace. The elders were taken aback by Xiao Mu's expansive mindset, realizing they had underestimated him. Third grandfather. I entrust this matter to you. Xiao Mu turned to one of the elders. After you've discussed the arrangements, please consult with my grandfather to discern his thoughts. Understood. The clan elder responded with a hint of emotion. Xiao Mu, your third granduncle did not misjudge you. You are destined for greatness. Indeed, third brother. Did I not mention previously that I have watched this child since his youth? Like a great bird soaring on the winds. He will surely lead the Xiao family towards a brighter future. The golden scales do not belong to mere pawns. Stop. Xiao Mu hurriedly interjected. That phrase is too familiar. It was spoken last time. He feared that if he did not intervene, the old fellows would soon recite the youth of China again. As the clan elders deliberated on the arrangements for the funeral, Xiao Mu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, his gaze flickered before he answered the call. Brother G. Xiao brother, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Ji Deming's voice came through the receiver. There is something I wish to discuss. After you left last night, Chu Yongnian sought me out. He inquired about who auctioned the longevity pill. Did you tell him? Certainly not. I would never divulge that without your consent. However, he did leave a message stating that if you still possess any longevity pills, he is willing to purchase them at last night's price. If you are interested, I can provide you with his contact information for a private discussion. Xiao Mu felt a stir of intrigue at this revelation. Ji Deming's call likely served not only to relay a message from Chu Yongnian but also to ascertain whether he still had any longevity pills in his possession. Moreover, the fact that Chu Yongnian sought to acquire more indicated that the elder of the Chu family was indeed in dire straits, desperately in need of extending his life. All right. Brother Ji, please send me his contact details. Various thoughts flashed through Xiao Mu's mind as he smiled. I will reach out to him when I have the time. Very well. Since you've called, I also have a matter to discuss. Could you inquire about that dragon bone for me? Is it just that one piece? Xiao Mu inquired. It seems you are quite interested in this dragon bone. I shall make the inquiry. If there are any updates, I will inform you. Or I could provide your contact information to the other party for direct communication. Naturally, Ji Deming would not breach protocol by revealing the other party's contact details. Thank you, Brother Ji. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Mu ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Ji Deming sent him the contact information for Chu Yongnian. Xiao Mu glanced at it but chose not to reach out immediately, deciding to wait a little longer. After a thorough discussion, arrangements for Xiao Zhengye and Xiao Hai's funeral were finalized. Third granduncle, perhaps you should speak with my grandfather, Xiao Mu suggested, turning to another clan elder. Fifth granduncle. You are responsible for intelligence within the Xiao family, correct? Indeed, what would you like to know? The fifth elder nodded. Let us dismiss everyone. Fifth granduncle, please stay behind. I have a matter to discuss. Xiao Mu surveyed the room. A few elders were curious but did not pry further. At present, their trust in Xiao Mu was unwavering. His exceptional talent, formidable strength, and decisive nature coupled with his generosity towards these old fellows, having not only forgiven past grievances but also gifted them with a longevity pill valued at 600 million, had solidified their loyalty. To harbor any doubts now would be utterly unreasonable. Once the elders of the clans departed, Xiao Mu turned to the elders of the 5 clans and requested, "Please investigate the situation concerning the Chu family, their patriarch's time is drawing near." The elders of the 5 clans were momentarily taken aback at misunderstanding his intent. "You are not planning to confront the Chu family, are you? Young Mu, do not act impulsively. Though our Xiao family stands alongside the Chu family as a top force, there exists a considerable disparity in strength." He felt compelled to counsel Xiao Mu. It was understandable for a young man to seek to prove himself through bold actions, but overreaching could lead to dire consequences. "What are you thinking? Why would I arbitrarily target the Chu family?" Xiao Mu replied, somewhat exasperated. "Did not Chu Yongnian acquire a longevity elixir? I possess another one, which I intend to sell to him. In any case, keep a watchful eye on the Chu family and inform me of any developments." "Is that so?" "Very well." The elder of the 5 clans finally relaxed. "Grandpa Wu, you praise my youth, which signifies boundless potential, does it not? Can I trust you?" Xiao Mu regarded the elder, pondering, and inquired. "Of course, young Mu. We are family. Grandpa Wu has seen you grow up. That is unnecessary to say. Simply tell me, can I trust you?" Xiao Mu interjected, leaning slightly forward. The elder of the 5 clans gazed at Xiao Mu, feeling an overwhelming aura emanating from him. In that moment, he felt as though he were not facing Xiao Mu but rather the useful Xiao Zhenting. No. Even the young Xiao Zhenting had never exerted such an immense sense of pressure upon him. This once crippled youth now resembled a drawn sword, radiating brilliance. "Very well." The elder of the 5 clans suppressed his shock and replied with a succinct affirmation. "Good." Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Grandpa Wu, since you have said so, I shall consider you one of my own. The future of the Xiao family will flourish, and I shall not neglect my kin." "What do you intend to do?" "He. For now, nothing in particular. I merely wish to ascertain who among us is truly family, whom I can rely upon. Grandpa Wu, I shall take my leave. You just keep an eye on the Chu family." With a smile, Xiao Mu stood and departed. The elder of the 5 clans watched Xiao Mu's retreating figure, his heart stirring with renewed hope. Perhaps he truly could lead the Xiao family to even greater heights. He was, indeed, more exceptional than his father. Unbeknownst to Xiao Mu, the elder's thoughts were far from his mind. He sought out Xiao Ruoxi and the others, expressing his desire to take them out for a day of leisure. "You're taking us out? Are you truly that free? Speak, what are your plans?" Xiao Ruoxi, well acquainted with her brother, directly questioned him. "Sister, it seems nothing escapes your notice," Xiao Mu chuckled. "Do you recall that fellow from the Medicine God Valley? He has set his sights on me. As long as I remain in the Xiao family, he has no opportunity. So, you intend to create an opportunity for him?" "Indeed. The Medicine God Valley is a powerful force, and he is a co-disciple. Will confronting him not lead to complications?" "Do not worry, it will not. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." "All right." Upon hearing Xiao Mu's reassurances, Xiao Ruoxi ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu, while they prepared, dialed Chen Jisha. "Master," came the respectful voice of Chen Jisha from the receiver. "Old Chen, how have you fared with the 13 needles of no illness?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Mu steered the conversation towards pressing matters. "You have access to medicinal herbs, don't you? I find myself in need of certain items. Could you assist in gathering them?" "Absolutely, Master. Whatever exists in this world, I assure you I will procure it," Chen Jisha promptly replied. "How splendid," Xiao Mu smiled. Pleased to have sought out the right person, he proceeded to inform Chen Jisha of the herbs required for concocting several elixirs. Chen Jisha assured him that he would personally deliver them once prepared. "Old Chen, are you familiar with the Valley of the Medicine God?" Xiao Mu suddenly inquired before ending the call. "The Valley of the Medicine God? I know a senior master there. Is there something you need?" Chen Jisha asked. "Nothing of consequence, we shall discuss it upon our meeting," Xiao Mu responded briefly. The no-illness sect had indeed fallen from grace. In the days of the no-illness immortal, it was surely no less formidable than the Valley of the Medicine God. Later that afternoon, Xiao Mu sat in a CF, observing the passers-by through the window, feeling a surge of frustration. What a disappointment. You were given an opportunity, yet you proved to be inept. His ire was directed at Chu Dongqing, who had been wandering outside all day without a trace. What are you muttering about? Su Nuo inquired, regarding Xiao Mu with curiosity. Nothing, I merely find this coffee somewhat bitter, Xiao Mu shrugged. How was your day out? Did you enjoy yourself? Su Nuo asked. I harbor no interest in shopping. Yet I do enjoy a good drink, she replied with a smile. Since you have no further obligations, I intend to leave tomorrow, announced Xiao Mu. I will also depart. She added. Oh. In such a hurry? Xiao Mu expressed surprise. I came merely to see you. Now that I see you are recovering, I feel reassured, Su Nuo explained. Shaking her head. I too must return to my training. I cannot allow you to surpass me too greatly. Should no one marry you, you may consider me. Xiao Mu stated succinctly. Xiao Mu could only chuckle in response, thinking, what is this? Just because Jiang Yi called off the engagement, does it mean no one desires me? Nonsense. Even the female immortal Empress wishes to wed me. Yet, he felt a pang of gratitude. He understood that they had always been attentive to him, as evidenced by their prompt arrival. I shall grant you this reprieve. When you seek me out, we shall indulge together, Su Nuo added. Very well. Once matters in Yun City are settled, I shall wander about, Xiao Mu affirmed. At that time, I shall visit each of you. After finishing his coffee, Xiao Mu reflected and decided to call Yan Qingxian. He had originally planned to dine with the celebrity that evening, but with Su Nuo and Xiao Mu departing, he felt compelled to see them off. Thus, he had to cancel on the actress. Upon learning of Xiao Mu's sudden change in plans, Yan Qingxian expressed disappointment. All right. How about tomorrow evening? If you have time, please let me know in advance. I am available at any moment. Sitting across from her, her manager looked on in astonishment. When had she ever been so humble, especially towards men? After a few more exchanges, Yan Qingxian hung up the phone. Sister Zhou. Xiao Mu has something to attend to tonight and will not be joining us for dinner. You spent an hour on your makeup and another hour selecting your outfit. And he just left you hanging. Sister Zhou remarked, looking at Yan Qingxian with incredulity. He must have pressing matters to attend to, otherwise he would not have failed to appear. Yan Qingxian shook her head. The dinner we had arranged is now void since he did not come. Sister Zhou remarked playfully. That's unacceptable. Yan Qingxian replied anxiously. Qingxian, be honest with me, what's truly going on? You haven't developed feelings for him, have you? Sister Zhou approached Yan Qingxian, inquiring. Even if they had met once before, along with last night, it barely constitutes an acquaintance worthy of such concern. Yan Qingxian remained silent. Her feelings for him transcended mere affection. You have a gathering tomorrow evening within the circle. If he suggests dinner, how will you find the time? Sister Zhou shook her head in resignation. If he reaches out to me, I shall cancel that gathering without hesitation. Yan Qingxian declared resolutely. Bewildered, Sister Zhou exclaimed, truly. You have lost your senses. After Xiao Mu concluded his call with Yan Qingxian, he informed Chen Li. Upon hearing this, Chen Li immediately agreed to come over that evening to support the two women. Before heading back to the Xiao residence, Xiao Mu took the time to procure the herbs required for concocting the Qing Shuandan. Upon returning to the Xiao household, he entered the Chen Quan ring. An hour later, Xiao Mu gazed at the Qing Shuandan in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. When he emerged from his room, Chen Li had already arrived. Here, Xiao Mu presented 4 porcelain vials, distributing them accordingly. Within these vials lies the Qing Shuandan, capable of enhancing one's innate talents. Thank you, Su Nuo. Not one to feign sentiment, accepted the gift. Xiao Mu had intended to refuse, but upon meeting Xiao Mu's gaze, she nodded and accepted as well. Brother Mu, I deserve a share too. You are too kind to me. I truly wish to. Chen Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Enough. If you utter anything about offering yourself in return, I swear I shall kick you out. Xiao Mu interrupted Chen-Li, exasperated. Well, I shan't mention it again. Chen-Li grinned, accepting the vial as if it were a treasure. Haha, does this mean that Xia Chuxue and I must offer ourselves in return? Su Nuo half joked. If you were to do that, Brother Mu would certainly not respond with such indifference. Chen-Li added. Xiao Mu was left speechless, pondering the absurdity of their conversation. Offering oneself is hardly a topic for casual discussion. Isimen never speaks of such matters, yet sleeps into his bed at night. Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts without any intention of implying that Su Nuo and Xia Chuxue were to engage in anything of the sort, had he wished it. Their relationship would not have remained purely platonic for years. In the past, he had been foolish, overlooking such remarkable women while becoming engaged to Jiang Yi. Truly blind to the treasure before him. In terms of looks, figure, and character, they outshine Jiang Yi by a wide margin. Could it be that Jiang Yi is more open-minded? Xiao Mu glanced at Xia Chuxue, pondering if her frosty demeanor concealed a fiery heart beneath. You seem lost in thought. Xia Chuxue asked coldly. Oh no, nothing at all. Xiao Mu snapped back to reality, shaking his head, wondering what nonsense he was contemplating. Well then, shall we set off? Let us go, I have already made arrangements. Chen-Li chimed in. Subsequently, the group departed from the Xiao residence and arrived at a private dining establishment. Once seated, the food and drinks were promptly served. Brother Mu, we have news about Xiao Deli, when shall we take action? While taking advantage of a moment in the restroom, Chen-Li whispered, Bro. Is it convenient to take action? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Yes, this fellow has been keeping a mistress outside. Every Wednesday night. He goes to see her, Chen-Li nodded. I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for us to act. Alright, let us find him after dinner, Xiao Mu smirked. Showing no surprise at Xiao Deli's extramarital affair. Such prominent figures, who doesn't he have a few? A few. Some have dozens, even hundreds. Do you need me to make any arrangements? Chen-Li inquired. No need, just the two of us will suffice, Xiao Mu shook his head. Let us head back for dinner first. Upon returning to the private room, they indulged in food and drinks, sharing laughter and conversation. Chuxue Su Nuo. I truly appreciate your kindness, Xiao Mu raised his glass, looking at the two women. If you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Please. Be frank with me. Rest assured, we won't hold back, Su Nuo clinked her glass with Xiao Mu's. Similarly, if you require our assistance, don't hesitate. We can't allow things to revert to the past, where we didn't even see each other. Haha, that's good, Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. If it goes back to that, we might as well sever ties. Sama Chuxue finished her drink in one gulp, glancing at Xiao Mu with a resolute decision forming in her mind. Though this decision weighed heavily upon her, she did not wish her visit to be in vain. The drinks flowed, cup after cup. What, are you trying to get me drunk? Xiao Mu looked at Su Nuo with a smile. A man who remains sober leaves no chance for a woman, Chen-Li added. Xiao Mu turned to Chen-Li, why are you everywhere? Haha, I came here. And you expect me not to drink to my heart's content? Even if not to the point of inebriation, we should at least enjoy ourselves, Su Nuo replied. Her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Alright, then let us drink, Xiao Mu shook his head in resignation, you truly are a female drinker. The two continued their revelry, consuming 8 bottles of baijiu before finally pausing. Refreshing, Su Nuo exhaled, rising to drape her arm around Xiao Mu's shoulder. Remember to seek me out. We shall indulge until we are utterly intoxicated. Agreed, Xiao Mu concurred. After about 10 minutes, the group departed from the private dining establishment and returned to the Xiao residence. Wait for me outside, Xiao Mu whispered. Chen-Li nodded in understanding and left the Xiao household. After chatting a little longer with the 3 women, Xiao Mu sent them off to rest, claiming it was getting late. Once they departed, he too slipped away quietly from the Xiao residence. Not long after his departure, Sama Chuxue appeared outside Xiao Mu's room. After a moment of hesitation, she gently knocked on the door. This was indeed her decision. Even if she could not marry Xiao Mu, she could not let her visit be in vain. Though her demeanor was typically cold, she was bold in love and hate, and certainly not lacking in courage. However, to her surprise, there was no response from within after she knocked. Has he drunk too much? Sima Qiushui murmured to herself. Grasping the doorknob and gently twisting it, the door creaking open. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound. When she turned on the light, there was no sign of Xiao Mu. Sima Qiushui was at a loss for words. She had come to his door, only to find it empty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Mu had gotten into his car. Having recently sobered up from a slight inebriation, he now felt remarkably clear-headed. Brother Mu, can you guess what I've prepared? Chen Li inquired mysteriously during their journey. What? A sack? A baseball bat? Xiao Mu responded with curiosity. Well, neither of those. Here. Chen Li said, handing Xiao Mu a firearm. We each have one. Xiao Mu was speechless, wondering if one truly needed a gun for murder. Nevertheless, he contemplated the possibility and accepted it. Who knows when it might come in handy. Brother Mu, should we incapacitate him or eliminate him? Chen Li asked. Eliminate? Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly. Chen Li's expression faltered. After all, that was the deputy minister of the enforcement division. If he truly met his demise, it would certainly cause an uproar. Gritting his teeth, he declared, fine, let us do this. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the outskirts of a villa district. To avoid being photographed, the two men disembarked and walked into the neighborhood. Villa number 9 lay just ahead. Chen Li glanced around to confirm their direction. Xiao Deli was quite fond of this mistress. Not only had he purchased luxury cars and mansions, but he had also arranged employment for her. Soon, the two reached the exterior of Villa number 9 and noticed the lights on the second floor were illuminated. Let us go, Xiao Mu stated, vaulting over the wall. Chen Li looked at the courtyard wall and fretted, what about me? Inside, Xiao Mu turned back, puzzled by Chen Li's delay. His expression shifted to one of concern. Could it be that he couldn't get in? Just as he prepared to open the door, Chen Li appeared, drenched in sweat. Atop the wall. With a thud, Chen Li jumped down, panting heavily. You really should lose some weight, Xiao Mu remarked, feeling a twinge of regret for bringing the hefty companion along. Hey, I almost didn't make it up, Chen Li chuckled awkwardly, following Xiao Mu into the villa. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted by a sound resembling a scream. Both men paused, then quickly realized the nature of the affair. How wild. The bedroom door was ajar, and the cries grew louder. Exchanging glances, Xiao Mu and Chen Li stealthily approached, peering through the gap. They beheld Xiao Deli, a rotund figure, bare-chested, wielding a whip. Before him lay a woman, bound in a T-shaped position on a frame, her naked body marred with numerous bloodstains, particularly dense across her chest. Yell louder. The more you scream, the more I enjoy it, ah ha ha ha. Xiao Deli boisterously declared, striking her again. The woman screamed repeatedly. Xiao Mu and Chen Li exchanged alarmed expressions. What was happening? Could it be that Xiao Deli had captured a woman, tormenting her before taking advantage? If they stumbled upon such a scene, they had to act decisively. Just as Xiao Mu prepared to kick down the door to rescue her, the woman cried out, "Oh, Daddy! Hit me harder. Lash this little bitch fiercely." Xiao Mu's raised foot was abruptly halted midair. This was not at all as they had envisioned. Damn it. Chen Li cursed inwardly, I'll kill you, you shameless harlot. Ha ha ha, good. Xiao Deli laughed heartily, striking her with renewed vigor. Xiao Mu patted Chen Li and silently mouthed, stop staring, it's time to act. Chen Li nodded, drawing his gun from the small of his back, ready to charge in. No, coax him out. Xiao Mu glanced at the woman, who was bound and therefore spared them some trouble. Understood. Chen Li acknowledged, realizing that Mugu intended to keep the woman alive. Otherwise, there would be no need for such complexity. A direct approach would suffice with a single shot. Inside the room, the couple was engrossed in their twisted pleasures, oblivious to the two men outside. Bang. The two stepped back a few paces as Xiao Mu intentionally created a noise. What was that? In the room, an eerie silence fell as Xiao Deli inquired. I don't know, perhaps it's a cat. The woman gasped. I'll check it out and return to continue with you, Xiao Deli declared, brandishing a whip as he moved towards the door. Don't move. The moment he stepped out of the bedroom, a gun was pressed against his temple. Xiao Deli froze. His previously heated heart turning cold in an instant. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Deli, being a formidable figure, quickly regained his composure and asked. Less chatter. Move to the next room, Chen Li commanded, his heart racing with excitement. He had only ever witnessed such scenes in movies, and now experiencing it firsthand was exhilarating. Don't try anything clever, or I will blow your head off. Xiao Deli's expression flickered. Was this an ordinary person? Just as he began to channel his energy, seeking an opportunity to strike, a wave of terrifying killing intent enveloped him. Xiao Deli was taken aback. Were there more than one? Was there a stronger presence? He immediately abandoned any thoughts of resistance and obediently walked towards the adjacent room. Upon entering and seeing Xiao Mu, his eyes widened in shock. How could it be you? Director Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Mu smiled faintly. It seems we meet again so soon. Why you, Xiao Mu, what do you intend to do? Xiao Deli, who had been relatively calm, suddenly panicked. This young man was ruthless. What good could come from falling into his hands? Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to have a chat with Director Xiao. Xiao Mu's smile deepened. That day at the Enforcer Division, there were too many people. And we didn't get a chance to converse properly. What do you wish to discuss? Xiao Mu, don't act recklessly. I am the Deputy Director of the Enforcer Division. Xiao Deli steadied his nerves, infusing his tone with a hint of threat. If you harm me, the Enforcers will not let you go, and the Xiao family will not protect you. What I do with you depends on your cooperation. Xiao Mu approached Xiao Deli. Also, do not threaten me. If you do, I will silence you. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Deli's expression changed. Xiao Mu, don't be impulsive, you are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Haha. Xiao Mu chuckled, taking the whip from Xiao Deli's hand. So, Director Xiao enjoys playing with whips. Well, it adds a bit of excitement now and then. Xiao Deli's face twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. Daddy, what are you doing? Who is that? A woman's voice came from the next room. Is she tied up tightly? Xiao Mu inquired. What? Xiao Deli did not immediately comprehend the situation. I am inquiring if the bindings are sufficiently tight. She won't disturb us, will she? Xiao Mu continued. Tight, very tight, not only secure but also effective. Xiao Deli nodded repeatedly. Xiao Mu, as long as you spare me, I will present her to you. What do you say? Crack. Xiao Mu struck Xiao Deli's face with a whip. I asked you if it was tight, and you spout nonsense. Xiao Deli cried out in pain, covering his face. What is wrong? The woman, hearing Xiao Deli's anguished scream, sensed something amiss, but she was bound to the frame and could not escape. Minister Xiao, let us speak. We have no grievances in the past or present. Why would you instruct Luwu to kill me? Xiao Mu inquired coldly. No, I did not. He is talking nonsense. Xiao Deli naturally refused to admit anything. You refuse to speak. Xiao Mu furrowed his brow and raised his hand, ready to strike again. Brother Mu, do you still need to handle this? I can take care of it. Chen Li pulled over a nearby chair. You sit, I will take over. Xiao Mu handed the whip to Chen Li and sat down. I have whipped women before, but never a man. Chen Li grinned wickedly at Xiao Deli and struck down fiercely with the whip. Crack. Xiao Deli cried out in pain. Haha, scream. What did you just say? Louder. The more you scream, the more excited I become. Chen Li laughed heartily. Xiao Mu felt a chill. Could this hefty fellow have some peculiar preferences? Who is it? The woman next door panicked, struggling mightily, but the frame was sturdy, and she could not escape. Help! Help! Xiao Deli, unable to hold out any longer, exclaimed, I have a good relationship with Xiao Zhengye, I sought revenge for him. A good relationship? How good must it be for you to seek vengeance for a dead man? Xiao Mu scoffed, utterly unconvinced. In this society, once a person is gone, all connections are severed, especially with someone deceased. Indeed, how well do you two get along? Could it be you a family-in-law? Have you both wielded a little whip together? Chen Li jested, striking again. Speak quickly, why is that? Truly, I believed you killed him. That is why I intended to deal with you. Xiao Deli paused and added, I never intended for Lu Wu to kill you. I merely wanted him to teach you a lesson, but he misunderstood. Click. Xiao Mu drew a gun, aiming it at Xiao Deli's forehead. My patience is limited. If you remain silent, you shall die. No. Xiao Deli panicked, he could not believe Xiao Mu would actually pull the trigger. To tell you the truth, had it not been for Xiao Zhenye's murder, I would not have let him go either, Xiao Mu stated coldly. I can kill my own second uncle. Do you think I cannot deal with you? Xiao Mu, I am an enforcer. Ha, and what of an enforcer? Xiao Mu's sneer deepened. Why not take a gamble and see if I dare to kill you? But I must warn you, if you lose the bet, your life is forfeit. No. Xiao Deli trembled at the sound of the gun's spring. I will speak. It was Mr. Long who ordered me to kill you. Mr. Long? Xiao Mu's eyes flickered. Who is Mr. Long? I am uncertain, truly uncertain, if he is exceedingly enigmatic. Xiao Deli shook his head vigorously. Are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? You are unaware of his identity yet are willing to serve him. Xiao Mu frowned. Truly, I have never encountered him, I only possess his phone number. All I know is that he wields extraordinary power and is a significant figure. Xiao Deli hurriedly replied. My ascension to the position of deputy minister was orchestrated by him. Hearing this, Xiao Mu was taken aback. Could Mr. Long possess such immense influence? Is it possible that he is among the upper echelons of the law enforcement? Xiao Mu. I speak only the truth, do not take my life, Xiao Deli pleaded. Spare me, and I shall regard today's events as if they never transpired, I assure you. I will not trouble you again. Now, you shall call this Mr. Long. Xiao Mu contemplated briefly before speaking in a low tone. Inform him that you have devised a method to deal with me and request a meeting. No, he will not meet with me. Damn it. Just make the call without further ado. Chen Li scolded, delivering a fierce lash. Such a high-ranking individual demands utmost respect. One cannot simply strike at will. It is simply exhilarating. My phone is in the adjacent room. Xiao Deli dared not refuse any longer. Brother Mu, I shall retrieve it, Chen Li hastily said. Do you intend to fetch the phone? Or are you merely seeking to entertain yourself with women? Xiao Mu smirked, unveiling Chen Li's intentions. He chuckled. Just a quick glance. You know. Chen Li laughed. Go on, but do not let her see you. Xiao Mu cautioned. Understood. Chen Li discarded the whip, took his gun, and exited. He approached the neighboring room but did not enter immediately. Instead, he called out, listen within, close your eyes immediately. I do not wish to harm the innocent. But if you glimpse my visage, I shall have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. No, but I shall close my eyes. Upon hearing this, the woman was stricken with fear, hastily shutting her eyes tightly. There is but one opportunity, your life rests in your own hands. Chen Li declared, clutching the gun as he stepped inside. If you dare to open your eyes, I shall blow your head off. No, please do not kill me. I shall not look at you. The woman trembled in terror. Surprisingly, that corpulent man possesses discerning taste. The woman's figure is truly exquisite, then her skin is remarkably fair. Chen Li mused while surveying her. He then averted his gaze from her alabaster form, seized the mobile phone from the bedside, and returned to the adjoining room. Is this the one? Yes. Xiao Deli replied, taking it from him. Call Mr. Long, do not attempt any tricks, or your head shall be blown apart. Xiao Mu said, aiming the gun at Xiao Deli with a cold demeanor. Xiao Deli, trembling, complied and dialed a number, activating the speakerphone. What is it? Soon, a deep, magnetic voice answered the call. Mr. Long, I have devised a method to deal with Xiao Mu and wish to discuss it with you in person, Xiao Deli hurriedly stated. On the other end, there was silence. Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on the phone, tightening his grip on the gun. Could this Mr. Long be the mastermind behind the demise of my parents? If I locate him, shall I unravel the entire truth? Xiao Deli, observing the silence from the other end, glanced at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu exchanged a glance, uncertain of the situation on the other side. Hey, Mr. Long, Xiao Deli, have I not been generous to you? Suddenly, the man's voice resounded once more. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Deli was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Mu felt a foreboding sense of dread. Have I not been generous to you? How could you betray me? Mr. Long's tone remained unchanged, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. No, Mr. Long. Xiao Deli's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. Mr. Long, it was Xiao Mu who forced my hand. He held a gun to my head, threatening me to call you. Or he would blow my brains out. Chen Li, the infuriated, was about to act but was halted by Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu was curious to see how Mr. Long would react. Xiao Mu, you possess a greater audacity than I had imagined, Mr. Long's voice came again. He is the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. And you dare to act against him. Revenge for my parents is a matter of utmost importance, Xiao Mu coldly remarked, testing Mr. Long's reaction. Chen Li and Xiao Deli exchanged bewildered glances at Xiao Mu's words, revenge for my parents. What does that mean? On the other end, a silence ensued once more. Regardless of whether he is the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department or even the King of Heaven, he must perish. Xiao Mu's gaze was fixed on his phone, a murderous intent permeating the air. The other party's reaction was enough to confirm their connection to his parents' demise. Hey! I do not comprehend what you speak of, Mr. Long chuckled lightly. I presume you are a person of significance as well? What? Do you possess the courage to act yet lack the courage to admit it? Xiao Mu's tone grew colder. You truly invite my disdain. Since you have said so. I cannot deny it, but even if you know the truth, what then? After a brief silence, Mr. Long replied nonchalantly, Xiao Mu, I find myself rather intrigued by you. After being paralyzed for years, you have grown stronger. What secrets do you harbor? Since you are interested in me, how about I pay you a visit? Xiao Mu suggested slowly. Do you dare to reveal your identity? Mr. Long laughed heartily. There is nothing to fear, I am not afraid of you. However, I am well aware that the death of your parents involves a broad web of intrigue. They have been investigating in the shadows for quite some time. But I was surprised to see you suddenly rise and be the first to uncover my whereabouts. Mr. Long's laughter echoed. But even if we converse, what will it change? Xiao Deli does not know my identity, you cannot find me, yet I can locate you at any moment, watch you, and even kill you. Do not boast. If you could kill me, this phone call would not be happening. Xiao Mu suppressed his hatred, striving for composure. This was a game of strategy, if his mind wavered. His moves would falter. He sought to uncover more through this conversation, hoping to glean insights about his parents' deaths, even if he could not ascertain Mr. Long's identity. Indeed, you exceed my expectations. Xiao Zhanye did not kill you, nor did my men succeed. Even ensnared by the law enforcement, you still managed to escape. If I am not mistaken, you would have killed Xiao Deli, correct? Once he is dead, and I inform the law enforcement, it would be your end. Hey! You are still too young, easily placing yourself in peril, Mr. Long chuckled. Please, do not kill me, Xiao Deli implored, genuinely terrified as he fell to his knees. Xiao Mu, spare me, and I promise not to oppose you. If you kill me, you will be playing into Mr. Long's hands. At that moment, he could think of nothing else, having already offended Mr. Long, survival was all that mattered. If I am captured by the enforcers, do you think my parents' former subordinates would remain idle? They are currently investigating discreetly, and your appearance is enough to suggest that my parents' deaths were suspicious. When everything comes to light, how long do you believe you can conceal the truth? Xiao Mu chuckled coldly. I may not necessarily perish, but you, if you survive. The price you pay will be steep. Mr. Long could no longer find amusement in the situation. He suddenly realized that this young man was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This is no mere youthful spirit, it is utterly daunting. Quite intriguing, Xiao Mu. I have changed my mind. Instead of using the enforcers against you, I shall personally engage with you. I hope you do not disappoint me. What really happened to my parents? Xiao Mu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He was gambling, and unfortunately, he had won. I shall reveal the truth when you uncover my identity or when we meet again, Mr. Long replied nonchalantly. Xiao Mu, the game begins now. By the way, Please assist me in dealing with the traitor. With that, Mr. Long ended the call. Please, do not kill me, Xiao Mu. Everything was orchestrated by Mr. Long. I had no part in it, Xiao Deli stammered, his face ashen as he knelt, repeatedly bowing. I promise not to oppose you, I beg you. Xiao Mu regarded Xiao Deli with cold eyes. Tonight's encounter had indeed borne fruit. At the very least, he had confirmed that his parents' deaths were indeed suspicious. And he had found Mr. Long. Even without knowing Mr. Long's true identity, that was sufficient. As for how to deal with this individual before him, he had initially contemplated ending his life, but Mr. Long's final words prompted a change of heart. Furthermore, should he kill him, what if Mr. Long sought the enforcers to retaliate? He was not so naive as to trust Mr. Long's words. Here, consume this. Xiao Mu contemplated for a moment before producing a porcelain vial and tossing it to Xiao Deli. What is this? Xiao Deli trembled as he asked. It is poison. If you do not take the antidote on time, you will suffer a torturous death. Xiao Mu's voice was icy. He commanded me to kill you. Yet I have chosen to spare your life. However, from this moment forth, your life belongs to me. To be a ghost or a dog, choose for yourself. Xiao Mu was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. As a ghost, I can grant you that right now. A dog, I shall be a dog. Xiao Deli hurriedly accepted the porcelain vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it whole. Please, do not kill me, Xiao Mu. No, Master Xiao, from now on. You are my master. I shall do whatever you command. This poison can only be cured by me, so do not harbor any false hopes. Xiao Mu said as he holstered his gun, his tone frigid. If he contacts you again, you know what to do, right? Yes, I will sever all ties with him. Xiao Deli declared loudly. No, you shall not perish. He may leverage your predicament, so do not speak of it. You must comply with his demands, Xiao Mu instructed. I understand, Xiao Deli responded, a look of surprise crossing his face. He might dictate your future, while I hold dominion over your life. You should be aware of how to choose. I know, Xiao Deli nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Mu provided Xiao Deli with further instructions and, after acquiring Mr. Long's number, departed with Chen Li. Damn it. Once Xiao Mu and Chen Li had left, Xiao Deli slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained. The thought of being controlled by Xiao Mu filled him with despair. Regardless of who triumphed between Xiao Mu and Mr. Long, he was merely a pawn in their game. Upon returning to the car, Chen Li exhaled a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Xiao Deli is alive, the situation is salvageable. If he had been killed, an insurmountable number of troubles would have ensued. Brother Mu, is your poison truly that formidable? Chen Li inquired curiously. Can it cause a person to die in such a gruesome manner? Do you wish to test it? Xiao Mu responded, producing the porcelain vial and tossing it to Chen Li. Try one. Absolutely not. Can this substance be tested so casually? Chen Li hastily shook his head, cautiously picking up the vial, wary of spilling its contents. Is this poison of your own concoction? What poison? It's merely a few worthless pills. Consuming them will likely induce a few bouts of diarrhea, just enough to serve as a scare tactic, Xiao Mu remarked nonchalantly. Wait, it's fake. Chen Li's eyes widened, impressed by Brother Mu's audacity. Well, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Will he realize it is a ruse? Xiao Mu smiled faintly. Brother Mu, your acting skills are truly remarkable, even I was deceived. Chen Li praised, raising his thumb. I reckon he won't sleep a wink tonight, quite furious. He'll need that woman to alleviate his anger, she will surely suffer. What, are you feeling pity for her? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. What did you do while fetching your phone? What could I possibly do in a minute or two? That is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps a minute or two may be sufficient for you. Xiao Mu teased with a mischievous grin. Come on, Brother Mu, that is the greatest insult. I need at least 5 minutes. Chen Li exclaimed, flustered. Only 5 minutes. Is that true? Wait until I prepare some pills for you. Then you can last half an hour with ease. Xiao Mu said, returning the porcelain vial to his storage ring. Is that true? Brother Mu, no, my adoptive father. Please accept a grand bow from your son. Chen Li declared, bowing towards Xiao Mu. You truly have no boundaries, Xiao Mu scoffed. There are definitely boundaries, though not many. Chen Li replied earnestly. Chuckling, Xiao Mu contemplated for a moment before sending Mr. Long's number to Zhang Yue. Shortly after, her call came through. Captain Zhang. Please assist me in verifying this number to uncover its true identity. Is it connected to the puppeteer behind the scenes? Zhang Yue inquired directly. Indeed. And the individual's identity is rather unusual, Xiao Mu affirmed with a nod. All right, I will look into it, Zhang Yue responded. Thank you, I found it. I will treat you to a meal. What, if you can't find it, you won't treat me? Of course, I will. Just tell me when, and I will be there. Tomorrow evening. No. Xiao Mu was about to agree but suddenly remembered Yan Qingxian. He was originally supposed to dine with the star tonight. But he hesitated and postponed it to tomorrow evening. If he were to cancel again, it would be rather unreasonable. Tomorrow evening is not possible, how about the night after? We'll discuss it later, I'm going back to sleep. After Zhang Yue finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Foster father. Have you managed to win over Zhang Yue as well? Chen Li looked at Xiao Mu with admiration. How did you do it? Teach me a few tricks. Stop talking nonsense, we are merely friends, Xiao Mu replied tersely, deciding to send Mr. Long's number to Zhang Wancheng tomorrow. Two-pronged approach, more people investigating means more hope. Albeit not much. Once is a chance, twice is a familiarity, thrice is a bond, Chen Li grinned. Brother Mu, if I were as handsome and charming as you, I'd be a groom every night. Enough chatter, let us head home. Xiao Mu gazed out the window, squinting. At present, Mr. Long was the only lead. He needed to be uncovered swiftly. Sensing the menacing aura radiating from Xiao Mu, Chen Li dared not joke further and accelerated towards the Xiao residence. Have you considered that if Xiao Deli dies tonight, once the news spreads, not only will you be in trouble, but the Chen family will face significant issues as well? Xiao Mu suddenly remarked as they were about to exit the vehicle. You're not afraid, why should I be? If it comes to that, we'll flee together. Chen Li replied. Flee with me? Dream on. Xiao Mu shot a glance at Chen Li. The death of my parents holds deeper mysteries. And it is highly likely that Mr. Long is involved. No wonder, Chen Li realized, he had suspected something before but did not dare to inquire further. As their son, I will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly and avenge them. Mr. Long is not to be trifled with, the dangers ahead are considerable. You must think carefully about whether you wish to be involved. Xiao Mu continued. It's not too late to withdraw now, and I won't hold it against you. We can still be good brothers. You mentioned we are good brothers, thus your parents are my parents too. I must avenge them. Chen Li declared earnestly. I fear no danger, I wish to fight alongside you. Hearing Chen Li's words, Xiao Mu regarded him deeply, very well. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, Xiao Mu exited the vehicle and quietly returned to his dwelling. He took a shower, lay on his bed, and retraced the events of the night in his mind. Not killing Xiao Deli was the right choice, he must still hold some value, Xiao Mu murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Mr. Long mentioned Xiao Zhanye. It seems that the death of my parents is indeed closely tied to him. The game has begun. I look forward to seeing what means you possess. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke. As Xiao Mu stepped out of his room, he encountered Xie Chuxue, her face cold as she entered from outside. Good morning. What happened this early to upset you? You, Xie Chuxue glared at Xiao Mu, her voice chillingly cold. Where were you last night? Last night? Xiao Mu was taken aback. Quickly realizing. Did you come to find me? No. Xie Chuxue would certainly not admit it. So how do you know I went out last night? Xiao Mu gazed at Xie Chuxue, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did another courageous soul dare to embrace the world first? It's nothing. Upon noticing that Xiao Ruoxi and Su Nuo had arrived, Xie Chuxue shook her head. After a light breakfast, the group departed from the Xiao residence and headed to the airport. Xiao Mu stole a few glances at the rearview mirror. Behind them was Xie Chuxue's entourage. Previously, they had encountered an assassination attempt while escorting Yisimeng home. He couldn't help but wonder if trouble would arise again this time. What was Zhu Dongqing up to? His efficiency was utterly disappointing. Xiao Mu internally criticized, if one intended to commit murder and seize treasures, shouldn't they act swiftly? The journey continued uneventfully until they reached the airport. I'm leaving, wait for me to find you, and let us indulge until we can drink no more. Xiao Mu spread her arms wide, embracing Xiao Mu with great flair, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Didn't that chubby fellow say that if a man doesn't get drunk, a woman has no chance? I'll make sure to get you thoroughly intoxicated. Xiao Mu smirked. Several years ago, they hadn't been this bold. What happened? Did they only grow bolder over the years? Each of them unabashedly desiring him. Chushue came looking for you last night, Xiao Mu added before releasing him. Xiao Mu was taken aback. How did she know Chushue had sought him out? Had they conspired together? Or perhaps Xiao Mu had sought him out and encountered Chushue. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. This implied that Xiao Mu had misunderstood, thinking Chushue had spent the night with him. He contemplated providing an explanation but felt it inappropriate to elaborate in front of Xiao Ruoshi and Chushue. Sister Ruoshi. Chushue, you are both welcome to join us, Xiao Mu said, embracing Xiao Ruoshi and Chushue in turn before departing with a flourish. Xiao Mu watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. He genuinely appreciated her spirited nature, free-spirited and carefree. One could say Xiao Mu fulfilled all his fantasies of a heroic woman of the world. I am also leaving, Chushue spoke in a cool tone. Since we are parting ways, shouldn't we embrace? Xiao Mu took the initiative to hug Chushue, knowing her personality would never allow her to do so first. Her gaze softened as she looked at him. I will wait for you. With the two women gone, Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoshi didn't linger at the airport and drove away. Sister, I am now certain that our parents' deaths are shrouded in mystery, Xiao Mu stated on the way back. Oh? What do you mean? Xiao Ruoshi responded, her demeanor suddenly serious. Xiao Mu recounted the events of the previous night, including Mr. Long's involvement. Mr. Long's actions are swifter than we anticipated. As I mentioned, even if I do not immerse myself in the situation, he will not spare me. It truly was Xiao Zhengye. Xiao Ruoshi's expression turned icy, forgetting even to address him as uncle. I wonder what role he plays in all this. Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Ruoshi. I somewhat regret suggesting a lavish burial for the father and son. With grandfather present, we cannot overstep, we must consider his feelings. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruoshi worked to calm herself. When one passes away, their deaths vanish. What remains now is to ascertain the background of Mr. Long. I will send his number to Zhang Wancheng to see if there are any leads, Xiao Mu said softly. Indeed, since you have already spoken with him, extra caution is warranted, Xiao Ruoxi advised. One must never be negligent in daily matters. I understand, sister. How has your cultivation been? If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to inform me, Xiao Mu remarked, gazing at Xiao Ruoxi. I am not concerned for myself, but rather for you. I will strive to cultivate diligently. Soon, I shall concoct pills for you, enabling you to grow stronger more swiftly. Excellent. By the way, sister, now that I am better, you should not linger at the Xiao residence all day. What is the situation with your company? As the president, you ought to make some rounds, shouldn't you? Are you tired of me? Do you wish for me to stop being with you all day? Xiao Ruoxi inquired. Not at all, I would prefer to be with you every day, Xiao Mu shook his head. I merely feel that you have sacrificed too much for me. For these past years, you have revolved around me, it is time for you to have your own life. Haha, very well, Xiao Ruoxi responded with a smile. Just as the two were conversing, Chenjisha called, stating that he had arrived at the Xiao residence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu hastened his speed and returned home. Master, Chenjisha exclaimed as he saw Xiao Mu and was about to kneel. Hey, old Chen, let us skip the formalities. Xiao Mu quickly supported Chenjisha. Thank you for making the trip, it must have been tiring. Not at all. I happen to have other matters to attend to in the area, Chenjisha replied, shaking his head. Master, the medicinal materials you requested are all in the car. Would you like to check them? Haha, I trust your work, Xiao Mu smiled and motioned for Chenjisha to sit. How much do I owe you? I will transfer the funds shortly. Master, are you scolding me? Although our Wuji sect has fallen from grace, I am not lacking in funds, Chenjisha furrowed his brow. It is my honor to procure medicinal materials for you. In the future, should you have such requests, do not hesitate to ask. I dare say, in Huaxia, there are no medicinal materials I cannot find. If even I cannot locate them, they are likely extinct. Very well. Xiao Mu pondered for a moment and decided not to pursue the matter of money further. They then proceeded to inspect the medicinal materials. Master, are you truly going to refine pills? Are you inquiring about Yeshon Valley because you wish to learn alchemy? Chenjisha asked curiously. Do I need to learn from them to refine pills? Our Wuji sect possesses its own alchemical techniques, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. In due time, I shall impart to you the knowledge necessary to revitalize Wuji sect. The weight of responsibility shall rest upon your shoulders. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Chenjisha felt an immense burden settle upon him. Master, with you here, what need is there for me? Please do not place the future of Wuji sect upon my shoulders. Xiao Mu interrupted Chenjisha. Focus on your studies. Once you have mastered enough, I shall pass on the leadership of Wuji sect to you. Chenjisha's eyes widened in disbelief. Would he truly be the leader of Wuji sect? Although he had previously held that position, he had since regarded Xiao Mu as the true leader. Enough, it is settled. Xiao Mu spoke as he stored the medicinal herbs into his Qinquan ring. Chenjisha, witnessing the herbs vanish into thin air, was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize it was a storage ring. By the way, there is something I need you to investigate, Xiao Mu added thoughtfully. Pray tell. Chenjisha stepped forward, adopting a respectful demeanor. You are acquainted with the elder of the Medicine God Valley, are you not? Please inquire about the token of the valley's master, Xiao Mu requested, producing a small purple gold god. Could it be this? Chenjisha stared at the purple gold god in Xiao Mu's hand, momentarily stunned. If this was indeed the master's token, how could it be in his possession? His thoughts then drifted to the Wujiaming. Could it be that my master not only acquired the legacy of the Wujiman but also that of the Medicine God Valley? Let us keep the matter of the purple gold god confidential for now, Xiao Mu cautioned. Understood, rest assured, Chenjisha replied, acknowledging the validity of Xiao Mu's concerns. Here. Xiao Mu handed him a porcelain vial. This is a longevity pill, consider it a gift. The longevity pill? The one that can extend life by at least 3 years? Chenjisha exclaimed in astonishment. No, this is far too precious. What, are you being distant with me again? Accept it, or you may no longer call me master. Xiao Mu feigned anger. Yes, thank you, master. Chenjisha accepted it with both hands, thus stirring in his heart. This is your concoction. Indeed. But let it remain undisclosed for the time being. Understood, Chenjisha responded, feeling increasingly unsettled. To his knowledge, no one in the world could refine longevity pills anymore. Not even the Medicine God Valley. He became more convinced that his earlier speculation was true. His master had indeed inherited not only the legacy of the Wujiman but also that of the Medicine God Valley. Afterward, Xiao Mu provided further instruction to Chenjisha before the latter departed from the Xiao residence. Returning to his chamber, Xiao Mu dialed Zhong Wancheng's number. They conversed for nearly half an hour regarding the events of the previous night before ending the call. Xiao Mu put away his phone and entered the Qinquan ring. He first examined the black coffin suspended in the air, then selected a dozen types of medicinal herbs, commencing the preparation of a chi-boosting pill. With the chi-boosting pill, my sister's strength will soar rapidly, Xiao Mu mused, soon immersing himself in his work. Meanwhile, Chenjisha arrived at the Chu family estate. Dr. Chen. Chu Yongnian personally greeted him, extending ample respect. Haha, Master Chu, it has been quite some time, Chenjisha smiled, exchanging pleasantries with Chu Yongnian. The old gentleman's health is stable, any ailments are merely remnants of past maladies, Chu Yongnian remarked after their pleasantries. However, with advancing age, if he cannot break through. Your elder must be around 130 or 34 years old. Chenjisha nodded. At this age, my capabilities are limited, after all. I am but a physician, capable of treating ailments but not granting eternal life. 145 years, at the 9th level of innate strength, Chu Yongnian replied. At 150, one reaches the limits of innate realms. Please lead me to him, Dr. Chen requested. Soon. Chen Jisha met the ancestral figure of the Chu family and none other than Chu Yongnian's grandfather, Chu Pengtian. Indeed, it was not his father, but his grandfather. The Chu family has dominated Yun City for a century, relying on the prowess of this formidable innate master. It is no exaggeration to assert that he serves as the anchor of the Chu lineage. Chu Pengtian's condition is considerably better than Chen Jisha had anticipated. At first glance, he appears far from the decrepit old man one might expect. Instead, he radiates vitality. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jisha proceeded to examine Chu Pengtian's pulse, which revealed a vigor surpassing that of an ordinary octogenarian. "Your health is remarkable," Chen Jisha remarked. "Indeed, isn't it? I am not afflicted by any ailments. I have simply reached the twilight of my journey," Chu Pengtian chuckled. "Reaching 150 is a significant milestone. Once past, it is behind us. If one cannot surpass it, then they must embrace the earth," he continued. "I have no solutions," Chen Jisha replied, glancing at Chu Yongnian. "As I mentioned earlier, I can treat illnesses, but I cannot grant immortality." Sighing, Chu Yongnian expressed his hopes for Chen Jisha's visit, pondering the possibility of extending his father's life. Only by prolonging life could they harbor greater hopes of transcending realms. Achieving such a breakthrough could potentially grant them an additional decade or two. "Yongnian, do not fret over me, life follows its destined course," Chu Pengtian said with a sense of acceptance. "Moreover, did you not procure a longevity elixir? 3 additional years of life is already a rare blessing." Upon hearing the term longevity elixir, Chen Jisha momentarily froze, turning to Chu Yongnian. "Where did you acquire this elixir?" "At an auction," Chu Yongnian replied, producing a porcelain vial to present to Chen Jisha. "Could you please examine this longevity elixir? Is there any issue with it?" Chen Jisha opened the vial, inhaling its aroma with astonishment, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to that which his master had gifted him. It is known that even identical elixirs can exhibit variations in efficacy, color, scent, and flavor due to factors such as the fire's intensity and duration of refinement. This could only mean that the longevity elixir acquired by Chu Yongnian was crafted by Xiao Mu himself. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Chen Jisha's mind. Yet he maintained his composure. "How much did it go for?" 600 million, Chu Yongnian responded. "Unfortunately, it was an anonymous auction, and we only secured this one elixir." "What? 600 million? Chen Jisha exclaimed, his composure shattering. He was well aware of the elixir's exorbitant value. Yet he had not anticipated it to reach such an astronomical sum. What unsettled him further was the realization that such a precious elixir had been bestowed upon him by Xiao Mu without a mention of its price. Typically, even if one were to gift such an item, they would at least convey its worth to establish a significant favor. Contemplating this, tears of gratitude welled in Chen Jisha's eyes. Were it not for the absence of Xiao Mu, he would have surely knelt in homage. "Dr. Chen, are you well?" Chu Yongnian inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "Nope, I apologize for my momentary lapse," Chen Jisha replied, shaking his head as he returned the longevity elixir. "I merely recalled my master upon seeing this elixir." "Your master?" Chu Yongnian expressed surprise, having never heard of Chen Jisha's master before. "May I ask, who is your master?" "My master possesses extraordinary medical skills. When the king of hell decrees a death at the 3rd watch, he can delay it until the 5th. My abilities are insignificant in comparison to his," Chen Jisha confessed. Chen Jisha did not assert that the longevity elixir was concocted by Xiao Mu. As previously mentioned by Chu Yongnian, it was sent anonymously for bidding, indicating that he was unaware of the sender's identity. Chu Yongnian was left speechless. Was this what he meant to inquire? His intention was to ask if his grandfather was still alive. "Master Chen, since your esteemed mentor possesses such remarkable medical skills, could he possibly extend my grandfather's life?" "It should be feasible." Chen Jisha nodded, for if Xiao Mu could indeed formulate the longevity elixir, he might possess some extraordinary methods to prolong life. Xiao Zhentinian's condition was rather grave, however, is he not well now? Upon hearing Chen Jisha's words, Chu Yongnian was filled with excitement. "Master Chen, might we request your mentor to examine my grandfather? Rest assured, whether he can or cannot, I shall ensure your mentor is not inconvenienced." "Let me inquire," Chen Jisha hesitated but eventually nodded. In the afternoon, Xiao Mu emerged from the Chen Quan ring and discovered that Chen Jisha had called him 3 times. He returned the call and it was promptly answered, Master. You have finally made an appearance. Is there something you wish to discuss? Master, your kindness overwhelms me and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Chen Jisha said, deeply moved. Stop right there. Xiao Mu felt overwhelmed at the mention of repayment, feeling that Chen Jisha might jest about wanting to offer himself in return, which would lead to quite the spectacle. What is the matter? The longevity elixir is valued at 600 million, it is exceedingly precious. Oh. How did you come to know this? After departing from your presence, I went to the Chu residence, Chen Jisha briefly explained. Rest assured, I did not disclose that the longevity elixir was crafted by you, nor did I affirm its existence, I merely sought your opinion. Upon hearing Chen Jisha's explanation, Xiao Mu understood very well. Let us plan for tomorrow. I shall visit the Chu residence. You have returned to the capital. No, I am still in Yun City. I will accompany you tomorrow, Chen Jisha replied hastily. Shall I come to fetch you? No need, we shall meet at the Chu residence tomorrow, Xiao Mu affirmed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao Mu ended the call. Regarding the Chu family, he had harbored certain thoughts and initially intended to wait a few more days to observe their circumstances. However, with Chen Jisha's involvement, there was no need to delay any further. With a cultivation level of 9-fold innate and at 150 years of age, how many years can one truly live? Xiao Mu pondered, subsequently sending a message to Yan Qingxian, inviting her to dinner that evening. On the other side, upon receiving Xiao Mu's message, Yan Qingxian leapt up from the sofa. Oh! Startled, Sister Zhou, sitting across from her, exclaimed, Qingxian, what on earth are you doing? He messaged me. We are having dinner tonight. Yan Qingxian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Sister Zhou was taken aback. She had never seen Yan Qingxian so animated. Previously, when high-profile individuals invited her to dine, she would often decline, rarely engaging in social gatherings. Yet here she was, waiting with her phone for an entire afternoon, resembling a devoted admirer. Qingxian, if your fans were to witness you in this state, how disheartened they would be. Not at all, in this world. He is the only one who can make me feel this way, Yan Qingxian replied before hastily heading to her room. I must go and apply makeup and change my outfit. But what about the industry banquet tonight? I hear several prominent figures will be attending, presenting numerous opportunities. Sister Zhou furrowed her brow. I declined tonight, I solely wish to dine with him. Yan Qingxian did not look back. Sister Zhou shook her head in resignation. This girl was beyond saving. As the sky darkened, Xiao Mu bid farewell to Xiao Ruoxi and departed from the Xiao residence. Brother Mu, strive hard to win over the goddess, Chen Li said over the phone. Xiao Mu felt speechless. Initially, this chubby friend intended to join him but later opted out. Not wanting to be a third wheel. I have a feeling that you and the goddess are destined for each other, Chen Li continued. Before long, I suspect I'll be calling her sister-in-law. Enough of this nonsense. Is there anything important? If not, I'll hang up. All right. I won't disturb you any longer. After ending the call, Xiao Mu accelerated his pace towards the hotel where Yan Qingxian was staying. Half an hour later, he met Yan Qingxian. Tonight, she appeared even more stunning than during the auction days prior. Miss Yan, he greeted. Just call me Qingxian, she replied. Very well. Xiao Mu grasped Yan Qingxian's hand. You look truly beautiful today. Thank you. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's compliment, Yan Qingxian's smile widened, feeling that all her preparations had been worthwhile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the slight sense of unfamiliarity dissipated. Qingxian, what would you like to eat tonight? Xiao Mu inquired. I'll leave it to you. Whatever you wish to eat is fine, Yan Qingxian answered. Haha, what if I want to go to a street stall? Xiao Mu laughed. Then I shall accompany you to the street stall, Yan Qingxian replied earnestly. Nearby, Sister Zhou could not help but shake her head inwardly. This was hopeless. She had never realized that Qingxian had such a romantic mindset. Previously, she had been rather indifferent towards men, leading Zhou to believe her orientation was peculiar. Let us skip that, how about we find a Western restaurant instead? Xiao Mu pondered, deciding that dining with a goddess should not involve street food. Besides, As a female celebrity, Yan Qingxian's popularity would likely attract attention at such a venue, making it impossible to enjoy their meal. Whatever you say. Yan Qingxian expressed no objections, as long as she could be with him, that was enough. Sister Zhou, will you join us? Xiao Mu asked. No. I have other matters to attend to, she replied before Yan Qingxian could interject. Haha, I have other things to do, Sister Zhou forced a smile. She would have liked to join, but since Yan Qingxian had said so, what could she say? You two go ahead, I wish you a pleasant meal. Xiao Mu. Let us go, Yan Qingxian said, hoping for more time alone with him. All right, Sister Zhou, we shall take our leave then, Xiao Mu nodded. Do return early. Sister Zhou reminded, anxious that Yan Qingxian might not return tonight. If the paparazzi caught wind of this, her pristine image would be shattered. She could already envision the headlines for tomorrow: Goddess Yan Qingxian spends the night with young man at hotel, discussing scripts or writing lyrics. If that were to happen, the world would come crashing down. Understood, Yan Qingxian waved her hand, departing with Xiao Mu. Sighing, Sister Zhou watched the two retreating figures. Tonight's industry banquet would be lacking Yan Qingxian's presence, so she needed to attend to avoid offending anyone. In this context, she remarked that I had my own affairs, which was not entirely inaccurate. Sister Zhou muttered a wish for the two to maintain a low profile, hoping not to attract the attention of paparazzi. Otherwise, front-page headlines would be inevitable. Xiao Mu drove away from the hotel, heading straight for the finest Western restaurant in Yun City. Now, can you share where we met before? He inquired, glancing at Yan Qingxian in the passenger seat. How about discussing it during dinner? Yan Qingxian pondered before responding. That memory is the most precious to me. All right, Xiao Mu nodded, his curiosity piqued. If it was so treasured, why did he have no recollection? Could it be true, as Chenli suggested, that he had drunkenly spent a passionate night with Yan Qingxian? Yet, even under such circumstances, one would expect to retain some memories upon waking. Thank the heavens, I have encountered you once more, Yan Qingxian said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Mu. Seeing you at the auction felt like a dream. I have envisioned our reunion countless times. Thankfully, this is not a dream, but reality. Listening to her, Xiao Mu felt a tumult of emotions within. What kind of memory could evoke such a response from her? Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yan Qingxian donned sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night won't attract attention. Xiao Mu chuckled. There is no choice. At least I want to be recognized at first glance, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. Yan Qingxian sighed, her rising fame affording her less freedom. Indeed, Xiao Mu agreed, leading her upstairs to a private room. Fortunately, this establishment was the most luxurious in Yun City, frequented by numerous celebrities, so the staff were accustomed to patrons wearing sunglasses. However, the waitstaff still cast furtive glances at Yan Qingxian, wondering why she bore such a striking resemblance to her. After all, Yan Qingxian was a paragon of virtue. Without any scandals, how could she be dining alone with a man? Soon, their meal was served, and the staff retreated. Yan Qingxian let out a sigh of relief and removed her sunglasses. Shall we drink a little less? Xiao Mu poured wine into a decanter, gently swallowing it. Sounds good, she replied with a smile. Xiao Mu observed her, suddenly reminded of the adage that a woman must be intoxicated for a man to seize an opportunity. The crimson liquid flowed into the glasses, and they clinked gently, producing a crisp sound. After taking a small sip, Yan Qingxian looked at Xiao Mu and said, 4 years ago, on the cruise ship, you saved my life. 4 years ago? On a cruise? You saved my life? Xiao Mu was taken aback, as some long-buried memories suddenly sprang to life. 4 years prior, he had departed from Huaxia, embarking on an adventure to a hidden realm abroad. At that time, the cruise ship he was on was attacked by pirates and taken hostage. He had intervened, eliminating the pirates and rescuing everyone aboard. You are that girl from Huaxia? Xiao Mu gazed at Yan Qingxian's beautiful face, the shadow from 4 years ago suddenly aligning with her, astonished. Have you finally remembered? Yan Qingxian smiled, recalling that her beauty had drawn the attention of the pirates. What fate awaited a lovely girl at the hands of pirates was all too evident. Just when she was engulfed in despair, Xiao Mu appeared, resembling the prince from the fairy tales she had cherished since childhood, rescuing the distressed princess. Is it truly you? Xiao Mu scrutinized Yan Qingxian, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. At that moment she had cried so much that her makeup was a mess, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Yan Qingxian forced a bitter smile, acknowledging the fear and hopelessness that had overwhelmed her, making tears inevitable. Who would have thought we would meet again? Xiao Mu chuckled, finally grasping why Yan Qingxian held such sentiments toward him. Yet, this scenario felt rather cliché, the hero saving the damsel in distress. For me, this remains the most profound and cherished memory of my life. Yan Qingxian shook her head. After returning home, I searched for you relentlessly, yet I could not find you. Eventually, I resolved that if I could not locate you, I would strive to become exceptional and well-known so that perhaps you might remember me. That is how I arrived at this point today. Goodness, I served as your motivation to excel. Xiao Mu's smile broadened. Indeed. It is unfortunate that you do not recall me, but thankfully, fate has allowed us to reunite. Yan Qingxian smiled back. Xiao Mu, thank you for saving me and for inspiring me to become the remarkable person I am today. No, your excellence stems from your inherent qualities. It has little to do with me, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head as he raised his glass. Come, let us toast to this cherished memory. Xiao Mu, I wish to repay you. Yan Qingxian took a sip of her drink and her gaze fixed intently upon him. How do you intend to repay me? Xiao Mu perked up, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation at the thought of her gratitude. If it involves her offering herself, he might just yield. I haven't yet decided. I will repay you however you desire. Yan Qingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her eyes from Xiao Mu. He smirked. Are you truly at a loss? Or are you merely too shy to express it? There is no need for shyness, speak your mind boldly. If I say it, wouldn't that imply I am trying to repay you for your kindness? Yan Qingxian whispered. My life was saved by you. I would do anything for you. Oh. It wasn't such a grand gesture, it was merely a small act of kindness, Xiao Mu coughed lightly, realizing it was best to change the subject lest he falter in his resolve. After all, who could refuse such a captivating beauty? Especially one adorned with the allure of a star and countless admirers. The notion of repayment seemed unnecessary. We are friends now, and there will be plenty of time ahead. Yes, there will be plenty of time, Yan Qingxian nodded, feeling that some sentiments were not yet ready to be voiced. Perhaps, as their familiarity deepened, everything would fall into place. Are you in Yun City for work, or is it specifically for the auction? I have a drama to shoot. We have already completed half of it, Yan Qingxian replied. When it premieres, I will invite you to watch. That sounds wonderful, Xiao Mu agreed enthusiastically. Had I known you were in Yun City, I would have visited more often, perhaps we would have met sooner. Yan Qingxian pondered for a moment and replied, not really. I faced some health issues over the past few years and have hardly ventured outside. Xiao Mu shook his head, recalling how he had returned from abroad only to be paralyzed shortly thereafter. Sister Zhou mentioned that you were paralyzed. Yan Qingxian inquired cautiously. Indeed, I experienced high-level paralysis. I could move nothing but my head, Xiao Mu replied with a smile. Today, he could reflect on those most painful and darkest days with a sense of calm. It was only a few days ago that I regained my strength. The fact that we met is truly fate. Ultimately, suffering will fade away from us, perhaps even transforming into our most profound memories, Yan Qingxian comforted him. On the cruise, during my most despairing moments, it was fortunate to have you pull me from the abyss of darkness. Hearing her words, Xiao Mu thought of Xiao Ruoxi and Jiuli. It was their companionship that saved him. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters, all of that is behind us now. Yan Qingxian shifted the topic, and the atmosphere in the private room lightened. Just as they were enjoying their dinner amidst laughter, Yan Qingxuan's phone rang. Hello, Sister Zhou. Qingxian, have you finished your meal? Not yet, why? Yan Qingxian furrowed her brow, fearing she might be asked to return early. I'm at the banquet. And young Master Dong said if he can't see you tonight, he won't allow you to continue filming Yuncheng. Sister Zhou's anxious voice came through the receiver. Hearing this, Yan Qingxian frowned. After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision, then I won't film. What? Not filming? Yes, I haven't finished my meal, and I won't be going. Let him do as he pleases. Qingxian, you don't be unreasonable. When young Master Dong's father arrives, this situation will become unmanageable. Sister Zhou sounded desperate. You cherish this film so much, don't you? Even so, I still want to go. Yan Qingxian family rejected. Sister Zhou, I'll finish my meal now. I'm hanging up. What happened? Xiao Mu asked as Yan Qingxian set her phone down. Nothing, let us continue, she smiled. Do you have something on tonight? Xiao Mu observed her forced smile and inquired further. Have you stopped considering me a friend? Share with me. Just a minor issue, but it's not significant. Yan Qingxian replied, deciding to explain. Dong Chao's father is Dong Jingwei, who holds a prominent position in the industry. I know Dong Jingwei, he is a well-known producer. Yes. He is also involved in Yunqing, however, halting production is no simple matter as it involves multiple interests. I've yet to attend any of your industry banquets. Will you take me along to witness it? Xiao Mu suddenly chuckled. Huh? You want to join me? Yan Qingxian was taken aback. Of course. When else would I get to see so many stars? Xiao Mu stood up. If we encounter any big celebrities, we could even ask for a few autographs. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingxian gazed at him deeply and said, thank you. For what? We are just having dinner together, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Mu teased. Do not tell me that next time we dine together, I will have to spend another 10 million, she exclaimed. No. That is not the case at all, you can reach out to me anytime, Yan Qingxian replied earnestly. Haha, let us be off then. Xiao Mu settled the bill. And together with Yan Qingxian, they departed the restaurant. On their way, Yan Qingxian made a call to Sister Zhou, informing her that they would arrive shortly. By the time they reached the venue, Sister Zhou was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Mu, she was momentarily taken aback. Why was he here as well? Sister Zhou, I accompanied Qingxian to broaden my horizons, is that acceptable? Xiao Mu addressed her. And no, of course it is fine, Sister Zhou replied with a wry smile. Pondering how else she could respond. She could not afford to offend Dong Xiao, and neither could she afford to cross this distinguished gentleman. Now, all she hoped for was that no significant conflict would erupt, otherwise, it would be quite impossible to manage. Mr. Xiao, please, right this way. The three entered the banquet hall, and as Yan Qingxian made her entrance adorned in exquisite attire, she captured the attention of countless onlookers. Qingxian, you have arrived. A female celebrity approached her with a friendly greeting. Yes, I had some matters to attend to and arrived late, Yan Qingxian acknowledged with a nod. Haha. Dong Xiao was just looking for you, he said that if you did not show up tonight, the event would not conclude, the actress smiled. A flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. She had hoped to catch Dong Xiao's attention, yet he was utterly indifferent to her. Oh, Yan Qingxian replied, harboring a deep resentment towards Dong Xiao for disrupting her first date with Xiao Mu. Haha, now that Qingxian is here, I knew you would come. A tall young man approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Dong Xiao, Yan Qingxian greeted him coolly. Indeed, we have already begun, since you have just arrived. You must drink a cup as a form of self-punishment, Dong Xiao declared, extending a glass towards her. Come, I shall drink with you. I have already had some wine. I do not wish to drink more, Yan Qingxian replied, shaking her head, wishing she could hurl the drink in Dong Xiao's face instead of sharing a toast with him. Upon hearing her words, Dong Xiao's smile turned icy. Qingxian, are you refusing to give me face? Not at all, Dong Xiao, Qingxian has a low tolerance for alcohol. I shall drink in her stead, Sister Zhou interjected with a forced smile, attempting to take the glass from Dong Xiao. I want Qingxian to drink with me. You are calling her Qingxian? Dong Xiao glared at Sister Zhou, his voice cold. Sister Zhou's movements froze, her hand retracting awkwardly. Although she was a renowned agent in the industry, she was insignificant in the eyes of someone like Dong Jingwei. As the sole heir of Dong Jingwei, she could not afford to provoke him. The onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding drama. It was a spectacle about to commence. Dong Xiao had a notorious reputation in the industry, and few female celebrities could escape his grasp once he set his sights on them. Now that he had targeted Yan Qingxian, would she be able to evade his clutches? Some watched with glee, whispering about the so-called pure maiden. There was no such thing. It was likely that Dong Chao would soon transform her into something entirely different. Those who shared a close bond with Yan Qingxian dared not intervene. They too could not afford to offend Dong Chao. Yan Qingxian, I shall ask you one more time, will you drink this wine or not? Dong Chao's tone deepened, laden with pressure. As for Xiao Mu, he regarded Dong Chao with indifference, presuming him to be merely Yan Qingxian's assistant. Qingxian, feel free to drink if you desire. If not, no one can force you. Suddenly, Xiao Mu spoke up. Who do you think you are? Dong Chao frowned, directing his gaze at Xiao Mu. Who I am is of no concern to you, Xiao Mu replied indifferently. How arrogant. Dong Chao seethed with anger. Incredulous that someone would dare to act so cocky in front of so many people. You better believe that with a single word from me, you could be carried out of here horizontally. Calm down, Dong, Sister Zhou interjected, sensing the escalating tension and quickly attempting to mediate, casting a discreet glance at Yan Qingxian. Feeling a surge of concern for Xiao Mu and not wanting to involve him in her troubles, Yan Qingxian said, Dong, he was just joking with you. Allow me to toast to you. Kid, for Qingshuan's sake, I will spare you this time. Dong Chao's expression softened as he handed his glass to Yan Qingxian. Qingxian. A pretty boy like him is fine for a private dalliance, but don't flaunt him in public, it could lead to trouble. Yan Qingxian paused, her hand halting midair. Casting a questioning glance at Xiao Mu. Pretty boy. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, bemused by the label. Was he being complimented or insulted? After all, not just anyone could be called a pretty boy if one must possess both beauty and charm. Dong, he is my friend, Yan Qingxian stated coolly, making it clear that she found Xiao Mu acceptable. Friend? Huh? Dong Chao chuckled mockingly, clearly unconvinced. All right, whatever you say, but how about joining me for a toast? I will prefer you to conduct yourself with dignity, Yan Qingxian firmly rejected, turning her attention back to Xiao Mu. Let's leave. Leave? You just arrived. And now you wish to depart. Dong Chao advanced a step. Qingxian, have I not shown you enough courtesy? Do you think you're someone special? If you don't make me happy tonight, not only will your film be halted, but I could also ensure your career is over. Before Dong Chao could finish, Xiao Mu seized the glass from Yan Qingxuan's hand and smashed it against his head. Dong Chao cried out in pain, staggering backward as the crimson liquid streamed down his hair, creating a rather pitiful sight. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Dong. Some rushed to assist him, while others recoiled in fear, anxious about being caught in the fray. I sent you that Xiao from the auction. A few recognized Xiao Mu, recalling his impressive presence at the auction. Now, in this confrontation with Dong Chao, who would ultimately prevail? Yan Qingxian gazed at Xiao Mu, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Years ago, aboard a cruise ship, Xiao Mu had bravely intervened to save her. Sister Zhou's expression turned pale. How could it have escalated to violence? This incident would surely not end well. You bastard, you are finished. Dong Chao seethed, clutching the area where he had been struck, his expression twisted in fury. Even without bloodshed, being humiliated in front of so many had cost him dearly. Dong, step aside. Dong Chao shoved Sister Zhou aside and swung a fist at Xiao Mu. Smack. Xiao Mu gripped Dong Chao's fist, exerting a gradual force. Too slow, too weak. Dong Chao cried out in pain, his heart sinking. Was Xiao Mu a martial artist? Let go, it hurts. Bang. With a swift kick, Xiao Mu sent Dong Chao flying, who tumbled several times on the ground before regaining his balance. You little brat, don't think just because you're a martial artist, you can act with impunity. Someone. Seize him. Dong Chao, gritting his teeth in pain, pointed angrily at Xiao Mu. Today, I will make you learn how to write the word death. In no time. Dong Chao's two bodyguards charged at Xiao Mu. Bang. Bang. They were propelled backward at a speed surpassing their advance, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendering them unconscious. Impossible. Dong Chao's face turned pale. His bodyguards were at the pinnacle of the early dark energy stage. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, what should he do next? He couldn't just let this slide. Where would he put his face? Aren't you going to teach me how to write the word death? Xiao Mu remarked, advancing towards Dongqiao. Xiao, please, don't act rashly. Sister Zhou, fearing the conflict might escalate, swiftly blocked Xiao Mu while casting a stern glance at Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian stepped in front of Xiao Mu and gently shook her head. That is enough. Let us leave. If I just walk away, he will definitely trouble you later, Xiao Mu said calmly. I'm not afraid, at worst, I won't film anymore. Yan Qingxian replied, shaking her head. Just then, Dongqiao's phone rang. He glanced at the number on the screen, his eyes brightening as he hurriedly answered to Duan Shao. Have you arrived? Come in quickly, I've had someone beaten. What? Just wait, I'll be right in. Once he hung up, Dongqiao felt invigorated. This was someone of renown from the Cloud City's young talents list. Just wait, I will teach you how to write the word death. Gathering reinforcements, are we? Fine. I'll wait. Xiao Mu nodded, pulling a chair next to him to sit down, casually pouring himself a glass of red wine. Qingxian, would you like a glass? Sure. Yan Qingxian replied, glancing at Xiao Mu and nodding in agreement. Seeing Yan Qingxian clink glasses with Xiao Mu, Dongqiao was seething with rage. That wretched woman. How dare she? Just moments ago, he had insisted she couldn't drink, and now she was toasting with Xiao Mu. Qingxian, you are finished. I will ensure you can't survive in this circle. You will learn the rules of this industry. Dongqiao declared through clenched teeth, pointing at Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian ignored Dongqiao, her focus solely on Xiao Mu. As for his threats, she paid them no mind. At worst, she would leave the industry altogether. All her hard work and gradual rise to fame was for the sake of finding Xiao Mu, and now that she had found him, being blacklisted didn't matter. Furthermore, could Dongqiao truly blacklist her? It was unlikely. Dongqiao. A voice echoed from afar. Dongqiao, I'm over here. Upon hearing the voice, Dongqiao immediately called out. The crowd parted, revealing a figure approaching swiftly. When he saw Xiao Mu sitting there, savoring his wine, Dongqiao abruptly halted. How did he end up here? Did Dongqiao claim he had been attacked by him? Simultaneously, Xiao Mu noticed the newcomer, his expression turning peculiar. How could it be him? Duan Shao, it's him. He is relying on his status as a martial artist. Dongqiao pointed at Xiao Mu, nearly brought to tears. Hello? Dad, my stepmother has given birth. Alright, I'll return immediately. Before Dongqiao could finish his sentence, the newcomer took out his phone, placed it to his ear, and began to walk away. Dongqiao was bewildered. What was happening? Had his stepmother given birth? Xiao Mu also felt a sense of incredulity, wondering if this scene could be any more comical. Indeed, the person who had arrived was none other than Duan Sha. Internally cursing himself, Duan Sha lamented that he had vowed never to provoke Xiao Mu again, yet here he was, entangled once more. Damn Dongqiao. Couldn't you have made it clear who the person to be avoided was? Duan Shao, where are you going? Dongqiao shouted, straining his voice. Did you not hear what I said on the phone? My stepmother just had a baby, I need to hurry back. Duan Sha retorted bitterly. Make your stepmother wait a bit longer, and first, take care of this brat. Dongqiao insisted, gesturing towards Xiao Mu. Duan Sha felt an intense urge to slap Dongqiao. But remembering the times Dongqiao had sent him starlets, he restrained himself. Can giving birth wait? Don't block my way, lives are at stake. Just as Duan Sha pushed past Dongqiao to leave, Xiao Mu's voice rang out, Duan Shao, are you truly so arrogant? Can't you see me sitting right here? At Xiao Mu's words, Duan Sha's body stiffened, and he turned around, forcing a smile. Xiao, you jest. How could I not see you? Since you see me, why not greet me? Xiao Mu replied coolly. Ahem, it's just that my stepmother is giving birth. And I'm in a hurry. Xiao, please, carry on with your business. Another day, I'll host you for a meal, Duan Sha said, attempting to make his escape once more. Since you are already here, you might as well sit down and let your stepmother wait a bit longer, Xiao Mu stated, refusing to let Duan Sha leave. Given that he and Dongqiao were acquainted, it was all the more fortuitous. He would handle the situation to prevent Dongqiao from harboring any further thoughts. Alright then. Duan Sha, feeling he could not refuse, approached Xiao Mu. Xiao, What brings you here? What? You can come, but I cannot. Xiao Mu arched an eyebrow. No, of course you can. In Yun City. Where is there a place you cannot go? Duansha forced a smile, showing no regard for his own pride. As Dong Chao listened to their exchange and observed the obsequious grin on Duansha's face, he was left in a state of confusion. After all, Duansha was one of the top young masters of Yun City and a prodigy on the esteemed list of talents. How could he be smiling like a servant in front of Xiao Mu? Not only was Dong Chao bewildered, but everyone present was equally perplexed. Dong Chao's acquaintance was groveling before Xiao Mu as if he were a mere servant. What was going on? Was Xiao Mu truly of such significant stature? Only those who had witnessed the auction, where Duansha had shown utmost respect to Xiao Mu and even spent 2.5 million to purchase a gilded Buddha statue as an apology, understood the situation. They felt a sense of amusement. Dong Chao was stepping in to defend someone who had already been humiliated. Was he that foolish? Do you know this guy? Want to come to his aid? Xiao Mu pointed at Dong Chao and inquired. I know him, but we are not close. Duansha glanced at Dong Chao. Don't blame me, it's this guy who is just too intimidating. Dong Chao's heart sank. Not close. As I presented you with a renowned actress, you embraced me while calling me your dear brother. Was that merely a jest? If we are not well acquainted, then it simplifies matters. If he dares to bully me, will you intervene? After all, we are both from Yun City, and we must stand united against external threats. A faint smile graced Xiao Mu's lips. How about you incapacitate him for me? Well, you see, Mr. Xiao, our guest has traveled from afar. Duansha hesitated. It seemed trivial to show humility. Yet if he truly rendered Dong Chao incapacitated, it would be rather unreasonable. If word gets out, who would dare to associate with him? Just because he is a guest? Does that grant him the right to mistreat me? After Xiao Mu spoke, he slowly approached Dong Chao. What do you intend to do? Dong Chao panicked. Duansha displayed a demeanor akin to a servant before Xiao Mu, a clear indication that this individual was not to be trifled with. Tonight, it felt as if he had encountered an impenetrable barrier. Do you wish to ensure that Qing Xuan struggles to survive? Do you want her to learn the rules of the industry? Come, enlighten me on the customs within your circle. Xiao Mu stood before Dong Chao, calmly inquiring. Goodness! Is this what transpires over a mere meal? Duansha glanced at Qing Xuan, suddenly realizing that today's affair stemmed from a woman. This enchanting lady truly embodies the notion of a femme fatale. He longed to caution Dong Chao to yield and admit his fault, lest he encounter dire consequences. Yet, in Xiao Mu's presence, he dared not offer such advice, fearing Xiao Mu might perceive him as an ally of Dong Chao. Dong Chao's expression shifted. He had already lost face today, and to further cower would shatter his pride. Do you wish for her to be unable to continue her career in Yun City? When did it become your prerogative to dictate matters in Yun City? Xiao Mu raised his hand and gently patted Dong Chao's face. Duansha, does he truly hold authority in Yun City? Of course not, Dong Chao, you should hastily apologize to Mr. Xiao. Duansha promptly interjected, seizing the opportunity to remind Dong Chao. Gritting his teeth, Dong Chao remained silent. Soon, his father would arrive, a man with connections among the prominent families of Yun City. And then Xiao Mu would face dire repercussions. Even if Xiao Mu is the pinnacle of Yun City's elite, what of it? He remains one of the 4 young masters of the entertainment industry. Slap. Just as Dong Chao pondered how to retaliate against Xiao Mu, he felt a sharp pain across his face. Almost immediately, a blow landed in his stomach, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. Dong Chao cried out in pain, and before he could rise, a size 40 shoe pressed down upon his chest. Rules? In other places, I may hesitate to speak. But in Yun City, remember this, my rules are the law. Xiao Mu towered over him, his voice icy. Let me go. Dong Chao felt a deep sense of humiliation as he struggled fiercely. This was no longer merely a loss of face, Xiao Mu had ground his visage into the dirt. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions shifted. It was brutal. How would Dong Chao navigate the industry from here on? This would be a lifelong disgrace. Duansha could only shake his head in resignation. He had won the fool to bow his head and concede. And now look at the embarrassment he had brought upon himself. Ask Duansha if my words carry weight in Yun City. Xiao Mu turned to glance at him. Indeed. Young Master Xiao is a figure among the top 3 on the talents list and also the head of the Xiao family, Duansha proclaimed loudly. Intending to remind Duan Chao to concede, he stood no chance against Xiao Mu. If Duan Chao persisted in his defiance, he would be courting his own demise. Upon hearing Duansha's words, Duan Chao was left dumbfounded. The top 3 on the talents list. Particularly the latter part about the head of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is the pinnacle of Yun City, isn't it? Wasn't the head of the Xiao family Xiao Zhangye? When did the leadership change? The crowd was equally astonished by Xiao Mu's background. Numerous female celebrities brightened at the revelation, almost eager to rush forward and inquire if young Master Xiao required a charming accessory to accompany him. Step aside. A deep voice resonated from outside. Mr. Dong. Dong Jingwei had arrived, surely to defend his son. The crowd parted as several men strode in. The leading man, witnessing Duan Chao being trodden upon, felt a flicker of murderous intent flash through his eyes before it quickly dissipated. Father! Duan Chao cried upon seeing the leading man, nearly brought to tears. The younger had been subdued, and now the elder had arrived. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. If necessary, he could deal with the elder as well. Presumptuous. Dong Jingwei thundered, his face turned. It appeared that Dong Jingwei was about to erupt in rage. Naturally, any father would be incensed to see his son disrespected. As a prominent figure in the industry, surely he could confront this young Master Xiao right. Amidst murmurs from the crowd, Dong Jingwei pointed at Duan Chao and scolded. You have gone too far, daring to provoke anyone. Duan Chao was bewildered. He had hoped his father would defend him, yet here he was being reprimanded. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Young Master Xiao, I sincerely apologize. My son is quite foolish and has offended you. Dong Jingwei approached with a forced smile. Please. Do not hold it against him for the sake of my old face. Xiao Mu regarded Dong Jingwei, surprised by his sensitivity to the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly withdrew his foot from Duan Chao. Your son mentioned wanting to teach me how to write the word death. Since he cannot, perhaps you could enlighten me. Young Master Xiao jested. After speaking, Dong Jingwei viciously kicked Duan Chao. Get up and apologize to young Master Xiao. Dad, I. Duan Chao felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Silence. Apologize. Dong Jingwei barked. If you do not apologize, I shall break your legs. Young Master Xiao. I am sorry, Duan Chao gritted his teeth, compelled to acquiesce. Qingxian is my good friend, and your son has threatened to blacklist her. Xiao Mu disregarded Duan Chao and addressed Dong Jingwei. Young master, please do not heed his nonsense, Dong Jingwei interjected hurriedly. Rest assured, that will not come to pass. I am not worried. If he dares to blacklist Qingxian, I shall take his life, Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. Hearing Xiao Mu's declaration, Duan Chao yearned to retort with a boastful remark, yet the grave expression on his father's face rendered him mute. Rest assured. Such a thing will not occur, Dong Jingwei stated solemnly. I shall expel him from Yun City immediately. Others may dismiss Xiao Mu's words, but he could not afford to take them lightly. On his way here, he had thoroughly investigated Xiao Mu. If he could dare to kill his own uncle, what could he not do to others? The most terrifying aspect was that with Xiao Zhangye deceased, Xiao Mu remained unscathed. The enforcers paid him no heed. Fine, since Mr. Dong has spoken, I shall show some leniency. Let today's incident conclude here. Xiao Mu nodded, recognizing Dong Jingwei's tactfulness. He refrained from being overly aggressive. Thank you. Young Master Xiao, Dong Jingwei exhaled in relief and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. We shall not impose further, young Master Xiao. Enjoy your evening. Subsequently, Dong Jingwei departed the banquet with Dong Chao. Further, whereupon exiting, Dong Chao halted, visibly enraged. Silence. This brat has killed his own uncle. Do you truly believe he would hesitate to eliminate you? Dong Jingwei replied sharply. For a woman, he would forsake his life. If you do not amend your ways, you will inevitably fall victim to such folly. What? Dong Chao was taken aback, his expression shifting. He has committed murder, yet the police or enforcers have not apprehended him. That is the most frightful aspect. Dong Jingwei produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. You must leave Yun City at once. Do not entertain any intentions towards Yan Qingxian. Understood. Dong Chao glanced at his father, suppressing any further protests. As for today's matter, I shall not let it go easily, but it must be approached with caution. Dong Jingwei narrowed his eyes. Leave this matter to me, do not concern yourself. The banquet hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Dong Jingwei's demeanor unsettled the attendees, who felt a palpable tension. The figure of young Master Xiao loomed larger and more formidable than they had anticipated. Otherwise, how could Dong Jingwei possibly be so forgiving? Female celebrities glanced between Xiao Mu and Yan Qingxian, consumed with jealousy, lamenting why it wasn't them who had captured the affection of such a prominent figure. Several young men speculated whether Xiao Mu had a particular penchant for women, wondering if they too might have a chance. Since young Master Duan is here, shall we share a drink? Xiao Mu disregarded the gazes directed at him and addressed Duan Sha. Very well, Duan Sha responded eagerly. Pouring a drink for Xiao Mu before serving Yan Qingxian. Young Master, Miss Yan, I raise a toast to you both. You may simply call me by my name. Xiao Mu replied. Old Duan, no need for such formality, I am no demon. He clapped Duan Sha on the shoulder. Indeed, Duan Sha chuckled, though inwardly he mused. Even demons would bow before you. How is your wife's delivery? When your brother reaches his first month, do remember to send me an invitation. Xiao Mu suddenly recalled. Of course, Duan Sha's smile faltered. Is he doing this on purpose? After exchanging a few casual remarks, Duan Sha hastily excused himself under the pretext of attending to his wife's childbirth. Being in the presence of Xiao Mu instilled in him a sense of discomfort. As if sitting on pins and needles, fearing to provoke this formidable figure. If he could not confront him, he would keep his distance. With Duan Sha gone, Xiao Mu did not linger. He had never belonged to this circle. Following Dong Chao's incident, the glances cast upon him were either laced with fear or ingratiation. Such an environment was not to his liking. Xiao Mu, thank you for tonight, came a voice from behind. In the passenger seat, Yan Qingxian gazed at Xiao Mu, chuckling. Why thank me? After all, it was because of me that he lost his temper. Xiao Mu shook his head. No, had it not been for you tonight, it would have been far more difficult for me to shake him off. Yan Qingxian offered a wry smile. Dong Chao's reputation in our circle is well known. Rest assured, he won't dare to provoke you again. Are you full? If not, should we find another place to sit for a while? I think I'll pass on dinner. Let us just find a spot to relax for a bit. All right. A few minutes later, they arrived by the river. Yan Qingxuan's peripheral vision remained fixed on Xiao Mu. The scenic river view elevated her spirits, and she wished for their stroll to continue indefinitely. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Xiao Mu turned, smiling as he inquired. No, Yan Qingxuan's cheeks flushed, shaking her head. Shall we dine together tomorrow evening? I don't have that much money. Xiao Mu joked. I'm not asking for your money, I can cover it, Yan Qingxian replied hastily. Ha, just teasing you, Xiao Mu chuckled. I probably won't be free tomorrow, let us wait a few days, and I'll call you then. Sounds good. Yan Qingxian regarded Xiao Mu, yearning to inquire if he had a girlfriend. The question lingered on her lips, yet she restrained herself. What's the matter? Do you have something to say to me? Nothing. They engaged in light conversation, meandering along the riverside until Sister Zhou called again. I need to head back, Yan Qingxian softly stated as she ended the call. All right. I'll escort you home, Xiao Mu nodded. Yan Qingxian felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he said not to return tonight, she would have gladly stayed. After dropping her off at the hotel, Xiao Mu drove back to the Xiao residence. Just as he neared home, a sense of danger crept over him. He slowed the car, scanning the surroundings. Had someone set their sights on him? Who could it be? Could it be Dong Chao or someone sent by Dong Jingwei? As he pondered, a figure emerged ahead, brandishing a glinting knife. Finally, Xiao Mu recognized it as one of Chu Dongqing's subordinates. He pressed the accelerator hard, crashing into the man. The assailant, clearly unprepared for such an audacious move, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! The man was sent sprawling, blood spewing forth. His weapon clattered to the ground. He screamed, multiple bones shattered, unable to rise. What a fool, thinking himself invincible, Xiao Mu mocked as he exited the vehicle. Xiao Mu, anyone who dares harm my people, tonight shall meet their demise, her chilling voice resonated from behind. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. You finally arrived, Xiao Mu replied, not glancing back at the fallen man but turning to face Chu Dongqing. Your efficiency is lacking. Hand over the Dan furnace and the Shen Jade bottle, and I'll grant you a swift end. Chu Dongqing approached slowly, folding his fan. On this dark and windy night, if you kneel and bow 3 times, I too might grant you a swift end. Xiao Mu smiled slightly, revealing the Minghong knife. Divine weapon. A glint of greed flickered in Chu Dongqing's eyes as he beheld the treasured blade. This sword shall also belong to me. In the next moment, he exerted force beneath his feet, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing directly towards Xiao Mu. The 3rd level of innate mastery. Xiao Mu gazed at the approaching Chu Dongqing with a hint of astonishment. No wonder he dared to kill and seize treasures, he was indeed formidable. Xiao Mu. Do not presume that being 3rd on the Yun City Talents ranking makes you exceptional, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Chu Dongqing's murderous intent intensified. And with a flick of his folding fan, it emitted a sharp sound, slicing towards Xiao Mu like a blade. Xiao Mu swiftly dodged the strike. And with a fierce swing of the Minghong blade, he retaliated. The clash echoed, sending Chu Dongqing staggering back a few steps, his expression shifting. How could he be at a disadvantage with that blow? Impossible. You are correct, there are indeed greater beings beyond. As Xiao Mu seized the moment, he advanced relentlessly towards Chu Dongqing, declaring, and I am the sky you look up to. With fury, Chu Dongqing snapped his fan shut and thrust it towards Xiao Mu's throat. Unyielding, Xiao Mu did not flinch. His Minghong blade slicing towards Chu Dongqing's neck with the force of thunder, swift as lightning. Chu Dongqing's countenance paled. And he was compelled to abandon his lethal strike, retreating swiftly. The crimson hue of the Minghong blade radiated, resembling streaks of red lightning that illuminated the night sky, encircling Chu Dongqing and leaving him with no escape. The fierce aura of death permeated the air in that instant. The slumbering divine weapon awakened at this moment. Truly, it is an imperial weapon, Xiao Mu remarked as he beheld the bloodthirsty red glow of the Minghong blade, invigorated by its presence. Today, I shall use you to honor this imperial weapon. Though you may not be worthy, you will suffice. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Chu Dongqing was infuriated. His fan swung relentlessly, attempting to break through the myriad of blade illusions, yet he found himself flustered, regretting his decision to kill and seize treasures. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his subordinates lying motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Damn it! Chu Dongqing cursed inwardly. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Mu would defy convention? When one encounters an obstruction, is it not instinctive to halt? Yet, he had brazenly ended a life instead. A dragon's roar emanated from the Minghong blade. In the next instant, the bloodthirsty red glow surged, as if blood coursed through the blade. With a sharp crack, the special material of the folding fan was severed. Chu Dongqing felt a sudden lightness in his hand and instinctively retreated, but it was already too late. The blade's light flashed, tearing through his garments, blood gushing forth. Chu Dongqing cried out in pain, stumbling backward, glancing down at the source of his agony. A wound over 10 centimeters long marred his chest, flesh torn and blood visible down to the bone. Impossible. Shock and rage coursed through Chu Dongqing. Among the younger generation of the Medicine God Valley, he was ranked within the top 10. How could a mundane martial family produce such an extraordinary prodigy? Continue. I preferred your earlier arrogant demeanor, Xiao Mu remarked with a playful smile, advancing once more towards Chu Dongqing. In desperation, Chu Dongqing discarded the shattered fan and turned to flee. Where do you think you are going? Xiao Mu activated the chaos technique. His speed surging as he instantaneously appeared behind Chu Dongqing, delivering a decisive strike. The menacing intent of the blade caused Chu Dongqing's heart to tremble, and he lunged forward in a desperate bid for escape. The blade descended, carving a deep pit into the ground. Chu Dongqing rolled several times on the ground, covered in mud and utterly disheveled. He gazed at Xiao Mu, his face a mask of terror. I warned you, there is only one life to spare. Think carefully before you come here. Xiao Mu, brandishing his knife, advanced step by step, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. Xiao Mu. I am a co-disciple of the medicine god Valley. My master is. Chu Dongqing retreated, panic surging within him. There is no need to mention that. Not to inform me of your master's prowess. Xiao Mu interrupted him. I kill regardless of status. No, Xiao Mu, let us pretend today never happened, shall we? As long as you allow me to live, I assure you I will not seek revenge. Fear gripped Chu Dongqing as he discerned the deadly resolve in Xiao Mu's eyes. At this moment, you still act so arrogantly. You think I would simply let you go and not hold it against you? Xiao Mu scoffed, raising his Minghong knife. Shouldn't you be on your knees begging for mercy right now? At those words, Chu Dongqing felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he declared. Xiao Mu, if I perish by your hand, the medicine god Valley will not spare you, nor will my master. In the end, even the Xiao family will face ruin. That is more like it. You can either kneel and beg for mercy or stand firm. I prefer a man of resilience. I am eager to see whose resolve is stronger, yours or my blades. With that, Xiao Mu swung his knife down. No. Chu Dongqing cried out. Rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the strike. He yearned to rise and confront Xiao Mu, but found it nearly impossible. Is it truly the case that those from powerful factions can behave so tyrannically? Xiao Mu's expression turned cold, and then he struck again. With a splatter of blood. Chu Dongqing howled in agony. No, please don't kill me, Xiao Mu. I was wrong. Too late for mercy, Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. His demeanor indifferent and unyielding. If he were weak, would Chu Dongqing spare him? Absolutely not. His demise would be far more tragic. The killer is perpetually pursued by death. Xiao Mu, spare me. I possess elixirs, I can offer them to you. I swear I will no longer oppose you. Chu Dongqing scrambled backward, using all his limbs in desperation. Xiao Mu's interest piqued, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a small purple gold god. Do you know what this is? Chu Dongqing blinked at the sight of the purple gold god, momentarily stunned before his eyes widened in disbelief. How could the medicine god be in your possession? It's impossible. The medicine god. Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. What purpose does it serve? No. How could you possess the medicine god? Chu Dongqing seemed oblivious to Xiao Mu's words, lost in astonishment, even neglecting his own injuries. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu raised his knife, pressing it against Chu Dongqing's throat. The cold blade, infused with a bloodthirsty aura, jolted Chu Dongqing back to reality. Speak. What is the use of the medicine god? Xiao Mu demanded coldly. You don't recognize the medicine god? Chu Dongqing exclaimed in shock, hope igniting within him. If you spare my life, I will tell you. With so many people in the medicine god Valley, I might as well seek answers from someone else. Xiao Mu scoffed, and deterred, as Chu Dongqing dared to use this as leverage for his life. Behold, the divine herb god. The most treasured possession of the divine herb Valley and a symbol of the Valley Master was said to have vanished hundreds of years ago, Chu Dongqing hurriedly proclaimed. Xiao Mu, I have confided in you, I beg you, spare me. Indeed, Xiao Mu's gaze flickered. This small god, akin to the Wujialing, was a token of the sect leader. Was the foremost treasure merely a symbol of the Valley Master, or did it possess further significance? How is the divine herb god utilized? I do not know, only the Valley Master holds that knowledge, Chu Dongqing replied, shaking his head. Please do not kill me. I truly do not know. Xiao Mu, if you release me, I can assist you in becoming the Valley Master. Chu Dongqing gazed at the divine herb god and declared loudly, without my support, they surely will not believe you. I fear that if I release you, you will promptly relay the news of the divine herb god being in my possession back to the divine herb Valley, and then seek my life, Xiao Mu scoffed. No. That will not happen. Chu Dongqing's heart raced. How could he possibly know? Do you have any further statements? If not, let us part ways. Xiao Mu sheathed the purple gold god and tightened his grip on the knife. Xiao Mu, please, I beg of you, I was wrong, Chu Dongqing cried, tears streaming down his face. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old daughter. An 80-year-old mother? Ha, your mother must have been quite aged when she bore you. Xiao Mu mocked with a smirk. You are, after all, a co-disciple of the divine Herb Valley, preserve some dignity. No, Xiao Mu, do not kill me. Chu Dongqing pleaded, attempting to kneel and bow his head. Why not maintain some semblance of honor? Xiao Mu shook his head, thrusting the Minghong knife forward, swiftly severing Chu Dongqing's throat. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Gargling, Chu Dongqing clutched his throat as crimson streamed through his fingers. He attempted to speak, but only strange sounds escaped his lips. His visage was etched with terror and agony, steeped in profound regret. Life is singular, ponder it well before you act. He recalled Xiao Mu's words, which he had dismissed previously, and now filled with remorse. Xiao Mu sheathed his blade, and Chu Dongqing collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Not far away, a man awakened, coincidentally witnessing the murder. He screamed in horror, striving to rise and flee. I knew you were not dead. Xiao Mu glanced at him, and the Minghong knife flew from his hand like a streak of red lightning. Thud. The blade pierced through him. The man let out a harrowing scream, staggering forward a few steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. Xiao Mu approached, retrieving the knife, surveying the surroundings, and producing his phone to dial the elder of the 5 clans. After a brief exchange, he hung up and bent down to search Chu Dongqing's body. Soon, he uncovered several porcelain vials and a mobile device among other items. Not even a storage treasure. Utterly worthless, Xiao Mu scoffed, stowing the vials into his Chen Quan ring. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, the elder of the 5 clans arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, his expression shifted. Who are they? Members of the divine Herb Valley. If they discover their demise here, it will spell trouble not just for me, but for the Xiao clan as well. Xiao Mu replied coolly. Upon hearing the name Yaoshan Valley, the expression of the 5 clan elder shifted dramatically. Do you truly understand the gravity of the situation? Do you still dare to kill? They come to slay me, and I merely present my neck for them to strike. Xiao Mu glanced at the 5 clan elder. Grandfather, you once stated that you are worthy of my trust, thus, I have entrusted you with this conclusion. The 5 clan elder's forehead pulsed with veins, then he exclaimed. I sincerely thank your ancestors for 8 generations. He cast his gaze upon the lifeless body before him, feeling as though he had been ensnared by pirates. Killing those from Yaoshan Valley presented a far greater ordeal than dealing with the Chu family. Quickly, move the bodies to the carriage and clean this scene thoroughly. The 5 clan elder commanded his 2 grandsons. Understood. The 2 grandsons, having regained their composure, now regarded Xiao Mu with eyes filled with admiration. This Xiao Mu is truly formidable, he dares to eliminate anyone. Young individuals naturally revere the powerful. At present, in their eyes, Xiao Mu embodied the essence of a decisive and formidable leader. I leave this in your hands, I shall take my leave. Xiao Mu stated succinctly as he prepared to depart. Where are you going? The 5 clan elder inquired hastily. I am going back to sleep, it is late at night. After all, what purpose would there be in remaining awake? Xiao Mu replied, somewhat puzzled. You all should finish your tasks and retire early. Good night. The 5 clan elder watched Xiao Mu's retreating figure, rendered speechless. How could he have the audacity to sleep after slaying those from Yaoshan Valley? What audacity he possesses. Grandfather. For the first time, I find him exceptionally impressive, one grandson murmured. Impressive, you say? The 5 clan elder regarded his grandson, pondering the recklessness of acting without regard for consequences. Is that not foolishness? Impressive. The other grandson nodded vigorously. Grandfather, are you now associating with Xiao Mu? Could you introduce us to him? We wish to follow in his footsteps. Although they were of the same generation as Xiao Mu, he had not once regarded them since their introduction. In the past, they would have felt disgruntled, however, at this moment, they felt no such discontent. Instead, they believed that a true figure of authority ought to embody such arrogance and dominance, standing unparalleled. Am I to be shamed for associating with him, the mere clan elder? The 5 clan elder nearly scolded them but reconsidered. After all, Xiao Mu had summoned him with a single call, could this not be deemed as being in his circle? Certainly, there was no shame in it. Grandfather, I have a sensation that Xiao Mu will undoubtedly lead the Xiao family to become the pinnacle of prominence. Indeed. Both grandsons concurred. Or let us not speak of being the pinnacle of prominence just yet, we must first navigate through this crisis. If Yashan Valley discovers that their members have perished here, the Xiao family will undoubtedly face grave peril, the 5 clan elders coughed, surveying the surroundings. Hasten to clean up. Remember, no one is to speak of this incident tonight. Understood, the 2 grandsons replied in unison. Meanwhile, within a certain villa. Young Master Luo. I did not dare to approach, but it appears that Chu Dongqing has not yet departed, an informant reported. Has not departed. Could it be that he was slain by Xiao Mu? Luo Hongxin's expression shifted dramatically as he sat on the sofa. Chu Dongqing is a formidable warrior of the 3rd layer. If even he cannot contend with Xiao Mu, then I stand no chance. What of Xiao Mu? What is his condition? Unclear. Keep a close watch on the Xiao family. I wish to ascertain whether Xiao Mu has sustained any serious injuries. Yes. Go back to the scene and see if you can uncover anything. Luo Hongxin narrowed his eyes. A formidable figure like Chu Dongqing could not have left no trace. If anything is discovered, inform me promptly. The confidant nodded and turned to leave. Luo Hongxin steadied his thoughts and poured himself a glass of red wine from the table. If Chu Dongqing were to perish, I would undoubtedly fall short against Xiao Mu. I can only hope he is gravely injured. If Chu Dongqing dies, will Yashan Valley simply let it go? Luo Hongxin swallowed the wine in his glass, various thoughts flashing through his mind as a sinister expression suddenly crossed his face. If Chu Dongqing truly meets his end, I shall send someone to inform Yashan Valley, and then Xiao Mu will be finished. Not just Xiao Mu, but the Xiao family would likely face grave troubles as well. I shall then seek the opportunity to swallow the Xiao family whole, allowing the Luo family to surpass the Chu family and ascend as the foremost clan in Yun City. Xiao Mu, dear Xiao Mu, do not blame me. One must look out for oneself or face divine retribution. The night passed in silence, and dawn broke swiftly. Having taken a life, Xiao Mu did not suffer from insomnia. Rather, he slept soundly. As for Yashan Valley, he bore little concern, for it was Chu Dongqing who had initiated the violence and breached the rules. He was merely exercising justifiable self-defense. Should Yashan Valley indeed seek trouble, he would approach the enforcers, for the chief of Yun City's enforcers was a comrade of his father's. And the second in command was his subordinate. No, this matter should not be settled privately. The wrongdoers ought to be the first to complain. No. He should uphold his rights through the enforcers. Xiao Mu muttered as he had breakfast. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Ruoshi inquired, gazing at Xiao Mu. Huh? Oh, nothing. Xiao Mu replied, choosing his words carefully to prevent his sister from worrying. What are your plans for today? I intend to visit the company, Xiao Ruoshi stated. I'll be stopping by the Chu family, sister. Do you need me to accompany you? Xiao Mu looked at Xiao Ruoshi. No need, you go about your business. I can manage on my own, Xiao Ruoshi shook her head. Very well. Xiao Mu did not press further, believing that Xiao Ruoshi should have her own life and not center everything around him. After breakfast, Xiao Mu sought out the elder of the 5 clans. Grandfather. Where is the body? Buried on the mountain, came the reply. Already? Xiao Mu frowned, as he had contemplated handing it over to the enforcers to instigate trouble for Yashan Valley. Though formidable, Yashan Valley could not rival the enforcers. Indeed, to be cautious, they had disposed of the body, ensuring that even if discovered, no one would know who it belonged to. The elder of the 5 clans nodded. You are truly ruthless, he remarked. Xiao Mu smirked. Well, since the body was already destroyed, it was best not to involve the enforcers. One must be resolute, for it concerned the life and death of the Xiao family. The elder of the 5 clans spoke solemnly. Indeed, you are right, grandfather. I shall learn from you. Xiao Mu praised, giving a thumbs up. Do not, you are already sufficiently ruthless, no need to learn further. The elder's face twitched slightly as he called in his 2 grandsons. Last night, these 2 young rascals stated that they wish to follow you. Although they may be lacking in capability, they excel in loyalty. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Jia. Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback. Brother Mu. The 2 greeted respectfully. Please, You are older than I ought to refer to you as brothers, Xiao Mu said, turning to the elder of the 5 clans. 5th Grandpa. What do you mean by mixing with me? It implies that they follow your lead and do your bidding, which is more reassuring than relying on outsiders. Is that not inappropriate? Brother Mu, we genuinely wish to align ourselves with you. We assure you of our unwavering loyalty, the two hastily declared. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words but reflected on how these two had not wronged him over the years, so he agreed. By the way, 5th Grandpa. My sister is going out, could you arrange for someone to protect her? I understand, came the reply. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Mu departed, driving towards the Chu family estate. Along the way, he called Chenjisha. Upon arriving at the Chu residence, he was greeted at the entrance by Chu Yongnian and a group of people. Such courtesy. Xiao Mu murmured as he halted the car. Seeing the halted Bentley and recalling Chenjisha's earlier call, Chu Yongnian stepped forward. The esteemed mentor of Chenjisha might very well extend the elder's life thus. Any display of respect was warranted. With a thud, the car door swung open, and Xiao Mu emerged. Chu Yongnian froze momentarily upon recognizing Xiao Mu. Why is it him? Was there a misunderstanding? He isn't Chenjisha's mentor. Or, Uncle Chu, how overly polite of you to wait at the entrance. Xiao Mu greeted with a smile. Chu Yongnian was speechless. Was he truly waiting for Xiao Mu? Nevertheless, he managed a smile. It is merely my esteemed nephew, Xiao. Who is he? Came a whisper from those following Chu Yongnian. Xiao Mu, the current head of the Xiao family. Is it him? He has been the talk of Yun City recently. This is my first encounter. Are you Xiao Mu? A voice called out. Xiao Mu turned to see a striking and confident young woman. Yes, I am Xiao Mu. And you are? I am Chu Ling, and I wish to challenge you. The girl declared boldly. Chu Ling? Challenge me? Xiao Mu was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. Ahem, esteemed nephew Xiao, this is my daughter, Chu Yongnian interjected with a cough, introducing her. She has been learning away from home and just returned yesterday. Realization dawned on Xiao Mu. She had returned after acquiring skills and sought to challenge him due to his rumored strength. Xiao Mu, do you dare accept the challenge? Chu Ling stepped forward, her fighting spirit igniting. Chu, cease this foolishness, Chu Yongnian scolded, then turned to Xiao Mu, steering the conversation away. By the way, esteemed nephew Xiao, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Chu family? I come at the behest of Chenjisha, Xiao Mu replied. What? Chen the divine doctor sent you? Chu Yongnian and the others were taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Mu affirmed with a smile. Is Chen the divine doctor's mentor in your vehicle? Chu Yongnian snapped back to reality, glancing at the rear seat of the Bentley. A thought crossed his mind. Xiao Mu, who had been incapacitated for years, suddenly stood and appeared even stronger. Could this be related to Chenjisha's mentor? Moreover, he had heard that Xiao Zhontian was on the brink of death. Yet he had seemingly recovered. If his assumptions were correct, everything would make sense. With this realization, Chu Yongnian became increasingly excited. Chenjisha's mentor must be extraordinary. Indeed. I am Chenjisha's mentor, Xiao Mu said with a beaming smile. What? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Chu Yongnian's eyes widened in disbelief. He is the master of Chenjisha. What a preposterous joke. The members of the Chu family were equally astonished, their reactions mirroring that of Chu Yongnian. None of them willing to accept such an absurdity. Even those unfamiliar with Chenjisha were aware of the esteemed physician's considerable age. How could his master possibly be a mere youth in his 20s? This was utterly ridiculous. Were it not for Xiao Mu's unusual status, someone would have already expressed their contempt. How dare he come to the Chu family to jest? Such audacity. Xiao Xianzi, this jest is ill-advised, Chu Yongnian remarked, his smile fading slightly. I am not jesting, Chenjisha truly regards me as his master, Xiao Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Otherwise, why would I come to the Chu family? Chu Yongnian's expression shifted. Could it be that he spoke the truth? If it were a fabrication, how would he know of Chenjisha? Do you possess knowledge of medicine? Chu Ling scrutinized Xiao Mu with curiosity. Well, I have a basic understanding, Xiao Mu replied with a smile and a nod. After all, how could I stand after being paralyzed for several years? Upon hearing this, Chu Yongnian found himself compelled to accept that Xiao Mu was indeed Chen Jisha's master. Yet, belief aside, there remained an absurdity to the situation. Dare I inquired Xiao Xianzi, how did you acquire such medical skills? Well, during my time lying around with little to do, I perused medical texts. I suppose one could say I am self-taught, Xiao Mu responded. Listening to Xiao Mu's words, Chu Yongnian and the others were left bewildered. Paralyzed, with nothing to occupy his time, he simply read medical books. And then became self-taught. Was this even plausible? Who would believe such a tale? Indeed, Xiao Mu affirmed, somewhat lacking in confidence upon witnessing their reactions. Xiao Xianzi is truly remarkable. Chu Yongnian managed a strained smile. Were it not for this young man's current prowess, he would have been dismissed long ago. Since you are indeed the master of the esteemed Chen, please come inside. Very well, Xiao Mu nodded, slowly making his way into the Chu residence. Do you believe what he claims about self-learning? Someone from the Chu family inquired behind him. Who would believe such nonsense? Only a fool would, another scoffed. He clearly thinks we are all simpletons. Lower your voices, he must harbor some secrets that he cannot reveal. Chu Yongnian shot them a glance, prompting silence as the group hurried to catch up. Upon arriving in the reception hall, they took their seats and served tea. Xiao Xianzi. Let us enjoy a cup of tea here while we await Chen Jisha's arrival, after which we shall visit my grandfather, Chu Yongnian suggested. Certainly, Xiao Mu thought to himself. Secretly amused, they still held reservations about his medical abilities. Yet, it was understandable, if a young person in their 20s claimed to be a self-taught physician. He too would be skeptical. Xiao Xianzi, how did you come to know Chen Jisha? Chu Yongnian asked with curiosity. Not long ago, my second uncle invited old Chen to treat my grandfather. After some interaction, he insisted on taking me as his disciple, and I could not refuse. Xiao Mu explained with a hint of resignation. Now it makes sense, Chu Yongnian replied, the enlightenment dawning upon him. He did not believe in Xiao Mu's self-taught prowess. Yet he refrained from further inquiries. I hear you intend to challenge Luo Hongxun. If victorious, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Tianzhou ranking. Chu Ling suddenly remarked. Indeed, Xiao Mu nodded. The challenge is scheduled for the beginning of the month. It is but a few days away. Once you triumph over Luo Hongxun, I shall challenge you, Chu Ling declared earnestly. In terms of innate strength, you are indeed superior to Luo Hongxun. Xiao Mu smiled as he regarded Chu Ling. Chu Ling's expression shifted subtly. How could he discern his realm? Even Chu Yongnian's gaze flickered with intrigue as he scrutinized Xiao Mu. It was noteworthy that throughout their conversation, he had failed to perceive Xiao Mu's realm. Either Xiao Mu possessed a unique method for concealing his level, or he was even stronger than Chu Yongnian himself. Given that he was at the 6th level of innate strength, the notion that Xiao Mu could surpass him was utterly terrifying. This individual is extraordinary. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, Chu Yongnian resolved in his heart. What realm are you at? Chu Ling asked bluntly. It's a secret. Xiao Mu replied with a smile. In truth, even he was uncertain about his ancient martial arts level. After all, facing someone at the 3rd level of innate strength felt like child's play. I wish to challenge you, do you dare accept? Chu Ling glared at Xiao Mu. Her fighting spirit ignited. How about this, once you have witnessed my battle with Luo Hongxun, then decide whether to challenge me, Xiao Mu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Very well, Chu Ling acquiesced, eager to witness Xiao Mu's strength. Haha, Xiao Xianzi, please forgive her, she has been somewhat unruly in her upbringing, Chu Yongnian chuckled. When you face Luo Hongxun, I shall personally accompany her to observe. Alright, Xiao Mu nodded, confident that once he sent Luo Hongxun flying, Chu Ling would have no inclination to challenge him unless she had a penchant for masochism. Just as they were enjoying tea and casual conversation, Chen Jisha arrived. Master. Without waiting for Chu Yongnian to greet him, Chen Jisha hurried forward, kneeling before Xiao Mu and bowing 3 times with great fervor. This spectacle left Chu Yongnian and the others utterly astonished. What are you doing, old Chen? Xiao Mu asked, both amused and bewildered. As he quickly helped Chen Jisha back to his feet. Master, this is a matter of etiquette, Chen Jisha replied solemnly. One must not neglect propriety. All right. Let us forgo such formalities in the future. Xiao Mu waved his hand, then turned to Chu Yongnian and the others. I apologize for the spectacle. No need to apologize. Chu Yongnian regained his composure, shaking his head. Dr. Chen's respect for his master serves as a model for us all. At this moment, no one harbored doubts regarding Xiao Mu's identity and medical expertise. He was indeed the master of Chen Jisha, and his medical skills must be extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, would Chen Jisha behave in such a manner? Come, Dr. Chen, please sit and enjoy some tea, Chu Yongnian gestured courteously. His gaze towards Xiao Mu now tinged with newfound respect. Speculation was one thing, but witnessing the truth was another entirely. With such formidable strength and unparalleled medical skills, how could one afford not to cultivate a good relationship? He even glanced at Chu Ling, contemplating whether the engagement between Xiao Mu and Jiang Yi could be disregarded. Perhaps even considering the prospect of marrying his own daughter to him. Oh, this young man possesses a ruthless and decisive nature. He is destined for greatness. Xiao Mu was completely unaware of Chu Yongnian's intention to marry off his daughter, and he resumed his casual conversation. After finishing a cup of tea, the group headed to Chu Pengtian's residence. Is the esteemed master of physician Chen here? Chu Pengtian inquired with a smile as he rose. Oh, this is my master. Chen Jisha introduced Xiao Mu to Chu Pengtian. Ah. Chu Pengtian stared at Xiao Mu, astonished. How can he be so young? Is it possible that he is an ancient being who has regained his youth? Ahem, grandfather, this is Xiao Mu from the Xiao family, who is also physician Chen's master. Chu Yongnian introduced carefully. Oh. So, he is the grandson of Zhen Ting. Chu Pengtian was even more surprised. It turned out he was not an ancient being but a remarkably young talent. Greetings, Elder Chu, Xiao Mu said humbly. Fully aware that Chu Pengtian was a legendary figure in Yun City. 4 years ago, he would have never dreamed of meeting someone of such stature. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Please take a seat, Chu Pengtian said with a smile. These past few days, you have become the most renowned figure in Yun City. Your name is truly resounding. You flatter me, Xiao Mu replied modestly. I did not expect you to possess exceptional strength while also having knowledge of medicine. Just a little understanding, he said. Master, you should not be so humble. If you merely have a little understanding, then what does that make me? Completely ignorant. Chen Jisha interjected. After some pleasantries, Xiao Mu began to examine Chu Pengtian's pulse. Chu Pengtian glanced at Xiao Mu, then at his great-granddaughter beside him. Realizing they were indeed a handsome couple. Such an exceptional young man should not be let go. A union would be one of the most effective ways to strengthen a family, particularly a union of the strong. In the past, the Xiao family was not worthy of the Chu family, they were mismatched. Now, however, the Xiao family had also risen to prominence, and with Xiao Mu's exceptional qualities, he was undoubtedly worthy of his great-granddaughter. Thoughts raced through his mind as he exchanged glances with Chu Yongnian, signaling him. Chu Yongnian felt a stir in his heart. Was his grandfather also considering a union? Minutes later, Xiao Mu withdrew his hand from examining the pulse. How is it? Chu Yongnian inquired eagerly. The limit of innate lifespan is 150 years, you are 145 this year, correct? Xiao Mu did not respond to Chu Yongnian but instead turned to Chu Pengtian and asked, is that so? Yes, Chu Pengtian nodded. Then, how many more years will it take for you to break through to the martial god realm? Xiao Mu asked again. At least 10 years, Chu Pengtian hesitated. His tone uncertain. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly challenging with strength. Not to mention great realms, sometimes, even a small realm can trap one for years or even decades. One must live to at least 160 to have a chance at entering the martial god realm, he thought with a bitter smile, harboring little hope. The limit of innate lifespan is not easily broken. At present, I cannot ensure you will live to 160, Xiao Mu said softly. Hearing this, Chu Yongnian could not help but feel disappointment, given he could not manage it. Well, that was within my expectations, Chu Pengtian nodded. Having long since come to terms with death. For an ordinary person, living to 80 or 90 is already remarkable, and he had lived to 145. That was enough. Father, did you not purchase the longevity elixir? Chu Ling pondered for a moment and spoke, the innate limit is 150 years. Old ancestor consumed the longevity elixir, allowing him to live to 153. Yet, we are still 7 years shy of reaching 160. We should consider alternative methods, such as procuring 2 additional longevity pills. Beauty, the calculations aren't quite that straightforward, Xiao Mu interjected, dousing her enthusiasm. Firstly, 150 years is the innate limit, and not necessarily the maximum lifespan of Elder Chu. Just as average lifespans vary, some individuals may live to 80, while others may only reach 30. Chu Ling furrowed her brow, although Xiao Mu's words were somewhat veiled. She grasped the implication that the old man would likely not reach even 150 years. Indeed, 150 years is the innate limit. I do not hold much hope of reaching that age. I have a premonition that it may happen this year or next, Chu Pengtian said with a bitter smile. As for the longevity elixir, while it is said to extend life by at least 3 years, it comes with numerous limitations. Most crucially, the efficacy of the second elixir is minimal at best. Xiao Mu continued, it cannot be said that 1 elixir extends life by 3 years. And 2 elixirs would simply yield 6. If that were the case, consuming 100 would easily grant an additional 300 years. If it were so simple, it would not be called a longevity elixir, but rather a miraculous potion. Chu Ling's expression darkened, this fellow was rather insufferable. So the second elixir has diminished effects. Chu Yongnian also frowned. Yes, that most, it may extend life by 6 months, rendering it a poor investment, Xiao Mu nodded. For Elder Chu, it holds little value. How do you possess such extensive knowledge about the longevity elixir? Chu Yongnian instinctively inquired. Cough, interjected Chen Jisha beside them, unable to suppress a cough. How could he not know? The longevity elixir was concocted by him. Well, there is something I must confess to Uncle Chu. The elixir you acquired was indeed sent by me, Xiao Mu admitted after some contemplation. However, he did not intend to disclose that he was the one who had refined it, at least not for the time being. Ownership and the ability to refine are 2 distinct matters. What? You sent it? Chu Yongnian's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Pengtian looked equally astonished, glancing at Xiao Mu, pondering how many secrets this young man harbored. Yes, Brother Ji contacted me and provided your number. I had intended to reach out to you in a few days. Xiao Mu nodded affirmatively. Brother Ji? Ji Deming. Chu Yongnian's eyelids twitched. Goodness, are the 2 of you so familiar? It was well known that Ji Deming hailed from the prominent Ji family in the capital. Although he was not the head of the family, his status was exceedingly high, placing him on equal footing with Chu Yongnian. To think that he was now addressing Xiao Mu as a brother. Indeed, my black gold card was a gift from him. Xiao Mu smiled. Brother Ji is a very good person. Chu Yongnian scrutinized Xiao Mu, contemplating the good person. That is only because you possess immense value. Great figures cannot simply be categorized as good or bad. The cunning old fox, Ji Deming, had made his move fast. Perhaps I should also have him call me Brother Chu to strengthen our relationship. A fleeting thought crossed Chu Yongnian's mind, but upon catching sight of his daughter nearby, he smote his thigh in realization. If we start calling each other brothers, wouldn't that disrupt the familial hierarchy? What significance do terms like brother or sibling hold? I would rather have him refer to me as father-in-law, which would indeed forge a closer bond. If we were truly brothers, how could I possibly entrust my daughter to him? Several individuals turned their curious gazes towards Chu Yongnian, puzzled as to why he slapped his thigh. Ahem. It's just that my leg itches a bit, he replied awkwardly, chuckling to himself, increasingly convinced that the decision to arrange a marriage was indeed a sound one. By the way, Xiao Mu, do you still possess any of those longevity pills? Although their cost-effectiveness may be low, I am inclined to try them. Rest assured, we shall keep our transactions fair, I will ensure that you do not incur any losses, and I will pay you the auction price. Xiao Mu found himself bewildered. Why were they suddenly referring to each other as we? Did they truly share such familiarity? While there was some degree of acquaintance, he did not recommend that the elder consume it. But what if I don't? Chu Yongnian's heart leaped with joy upon hearing that Xiao Mu still had longevity pills. Yet he wore a wry smile. You are far too fixated on this notion. If I were to perish, would that spell the end for the Chu family? Chu Pengtian glanced at Chu Yongnian and shook his head. Grandfather, even if it is not for the benefit of the Chu family. I hope you can accompany me for several more years, Chu Yongnian expressed with profound emotion. Alas, Chu Pengtian sighed. If one can live, who would willingly choose death? In truth, I did not finish my earlier statement. Although I currently lack the ability to shatter the innate limits and allow you to live to 160 or 70, I can facilitate your breakthrough to the martial god realm within the next 2 to 3 years. Once you attain that level, won't it extend your lifespan considerably? Xiao Mu chuckled. Achieving a breakthrough to the martial god realm is no simple feat. When I mentioned 10 years, it was merely a conservative estimate. Before Chu Pengtian could conclude his thought, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in astonishment. What did you just say? You can help me reach the martial god realm in 2 to 3 years. Both Chu Yongnian and Chu Ling stared at Xiao Mu, their composure shattered. Indeed. You now have two paths, and either extend your lifespan and gradually progress, or pursue a swift breakthrough to enhance your longevity, Xiao Mu affirmed. If the first path proves unfeasible, then we shall attempt the second. Your newfound strength will naturally afford you a longer life. Do you truly believe you can accomplish this? The usually composed Chu Pengtian found it difficult to maintain his calm. I wouldn't dare claim certainty, but I would estimate a 70 to 80% chance of success. Xiao Mu replied. 70 to 80% is already quite substantial, Chu Pengtian exclaimed, the excitement coursing through him. Even if he could extend his life by 20 or 30 years, the likelihood of achieving a breakthrough on his own was far less promising. Xiao Mu, if you can facilitate my grandfather's ascension to the martial god realm, you will become a great benefactor to both myself and the entire Chu family. Chu Yongnian declared passionately. We shall repay you handsomely. And how do you propose to repay me? Xiao Mu asked half-jokingly, as he had not come to the Chu family merely for benevolence. After all, he and the Xiao family had little in the way of prior connections with the Chus. I shall give you my daughter in marriage. How about that? Chu Yongnian stammered, taken aback by his own suggestion. What? Xiao Mu was flabbergasted. Here I am, kindly saving your grandfather, and you wish to become my father-in-law. He glanced at the strikingly elegant Chu Ling, pondering whether marrying her would result in daily domestic disputes. Was this truly a gesture of gratitude? Or rather an act of vengeance? Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ling exclaimed, exasperated by the unexpected turn of events. I speak no falsehood. Xiao Shenzi is not only remarkable but also exceptionally handsome, resembling a pair divinely matched in talent and beauty. As Chu Yongnian continued, he became increasingly convinced that this was an opportune moment to finalize the matter. With the conventions of marriage for men and women, what say you, Xiao Shenzi? Xiao Mu opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He felt a sudden impulse to consult a master, pondering why he was suddenly so favored by fortune. Ever since his engagement to Jiang Yi was dissolved, Qi Ximin and others had approached him, each desiring to wed him. Subsequently, even the female Immortal Emperor, Jiuli, sought to pledge herself to him in marriage. Now, Chu Yongnian wished to marry his daughter to him as well. And let us not forget Xiao Ruoshi. At that moment, his head felt heavy. Being excessively handsome and exceptional was quite a burden. Xiao Mu, your engagement with the Jiang family has already been annulled, has it not? My daughter, in terms of stature, appearance, strength, and character, surpasses that girl from the Jiang family in every aspect, Chu Yongnian asserted. As for family background, my Chu family is leagues ahead of the Jiang family. Should you unite, the Xiao and Chu families would become in-laws, a powerful alliance indeed. The latter part of his statement stirred something within Xiao Mu, although it was not the allure of a union but rather the prospect of a formidable partnership. Wasn't that the very reason for his visit today? As for the first part, he glanced at Chu Ling. Indeed, she was superior to Jiang Yi in every regard. Both beautiful and captivating, adding to her charm. Simultaneously, he berated himself internally for having been so blind in the past, allowing Jiang Yi to enchant him. Fortunately, the engagement had been called off, otherwise, would he not have been destined for a fate akin to that of a tragic hero? What are you staring at? Chu Ling exclaimed, noticing Xiao Mu's gaze upon her. Xiao Mu silently averted his eyes, conceding that she was a formidable force he could not provoke. Father, I shall not marry him, nor will I engage in any union. Chu Ling declared emphatically to Chu Yongnian. Do not jest. Marriage is a matter that requires the consent of parents and the mediation of a matchmaker, Chu Yongnian replied sternly. This decision is not yours to make. Chu Ling, now agitated, turned to Chu Pengtian. Grandfather, please speak on my behalf. Ahem, well, my dear Linga. I too believe that Xiao Mu is quite exceptional and that you are indeed well suited for one another, Chu Pengtian said, clearing his throat earnestly. To marry him would be a most advantageous arrangement for you. Grandfather. Chu Ling was astonished that even he supported this notion. What do you think, Xiao Mu? Chu Yongnian inquired. Uncle Chu, perhaps we should reconsider the idea of a union, Xiao Mu pondered before adding, we young people are somewhat resistant to arranged marriages. We value the freedom of romantic love. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Chu Ling felt a sense of relief. Though it was soon replaced by a furrowed brow, was it possible that he did not find her appealing? Freedom of love? Chu Yongnian glanced between Xiao Mu and his daughter. Nodding in agreement. Very well, then, you should spend more time together, surely, affection will blossom over time. Xiao Mu was taken aback. Is old Chu truly so progressive? Yet. Upon reflection, he realized that he likely misunderstood the phrase affection blossoming over time. Why do I not have a granddaughter? Chen Jisha, who had been an observer throughout, murmured quietly to himself. Upon reflection, should he have a granddaughter who marries Xiao Mu, the relationship would become quite convoluted. Would he refer to Xiao Mu as his master or his grandson-in-law? Each would have their own perspective. Old Chu. Let me assist you in entering the martial god realm first, Xiao Mu remarked, turning to Chu Pengtian. Your prolonged inability to break through is somewhat related to the injuries you have sustained in the past. I will first treat your wounds and then help you achieve your breakthrough. Very well, I will defer to your expertise, Chu Pengtian nodded. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, there are certain items that need to be prepared, Xiao Mu responded, requesting paper and pen to inscribe several notes. I will prepare them promptly. Chu Yongnian glanced at the written items and immediately said, I will treat old Chu's injuries today. Xiao Mu produced a set of silver needles. Old Chen, please assist me. Of course, Chen Jisha replied. Should we take precautions? Chu Yongnian inquired. No need, it is better for you to remain here. You may be of assistance should anything arise, Xiao Mu smiled. Old Chu, please remove your upper garment and sit cross-legged. Moments later, one silver needle after another descended upon Chu Pengtian's body. It was still the 13 needles of no illness, and Chen Jisha observed intently, fearful of missing a detail. As Chu Pengtian circulated his energy, the needles vibrated more violently. A look of pain surfaced on his face as he felt as though his dantian and meridians were being pierced, the sensation growing increasingly severe. As if they might tear apart. To heal these long-standing injuries will be quite painful, please bear with it, Xiao Mu advised. Chu Pengtian nodded. Enduring the agony as he continued his cultivation. Time passed, minute by minute. Suddenly, Chu Pengtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Grandfather. Ancestor. Chu Yongnian and Chu Ling were taken aback, moving to approach, but were halted by Xiao Mu. It is merely a normal reaction, Xiao Mu reassured them. Stepping forward to insert additional silver needles. With a series of coughs, Chu Pengtian expelled 3 more mouthfuls of black blood before slowly opening his eyes. His face radiated joy and an indescribable sense of relief enveloped him. After so many years, he had not felt this way. Even the sensation of not surviving beyond a year or 2 had vanished. Grandfather, how do you feel? Good, exceedingly good. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Chu Yongnian's anxious heart settled, and he no longer harbored any doubts regarding Xiao Mu's medical skills. Moreover, he felt a surge of hope. Perhaps he could indeed assist his grandfather in entering the martial god realm in the near future. Xiao Mu, you are a great benefactor to the Chu family. Chu Yongnian declared earnestly. Uncle Chu, you flatter me, Xiao Mu waved his hand dismissively. Please do not think that by marrying your daughter to me, I would owe you anything. Chu Ling glanced at Xiao Mu, baffled, did he truly not regard her? This was intolerable. In a villa, young Master Luo. After leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Mu has gone to the Chu family, his confidant reported to Luo Hongxin. The Chu family. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxin furrowed his brow. What business does he have there? With whom? Is he alone? Yes, he is by himself. Is he injured? Should not be. We were concerned about being discovered and dared not follow too closely. Luo Hongxin's expression shifted. If he was severely injured, it would be impossible for him to venture out. Last night, did you discover anything at the scene? Were there traces of a struggle, bloodstains? What about the bodies? None were found. Luo Hongxin took out his phone and dialed Chu Dongqing once more. The call could not be connected. It was as if this person had vanished from the earth, leaving no traces behind. The prospects appear dire. Luo Hongxin set down his phone and spoke slowly. Inform Yaoshan Valley and convey that Chu Dongqing may have been killed by Xiao Mu. Remember to conceal your identity and prevent them from uncovering it. Understood. The trusted aide responded and turned to leave. Once the aide departed, Luo Hongxin sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The death of Chu Dongqing was ample proof of Xiao Mu's formidable strength. He was nearly impossible to contend with. Should he challenge him, he would inevitably fall from the pinnacle of the Tianzhou rankings, a fate he could not accept. I hope Yaoshan Valley will act swiftly, or else it will become quite troublesome, Luo Hongxin muttered to himself. At the Chu family residence, Chu Yongnian hosted a banquet for Xiao Mu and Chen Jisha. Some prominent figures, deemed unworthy by the outside world, were not invited to the table. Come, Linga, sit next to Xiao Mu. Chu Pengtian, with a broad smile, thought it essential to create opportunities for the two youngsters. Before Chu Ling could respond, Chu Yongnian ushered Chen Jisha to take a seat. The remaining two empty seats were adjacent, and regardless of her willingness, she had no choice but to sit beside Xiao Mu. Once everyone was seated, the food and drinks were promptly served. Cheers, Xiao Mu, I raise a glass to you. Chu Pengtian lifted his cup, expressing gratitude. It has been years since I felt this light and unburdened, whether or not I can step into the realm of the martial gods. You are my benefactor for restoring my health. You are too modest, Vol Chu. Xiao Mu clinked glasses with Chu Pengtian and drank it all in one go. Xiao Mu, I also toast you. Chu Yongnian poured wine for Xiao Mu. What my grandfather said resonates with me from this day forth. You are a great benefactor to the Chu family. While I cannot speak for elsewhere, in Yun City, should you ever need me or the Chu family, do not hesitate to ask, if there will never be a refusal. Haha, splendid. Xiao Mu nodded with a smile, finishing his drink. This is but a small token of appreciation. Subsequently, Chu Yongnian produced a check and handed it to Xiao Mu. Uncle Chu, surely this isn't necessary. Xiao Mu glanced at it, astonished. 20 billion. Truly. The foremost family of Yun City possesses immense wealth. However, upon reflection, 6 billion for a longevity pill makes that 20 billion seem rather modest. Please accept this small token of goodwill. Chu Yongnian insisted, believing Xiao Mu must be in need of funds, otherwise, why would he auction the longevity pill? Little did he know, for Xiao Mu, the longevity pill held little value, he could easily refine it at will. Very well, then I shall graciously accept it, thank you. Uncle Chu. Xiao Mu pondered briefly before accepting. Although he had not come for the money, 20 billion seemed substantial. Yet it paled in comparison to the friendship and promises from the Chu family. Nevertheless, since it was offered, he would graciously accept. Who would ever scoff at an abundance of wealth? What thanks are necessary? If anything, we owe you our gratitude. Chu Yongnian chuckled. From now on, consider this place your home, come whenever you wish. I have a premonition that we will inevitably become a family one day, remarked Chu Pengtian with a smile. Xiao Mu and Chu Ling exchanged glances, then averted their eyes. After the luncheon, Xiao Mu did not linger and departed with Chen Jisha. Linga, what do you think? Chu Pengtian inquired, watching the departing Bentley. The car is quite impressive, Chu Ling nodded in agreement. My dear girl, I was inquiring about the vehicle. Chu Pengtian replied, somewhat exasperated. I meant to ask your opinion on Xiao Mu. It's merely a mill, how can one discern anything from that? Chu Ling linked her arm through Chu Pengtian's. Grandfather, you aren't truly considering having me marry him, are you? In the entire Yun City, there is no one more exceptional than him. Chu Pengtian patted Chu Ling's hand. My dear, this consideration is not solely for the Chu family's sake but for your own happiness as well. Indeed, would we ever wish to cause you distress? Chu Yongnian added. Presently, he had just severed his engagement with Jiang Yi, marking a fine opportunity. Then I shan't marry at all, Chu Ling declared defiantly. Haha, then pray tell. What sort of man do you wish to marry, dear girl? Chu Pengtian inquired with a smile. At the very least, he must be more formidable than I. Chu Ling replied without hesitation. Chu Yongnian opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Chu Pengtian's gesture. Do not pressure the girl. Let nature take its course. Yes, grandfather. Chu Yongnian nodded in agreement with his grandfather. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Chen Jixia remarked, Master. Why does it feel as though you are retreating in haste? How could I not? Chu Yongnian is rather ungrateful. I saved his grandfather's life. And he turns around wishing to become my father-in-law, Xiao Mu scoffed. Haha, that girl from the Chu family is quite lovely. She would make a fine match for you. Master, Chen Jixia chuckled. Yet she has a rather assertive demeanor. Indeed? I fear she might be prone to domestic violence, Xiao Mu replied earnestly. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated. Master, you are so exceptional. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly wish for her to marry you, Chen Jixia said. His smile widening. Alas, I regard you as my disciple, yet you envision me as your granddaughter's suitor. Xiao Mu retorted, somewhat vexed. Old Chen. Have you inquired about the Medicine God Valley? I subtly broached the topic but dared not reveal too much. No need to inquire further. I have already discerned what it is, Xiao Mu succinctly explained. The Medicine God. The token of the Valley Master. Then, Master. Does that mean you could become the Valley Master of the Medicine God Valley? Chen Jixia exclaimed in astonishment. It is not so simple. Would you willingly accept a stranger claiming the position of the Wujiman's leader? Xiao Mu shook his head. I would be more than willing, after all. I am the leader of Wujiman, and currently, you hold that title, Master. But can the Medicine God Valley and Wujiman be compared? The former is a formidable force, while the latter has dwindled to just you, Chen Jixia remarked, embarrassed. True enough, Xiao Mu replied with a roll of his eyes. Master. What do you intend to do? For now, let it be, I shall seek an opportunity to engage with the Medicine God Valley. Xiao Mu shook his head. Disinterested in the position of Valley Master, yet desiring to avenge his parents, recognizing that the more power he wielded, the better. Just as Xiao Mu was about to return home to refine medicine, his phone rang. Brother Mu, I have something to report to you. Came Xiao Yuan's voice from the receiver. What is it? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, recalling that he and Xiao Jie were secretly safeguarding their sister. It seems that there are some troubles on Roshi's side. It appears that some individuals from the company are attempting a coup, Xiao Yuan stated. What? A coup? Xiao Mu was taken aback. What does that mean? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but we will investigate further. Would you like to come and take a look? Alright, I'll be there shortly. Xiao Mu hung up and proceeded to Xiao Roshi's company. Half an hour later, the Bentley came to a halt and Xiao Yuan climbed in. Brother Mu, I have gathered most of the information. In the years that Roshi has been absent from the company, the people she appointed have effectively sidelined her. Not only that, but they also intend to seize control of the company. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Mu's gaze flickered, and a cold smile crept across his face. Oh, so the servants are considering themselves as the masters. Now that the master has returned, the servants are unwilling to comply, is that it? Yes. That's about the gist of it, Xiao Yuan nodded. If Roshi had continued to stay away, everything would have remained peaceful. They could have simply transferred her some money during profit sharing to placate her. But now that she has returned, they are anxious. What about my sister? She is inside. They dare not act against her, they merely want to coerce her into signing over the company at a low price. Very well, let us confront these audacious servants. I intend to make them understand that a servant will forever remain a servant. With that, Xiao Mu exited the vehicle and walked toward the nearby office building. Xiao Yuan hurried to catch up. Brother Mu, is it necessary to make such a fuss? This minor issue could be resolved with a simple phone call. If Roshi merely stated her identity, they wouldn't dare proceed with this. My sister does not wish to leverage the Xiao family's name for anything. This matter does not need to involve the family's influence, Xiao Mu shook his head. It is rather tedious, I shall entertain them for a while. In the office building. On the 11th floor, in the president's office, a woman clad in formal attire placed several contracts before Xiao Ruoshi. Ruoshi, if you sign this transfer contract, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. We can all benefit from this, and as old classmates, why must we sever ties? Old classmates. Jiang Danhong scoffed. At this point, you still have the audacity to bring that up. Leaning against the sofa, Xiao Ruoshi regarded the woman. You begged me for mercy when you were dismissed. And I, out of consideration for our past, appointed you as the market manager. When I was unable to oversee the company, I even made you vice president to manage it in my stead. Enough. Do not speak of the past. Jiang Danhong interrupted, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. If it weren't for my efforts these past years, the company would have collapsed long ago. You could say that the company's current success is largely due to my contributions. Now you return to reclaim management rights. On what grounds? At first glance, your argument seems valid. By your logic, should all professional managers claim ownership of the companies they manage? Xiao Ruoshi retorted coldly. Let us not forget that I compensated you with the highest salary in the industry when I entrusted you with the company's management. If you sign this, I can refund you your salary for these past years and provide you with an additional sum. What do you say? Jiang Danhong picked up a pen and extended it toward Xiao Ruoshi. And if I choose not to sign? Xiao Ruoshi did not reach for the pen. Refusing to sign means you won't be leaving today. Jiang Danhong leaned forward, fixing her gaze on Xiao Ruoshi. Ruoshi, don't be foolish. I am only being reasonable out of our old camaraderie. If it were anyone else, the outcome would be entirely different. Xiao Ruoshi looked at Jiang Danhong and suddenly inquired. What has changed you? Power. Wealth. Stop spouting nonsense. You should not be here, do you understand? If you were absent, I would regularly transfer you funds, wouldn't that suffice? Jiang Danhong slammed the table. Why must you appear and contend for this company? Hearing Jiang Danhong's words, Xiao Ruoshi let out a helpless laugh. Realizing the futility of it all. Contend for the company? It is clearly hers. Come in. Jiang Danhong, seeing Xiao Ruoshi smile, grew angrier and shouted. With a loud creak, the door swung open, revealing two intimidating bodyguards clad in black. Jiang, look at this. This company now recognizes only me, not you. There is only one president. And that is it, Jiang Danhong. She pointed at the two bodyguards. I will say this once more, do not force my hand. If you do not sign this document, you shall not leave today. Are you attempting to infringe upon my personal freedom? Xiao Ruoshi replied without a hint of fear. Jiang Danhong, this is illegal detention. You are breaking the law. Jiang Danhong's expression shifted momentarily. Could she not intimidate her? Xiao Ruoshi, if you are determined to escalate this, are you? Jiang Danhong waved her hand, dismissing the two bodyguards. Even if I do not restrict your freedom, I have ample means to seize this company. In the end, you will not only lose the company but also not receive a single penny. Jiang Danhong, I advise you to stop here. If you resign and leave, I will act as if nothing has transpired, Xiao Ruoshi stated calmly. Stop here. Resign and leave? This is my company, why should I depart? Jiang Danhong seized the contract and tore it to shreds, throwing the pieces onto the floor. Xiao Ruoshi, you are the one who should leave. Do you believe that with a mere word from me, they will all resign? I could easily reestablish a new company, leaving you with nothing but an empty shell. Very well, go ahead and ask them who wishes to follow you. Let them leave, I will not stop them, Xiao Ruoshi nodded. Hearing her words, Jiang Danhong was infuriated. This woman was truly unyielding. Xiao Ruoshi, you are pushing me to my limits. Do you think those two bodyguards outside might take an interest in you? With just a word from me, they could come in and strip you bare, engaging in unspeakable acts. Moreover, they would record it all. Would you still dare to defy me then? Xiao Ruoshi's expression changed, she had such thoughts. Xiao Ruoshi, I will give you one last chance, transfer the company to me willingly. I warn you, do not test my patience, or I will ensure you are utterly humiliated. Jiang Danhong appeared nearly deranged. Jiang Danhong, you have truly lost your mind. Xiao Ruoshi exclaimed, preparing to rise. Come in. Jiang Danhong shouted as Xiao Ruoshi attempted to leave. Do not force my hand, for if I suffer, you shall not fare any better. Outside the office of the president, two bodyguards clad in black attentively listened to the sounds emanating from within. Just moments ago, General Jiang had instructed them that if necessary, they were to burst in, strip Xiao Ruoshi of her garments, and capture videos and photographs to use as leverage against her. Although such actions constituted criminal behavior, the allure of Xiao Ruoshi's extraordinary beauty was such that many would willingly sacrifice years of their lives for a mere night with her. Moreover, if anything untoward were to transpire, would Xiao Ruoshi dare to make a fuss? Surely, she would comply without hesitation. Furthermore, General Jiang had promised each of them a reward of 1 million. To be able to bed a stunning beauty and receive a fortune, what a remarkable opportunity. Why were they not being summoned yet? Indeed, my 40-centimeter blade is already yearning for action. As the two conversed in hushed tones, a shout from Jiang Danhong pierced through the atmosphere. Their spirits lifted, and now it was their turn. Just as they were about to enter, three figures approached. Who are you? One of the black-clad bodyguards inquired. Is this the right place? The leader of the trio was none other than Xiao Mu. It should be. Xiao Yuan nodded, glancing at the bodyguard. Is Xiao Ruoshi inside? Yes, the bodyguard instinctively nodded, then quickly realized his mistake. Stop. Who are you, really? Before Xiao Mu could respond, Jiang Danhong's furious voice echoed from the office. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and come in. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Mu wondered what was happening inside. He made a move to enter, but the bodyguard reached out, kid a bang. Before the bodyguard could finish his warning, Xiao Mu unleashed a punch that sent him flying, crashing through the door of the president's office. Jiang Danhong, startled at the sight of the fallen bodyguard, gasped, what is going on? Are they fighting amongst themselves over who gets to Xiao Ruoshi? As her gaze fell upon Xiao Mu and his companions, her expression shifted again. Who are you? Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshi felt a wave of relief wash over her, smiling as she exclaimed, what brings you here? Someone was bullying my sister, of course, I had to come. Xiao Mu replied, entering the room with a smile. Hello, Xiao Ruoshi, you seem to have been prepared for this. Realizing the situation, Jiang Danhong snatched up the phone from the desk and called the security department. Quickly, send someone to my office. Ignoring her, Xiao Mu approached Xiao Ruoshi's side, saying, sister, there's trouble, why didn't you call me? I thought you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you, Xiao Ruoshi explained. Have you finished your tasks? Even if I were occupied, your matters are the most important to me, Xiao Mu stated earnestly, gazing at her. In my heart, you are the most significant person. You. Xiao Ruoshi's heart warmed as she grasped Xiao Mu's hand. You are also the most important person in my heart. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes. Had these two completely abandoned pretense after their true relationship was revealed? Are you Xiao Ruoshi's paralyzed brother? Jiang Danhong suddenly inquired. Are you the one who seeks to usurp her position? Xiao Mu retorted, fixing his gaze on Jiang Danhong. What did you say? Usurp? Who is the usurper? Jiang Danhong seethed with anger. How dare you speak so insolently? I have heard that you intend to seize my sister's company. Greed knows no bounds. And your appetite is rather insatiable, isn't it? Are you not afraid of overreaching? Xiao Mu settled into a chair, crossing his legs. You need to stand up. This is my office. Jiang Danhong slammed her hand on the table. When the security arrives, throw this brat out. Your office? Xiao Mu replied with a scoff. This is the president's office, my sister's office, to be precise. Even if we entertain the notion that it is indeed yours, do not forget that the entire company belongs to my sister. He coldly chuckled, picking up the contract from the table, flipping through it briefly before slamming it down forcefully. The crisp sound startled Jiang Danhong, and when she met Xiao Mu's indifferent gaze, a shiver ran down her spine. She felt as if he regarded her not as a person but as an insignificant insect. Enraged by her own fear of this young man, she thought to herself, this is her territory. If you desire this company, it is not beyond possibility. Xiao Mu suddenly shifted his tone. As long as the money is in place, this company can be yours. With his words, Jiang Danhong suppressed her anger and sat down opposite him. Can we negotiate? Of course. As long as you provide the funds, we are willing to sell, Xiao Mu nodded. Well, you are far more pragmatic than your sister. Jiang Danhong glanced at Xiao Ruoshi. But can you make the decision? Xiao Mu's wishes align with mine, Xiao Ruoshi stated calmly. Very well, name your price. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoshi's response, Jiang Danhong felt relieved. If he were to demand an exorbitant sum, she could always negotiate. Business is a two-way street, and a mutually acceptable price can lead to a successful transaction. 10 billion. Present 10 billion, and the company is yours, Xiao Mu raised a finger. How much? Jiang Danhong's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 billion? Indeed. Have you lost your mind? Why don't you just rob a bank? Jiang Danhong had anticipated Xiao Mu's audacity, but she never imagined he would dare to ask for 10 billion. What kind of lion roars so loudly? She had intended to negotiate down from 10 billion, but how could one even begin to negotiate such a figure? What's wrong? Do you think it's too steep? If you find it too expensive, you are free to walk away, Xiao Mu shrugged. Are you certain you are not jesting with us? Jiang Danhong glared at him. You initially joked about 3 million to acquire the entire company, isn't that a jest? Xiao Mu smiled. You are toying with me. Jiang Danhong's expression darkened as she realized that Xiao Mu had no intention of selling at all. Not selling, are we? If that's the case, I will take everyone away, leaving this company as nothing but an empty shell. With Xiao Mu's arrival, her prior plan to have her bodyguards strip Xiao Ruoshi and record a video was clearly no longer feasible. Oh, is that so? You truly are impressive. Xiao Mu mocked with a smirk. You believe you can take everyone with you? Fine, do not say I did not give you a chance. Gather the senior management and hold a meeting to see how many will follow you. Before Jiang Danhong could respond, 7 or 8 security guards burst into the room. Throw them out. Upon encountering others, Jiang Danhong's confidence surged instantly. Indeed. The security guard responded, preparing to take action. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie stepped forward. Dealing with 7 or 8 individuals was child's play for them. Hold on, Xiao Mu interjected, gesturing towards Xiao Ruoshi. Do you know who she is? She is the president of this company. Captain Qian, do they not recognize me and know you? Xiao Ruoshi asked one of the guards with a hint of indifference. You were appointed as the head of this security team by me, or were you not? Captain Qian glanced at Xiao Ruoshi, the sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Miss Xiao. I certainly know you. Captain Qian, did you not hear my command? Throw them all out. Jiang Danhong exclaimed, noticing Captain Qian's hesitation. Captain, Miss Xiao, he stammered. Reluctant to act. The other security personnel, witnessing their captain's indecision, also refrained from approaching. Do you dare defy my orders? Do you wish to lose your job? Jiang Danhong fumed. If you do not act immediately, you will all be dismissed. Captain Qian, this Jiang is attempting to usurp control, Xiao Mu remarked. What does that even mean? Usurp? Nest? Coffee? Captain Qian scratched his head in confusion. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words. How could the conversation shift to coffee? To simplify it, she intends to seize the company. Therefore, you have two choices: side with Miss Jiang and expel us, or align with Miss Xiao and lead your team out. Captain Qian glanced between Xiao Ruoshi and Jiang Danhong, unsure of what to do. Captain Qian, even though Miss Xiao has not been with the company in recent years, you surely understand who truly owns it. In other words, who pays your salary? Xiao Mu continued. Now that Miss Xiao is returning, will you remain with the company or follow Miss Jiang? Of course, we will stay with the company, Captain Qian declared, no longer conflicted. After all, it would be unwise to bite the hand that feeds. Miss Xiao has treated me well, and I certainly cannot act against her. You dare speak to me like that? Do you believe I will allow you to keep your position? Jiang Danhong pointed at Captain Qian, seething with anger. Miss Jiang, I may lack formal education, but I understand the importance of loyalty and gratitude, Captain Qian replied earnestly. What did you just say? Are you lecturing me? Jiang Danhong's fury escalated. I am nothing significant. Yet I recognize that your actions are unjust, while I stand for justice. Captain Chen asserted, nodding at Xiao Mu before striding out. The other guards hesitated briefly, then followed suit. Xiao Mu watched Captain Chen's retreating figure, amused by his unexpected resolve. "Come back. Return to me," Jiang Danhong shouted, panic rising as the security personnel departed. "Miss Jiang, did you see that? Your actions are unjust," Xiao Mu remarked with a smile. "And those who embody injustice are destined to lack followers. What are you so pleased about? Those guards know nothing." Jiang Danhong ground her teeth in frustration. "Miss Jiang, we may be security personnel, but that does not imply we are inferior," Captain Chen responded firmly. Suddenly, just as Captain Chen was about to step out, he halted his stride and turned around. "Get out of my sight," he commanded. Jiang Danhong, incensed by Captain Chen's audacity to respond, grew even angrier. "Mr. Xiao, do you truly intend to keep someone like her in the company? With just a word from you, I could rally my brothers and throw her out." Captain Chen pointed at Jiang Danhong and addressed Xiao Ruoshi. "What did you just say?" Jiang Danhong's face turned pale. She had never anticipated that Captain Chen would dare to speak in such a manner. "How, Captain Chen, why don't you wait by the door? I'll call for you when needed," Xiao Mu said, his smile widening. "Oh, and please inform all department managers to convene in the conference room immediately." "Understood," Captain Chen replied, striding away. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I will show you how many people will stand by your side." Xiao Mu cast a piercing glance at Jiang Danhong, the intent on striking at her core. "Let us see if, in the end, they all wish to toss out someone as unjust as you." If that is the case, we shall see." Jiang Danhong gritted her teeth. "I will certainly not be defeated. Let us head to the conference room, sister," Xiao Mu said, rising and addressing Xiao Ruoshi. "All right." Xiao Ruoshi nodded with a smile. Having hardly done anything since Xiao Mu's arrival, the sense of security that came with someone taking the lead was utterly delightful. "You may now call them. It's time to win their hearts," Xiao Mu added to Jiang Danhong before departing with Xiao Ruoshi. "Damn it." Jiang Danhong sighed as she watched Xiao Mu and the others leave. At this moment, purchasing the company was out of reach, then forcing Xiao Ruoshi was impossible. Thus, her only option was to take people away. She intended not only to take away the company's staff but also its clients. In doing so, the company would inevitably face its demise. Xiao Ruoshi, just wait and see," Jiang Danhong sneered as she picked up the telephone on the desk. "Brother Mu, must it be so complicated? A single command could dispose of her," Xiao Jie remarked after they exited the office. "Where is the fun in simply disposing of her with a word?" Xiao Mu replied with a slight smile. "By the way, sister, what was she trying to do just before we entered?" "Nothing much," Xiao Ruoshi hesitated before shaking her head. She understood Xiao Mu's temperament. If he were to learn of Jiang Danhong's intentions regarding the bodyguards, he would undoubtedly confront her. She surmised that he would forgo the meeting entirely and return to deal with Jiang Danhong. After all, despite being infuriated by Jiang Danhong's actions, she wished to grant her a chance for redemption. Xiao Mu did not dwell on it further and took his seat in the conference room. Soon, Captain Chen arrived. "Mr. Xiao, I have notified all departments and assembled the entire security team. We are merely awaiting your command to lock down the company and apprehend her." Xiao Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. It was evident that this fellow, lacking in education, still enjoyed watching television. Gradually, the heads of various departments began to arrive. Most of them were long-standing employees who had been promoted by Xiao Ruoshi during her tenure. Jiang Danhong had considered replacing them, yet feared that doing so without cause might lead them to report her to Xiao Ruoshi. In recent years, her strategy has been one of continuous acquisition. Mr. Xiao had individuals approach to greet Xiao Ruoshi, while others took their seats, feigning ignorance. They were all aware of Jiang Danhong's ambition to seize power, and many had even received calls from her moments prior. The principle of new ruler, the new ministers was at play, and their choices would determine their fate. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Danhong, impeccably dressed and striding in her high heels, entered with an air of superiority. She was confident in her ability to take everyone with her, transforming this place into a mere shell of a company. Would Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoshi plead with her not to leave? Would they beg her to sell the company to them? The anticipation was palpable. President Jiang. As Jiang Danhong made her entrance, a chorus of greetings erupted in the conference room, which only inflated her ego as she cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoxi. She believed she had already secured her victory. She was the queen of this domain. President Jiang, let the show begin, Xiao Mu remarked with a teasing tone. Jiang Danhong's expression darkened. What did he mean by let the show begin? His words made her feel like a clown. Umph. With a cold snort. She thought to herself that soon enough they would be the ones in tears. She gracefully approached the stage, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened this meeting for one reason. Xiao Ruoxi has returned and intends to dismiss me. A wave of murmurs rippled through the conference room. And all eyes turned to Xiao Ruoxi. Unfazed, she sat calmly, eager to see what tricks Jiang Danhong had up her sleeve. This woman possesses some cunning, Xiao Mu mused. She positions herself as the underdog to elicit sympathy. When the stakes are high enough, the sympathy holds no value, Xiao Ruoxi replied coolly. Her sister. We are on the same wavelength, Xiao Mu remarked, aware of his sister's intelligence and formidable abilities. After all, she had been safeguarding him for 3 or 4 years. Though I have sacrificed much for the company over these years, Xiao Ruoxi's return negates all my contributions, then she seeks to expel me, Jiang Danhong lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She should pursue acting, her performance is quite commendable, Xiao Mu thought, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, quite impressive, Xiao Ruoxi concurred. Recalling how Jiang Danhong's pathetic demeanor had once fooled her into offering her a chance. Sister, leave everything to me, you need only to watch the show. Xiao Mu assured Xiao Ruoxi. Very well, she replied with a smile, feeling relaxed. Next, I shall part ways with the company and establish a new one. The principle of new ruler in new ministers is self-evident, but I trust. My downfall today will be your downfall tomorrow. Jiang Danhong clenched her fists. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who wishes to live with me? If so, please raise your hands. Ha! Why would we follow you? To drink the winds of the northwest. Before anyone could react, Xiao Mu interjected. President Jiang, in seeking revenge against President Xiao, are you truly willing to drag everyone down with you? Those who initially intended to raise their hands, upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, withdrew their gestures. They gazed at him, questioning his identity. Could he possibly be the new professional manager hired by President Xiao? He certainly appeared quite young and charming. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Xiao Mu. And I am the younger brother of President Xiao. Rising from his seat, he smiled and gestured. Over the past few years, my health has been poor. And my sister has been caring for me, thus neglecting the management of the company, which allowed Jiang Danhong to harbor ulterior motives. Now that my sister has returned, she intends to seize control of the company. You are slandering me. When have I ever sought to seize control? Jiang Danhong retorted angrily. It is evident that she fears my accomplishments may overshadow hers. Fine, you are correct. Even if she fears my success, what of it? Do not forget. This company belongs to my sister, Xiao Mu replied dismissively. Now, you have been dismissed. As for the others who choose to remain, your salaries will be raised by 20%, with bonuses to be calculated separately. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Jiang Danhong's expression shifted, a salary increase. I firmly believe that justice resides in the hearts of the people. You all should have some understanding of the situation, Xiao Mu surveyed the room. Thus, I do not wish to explain or argue. Those who wish to live are free to accompany Jiang Danhong. But consider this carefully, what will you face if she fails in her entrepreneurial endeavors? And how can her character guarantee the promises she makes today? Many faces shifted in expression, the desire to leave wavered immediately. What if Jiang Danhong's venture fails? If it truly fails, what value do mere promises hold? Moreover, if Jiang Danhong succeeds, will she truly fulfill her commitments? You speak nonsense. I will undoubtedly keep my promises. Jiang Danhong retorted, flustered. Can a person who betrays trust and seeks to usurp another's place be relied upon to keep their promises? Xiao Mu mocked, delivering his words directly. Once you are no longer useful to her, she will likely abandon you. Silence. Jiang Danhong glared at Xiao Mu, wishing to leap at him and bite him fiercely. Very well, everyone, make your choices, Xiao Mu disregarded Jiang Danhong. In addition to the aforementioned salary increase, I can assure you that regardless of the past few years, we will not revisit all grievances. As long as you demonstrate your capabilities and create value for the company, you will continue to receive promotions and raises. Xiao Ruoshi could dismiss me today, and she could just as easily settle scores with you tomorrow, Jiang Danhong declared loudly. Come with me, and we shall forge a new path. It felt somewhat akin to a presidential campaign. After taking a seat, Xiao Mu turned to Xiao Ruoshi and remarked, vote for me. Vote for me, vote for me. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshi could not help but chuckle. The conference room fell silent as Jiang Danhong looked towards a few of her loyal subordinates. She had called them earlier, urging them to take the lead. If even one person stepped forward, many would surely follow. However, to her surprise, her rallying cry did not elicit the anticipated response. Even her closest allies exchanged glances, avoiding her gaze. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Danhong. What did they mean? Have they all changed their minds? Chenli, Zhang Chang. Are you not coming with me? Jiang Danhong inquired, her expression darkening as she spoke. Those named by Jiang Danhong could hardly contain their frustration, questioning why their names were called. Now that Xiao Ruoshi has heard it, what hope do they have? This woman is truly malicious. If she has no way out, she will ensure they have none as well. Since Jiang Danhong has denied her an escape, Chenli resolved to stand and declare loudly. The company has treated me well since I joined, and I do not intend to leave. At this moment, she was prepared to sever ties, reasoning that such a decisive move might prompt Xiao Ruoshi to show mercy. Jiang Danhong's face shifted, feeling as though she had been betrayed. Rest assured, General Manager Xiao. The company has nurtured me, and I will certainly work diligently to create value. Chenli professed her loyalty while gazing at Xiao Ruoshi. Very well, Chenli. I am aware of your capabilities. You are most welcome to stay. Xiao Ruoshi, who had remained relatively uninvolved, slowly rose and brandished her metaphorical sword, a strike that could fatally wound Jiang Danhong. My brother has stated that regardless of the past, I will only consider the future. Xiao Ruoshi spoke softly. I also hope that all of you will choose to remain. Those who had hesitated were reassured by her words and resolved to stay. Departing with Jiang Danhong meant stepping into uncertainty, while remaining with the company promised not only job security but also a salary increase. Their current remuneration was already among the highest in the industry, and any further raise would be unparalleled. With such tangible benefits at stake, who could refuse? Moreover, Jiang Danhong had already been defeated. Had she not faltered, she would not have needed to feign vulnerability while attempting to usurp the company and oust Xiao Ruoshi. The choice was clear, even to the dim-witted. You all, Jiang Danhong trembled with rage, pointing at her loyal subordinates, unable to articulate her words. This was far removed from her expectations. Jiang Danhong, proceed to the Human Resources Department to finalize your resignation and gather your belongings, Xiao Ruoshi stated coldly. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Danhong. Xiao Ruoshi, do not gloat, I will not let this matter rest. Jiang Danhong ceded. And you traitors, I shall not spare you either. Her loyalists lowered their heads, neither responding nor daring to meet her gaze, fearful that Jiang Danhong might single them out or utter something that would provoke Xiao Ruoshi's ire. Do not be so vicious, a barking dog does not bite. What purpose does your commotion serve? Xiao Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Hurry and handle your paperwork. If you refuse to leave, I will have Captain Chen escort you out. You shall all pay for this. Jiang Danhong spat, her high heels echoing as she stormed away, her former pride diminished. Now appearing quite disheveled, almost as if she were fleeing in disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the backbone of this company, and I am truly pleased with your decision. Xiao Ruoshi addressed the assembly with a smile. Now, let us focus on our work and conclude this meeting. Yes, the crowd replied, watching as Xiao Ruoshi and her associates departed. Do you think General Manager Xiao will seek retribution later? One whispered. Surely not, another replied. Regardless of the circumstances, it is certainly preferable to part ways rather than remain under the leadership of General Jiang. Indeed, General Jiang's greed is palpable, while President Xiao relinquishes power. She seeks to usurp it. Soon, a myriad of discussions erupted within the conference room. Meanwhile, Jiang Danhong refrained from submitting her resignation after hastily gathering her belongings. She intended to depart. Why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Danhong exclaimed in anger, noticing Captain Qian's unblinking gaze upon her. I am merely ensuring you haven't taken anything belonging to the company, Captain Qian replied, his demeanor calm. What did you just say? Jiang Danhong retorted furiously. In light of your character, one cannot be too cautious, Captain Qian asserted seriously. I will not tolerate this any longer. Jiang Danhong snapped, feeling insulted that he regarded her as a thief. Even at her lowest, she would never stoop to such petty crimes. Captain Qian took a step back. Evading the furious Jiang Danhong, I advise you to collect your things quietly and depart. You are no longer the vice president here. If you persist, I shall not hesitate to take further action. I am quite eager to see how you intend to act. Jiang Danhong lunged at him again. Someone, please escort Vice President Jiang out of the company. Captain Qian grasped her wrist firmly and called out. Shortly thereafter, 2 security guards arrived, escorting Jiang Danhong out. Umph. You refuse to heed a polite request and instead invite punishment. You have thrived on your authority for too long. And now you are nothing, yet you still dare to act aggressively, Captain Qian muttered, picking up Jiang Danhong's belongings and following behind. Let me go. Release me. Jiang Danhong struggled. But as a woman, she could not match the strength of 2 large men. In the president's office, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Mu and Xiao Ruoxi observed Jiang Danhong being dragged from the company, shaking their heads in disapproval. Sister, you granted her the final semblance of dignity. Yet she failed to appreciate it. Let her be, Xiao Ruoxi replied, averting her gaze. I have already shown her ample mercy. Sister, do you intend to return to the company? Xiao Mu inquired casually as he took a seat. Now that you have no pressing matters, I cannot remain at home indefinitely. Coming to the company will provide me with some tasks to engage in, Xiao Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Previously, I had aspired to establish a publicly listed company. Sister, I wholeheartedly support you in this endeavor. Very well. By the way, is the company facing any financial difficulties? If so, I have access to several billion that I could invest. Several billion? Where did you acquire such wealth? Xiao Ruoxi asked, astonished. The Chu family provided 20 billion for medical expenses, and the rest comes from profits earned through the sale of elixirs, Xiao Mu explained. If that is insufficient, the Xiao family possesses ample funds, feel free to utilize them. Haha, I have just arrived at the company and am unfamiliar with the specifics. Should there be a need, I will not hesitate to ask for your assistance, Xiao Ruoxi chuckled. Speaking of which, sister, your company specializes in medicinal cosmetics, correct? Xiao Mu suddenly recalled. Indeed. Medicinal cosmetics currently hold a significant share in the beauty industry and public acceptance continues to rise, Xiao Ruoxi succinctly elaborated. I possess some formulas that can reduce spots and wrinkles. Would they be of use to you? Xiao Mu inquired. Oh. Certainly, what are the results like? Xiao Ruoxi was delighted to know that Xiao Mu's medical skills had greatly improved. If we could create a signature medicinal cosmetic, it would certainly make a breakthrough. The efficacy should be remarkable. I will provide you with the prescriptions, and you may have someone test them, she suggested. Xiao Mu, though hesitant to boast, believed that the legacy left by the immortal physician was undoubtedly reliable. He then took out some paper and wrote down several prescriptions, handing them to Xiao Ruoxi. Consider this as your investment in the prescriptions. I know you might dismiss this amount of money, so think of it as pocket money, he remarked. Xiao Ruoxi accepted the papers and replied, haha, I will follow your lead. Xiao Mu was indifferent, he would give her anything she asked for, even beyond these few prescriptions. I might be busy for a while, so I won't have time to accompany you, Xiao Ruoxi informed him. Alright, you focus on your work, sister. I believe you should be more assertive about your identity, it's time to reveal it, Xiao Mu encouraged. Once the identity of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is revealed, there will be no more troubles. I have grown accustomed to this. It's quite satisfactory to proceed step by step, gradually expanding and strengthening the company, Xiao Ruoxi shook her head. Work hard too. I hope that one day, when I encounter difficulties, it's not the Xiao family name that is mentioned, but rather yours. People will respect me just because I am your sister, she added, laughing heartily. Absolutely, no problem. Xiao Mu chuckled in response. While the two were engaged in their light-hearted conversation, a knock on the door interrupted them. Several heads of important departments, including finance and marketing, entered the office. Sister, you carry on with your tasks, I will take a walk around the company. Xiao Mu said as he stepped out of the office. Just then, he received a call from Zhong Yue. Captain Zhong, Xiao Mu answered. Wondering if there was news regarding Mr. Long's number. The number you provided is an untraceable satellite phone, I cannot find any identity information. Zhong Yue stated directly without any preamble. Hearing this, Xiao Mu felt a pang of disappointment but quickly reconsidered. If it was so easily traceable, Mr. Long would not be so reckless. Is it possible to trace the call records associated with this number? For instance, whom did he call? That cannot be traced either. Zhong Yue replied. All right then, Xiao Mu nodded, realizing he would have to wait for Mr. Long to reach out to him. After all, hadn't he said that the game had begun? There would undoubtedly be subsequent actions. The only certainty now was that this satellite phone had been in Shanghai for a period. Shanghai. Xiao Mu's eyes flickered. Is Mr. Long from Shanghai? Yes, but we cannot confirm that the owner is indeed from Shanghai. We can only say that it has recently appeared there, Zhong Yue emphasized. Beyond that, there is nothing else we could uncover. Alright, do you have time tonight? If you do, I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude, Xiao Mu offered. No need, I have a case to attend to. Let us postpone it for another day, Zhong Yue replied, ending the call before Xiao Mu could respond. She is indeed efficient. Xiao Mu murmured as he put away his phone. Reflecting on Mr. Long, he furrowed his brow. Since Zhong Yue had not found anything, it seemed unlikely that Zhong Wancheng would fare any better. The possibility of locating Mr. Long through just a number appeared to be exceedingly slim. Finding you will mark your end, Xiao Mu's expression turned icy, a murderous intent permeating the air. Brother Mu. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie approached, sensing a palpable aura of hostility that startled them. Or you two have had quite a day, Xiao Mu remarked, retracting his menacing intent with a nod. I am genuinely curious as to why you choose to accompany me. With the Xiao family under your command, who else would we follow? Aligning ourselves with you promises the most success, Xiao Jie candidly replied. Xiao Mu was left speechless. Do not heed his nonsense, we believe that you possess exceptional abilities. Brother Mu, Xiao Yuan interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Jie. Enough with the flattery, regardless of your reasons for following me, I have but one request, unwavering loyalty. Xiao Mu stated, fixing his gaze upon the two. Understood, grandfather has instructed us to remain resolute in our allegiance, Xiao Yuan responded promptly. There are matters that cannot be disclosed, even to grandfather. Very well, Xiao Mu said with a satisfied smile, patting Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. You shall not find yourselves at a disadvantage by following me. As the trio meandered, Captain Chen rushed over, panting heavily. Young Master Xiao, trouble is brewing. What is it? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Individuals from the underworld are causing a ruckus, specifically requesting to see President Xiao. It must be that vile woman, Jiang Danhong, seeking revenge. Captain Chen exclaimed. Oh. Where are they? The three exchanged glances, and Xiao Mu inquired. They are still downstairs and are about to ascend. They are armed with knives. And we cannot stop them, Captain Chen replied. Leave it to us, Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Mu. Let us go together, Xiao Mu shook his head and proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they heard a boisterous voice, get your boss out here. Is it worth your lives for a few coins? Anyone who dares to stop me will be cut down. Xiao Mu focused intently, spotting a burly tattooed man wielding a machete, his face a mask of ferocity. Behind him, 10 or so similarly adorned ruffians brandished knives and clubs, exuding an intimidating presence. The security guards, armed with rubber batons, were retreating in disarray. Youth! You dare to show your face? The man shouted, pointing his machete at Xiao Mu. At his movement, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie frowned, preparing to step forward. Given their strength, dispatching these thugs would be effortless, even with their weapons. Hold on, the world of martial arts is not solely about violence, it involves understanding human relationships. Xiao Mu interjected, shaking his head. Should a conflict arise, we must appeal to reason. Understood, Brother Mu. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie replied, suppressing their urges to fight. My name is Xiao Mu. What business do you have? Xiao Mu advanced calmly. I am Tang from the Longhu gang. The man shouted, knife in hand. I am here to collect protection money. Protection money? Xiao Mu paused momentarily, realizing that while restaurants and shops might pay such fees, a company was also expected to do so. Indeed, 5,000 per year, the man nodded. Hurry up and pay. Tank demanded. Brother Tank. We already settled this year's protection fee, did we not? Captain Chen furrowed his brow. He has paid. But it is said that there has been a change in personnel here, which means he must pay again. If he refuses, blood will be shed. The man spoke coldly. Tank brother, that seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? The company is still the same company, Captain Chen couldn't help but interject. Damn, are you trying to reason with me? The man stepped forward, brandishing his knife at Captain Chen. Do you believe I will kill you? Captain Chen fell silent. Aware that the Longhu gang was a powerful force in the area and not to be trifled with. Wasn't I supposed to summon the new head for you? I heard she's a beautiful woman. Let her come out and entertain us, we can negotiate the protection fee, the man grinned, addressing his comrades. Isn't that right, brothers? Yes. I do enjoy beautiful women. Ha ha ha, let her have some fun with us. Tank brother, that I want to be the second. I'll be third. The ruffians laughed heartily. Unrestrained in their revelry. Listening to their vulgar banter, Xiao Mu's expression turned cold. Do you also bear the surname Xiao? Then you must be the sister's brother. Tank gazed at Xiao Mu, a glint of menace in his eyes. Come here, kneel, bow your head, then hand over your sister to entertain us. If you do that, we will let this matter slide. Before Tank could finish, Xiao Mu stepped forward, instantly appearing before him. What the hell? Tank exclaimed, startled by the boy's speed. He attempted to raise his knife to strike, but before he could act, he felt a searing pain in his arm. Crack. The sound of a bone breaking echoed. Tank screamed, dropping his mountain-cutting knife to the ground. Boom. Following that, Xiao Mu delivered a kick to Tank's abdomen, sending him flying. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, Tank was already lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie exchanged strange glances. What happened to the supposed courtesy and reason? Tank brother. Damn it, brothers, kill him. The thugs, witnessing Tank's cries, were both shocked and enraged, raising their knives and clubs to charge at Xiao Mu. Slap. Before Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie could intervene, the sound of crisp slaps echoed as the thugs' faces swelled into grotesque shapes, blooded teeth flying from their mouths. Clearly, their earlier words had provoked Xiao Mu, and they were now paying the price for their insolence. Damn it. One thug cursed as he continued to charge forward. Boom. Xiao Mu's gaze turned icy as he kicked him away and picked up the mountain-cutting knife from the ground. Crack. He flicked his finger, and the knife snapped in two. This scene left the thugs utterly astonished. Those who had charged forward halted in their tracks, even retreating several steps in fear. How is that possible? The thugs gazed at Xiao Mu and his broken knife with horrified eyes, chilled to the bone. This knife had been brought by them. It was not a tool Xiao Mu had prepared. A knife forged from high-quality steel could not withstand a mere finger poke. If that finger were to strike their heads, their skulls would surely burst like watermelons, shattering into pieces. Just imagining that scene sent shivers down their spines. The Tank was utterly terrified. Especially when he saw Xiao Mu approaching, or nearly wetting himself. What do you want? Stay back, I warn you. I'm a member of the Longhu gang. And my boss is Cannon. With a swift motion, Xiao Mu stepped forward and slapped the Tank across the face. Cannon. Tank. You might as well rename the Longhu gang to Armory. Bloody teeth flew from the Tank's mouth as he trembled. No, I was wrong. Is Jiang Danhong the one who sent you? Xiao Mu coldly inquired. Yes, she just called me, instructing me to deal with the new head, Xiao Ruoshi, and her brother. The Tank dared not withhold any information. And how do you plan to do that? Xiao Mu's tone grew even icier. She She mentioned that Xiao Ruoxi is quite beautiful and suggested that if we had the chance, we could have some fun with her brother, which is you. And break your limbs, the tank cautiously explained. Listening to the tank's words, the murderous intent enveloped Xiao Mu. He never anticipated that Jiang Danhong would resort to such vengeance. Brother, no, big brother, I was mistaken. I never intended to insult your sister, I merely aimed to intimidate you and leave with some money, the tank stammered. Sensing Xiao Mu's killing intent and nearly losing control again. Our Longhu gang is a major faction in Cloud City. Both Dragon and Tiger are practitioners of ancient martial arts with numerous followers who are also skilled in the same. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Xiao Mu's hostility intensified. And no, that's not it. I merely meant to say that we harbor no enmity and that there is no need to escalate matters, the tank quaked. If you let me go, I will treat today's events as though they never transpired, and I assure you, I will not seek revenge. Are you quite familiar with Jiang Danhong? Come, call her and have her come here, Xiao Mu commanded, positioning a broken knife against the tank's neck. Quickly. All right. I'll call her right away. The tank fumbled to retrieve his phone and dialed Jiang Danhong. Tank, how's it going? Jiang Danhong answered eagerly. Damn it, Jiang Danhong. How dare you betray me? You need to come to the company immediately. The tank bellowed. What is wrong? Did you fail? Jiang Danhong hesitated. Stop asking so many questions and hurry up. The tank gritted his teeth. I'll give you 10 minutes. Before the tank could finish, Jiang Danhong abruptly hung up the call. She hung up on me. The tank stared blankly at Xiao Mu. She must be on her way here, right? Huh? Are you certain she is coming here and not realizing something amiss and hanging up? Xiao Mu mocked. If she can't arrive, then you won't be leaving. I'll call her again. The tank's expression shifted as he quickly redialed Jiang Danhong. The line rang but went unanswered, and then it disconnected. She turned off her phone. The tank could not restrain himself from cursing. How dare this woman defy his wishes? Do you know where she lives? Xiao Mu pondered. Then asked. I don't know, we are not that close, I only have a contact number, the tank pleaded with a forlorn expression. Big brother. If you let me go, I'll go find that wretched woman, how does that sound? I'll bring her to you. I have told you. If she does not come, you cannot leave, Xiao Mu shook his head. Brother, if you do not allow me to depart, this constitutes unlawful detention. You are still young. Do not tread upon the path of crime, the tank hurriedly replied. Xiao Mu could not suppress a chuckle. Here was a man who lived a life of chaos. Advising him against embarking on a criminal journey. If you wish to live, it is not impossible, but you must leave behind a token. What token? Tank's face blanched in fear. Perhaps a hand, Xiao Mu remarked, tossing a broken knife before Tank. Brother, I was wrong, I shall never dare again. Tank cried, sinking to his knees. A man such as himself could not survive without a hand in this world. With your cowardice, you dare to roam the streets. Xiao Mu mocked with a smile. You mentioned earlier that your Longhu gang is a prominent faction nearby, correct? After today, will you not seek retribution? And no. I wouldn't dare, Tank fervently shook his head. I detest complications and prefer to eliminate troubles before they can grow. Therefore, I propose you contact your dragon brother or tiger brother and summon them here, and I shall release you. My brother, I lack such influence, it is impossible. Tank lamented. His face a mask of despair. I don't even have their numbers, I am nothing, he added, feeling belittled. To be reduced to this level in the underworld is quite shameful, Xiao Mu scoffed. Yes, just let me go, treat me as if I were nothing, Tank pleaded. Take me to your Longhu gang headquarters, I shall speak with them. What do you mean? You have a choice, lose a hand or lead me there. Let us go. Tank acquiesced, the flicker of ulterior motives igniting within him. If he truly went to the headquarters, perhaps he could seek vengeance. With a broken hand, fractured ribs, and several missing teeth, how could he not harbor resentment? If they subdued Xiao Mu, he could finally exact his revenge. I will repay you 100-fold. Tank gritted his teeth, wincing in pain. What are you thinking? Are you contemplating revenge upon arrival at the headquarters? Xiao Mu's voice turned icy. And no. Tank gasped, astonished. How did he know? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Enough of this nonsense, get up and lead the way. Xiao Mu commanded. Glancing at Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie. You two will accompany me. Half an hour later, the Xiao Mu arrived at the Longhu Gang headquarters. It was evident they were prepared. A swarm of underlings, wielding knives and clubs, eyed the trio menacingly, poised to pounce at their leader's command to dismantle the audacious challengers of the Longhu Gang. Tank. Are you feeling triumphant now? Xiao Mu turned to the limping Tank. And no, Tank hastily denied. He was still at Xiao Mu's mercy and could not afford to feel pleased otherwise. He would be the one to suffer. You have truly made progress, Tank. Bringing someone here, the man appeared, his voice cold. Brother Pao, I had no choice. If I did not bring him, he threatened to sever my hand. Tank exclaimed, tears streaming down his face upon seeing the man. Once we deal with them, I shall settle the score with you. The man let out a grunt, directing his gaze towards Xiao Mu. You truly are audacious. Daring to start trouble with the Longhu Gang. Do you have any idea how many of us are here? Enough of the nonsense, take me to your missile brother. Xiao Mu replied curtly. Missile brother? What kind of nonsense is that? Huo Pao was momentarily taken aback. You are his superior, calling Huo Pao your boss. Then shouldn't you call him missile? As he spoke, Xiao Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps you should also include aircraft carrier brother and nuclear bomb brother. Why not just rename the Longhu Gang to Arsenal? Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Huo Pao's expression darkened. How dare this brat mock him? Damn it, kill him. Yes. The men standing behind Huo Pao shouted in unison, brandishing their knives and clubs as they charged towards Xiao Mu. In a flash, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating several foes. It was no wonder that a practitioner of ancient martial arts dared to come here. Huo Pao's eyes glinted as he raised his hand again. I want to see how many of you can fight to kill them. Yes. The surrounding lackeys echoed, rushing forward once more. In an instant, Xiao Mu and his companions found themselves encircled by a sea of men numbering in the hundreds. The Tank seized the opportunity. Limping out with urgency, boss, slap. Huo Pao delivered a resounding slap to the Tank's face. You useless fool, tell me, who on earth are they? The Tank, trembling with fear, recounted how Jiang Danhong had called him, explaining the situation that brought him to the company. Brother Pao, you don't understand, he's terrifying. One blow shattered a mountain blade. Brother Long and Brother Hu are already aware and summoned me to deal with this trouble. Once they are dealt with, you can explain to Brother Long and Brother Hu yourself. Huo Pao replied coldly, understood. The Tank shuddered regardless of how Xiao Mu and his companions fared. His own fate would not be much better. Brother Pao, you must speak on my behalf. I meant no harm. Just wanted to bring them here for the experts at headquarters to handle. Save those words for Brothers Long and Hu, Huo Pao said, his gaze shifting to the crowd. Suddenly narrowing. Half of the hundreds had already fallen. What unsettled him the most was that throughout this ordeal, Xiao Mu had not even lifted a finger. Such strength must be in the later stages of the dark strength realm, right? Huo Pao's expression shifted. How could these seemingly young men possess such formidable power? Could these lackeys truly handle them? Brother Pao, that Xiao Mu is even stronger. The Tank pointed at Xiao Mu, his face contorted with worry. I believe we must call upon the offerings to intervene. While the two conversed, the remaining lackeys were paralyzed with fear, stumbling backward, unwilling to continue the fight. They were unafraid of a brawl, but to be subjected to one-sided attacks was unbearable. Dozens lay in pools of blood, wailing in agony as the scent of iron thickened. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie, wielding their bloodied blades, glanced back at Xiao Mu before advancing step by step. The dozens of thugs on the opposite side retreated repeatedly, too terrified to press forward. The expression on the artillery's face shifted dramatically as he bellowed, quick, stop them. The ruffians gritted their teeth and charged forward once more. But after a few were felled, they retreated in fear. Observing this, the artillery turned to flee, shouting, stop them, I will find Brother Long. The chaos escalated as more and more ruffians surged forth, yet upon witnessing the horrific scene before them, they were taken aback. Only 3 individuals. No. Merely to how formidable they are. Are they ancient martial artists? Indeed, we stand no chance against them. Thank goodness I fled quickly, otherwise, I too would have been struck down. The atmosphere was rife with noise, and the newly arrived ruffians hesitated to advance. Armed with knives, they slowly retreated, casting wary glances at Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie. Brother Mu, should we charge in? Xiao Yuan inquired, turning his head. There's no rush, someone will emerge shortly, replied Xiao Mu. Hands tucked into his pockets as he moved forward. You two are somewhat lacking in strength, it is imperative that you improve swiftly. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie, still reveling in the thrill of having toppled dozens, felt deflated upon hearing Xiao Mu's words. Before long, the ruffians parted, creating a pathway. A man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses approached, surveying Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie before turning to Xiao Mu. I am Crow from the Longhu Gang. Please, the three of you. Come inside. Brother Long and Brother Hu are awaiting your arrival. Very well, Xiao Mu replied, undaunted, as he stepped forward. Ensure the injured are taken for treatment. Crow instructed before following closely behind. May I inquire how I should address you? Crow asked. Xiao Mu, came the reply. Xiao Mu. Crow paused. The name striking a familiar chord. What brings you to our Longhu Gang today? I sought to confront that tank, Xiao Mu stated. And then what? I feared he might retaliate against our company, so I decided to visit the Longhu Gang to resolve this matter conclusively. Is that all? Crow appeared bewildered. You came to vanquish dozens of us merely for this trivial issue? Indeed, that is all, Xiao Mu affirmed with a nod. By the way, I haven't inquired about your standing in the Longhu Gang, Brother Crow. Can you resolve this matter? If you can, I shall leave at once. You cannot leave. Crow interjected hastily. What do you mean? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, while this issue was initially minor, it has now attracted the attention of Brother Long and Brother Hu, making it significant. They are waiting for you inside. Crow spoke quickly, fearful that a single word from Xiao Mu might prompt the two knife wielders nearby to strike him down. He was a strategist, skilled in cunning, but not in withstanding blows. Very well, then let us meet, Xiao Mu conceded with a nod. Soon, he found himself in a grand hall, face to face with Brother Long and Brother Hu. In addition to these two, hundreds of thugs filled the hall, brandishing glimmering knives. Their expressions were fierce. Eyes fixed upon Xiao Mu and his companions as if they were three lambs awaiting slaughter. Xiao Mu surveyed the room, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Intimidation. How juvenile. Meanwhile, Brother Long and Brother Hu scrutinized Xiao Mu, pondering the nature of this audacious young man who dared to intrude upon their Longhu Gang with two companions. Did he perhaps harbor some significant backing? This is how our Brother Long and Brother Hu introduced Xiao Mu to the Crow. Approaching Brother Long and Brother Hu, he whispered a few words. Xiao Mu. Upon hearing this name, both Brother Long and Brother Hu furrowed their brows, for it indeed sounded familiar. Is this how the Longhu Gang treats its guests? Not even a seat? Not a single cup of tea? Xiao Mu inquired nonchalantly. You are exceedingly arrogant, young man. Even now, you dare to be so audacious. With hundreds of us, a mere spit from each could drown you. The cannon pointed menacingly at Xiao Mu, his voice laced with fury. Having fled earlier in fear and feeling slightly humiliated, he was eager to reclaim his lost pride. Upon hearing Cannon's rebuke, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie brandished their bloodied blades, ready to spring into action. With a clatter, hundreds of underlings around them raised their weapons. And the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Stop. Just as both sides were on the verge of conflict, Brother Long spoke up. He scrutinized Xiao Mu, hesitating slightly. Are you the Xiao Mu from the Xiao family? The Xiao family, yes, Xiao Mu. Hearing Brother Long's words, Brother Hu, Crow, and a few others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting. Excluding Crow. They were all practitioners of ancient martial arts and were naturally attuned to the happenings within that realm. In the current cultivation circles of Yun City, if one were to speak of the most renowned figure, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Mu of the Xiao family. Yes, you know me. Xiao Mu nodded, not particularly surprised. Upon receiving confirmation, Brother Long and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. Could it really be him? setting aside Xiao Mu's own formidable reputation. The Xiao family was not to be trifled with. While the Longhu gang was indeed powerful, it paled in comparison to the top-tier Xiao family. Moreover, Xiao Mu was even more formidable, having eliminated his own second uncle and cousin. How ruthless must he be? Such an individual who would dare to offend Brother Long, Brother Hu. And the others instinctively stood up. Kanan and the ruffians, taken aback by the reaction of Brother Long and Brother Hu, were left in confusion. What was happening? To their astonishment, Brother Long and Brother Hu took a few steps forward, forcing smiles upon their faces. Young Master Xiao, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. Hidden in the distance, Tankia's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Did Xiao Mu possess some extraordinary background? Young Master Xiao, I am Zhong Long, and this is my brother Xiao Hu, Brother Long said, extending his hand towards Xiao Mu. Young Master, I have long admired your name, it resonates like thunder. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Had it been anyone else from the Xiao family, he would not have been so courteous, even adopting a humble demeanor. But Xiao Mu was different. Not only was he remarkable in his own right, but he also commanded the Xiao family, poised to potentially ascend to the pinnacle of the young talents. Greetings, Brother Long. Xiao Mu shook Zhong Long's hand, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. You may simply call me by my name, Zhong Long replied with a broad smile. This morning, my left eyelid twitched. Who would have thought it was you who arrived? A sign of impending misfortune. Xiao Mu regarded Zhong Long with a playful tone. How could that be? Your arrival is an honor for our Longhu gang, Zhong Long replied earnestly. Crow, why are you dawdling? Quickly, prepare some tea. Yes, yes. Crow responded promptly and hurried away. They have all dispersed, and it's time to attend to our own affairs. Zhong Long glanced at his subordinates and called out. He understood that if Xiao Mu intended to act, a few hundred lackeys would be of little consequence. Thus, it was wiser to withdraw his men and seize the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Xiao Mu. Such a person, even if not to befriend, must never be made an enemy. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to deal with the three of them? One of the lackeys asked, bewildered. Are you foolish? Did you not see how respectful Brother Long is being toward him? Clearly, this fellow possesses significant influence and should not be provoked. Indeed, he appears quite formidable, otherwise Brother Long would not exhibit such deference. The subordinates murmured among themselves, gradually dispersing. Shao, shall we retire to the office for a chat? Zhong Long inquired with a smile. If there are matters to discuss, let us speak over there. Rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction. Very well, Xiao Mu nodded. Given Zhong Long's perceptiveness, he deemed it unwise to press further. Moreover, his intent was not to annihilate the Longhu gang, but rather to resolve the troubles entirely. Upon arriving at the office, a pot of tea had already been prepared. Zhong Long, Xiao Hu. After taking a seat, Xiao Mu glanced at Zhong Long and Xiao Hu, a smile gracing his lips. Are there any members of the Wang dynasty or Mahon present? None, if he is my biological brother. Zhong Long pointed to Xiao Hu in introduction. Xiao Mu expressed surprise, scrutinizing them further. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Why do you share different surnames? My father's surname is Zhong, and my mother's is Xiao, Zhong Long elucidated. Oh, Xiao Mu nodded in understanding. Xiao. I have heard you are a congenital powerhouse. Xiao Hu inquired, regarding Xiao Mu intently. One might say so, Xiao Mu acknowledged with a nod. You two do not appear weak yourselves, mid-stage transformation, I presume. Indeed, both men felt a chill of awe, for the top-tier prodigy had discerned their abilities at a glance. Enough of tea, let us discuss today's matters. How do you plan to address this situation? Xiao Mu waved his hand, declining the cigar that Zhong Long offered. Whatever you say, we shall comply, Zhong Long promptly replied. Not so fast, Tank is one of your Longhu gang members, Xiao Mu remarked, shaking his head. Bring Tank to me. Zhong Long bellowed, and two lackeys ushered Tank into the room. Brother Long, Brother Hu, I was wrong, Tank quivered in fear. How dare you provoke Xiao? Zhong Long's voice turned cold. Xiao, I have brought him here, you may do as you wish. We guarantee not to utter a word against your will. Xiao, I was wrong, I beg you, do not take my life. Tang fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Enough, I shall let you go today, but you will not seek revenge against me, will you? Xiao Mu casually inquired. Absolutely not, I swear. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I would not dare. Tang fervently shook his head. Given the respectful demeanor of Brother Long and Brother Hu, he would not dream of provoking them again. We have injured many of your Long Hu gang members today, how shall we address this? Xiao Mu turned to Zhong Long again. Shall I offer some compensation? Xiao, for them to endure your strike is an honor, Zhong Long quickly responded. As for compensation, it should indeed be us compensating you. Today, allowing you and these two esteemed gentlemen to make this trip and even resorting to physical confrontation has been exceedingly arduous. Tang cast a glance at Zhong Long. He had anticipated that Brother Long would adopt a humble demeanor, but he never imagined it could sink to such depths. It was as if he had lowered himself to the very dust. They endured the blows, yet still considered it an honor. And now they were expected to pay the other party for their troubles. This was akin to receiving a slap and then inquiring if the person's hand was hurting, what difference did it make? Upon further reflection, Tang found himself in admiration. This level of tactfulness was truly rare. No wonder Brother Long had established such a formidable gang, resistance was futile. Haha, Brother Long is too courteous, he remarked. Xiao Mu observed Zhong Long and mused that this fellow was indeed a talent. Forget about compensation, I am not short of money. As long as you refrain from troubling me further and cease any disturbances at my sister's company, that will suffice. Rest assured, there will be absolutely no trouble. Zhong Long hastily assured him. By the way, there is another matter that requires your assistance, Brother Tang. Xiao Mu's expression turned serious as he directed his gaze towards Tang. You may speak, the Tang replied, almost like a dog at Xiao Mu's feet. Ears perked up in attention. It was not that he sought to demean himself, but rather, with Brother Long adopting such a lowly posture, he felt compelled to lower himself even further. That Jiang Dan Hong, I need you to handle her, Xiao Mu stated nonchalantly. Ah. Yes. Tang was momentarily taken aback. Could you clarify how to handle her? However, upon glancing at Xiao Mu, he dared not inquire further. All right, the tea has been consumed, and our discussions have concluded. So I shall not impose any longer. Xiao Mu rose to his feet. Brother Mu, shall we exchange contact information? Zhong Long inquired with a smile. Very well. Xiao Mu did not decline, and after exchanging numbers, he departed with Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie. Zhong Long, Xiao Hu, and the others personally escorted them to the door, only retracting their gaze once the vehicle had left. Brother, must we be so humble? Xiao Hu could not help but ask. Humble? You have no idea. It won't be long before many would wish to be humble before him, yet lack the qualification. Zhong Long shook his head, turning his attention to the crow. Old crow, what are your thoughts? I believe Brother Long speaks wisely. I just checked, he is far more formidable than we had imagined. We must not provoke him. The crow replied earnestly. I hope we can use this incident to forge a relationship with him. Indeed, Zhong Long nodded, then glanced at Tang. You are supposed to face punishment, but since Xiao Mu has entrusted you with this task, to ensure you execute it well. Thank you, Brother Long, Tang sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude profusely. Old Crow, I have a matter I would like to consult you about. Speak. He instructed me to handle Jiang Dan Hong. What exactly does he mean by that? Tang inquired. The crow pondered for a moment before asking, what has that woman requested of you? Tang, not daring to conceal anything, promptly relayed the details. That woman is rather ruthless. Since Xiao Mu did not specify, you should return her actions in kind. Old Crow. What do you mean by that? Tang questioned, perplexed. Goodness, I urge you all to read more, yet you refuse to listen, the crow scolded, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The woman instructed you on how to deal with Xiao Mu and his sister, thus you must proceed as she directed. Understood? First, overpower her, then shatter her limbs. Tang nodded vigorously, realization dawning upon him. Upon returning to the company, Xiao Mu entered the president's office. I've heard there's been some trouble, has it been resolved? Xiao Ruoshi inquired, gazing at Xiao Mu. Yes, just a minor inconvenience, but it has been completely addressed, Xiao Mu affirmed with a nod. I have arranged a dinner with a few department heads tonight. Would you care to join? I shall pass. I need to return and refine some pills, she replied. Very well. I will have Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jie remain here and direct them should anything arise. Half an hour later, Xiao Mu returned to the Xiao residence and entered the Chen Quan ring. The medicinal materials before him were ample enough for a considerable period of alchemical refinement. And he anticipated a notable enhancement in his skills. He first glanced at the dark coffin suspended in the air, then approached the array of herbs. A smile gracing his lips. Soon, he commenced the alchemical process, immersing himself in the craft. During this endeavor, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that alchemy not only advanced his cultivation but also bolstered his mental faculties. He needed to concoct more potent elixirs to augment his strength. Facing Mr. Long now seemed daunting. The enmity stemming from his parents' demise weighed heavily upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down on his heart. Hatred served as both a burden and a catalyst. He was determined to grow stronger in the shortest time possible, and not merely to draw out Mr. Long, but to confront him directly once his identity was unveiled. Without formidable strength, not only would he be unable to avenge his family, but his own life would be in jeopardy. The fragrance of herbs gradually permeated the Chen Quan ring as batch after batch of San Yuan Dan was meticulously bottled. When he finally emerged from the Chen Quan ring, the sky had darkened outside. Fatty, come find me when you have time. I have some elixirs to enhance your strength, Xiao Mu said, dialing Chen Li's number. Foster father, I am available now. I shall come immediately. Wait for me, Chen Li replied eagerly, sensing good news. Xiao Mu chuckled at his enthusiasm. After hanging up, he sought out Xiao Zhenting. I have conferred with the clan elders. They will be late to rest tomorrow. Xiao Zhenting spoke slowly. Your third and fourth uncles will also return early tomorrow. Xiao Mu felt a stir of emotion. He had not seen his third uncle, Xiao Zhengwei, from the hidden Xiao family, nor his fourth uncle, who resided abroad, in quite some time. Given that Xiao Zhengwei maintained a good relationship with Xiao Zhengyi, who had developed ulterior motives, it was plausible that he might seek revenge for Xiao Zhengyi upon his return. As for the fourth uncle, their relations were minimal due to his extended absence overseas. Rest assured, they are only returning to attend the funeral. They will not act against us, Xiao Zhenting assured him. I am not concerned, Xiao Mu smiled. I do not initiate conflict should others provoke me. I do not care who they are. A sigh escaped Xiao Zhenting's lips, then he chose not to elaborate further. Just then, the phone rang. Grandfather, please rest early. I must attend to matters, Xiao Mu said, glancing at the caller ID before stepping outside to answer. Young master. A respectful voice came through the receiver. What instructions do you have, Minister Zhao? Xiao Mu replied coolly. Young Master Xiao, please do not say such things. I am merely a dog raised by you. On the other end of the phone was Xiao Deli, the Deputy Minister of the Yun City Enforcement Division. Mr. Long called me. Oh. What did he say? Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicion that as long as Xiao Deli remained alive, Mr. Long would undoubtedly reach out to him. He wants me to do something for him and mentioned that his words that night were deliberate. The more he urges you to kill me, the less likely you are to do so, as Xiao Deli hurriedly explained. Xiao Mu scoffed. Did he assign you any new tasks? No, he did not give me any new assignments, Xiao Deli replied. Are you certain? Minister Zhao, do not forget. He holds your future in his hands, while I hold your life, Xiao Mu stated coldly. Young Master Xiao, I am not deceiving you. He truly did not assign me anything, only offered some words of comfort, Xiao Deli quickly insisted. By the way, he mentioned that he has been in Shanghai recently. I understand. If there is any news, inform me. As for the antidote, when the time comes, I will have Chen Li deliver it to you. Understood. Xiao Mu ended the call, narrowing his eyes. It appeared that Zheng Yue's investigation was accurate and Mr. Long was indeed in Shanghai recently. However, Shanghai was considerably larger than Yun City, making the search for an individual akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As for Xiao Deli, although currently of little use, he had been secured as a contingency. Perhaps he would prove unexpectedly valuable at a crucial moment. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Li arrived. Here. Xiao Mu tossed him a porcelain vial. One a day, do not consume too many. Got it. Chenli responded eagerly. Brother Mu, will my cultivation rise significantly after taking this? Do you think it's that simple? You still need to put in the effort. These are merely aids. Why is it called the 3-yuan pill? Is it one for each yuan? The two exchanged banter, and then Xiao Mu recalled something. Or, in a few days. You should deliver some antidote to Xiao Deli. Sure, where's the antidote? Just give him some random medicine, I'll provide you with some useless pills. Xiao Mu retrieved a handful of useless pills and placed them into the porcelain vial. Need I teach you how to handle this? No need, I assure you. I'll frighten him into a panic. Chenli grinned, knowing well that Xiao Deli was someone he usually looked up to. But now he had become a dog under Brother Mu's command. Though not literally a dog, he knew the respect would be there. Brother Mu, do you have any plans for tomorrow? If not, shall we find somewhere to have some fun? I am occupied. Tomorrow, Xiao Zhanye and Xiao Hai will be buried. Are they being buried properly? Just roll them up in a shabby mat and bury them. If you are busy, I will also stay home to cultivate. Contact me if anything arises. All right. Chenli did not linger, hastily departing with the 3-yuan pill. Xiao Mu took a shower and soon fell asleep. A night passed in silence, then before long, dawn broke. When he awoke, Xiao Ruoshi had already prepared breakfast. Sis, when did you return last night? Quite late. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't wake you. Xiao Ruoshi smiled at Xiao Mu. Come, let us eat. The two sat together, sharing a meal and engaging in warm conversation. At the third and fourth uncle's back. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, Xiao Ruoshi frowned. As for my fourth uncle, he is fine, and there is no need to worry about my third uncle. If he does not provoke me, I shall not provoke him. However, should he choose to offend me, I will assuredly retaliate. Xiao Mu jested. Do not be complacent, my third uncle has been hidden away in the secluded Xiao family. Xiao Ruoshi cautioned. What of the hidden Xiao family? They cannot dictate the affairs of the Xiao clan. Xiao Mu took a sip of water. Sister, will you attend the funeral today? I shall. Very well. After their meal, the two proceeded to the elder's side. Both third uncle Xiao Zhengwei and fourth uncle Xiao Zhengli had returned, along with the clan elders. Upon seeing Xiao Mu enter, the elders instinctively rose to their feet. This scene caused a flicker of surprise in Xiao Zhengwei's gaze. In such a short span of time, had Xiao Mu standing within the Xiao family risen to such heights? It is worth noting that these venerable elders are quite adept at wielding their seniority. Just earlier, when he returned and greeted each of them, they had maintained a degree of pretense. Grandfather, third uncle, fourth uncle. Xiao Mu greeted them in succession, his gaze resting on the faces of Xiao Zhengwei and Xiao Zhengli. Xiao Mu, I have heard you have risen, I am truly happy for you, exclaimed Xiao Zhengli, stepping forward to pat Xiao Mu on the shoulder with warmth. Thank you for your concern, fourth uncle, Xiao Mu replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Mu, does the death of second brother bear any relation to you? Suddenly, Xiao Zhengwei spoke without a hint of concealment. I hope you will answer me honestly. It does not. Meeting Xiao Zhengwei's gaze, Xiao Mu replied calmly. Very well then, this matter has no connection to Xiao Mu, the purpose of summoning you back was solely for the funeral. Interrupted Xiao Zhenting, speaking in a somber tone. It is nearly time, let us proceed to the ancestral hall and then to the burial. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Sensing that the third son's demeanor was not amiable, the clan elders cautioned him on the way to the ancestral hall. The second son aspires to be the clan leader, partly due to the third son maneuvering within the hidden Xiao family. Not amiable. Ha! Let him choose a position for himself today, Xiao Mu scoffed, suddenly pondering a thought. If Xiao Zhengye's death is connected to his parents, what of Xiao Zhengwei? Did he also partake in this? Hearing Xiao Mu's words, the clan elders paused momentarily, then quickly realized, goodness, is this young lad intent on eliminating even the third uncle? The Xiao family would be hosting funerals every few days. Xiao Mu, do not act impulsively, for the sake of your grandfather, think carefully, he has but 2 sons left. The elders advised. To send a grey-haired man off with a black-haired one must be profoundly painful. I understand, should he not provoke me, I shall not act against him. Soon, the ancestral hall was filled to capacity. The clan elders conducted a series of rituals, placing the memorial tablets of Xiao Zhanye and Xiao Hai upon the offering table. The members of the Xiao family bowed in succession to bid farewell. As the heir to the Xiao family, Xiao Mu was naturally called upon to say a few words. Once the ceremonies concluded, the two bodies were sent for cremation and subsequently buried. It was not until the afternoon that the funeral finally drew to a close. "Would you like a cigarette?" Xiao Zhengwei approached Xiao Mu, producing a cigarette. "Very well." Xiao Mu took the cigarette, having not smoked since his paralysis. After Xiao Zhengwei lit it for him, he too ignited his own. For a moment, a silence enveloped them as they exhaled wisps of smoke. Inhaling deeply, Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes and then slowly released the smoke. "It truly has nothing to do with you?" Xiao Zhengwei inquired softly. "My uncle's death is unrelated. But my cousin's demise bears some connection," Xiao Mu replied, shaking his head. "I take full responsibility for my actions, I will not deny it." Xiao Zhengwei, still smoking, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Mu's eyes and after a prolonged silence shifted his gaze away. "All right. Since you sought me out, I too have a matter to discuss with you." Xiao Mu extinguished his cigarette. "I hope you will respond truthfully." "Speak," he urged. "Does my parents' death have any relation to you?" Xiao Mu's voice deepened. "What? Your parents' death?" Xiao Zhengwei was taken aback. "Did they not die for their country?" "Someone wished for their demise, otherwise they would not have perished," Xiao Mu stated, locking eyes with Xiao Zhengwei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengwei's expression shifted. "Are you implying that their death involved foul play?" "Indeed, uncle." "Do you comprehend the situation?" Xiao Mu nodded, a vague aura of hostility emanating from him. Should he discover that Xiao Zhengwei was implicated in this matter, his uncle would not need to descend from the mountain. He could simply dig a grave and bury him. "How could I possibly know?" Xiao Zhengwei's voice faltered, his eyes widening. "Are you suggesting I am connected to your parents' death?" "Given the close relationship between my uncle and second uncle, how could I not suspect?" Xiao Mu seized the cigarette from Xiao Zhengwei's hand, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Are you insinuating that my brother's death relates to your parents?" "How could that be?" Xiao Zhengwei's composure faltered. "Then why do you think he died?" Xiao Mu raised an eyebrow. "Did you kill him as vengeance for your parents? Do you possess any evidence? Did you not claim he was not killed by you?" Xiao Zhengwei's agitation grew as he bombarded Xiao Mu with questions. "My uncle and second uncle share a profound brotherly bond. Are you not blood related to my father?" Xiao Mu scoffed mockingly. "I would indeed desire to avenge my parents' death. But he never afforded me the opportunity." He was silenced. "Nonsense. If your father's death were truly connected to him, I would not let him escape unscathed." Xiao Zhengwei replied sternly. "Boy, clarify your words. What exactly transpired?" Xiao Mu regarded Xiao Zhengwei and recounted the actions of Mr. Long and Xiao Zhanye. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's account, Xiao Zhengwei's expression fluctuated. "Are you asserting that all of this is true?" "What do you think?" Xiao Mu countered. "He is deceased. Do I have any reason to tarnish his reputation?" "Do you know that Xiao Zhanye intended to kill me?" "I am unaware. I only know he aspired to become the family head, and I believe that your paralysis renders you unfit to be the successor," Xiao Zhengwei replied thoughtfully. "Thus, I swayed the opinions of certain members of the reclusive Xiao family to support him as the family head. Uncle, I hope everything you have conveyed today is truthful. If one day I uncover your involvement in my parents' deaths," Xiao Mu gestured towards the graves halfway up the mountain, "I shall bury you here." Xiao Zhengwei's expression darkened. "You brat, I am your dear third uncle." "And so what?" Xiao Mushin retorted, "Xiao Zhanye is my second uncle. You all suspect I murdered him, don't you?" He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "The enmity towards my parents weighs heavier than the heavens. The uncle is of no use. Fine, if I am indeed implicated in my parents' demise, I shall dig my own grave and bury myself." Xiao Zhengwei spoke earnestly. Xiao Mu glanced at his uncle, then shifted his gaze towards a nearby location in the cemetery, the tomb of his parents. For a moment, silence enveloped them as they smoked, each lost in contemplation. "How much have you uncovered about Mr. Long?" After an indeterminate time, Xiao Zhengwei inquired. I made a phone call. And it was that very call that confirmed the suspicious circumstances surrounding my parents' deaths, which are linked to my second uncle, Xiao Mu replied. Drawing his gaze back from the tomb. I will certainly find him and avenge my parents. Mr. Long is merely a title. Tracking him down is akin to reaching for the heavens, Xiao Zhengwei remarked slowly. Moreover, you must exercise caution, for he will not let you off easily. Indeed. Let us do this. I will promptly invite the elders from the hidden Xiao clan to serve as your protectors. Hearing Xiao Zhengwei's words, Xiao Mu was taken aback. Protectors? To shield me? Or to eliminate me? You are my brother's child, my own nephew, how could I ever harm you? Xiao Zhengwei exclaimed in anger. Although I share a good rapport with your second uncle, I am oblivious to his actions. Had I known he intended to harm you, I would have surely intervened. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, his opinion of his third uncle slightly shifting. However, it was merely a shift, not a complete trust born from a few words. He was not so naive. Yet, if Xiao Zhengwei were indeed as he claimed, he would not oppose him. After all, he was his dear third uncle, who harbored no peculiar inclinations, such as a penchant for murdering nephews. What are you two doing here? Xiao Zhengli approached, scrutinizing the pair. You haven't come to blows. Have you? Of course not, my third uncle is no match for me, Xiao Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. Xiao Zhengwei's expression darkened further. Was this boy becoming too arrogant? However, upon sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Mu, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Brat. Have you reached the innate realm? Xiao Zhengli exclaimed in astonishment. Just a few days ago, I eliminated a person at the third level of the innate realm. Xiao Mu stated nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. The two uncles gasped in shock, utterly astounded. To slay someone at the third level of the innate realm, how formidable must he be? Fourth level. Fifth level. Even the elite prodigies of hidden factions would pale in comparison. By the way, third uncle, how strong is the most powerful among the younger generation of the hidden Xiao clan? Xiao Mu inquired, fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhengwei. The fourth level, nearing the fifth, Xiao Zhengwei steadied his thoughts and replied. Is that all? It seems the hidden families are not as formidable as I had presumed. Xiao Mu shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. His words were not mere bravado, they were a genuine letdown. He lacked a clear understanding of the hidden powers, thus failing to grasp his own capabilities. He had always believed that the prodigies of hidden forces should possess at least 7 or 8 levels of innate power. Yet, the reality was far from it. Xiao Zhengwei opened his mouth, but no words of rebuttal escaped his lips. Third uncle, you mentioned finding me a protector, what level of innate power do they possess? Xiao Mu inquired, contemplating something. Well, perhaps 5 or 6 levels, Xiao Zhengwei replied. In that case, it is hardly worth it, with such strength. Who knows who would be protecting whom? Xiao Mu remarked, discarding his cigarette butt. Third uncle, fourth uncle, you carry on with your conversation, I shall take my leave. Xiao Zhengwei and Xiao Zhengli gazed at Xiao Mu's retreating figure, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Third brother, this lad is even more extraordinary than our eldest brother. Xiao Zhengli finally said, his gaze lingering until Xiao Mu vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengwei turned towards the tomb of their elder brother, his expression shifting. Was there truly more to the elder brother's demise than met the eye? Third brother, what are you pondering? Xiao Zhengli spoke a few words but received no response, prompting his curious inquiry. Nothing much, just a sudden realization that I have been away from the Xiao family for too long and have grown estranged from it. Xiao Zhengwei replied softly. Estranged? What do you mean? Xiao Zhengli asked, perplexed. Xiao Zhengwei shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Estranged? Then let us become familiar once more. Regardless, we are all family, Xiao Zhengli chuckled. Xiao Zhengwei looked at Xiao Zhengli, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, we are family. Days swiftly passed. Xiao Mu remained within the Xiao family estate, hardly stepping outside, wholly devoted to his cultivation and alchemy. Both his martial prowess and alchemical skills saw significant enhancement. Having exhausted all the medicinal materials sent by old Chen, Xiao Mu surveyed the array of elixirs before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Among these were not only the San Yuan done for enhancing cultivation but also the rare Yongshan done for nourishing the spirit. Such soul-nurturing elixirs were exceedingly scarce in the world today, even if available, their efficacy was often subpar. If these were to be auctioned, they could fetch hundreds of billions. Or perhaps even more. Exiting the Qian Kuan ring, Xiao Mu contemplated reaching out to Ji Deming to auction some of these elixirs. Retaining them served little purpose. Selling them for other martial resources seemed far more advantageous. The only complication lay in how to explain the source of these elixirs to Ji Deming. Just as he pondered this, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. "Brother Mu, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" Xiao Mu opened the door to find Xiao Yuan, pale and drenched in sweat. "The medicine god Valley has come knocking." Xiao Yuan's voice trembled. After all, the medicine god Valley was a colossal force in the ancient martial world, whereas the Xiao family was merely a top-tier family in Yun City. The disparity between the two was significant. Not only the Yun City Xiao family but even the hidden Xiao family would find it difficult to gain any advantage against the medicine god Valley. The medicine god Valley. Xiao Mu was taken aback, they had arrived so soon. This was unexpected. However, reflecting on the auction day when many had witnessed his conflict with Chu Dongqing, and with Chu Dongqing now deceased, it was not surprising that the medicine god Valley would trace the matter back to him. "Yes, Brother Mu, what shall we do?" "They are coming on strong and demanding that granduncle hand you over." Xiao Yuan nodded in a flurry of panic. "My grandfather is currently negotiating. And he urged me to discreetly inform you, Brother Mu. You might want to find a place to hide." "Hide? Where can I possibly go?" "One can escape a monk. But not the temple. Even if I manage to flee, what about the Xiao family? Will they spare them?" Xiao Mu shook his head, remaining unperturbed. "They specifically demand to see me." "Are they so certain that Chu Dongqing perished at my hands?" "Indeed, my grandfather said that upon their arrival, they will insist on the Xiao family handing me over." Xiao Yuan nodded. "How many have arrived?" Xiao Mu inquired. 5, 2 elders and 3 youths," came the reply from Xiao Yuan. "One of them appears to be Chu Dongqing's master, exuding a formidable aura. My grandfather claimed that no one in the Xiao family stands a chance against him. So what if he is strong? This is Yun City. The Xiao family's domain, not that of the medicine god Valley." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that the adversary possesses some evidence? To confront us, they must have confidence. "Brother Mu, you do not intend to eliminate them, do you?" Xiao Yuan sensed Xiao Mu's murderous intent and felt a jolt of alarm. "If we were to kill them, would not the medicine god Valley go mad? In that case, the Xiao family would be doomed in an instant." "Eliminate? What nonsense. I have taught you to reason with others, not to resort to violence." Xiao Mu restrained his killing intent, speaking earnestly. Xiao Yuan's face twitched. "Very well, your fists represent reason, we all understand. Thus, you should let the news of the medicine god Valley's visit to the Xiao family spread, the more who know, the better," Xiao Mu instructed after a moment of contemplation. And then? Xiao Yuan was taken aback, fearing that the Xiao family would be further humiliated, drawing onlookers. "Then we shall wait for the flowers to bloom," Xiao Mu said with a slight smile, patting Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. "Do not panic, what is there to be anxious about regarding such a trivial matter? It was Chu Dongqing who came to kill and seize treasures. Only to be killed in return due to his lack of skill. Will the medicine god Valley not care about their reputation?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was enlightened. So that is the intention. In the Xiao family's reception hall, 2 elders sat, emanating a terrifying aura. 3 young men stood behind them, their expressions frosty. How dare a mere ancient martial arts family slay a co-disciple of the medicine god Valley? Truly audacious. On the Xiao family side, led by Xiao Zhenting, several clan elders occupied the sides, including Xiao Zhongwei and Xiao Zhengli. Upon learning that Xiao Mu had killed a co-disciple of the medicine god Valley, the members of the Xiao family struggled to maintain their composure. How can this boy dare to do anything? He has stirred immense trouble. I warned you that this lad would not be a source of peace, one elder muttered softly. Alas, fourth brother, you did not say this earlier. You claim that a strong youth signifies a strong nation, another elder remarked. Nonsense, that was not my statement. Very well, even if this was not your phrase. You must have praised it at some point. Bang. An elder from the Medicine God Valley slammed his palm onto the nearby tea table. Crack. The table shattered. And the teacups atop it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Where is Xiao Mu? The elder's voice was frigid, a wave of killing intent sweeping through the air. I have waited for over 10 minutes, why has he not yet appeared? Xiao Zhenting gazed at the shattered tea table, the veins on his forehead throbbing slightly. However, considering the opponent's background and strength, he managed to suppress his anger. I have already dispatched someone to locate him, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Misunderstanding? If it were merely a misunderstanding, would I have come knocking at your door? The elder's voice grew colder. That arrogant brat dared to kill my disciple. I shall ensure he pays for his blood debt. He had blatantly disregarded the Xiao family, coming directly to confront them. He was convinced that the Xiao family would not dare to shelter Xiao Mu. If that were the case, calamity would surely befall the Xiao family. Elder Wu, you claim my grandson killed your disciple, do you possess any evidence? Xiao Zhenting asked in a deep voice. What evidence do I need? I say it was him. And that is sufficient. The elder was exceedingly domineering. Upon hearing the elder's words, the members of the Xiao family were filled with indignation. Was this not a blatant act of bullying? Was the actions of the Medicine God Valley always this tyrannical? Xiao Zhengwei could no longer contain himself. Without evidence. You come demanding a person. Are you assuming the Xiao family is without a protector? Do not forget, behind the Xiao family of Yun City, there lies the hidden Xiao family. The hidden Xiao family. And what of it? Even the hidden Xiao family is not beyond my reach. The elder's gaze fell upon Xiao Zhengwei, the terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Cease using the hidden Xiao family to intimidate me. Xiao Mu killed my disciple. He must pay with his life. Xiao Zhengwei's face paled, his body trembling slightly. This was not out of fear, but because the elder's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. Pressing down upon him like a tangible force. He employed his cultivation method in an attempt to resist, but the chasm in their realms rendered his efforts futile. What? You killed the young, and now you come seeking the old? If you lack the skill, do you still have the audacity to confront me? Is it you, old fool? Who is shameless, or is the Medicine God Valley equally devoid of shame? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from outside. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the crowd shifted. This is bad. Xiao Zhenting's heart sank. How could he have arrived? Wasn't he advised to lay low? Who goes there? Wu Wenhua sprang to his feet. His murderous intent palpable as he glared toward the entrance. Swish. The three young members of the Medicine God Valley immediately drew their weapons. Regardless of who this person was. Anyone daring to insult the Medicine God Valley deserved to die. You come seeking me and still question my identity. Xiao Mu appeared before everyone, his expression calm and unperturbed. You are Xiao Mu. Wu Wenhua frowned, his murderous intent intensifying. Indeed, Xiao Mu nodded, stepping forward. You insolent brat. The three young men rebuked. Preparing to advance and apprehend him. Hold on. An elder, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke. Xiao Mu, what did you just say? Lacking skill? Indeed. Chu Dongqing met his demise at my hands, but he had it coming, Xiao Mu declared boldly. Wu Wenhua's fury erupted, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth. Akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on Xiao Mu. Be careful. Xiao Zhengwei, who had recently suffered a setback, shouted loudly in warning. Xiao Mu halted his steps. His demeanor unchanged, as if the murderous intent bore no significance. He even had the composure to nod at Xiao Zhengwei. Seeing Xiao Mu's nonchalance, Wu Wenhua's heart trembled. How could this be possible? The elderly man beside him narrowed his gaze, aware of how formidable Wu Wenhua was, even if he did not surpass him. He was certainly close. How could a young man withstand Wu Wenhua's oppressive presence? Is the Medicine God Valley resorting to bullying the weak? Xiao Mu's tone remained calm. Zhou Dongqing had committed murder and sought treasure, and though he was outmatched and met his demise at my hands, the Medicine God Valley still came knocking. Attempting to exert their dominance over the lesser. If word of this spread, what reputation would the medicine god valley retain? Or is it that the medicine god valley no longer cares for its reputation? Wu Wenhua, who had initially intended to take action, suddenly halted. Even he could not disregard the reputation of the medicine god valley. All Wu, perhaps it would be wise to clarify matters first, the elderly man remarked. Casting a glance at Wu Wenhua. Xiao Mu, what exactly is going on? Who are you? I am Yuan Xiucai, the 7th elder of the medicine god valley. I hope you can elucidate this matter, otherwise, should you slay my disciple, not even the recluse Xiao family can shield you. I walk the world with reason. I require no one's protection, Xiao Mu replied, bestowing a reassuring glance upon Xiao Zhentian and the others. They exchanged bitter smiles, in the realm of ancient martial arts. Reason held little sway, only strength mattered. However, with Xiao Mu's arrival, they could only observe the unfolding events. Should the situation become dire, they would intervene to allow Xiao Mu to escape. Very well, the medicine god valley is not devoid of reason. You mentioned Zhou Dongqing's murder and treasure theft. Do you possess any evidence? Yuan Xiucai shot a glance at Wu Wenhua, mindful of the Xiao family's hidden power and the need to show some respect. Indeed. Evidence will be presented shortly, Xiao Mu replied, settling into a seat and crossing his legs. Even Yuan Xiucai's face twitched at the audacity of this young man. By the way, have you informed the enforcers that you are here to trouble me? Xiao Mu inquired suddenly. Do I need to notify the enforcers to seek vengeance for my disciple? Wu Wenhua retorted angrily. Ha! Old man, you truly underestimate the enforcers, do you not? Is the medicine god valley so powerful that you disregard their authority? Xiao Mu's tone dripped with mockery. You sharp-tongued brat. Seize him. Wu Wenhua could no longer contain his fury, yet he restrained himself, mindful of his status. Yes. 3 young men, unable to hold back any longer, sprang into action. One brandishing a sword. A glint of cold light shot towards Xiao Mu's chest. Impudent. Xiao Zhentian slammed his hand on the table. Even if the Xiao family was not as esteemed as the medicine god valley, they would not tolerate such humiliation. Bang. Before Xiao Zhentian could react, the young assailant was sent flying. Crack. He crashed into the furniture, scattering it to the ground. You dare to extend your claws at me. Yet you are even inferior to Zhou Dongqing. Xiao Mu regarded the fallen youth with an icy expression. The remaining 2 young men exchanged glances and attacked in unison. Swish. Blades of light flickered in the reception hall. Xiao Mu frowned, one was at the first stage of innate, the other at the 3rd stage. He could not afford to underestimate them. Retreating a few steps, a crimson glow flashed in his hands, and a terrifying killing intent surged forth. Minghong blade, arise. Yuan Xiucai and Wu Wenhua gazed upon the blood-red Minghong blade, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. With their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive that this blade was extraordinarily exceptional, far surpassing any ordinary divine weapon. How could the mere Xiao family possess such a top-tier artifact? Xiao Zhenting and the others were equally bewildered. They had never encountered such a blade before. However, regardless of the circumstances, they needed to overcome the current challenge first. 5th, immediately notify the enforcers. The elder of the 5 clans responded to retrieving his phone. In a matter of moments, the situation on the battlefield had shifted dramatically. The swords wielded by the 2 young men, although not without merit, were utterly incomparable to the Minghong blade. As their weapons clashed, they shattered instantly. Not good. The 2 exclaimed, watching helplessly as the Minghong blade hurtled towards their chests. Boom. Wu Wenhua struck, his palm unleashed with ferocity. The fierce gust from his strike enveloped the Minghong blade and Xiao Mu, forcing him to retreat. You seek death. After driving Xiao Mu back, Elder Wu intended to follow up and eliminate him under his palm. Any thoughts of exploiting size to intimidate were cast aside. Do you think you can intimidate me? Xiao Mu's expression turned cold as he channeled his energy into the Minghong blade. In the next moment, the blade emitted a resonant hum, radiating a bloodthirsty glow. Clash. The blade and palm collided, the overwhelming force numbing Xiao Mu's grip, and he paled slightly. He staggered back several steps before regaining his composure. Wu Wenhua did not gain a significant advantage either, a swipe from the blade tore at his clothing. Upon noticing the torn fabric, his expression darkened considerably. You are scarcely stronger than your disciple, Xiao Mu remarked, suppressing his boiling blood with a cold voice. You seek death. The murderous intent flared in Wu Wenhua's eyes as he prepared to strike again. Wait, do you truly believe the Xiao family can be bullied? Xiao Zhenting and the others stood resolutely in front of Xiao Mu. Yuan Xiucai also intervened, halting Wu Wenhua. Observing his torn clothing, he too felt a tumult within. Had Yaoshan Valley truly lost all sense of dignity, resorting to murder and theft, bullying the weak? The recluse Xiao family would undoubtedly demand an explanation from Yaoshan Valley regarding this matter. Xiao Zhengwei positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Mu, his voice laced with fury. Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Zhengwei, then at his grandfather and the clan elders, and a warmth surged within him. This was a sense of familial affection and emotion he had not experienced in the Xiao family for far too long. Although the Xiao clan members were not particularly powerful, their fierce demeanor as they stood before Xiao Mu was formidable. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and charged. I have come today to resolve matters, not to humiliate your Xiao family, Yuan Xiucai stated firmly, restraining Wu Wenhua. As for murder and theft, isn't there supposed to be evidence? Present it, and I shall make a judgment. What evidence could they possibly possess? This child, Dongqing, has been raised under my watch. He is kind-hearted and gentle. How could he possibly engage in murder and theft? Wu Wenhua's murderous aura intensified, particularly towards Xiao Mu, as his desire to eliminate the young man grew stronger. This boy was far too extraordinary. At such a young age, he was already immensely powerful. Since he had become an enemy, he could not be allowed to continue growing unchecked. Kind-hearted, gentle, all fool, and are you blind or simply foolish? Xiao Mu let out a cold laugh, brandishing the Minghong blade. So you wish to kill me? Come, let us see who shall slay whom. The audacity of this young man incensed Wu Wenhua. For as a venerable elder of the esteemed Yaoshan Valley, he could not allow himself to be so brazenly provoked. Just then, as Wu Wenhua was about to make his move, Xiao Yuan rushed in from outside. Upon sensing the chilling aura of murderous intent in the reception hall, his heart quivered. Simultaneously, his admiration for Xiao Mu intensified. The mere presence of such lethal intent left him trembling. How could Xiao Mu dare to be so arrogant? Truly remarkable. Calm yourself. Let us first observe the situation, Yuan Xiu advised Wu Wenhua. How can I remain calm? If your disciple is slain, would you be able to contain your fury? Wu Wenhua retorted angrily, yet he tempered his murderous aura. You should speak less, young man. Xiao Zhengwei shot a glare at Xiao Mu, recognizing the reckless boldness of this youth. If this matter were not handled properly today, the Xiao family could face dire consequences. Yet, Xiao Mu continued to provoke, unabashedly referring to Wu Wenhua as old man, almost daring him to strike. Xiao Mu glanced at Xiao Zhengwei and, surprisingly, nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he was intrigued by the prospect of facing Wu Wenhua in combat to gauge the disparity between them. Their earlier clash had yielded no clear victor, and he suspected he might not be significantly weaker. However, he also understood that even if he triumphed over Wu Wenhua, he could not afford to kill him. Doing so would spell ruin for the Xiao family. The Yaoshan Valley was a force far beyond their comparison, and even the reclusive Xiao family would find it a formidable opponent. The Yaoshan Valley, as a sacred ground for alchemy, held a prestigious status within the martial world. In other words, the connections of the Yaoshan Valley in the realm of martial arts were unparalleled. Where is the evidence? Let us see it. Yuan Xiu spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Zhenting turned his gaze to Xiao Yuan, who was holding a tablet. Could the evidence be on that device? Grandfather, please take a seat. We have nothing to fear if we are in the right, Xiao Mu said to Xiao Zhenting. Very well, Xiao Zhenting replied, settling back down. Elder Yuan, Elder Wu, we have already notified the enforcers. Notifying anyone is futile, a life for a life. Wu Wenhua scoffed. Elder Yuan, is it? The enforcers will arrive shortly. Let us see how the evidence holds up when they come. Xiao Mu sheathed the Minghong blade and took the tablet. Yuan Xiu's gaze flickered. What path was this young man on? Not only did he possess a divine weapon, but he also had a special treasure. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Certainly. Haha, Elder Yuan, please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea, Xiao Mu said with a smile, shedding the earlier arrogance. I harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with the Yashan Valley, in fact, I hold a deep admiration for it. To be candid, I am currently studying the art of alchemy. Alchemy? Yuan Xiu was taken aback, scrutinizing Xiao Mu. Indeed, my first encounter with Chu Dongqing was due to an alchemical furnace. Xiao Mu explained succinctly. Just then, as he spoke, a notification chimed on his phone. He glanced at it. It was a message from Zheng Yue. Xiao Deli has also arrived, I cannot stop him. What should we do? Let him come, the sooner the better. If he delays, there will be rivers of blood. Following Xiao Mu's swift response, he continued recounting the events that transpired at the auction. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Zheng Yue sent another message to Li Changza. Soon, Xiao Deli's phone began to ring. Old Zhao, I am aware of the personal grievances between you and Xiao Mu. But currently, the Yasheng Valley is causing trouble in Yun City. Regardless, the Xiao family is a traditional martial arts clan in Yun City, and we must maintain our stance. We cannot side with outsiders, Li Changza stated solemnly upon answering the call. Do you think of me, Xiao Deli, as someone who disregards the greater good for personal vendettas? Xiao Deli interjected, his tone earnest. Are you not? Li Changza replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily correcting himself, I mean, you are not. Even Zheng Yue couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Deli, questioning, if you are not, then who is? Ahem, Minister Li. Perhaps I have not conducted myself well in the past, but rest assured, in this matter, I shall not act out of personal resentment. I will certainly uphold the interests of Yun City as a whole in addressing this issue. Xiao Deli asserted with righteous fervor. Li Changza and Zheng Yue were both left bewildered by Xiao Deli's unexpected demeanor. Was this truly the Xiao Deli they knew? Or was he merely feigning benevolence to deceive them? Yaosheng Valley is indeed a formidable force in the martial world, but they must abide by the rules. This is Yun City, not the realm of ancient martial arts, Xiao Deli declared loudly. I will ensure they understand that if they come here, they must adhere to our regulations. If they wish to harm our disciples, then let them face the consequences. If they are unwilling to comply, they can leave their lives behind in Yun City. Wait, old Zhao, we must handle this impartially, Li Changza responded, astonished. Are you truly considering harming the elders of Yasheng Valley? This matter must be handled with care, ensuring the protection of the Xiao family and Xiao Mu while preventing Yasheng Valley from making any accusations, Li Changza continued. Xiao Mu has stated that he possesses evidence proving that Yasheng Valley's disciples intended to commit murder for treasure, so all that is required is your fair judgment. Understood? Minister Zhao. You can rest assured, Xiao Deli said, uttering a few more words before hanging up. He gazed out the window, gritting his teeth on a personal level. He harbored an intense desire to eliminate Xiao Mu. Yet, he was aware of the peril in doing so. He was poisoned, and only Xiao Mu possessed the antidote. Should Xiao Mu perish, so too would he. The threat from Yasheng Valley towards Xiao Mu was tantamount to a threat against his own life. Simultaneously, he felt an increasing apprehension towards Xiao Mu. This young man was audacious enough to take drastic actions, even against the core disciples of Yasheng Valley. It was fortunate that he had hesitated that night, otherwise, his life would surely have been forfeit. Zheng Yue observed the fluctuating expressions on Xiao Deli's face. Her heart sinking further. What was his true intent? Was he deliberately speaking to mislead her and Li Changza, all the while plotting something grander? Intending to use Yasheng Valley's hand to eliminate Xiao Mu? If that were the case, Xiao Mu was in grave danger today. After Xiao Mu concluded his confrontation with Chu Dongqing over the Shen Yu bottle, he produced a Dan furnace. Yuan Xiu and Wu Wenhua examined the furnace. Noting its extraordinary appearance, however, they found it hard to believe that Chu Dongqing would resort to murder for such an item. Surely, Yaosheng Valley had countless Dan furnaces and would not go to such extremes. Especially concerning Wu Wenhua, his obedient disciple, how could he commit such an act? It must be that Xiao Mu is talking nonsense and slandering. Have you utilized this alchemical furnace? Yuan Xiucai, who approached the furnace, sniffed and displayed a look of astonishment. Well, didn't I just mention that I am also learning to concoct pills? Xiao Mu replied with a smile, eager to establish a connection with the medicine god Valley through today's events. The individual before him, Yuan Xiucai, was a commendable candidate. Most importantly, he discerned that Yuan Xiucai did not share a particularly close relationship with Wu Wenhua. With the fragrance of medicine wafting, have you succeeded in your concoction? Yuan Shuozai inquired. Even more astonished. Yes, I casually brewed a few. Xiao Mu nodded and engaged Yuan Shuozai in conversation about alchemy. Upon overhearing their dialogue, the elders of the 5 clans felt a jolt, suddenly struck by a thought: could those longevity pills truly be of his own making? Bang! Wu Wenhua could no longer contain himself and slammed the table. Old Yuan, the Valley Master summoned you to assist me in avenging Dongqing, not to discuss alchemy. Yuan Shuozai felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he might have overstepped. However, he couldn't dismiss the fact that some of Xiao Mu's insights on alchemy had proven beneficial, even imparting a sensation akin to that of hearing a sage speak for a moment, surpassing 10 years of study. The fact that a mere novice in alchemy could evoke such a response left him astonished. Had he perhaps encountered a genius in alchemy? Ahem. The enforcers have yet to arrive, so let us await the evidence before drawing conclusions. Idleness is not preferable. Yuan Shuozai cleared his throat. His gaze towards Xiao Mu having shifted significantly. A talent of such caliber, if he could be taken under wing, would render one's life worthwhile. Even if he deemed himself unworthy, he could still recommend him to the medicine god Valley for the Valley Master or the Elder to take under their tutelage. Wu Wenhua's fury surged. Calm yourself, old Wu, Yuan Shuozai interjected. If he is indeed lying, the Xiao family will not protect him. And I shall seek justice for Dongqing. However, if Dongqing intends to kill and seize treasures, the matter becomes exceedingly complex and must be left to the Valley Master and the others to decide. At that moment, Xiao Deli arrived with Zhong Yue and other enforcers. Xiao Deli, the deputy head of the Yun City Enforcement Division, and the 7th elder of the Medicine God Valley, Yuan Shuozai, and the 9th elder, Wu Wenhua, exchanged brief introductions and pleasantries. Zhong Yue shot Xiao Mu a glance, signaling him to exercise caution. I can understand the sentiments of the 2 elders, Xiao Deli remarked, turning his gaze towards Xiao Mu, instinctively attempting to offer a flattering smile. Fortunately, he recalled something just in time and restrained himself. He could not reveal his subservience to Xiao Mu before so many others. Xiao Mu, did you not claim to possess evidence? Present it before us, Xiao Deli stated, steadying his composure. If it is indeed you Dongqing who has committed murder for treasure, he has transgressed the rules and deserves his fate. If not, then he must pay with his life. There is nothing more to discuss. Xiao Mu silently commended Xiao Deli in his heart. It seemed this individual was not entirely inept and understood how to navigate the situation appropriately. This statement, neither biased nor unjust, rendered Yao Shonggu speechless. My disciple has always been well behaved. How could he possibly commit murder for treasure? I am rather curious to see what this so-called evidence entails. Wu Wenhua nodded coldly. Old fellow, do not speak too confidently.